Chapter 1. Deceptive words. Believe me, I will take responsibility for you and make you the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. The man's resolute promise echoed in Tang Nuanning's ears as she shook her head frantically. No, no, ah. With a sudden surge of strength, the man caused Tang Nuanning to scream in agony before she fainted from the pain. When she regained consciousness, she found herself alone, yet the lingering atmosphere of intimacy had not dissipated. Scattered tissues and disheveled clothing strewn across the floor bore witness to the recent frenzy. Tang Nuanning bit her lip tightly, clutching the sheets as her vision blurred. She was a married woman, having come to the airport today to pick up her husband. Yet before she could even greet him, she had lost her innocence. What was this? Was it infidelity within marriage? How was she to continue living? How could she face her husband? If she were to tell him that she had come to the airport to meet him, only to be dragged into a dark lounge amidst chaos and suffer such indignity, would he believe her? Would he still accept her? Could their marriage endure? Tang Nuanning found herself unable to contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. She was at a loss as to what she had done in her past life to deserve such cruel fate. Devoid of parental love since childhood, her life had been a chaotic mess. She had sought to change her destiny through education, finally gaining admission to her dream university, only for her adoptive parents to pressure her into marriage. It was her younger sister, Tang Nuanning, who was supposed to enter into a marriage alliance. But because the suitor was disabled, the burden fell upon her. Her adoptive parents, unwilling to see their biological daughter suffer, yet unable to refuse the generous bride price, coerced her into taking her sister's place. From a moment they began the process of her withdrawal from school to the engagement and marriage, not a single person sought her opinion. Not one person asked if she was willing. They acted unilaterally, effectively ruining her education and future. She had wept and lamented, but ultimately, she capitulated to reality. It is said that a woman's marriage is akin to rebirth. Escaping from a cold family was a blessing, and since she was married, she resolved to be a good wife. For 2 years, Bo Yancheng had been abroad receiving treatment for his leg injury, leaving her alone in their home, dutifully faithful, without any other thoughts. This was the marriage she had sacrificed her education and future for. It was her new life, which she cherished deeply. But now, ding ding ding, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the housekeeper. Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat, feeling guilty and anxious. Her mind buzzed as the news hit her. Bo Yancheng wanted a divorce. She knew he was dissatisfied with their marriage. He had been absent on their wedding day and had not appeared since. In the 2 years of their union, they had never even laid eyes on one another, nor did they know what the other looked like. Yet, during these 2 years, he had treated her well. He had never neglected her needs, and when she fell ill, he would instruct the servants to take good care of her. Though they were separated by thousands of miles, she could still feel his concern. She had believed that Bo Yancheng simply disapproved of the family-arranged marriage, not of her as a person. If she could be a good wife, they could share a life together like any loving couple, caring for one another until the end of their days. How could she have anticipated? Madam, you need not be too sorrowful. Sir has given you this villa, 2 luxury cars, and a substantial sum of money. The housekeeper spoke excitedly. But how could Tang Nuanning not feel despondent? She felt as though she might perish from sorrow. Her wretched life had truly become irredeemably miserable. Yet what right did she have to refuse the divorce? She had lost her innocence. She was no longer worthy of him. After ending the call, Tang Nuanning steeled herself against her physical discomfort, dressed hastily, and stumbled out of the airport. Just as she departed, dozens of black luxury cars appeared outside. A group of bodyguards clad in black simultaneously exited the vehicles surrounding the airport. An assistant respectfully opened a car door, and Bo Yancheng stepped out. His custom-made leather shoes, expensive tailored suit, and limited edition watch on ensemble befitting a successful man. Tall and handsome, his chiseled features exuded an aura of dominance and coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Everyone gazed at him with a mix of curiosity and awe, cautiously assessing him. Bo Yancheng paid no mind to the onlookers and strode purposefully toward the VIP lounge. Last night, he had consumed something unsavory and had been pursued, leading to the unfortunate loss of a young woman's innocence. That was someone's first night. He had assured her last night, that he would take responsibility and make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Bo Yancheng was a man of his word. Before he could reach the lounge, his assistant Zhou Sheng hurried to catch up with him. Moreover, when Madame was intoxicated, she spoke indiscreetly at a bar, claiming you were a disabled man unworthy of her, saying that marrying her was akin to what? To a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Huh? Bo Yancheng pressed his lips together, his expression darkening. It was not that he lacked affection, rather, there was no emotional bond between them. Divorce would be a blessing for her, a liberation. To compensate for the loss of her youth over the past 2 years, he had provided her with ample compensation, a mansion, luxury cars, and even a check for 10 billion. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be an unfaithful woman. If that were the case, then she did not deserve his compensation. The previous divorce agreement is null and void. A new one must be signed. She has committed adultery and should leave with nothing. Understood. Bo Yancheng arrived at the lounge door, calming his anger and straightening his attire before pushing the door open. He would present his most gentle and dignified self to her. A lifelong partnership had taken her, and she was his for eternity. Yet, the room was empty. No one was there. She had left. Bo Yancheng searched the entire airport, but found no trace of her, his brow furrowing. Notify everyone no matter the cost. We must find her. Find her and fulfill his promise. Make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Chapter 2. Ruined by him. 6 years later, at the train station in Jin City. As Tang Nuanning emerged from the train station with her 3 sons, she instantly attracted a throng of curious onlookers. Dressed simply and comfortably, her unadorned beauty was striking, and every smile and frown drew the attention of all. The children were soft and adorable, their big eyes sparkling behind their masks, their long eyelashes fluttering, melting hearts wherever they went. Another case of deceivingly giving birth. Tang Nuanning paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd as she stood at the exit of the train station, reflecting on the familiar, yet somewhat alien surroundings, filled with emotion. Years ago, Bo Yancheng's words of adultery had thrust her into the spotlight. A month later, she discovered she was pregnant, solidifying Bo Yancheng's claims, and the gossip nearly drowned her. Her adoptive parents, ashamed of her disgrace, severed all ties with her upon realizing she was no longer of any use, casting her out of their home. She knew the child was the offspring of that stranger she had considered abortion, but after much contemplation, she could not bring herself to do it. That child was a part of her. The child finding her as a mother was fate, no matter how difficult. She felt compelled to give birth and raise him. Fearing that her tarnished reputation might affect her child's future, she left Jin City to live in the countryside. Living as a pregnant woman alone was a daunting challenge. Finding work was the greatest hurdle, as many employers hesitated to hire a pregnant woman. But she could not afford to remain idle. She needed money. She had to eat, to go to the hospital to give birth, and to prepare for the costs of baby formula and education. Eventually, she managed to secure a job at a restaurant. Terrified of being fired, she worked harder than anyone else, never daring to take a day off. This led to her suffering from malnutrition and extreme fatigue. Finally, in her 9th month of pregnancy, she collapsed on her way home from work. Strangely, when she regained consciousness, she found herself and her children in a remote mountain area. To this day, she had no idea what had transpired back then. Who performed the cesarean section for her? Who had taken her and her children to the mountains? And why were they sent there? They had lived there for 5 years. During those 5 years, they had enjoyed a carefree and blissful existence, free from worries. However, as the children grew day by day, she could no longer ignore the issues of their education and future living conditions. The mountains were beautiful, but aside from their benefactor, there was no one else once they were gone. Only the children would remain. Children toil and labor through life, and it is imperative that they do not merely drift through existence in a haze of confusion. They ought to behold the splendid beauty and grandeur of the world. Thus, after much contemplation, she bid farewell to her savior and descended the mountain with her children. She had never intended to visit Jin City, the events of 6 years prior still haunting her memory. Who could have anticipated that when she sought to register her children, she would unexpectedly discover that she was still legally married? She was bewildered. Had she not signed the divorce papers back then? Unable to comprehend the sequence of events, she faced an immediate dilemma. Because of her marital status, the father's name would automatically appear as Bo Yancheng when registering the children. The Bo family was immensely wealthy, and Bo Yancheng certainly harbored no affection for her. He would never willingly assume the role of a father. Therefore, before registering her children, she had to first finalize her divorce. Her purpose for coming to Jin City was solely to seek a divorce from Bo Yancheng. She held no grievances against him. It was she who had wronged him first, and his assertion that she had not been virtuous was undeniably true. If she were to harbor resentment, it would be towards that wild man who had stripped her of her innocence that fateful night. It is often said that a man's words are as deceptive as a ghost, and this could not be more accurate. That man had promised her that he would make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Yet what was the outcome? She had been utterly ruined by him. Reflecting on those grievances, she felt an urge to exact vengeance upon him. "Mommy, I need to pee." Her youngest son suddenly tugged at her clothing, shyly speaking up. Indeed, the events of that year had thrown her life into chaos. But she had gained these precious children, and that made it all worthwhile. These 3 children were her pride. Her eldest son was a little gentleman, not one for excessive chatter, yet he exuded the demeanor of a leader, displaying both high emotional and intellectual intelligence. Every action he took reflected the qualities of a responsible head of the family. In stark contrast, the second and third sons were lively and mischievous. Their interests centered around fighting. Their hobby? Fighting. Their dream? Fighting. Their ultimate aspiration? To become unrivaled champions in combat. As for the youngest, he was rather sensitive, naturally timid, and his intelligence did not match that of his older brothers. Yet he was a little warm-hearted boy, exceptionally attentive, capable of cooking delicious meals at such a tender age. Moreover, he possessed an innate sense of style. The fragrance she currently wore was personally concocted by her youngest son. Present him with a few fruits or a bouquet of flowers, and he could create a unique perfume that was unparalleled in the world. There was no technology involved, only the subtle aroma of flowers and fruits, fresh and natural. Furthermore, he exhibited remarkable design talent, effortlessly sketching clothing and jewelry designs. Tang Nuanning often mused that whoever was fortunate enough to marry her youngest son in the future would undoubtedly find happiness. Tang Nuanning smiled gently at her youngest son. "All right, Mommy will take you." "Eldest and second, do you wish to accompany us to the restroom?" Tang Daba and Tang Erbao shook their heads in unison, exclaiming no. "Then you 2 wait here for Mommy and your brother. Do not wander off while I take Sambao to the restroom." "Okay." Tang Nuanning took her youngest son's hand and walked towards the restroom. Upon reaching the entrance, she crouched down to remind him. "Sambao, you go to the men's room while Mommy goes to the women's. If you finish first, just wait here for Mommy." The little one nodded obediently, scampering into the men's restroom with his short legs. Tang Nuanning watched her youngest son's retreating figure with a smile before turning to head towards the women's restroom. Soon after, Sambao emerged, truly refraining from running off, standing patiently outside the restroom, waiting for Tang Nuanning. Suddenly, a group of bodyguards clad in black surrounded a glamorous woman making her way towards them. The woman, donning oversized sunglasses and striking red lipstick, was vociferously scolding those around her, clearly in a fit of anger. Shun Jiaoyu's loud voice drew disapproving glances from the crowd. Her manager nodded fervently, attempting to placate her, while the bodyguards aggressively cleared a path. "Step aside. Make way. Keep your distance." Sanbao, bewildered, had no time to evade and was roughly shoved aside. He tumbled to the ground, wincing in pain, tears welling in his eyes, yet he dared not utter a sound. "Whose child is this? Get out of the way," Shun Jiaoyue coldly reprimanded. Sanbao, frightened by the commotion, sat on the ground with his mouth covered, gazing up at Shun with teary eyes, too scared to move. Shun Jiaoyue frowned. The sight of Sanbao reminded her of a thorn lodged in her heart. That thorn was as bothersome as the child before her. Seething with resentment, she snapped, "If I tell you to move, why are you still sitting there? Don't you know it's wrong to block others' way? How do your parents educate you? You lack manners and upbringing." With that, Shun Jiaoyue viciously kicked Sanbao with the tip of her shoe before strutting away in her high heels. Sanbao burst into tears, wailing, "Mommy, brother, it hurts, woo woo woo." Tang Nuanning had yet to emerge from the restroom, but upon hearing the commotion, Daba and Erbao rushed over, quickly inquiring, "What happened, Sanbao? What's wrong?" Seeing his brothers, Sanbao cried even harder, his small shoulders shaking, unable to articulate his distress. That Andy kicked me. Brother, it hurts. Woo woo woo. Upon hearing this, Tang Erbao's fury ignited. How dare anyone bully his younger brother, as if he were nothing? Brother, keep an eye on Sanbao and go to settle this. With that, Tang Erbao dashed off, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 3: How I Long to Deliver a Resounding Slap. Dabao, unable to intervene in time, hurriedly helped Xiao Sanbao to his feet, concern etched across his face. What does it hurt? He inquired gently. Here, and here, Xiao Sanbao whimpered, pointing to his backside and calf. Upon rolling up Sanbao's trousers, Tang Dabao was taken aback. A sizable bruise marred the delicate, fair skin of Sanbao's calf, a striking shade of blue and purple. Anger surged within Tang Dabao as he clenched his small fist. He had initially hoped to prevent his younger brother from causing trouble. Yet it appeared that not only would he fail to restrain him, but he would also enable such behavior. How dare anyone bully Sanbao? Did they think he had no one to stand up for him? Don't worry, Sanbao. Brother will blow on it. It won't hurt anymore, he reassured. Sanbao not dead? Feeling a tad better. Meanwhile, Tang Erbao was in hot pursuit of Shun Jiaoyu, who had just exited the train station. Spotting her about to enter a vehicle, he dashed forward to block her path, an indignant expression on his face. You ugly woman! Who gave you the audacity to bully my brother? Ugly woman? Shun Jiaoyu furrowed her brows and glared at Tang Erbao, wishing to slap him away. However, mindful of the presence of Bo Yancheng in the vehicle, she needed to cultivate a favorable impression in front of him, feigning affection for children. Thus, she shot Tang Erbao several menacing glances and lowered her voice, hissing. Who are you calling ugly? You, of course. Not only are you ugly, but you're also old and wicked. You're hopeless. Tang Bao Di Do, brandishing a small knife from his pocket and beginning to circle around the luxurious car. Observing the significant scratch on the opulent black automobile, Shun Juyue's eyes widened. Stop immediately. You impish child. Do you have any idea whose vehicle you're defacing? Are you courting death? As Shun Jiyue attempted to intervene, Tang Erbao evaded her, leading her in a brisk chase around the luxurious car, akin to leading a monkey. Bo Yancheng, who was seated inside the vehicle, had come specifically to collect Shun Jiaoyue. Upon witnessing the scene, he furrowed his brow and instructed Zhou Sheng to investigate. Yes, sir. As Zhou Sheng was about to open the car door, a series of 4 thunderous explosions reverberated, followed by a jarring thud as the vehicle's body plummeted. Shun Jiaoyue's piercing scream echoed through the air. Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed further as he exited the vehicle. His expression hardened as he surveyed the scene. The 4 wheels had detached from the car, emitting smoke as they rolled in different directions. The once majestic automobile now lay lifeless on the ground, like a defeated canine. A diminutive boy, barely reaching Bo Yancheng's waist and wearing a mask, stood before Shinjue, exuding arrogance. I'm new in town, so I won't hold it against you this time. However, if you dare to bully my brother again, you'll face my wrath. Ugly, old, wicked, Bo Yancheng was taken aback. To proclaim himself young master at such a tender age. What audacity! And he dares to suggest this isn't a serious matter? What level of destruction would he unleash if he were truly incensed? Whose mischievous and audacious child is this? The little fellow remained oblivious to the fact that he had provoked someone. After warning Shun Jiaoyue, he tilted his small face and turned to leave. Suddenly, the collar of his back was seized, and in the next moment, his feet lifted off the ground. Tang Erbao furrowed his brow, kicking his legs and exclaiming, Who? Release me at once. Bo Yancheng's expression was shrouded in darkness as he swung Tang Erbao around, forcing him to face him. Whose little lord are you? His tone was neither warm nor cold, yet carried an unmistakable chill. The masked Tang Erbao's words faltered, his mind momentarily stunned. Oh dear, this uncle bears an uncanny resemblance to both himself and his elder brother. He was simply a larger version of them. Could it be that he was the father who only contributed to their existence without any responsibility for their upbringing? However, their father was supposed to be deceased. Wasn't he? Mother had mentioned that their father had a tragic fate succumbing to illness at a young age. It must be merely a coincidence of appearance. As Tang Nuanning pondered this, he blinked his long eyelashes a few times and said defiantly, "Given your resemblance to my father, I shall let you off this time. Now, kindly set me down. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. I warn you, I can be quite fearsome when angered." He even made a comical face at Bo Yancheng, playfully challenging, "So, are you afraid?" Bo Yancheng's demeanor grew even more severe, a coldness etched into his brow. Such a young child, yet with a boldness that knew no bounds. Had it not been for the striking similarity of the eyes peeking out from beneath the mask to his own son, Shun Bao, which softened his heart a tad, he would have already contacted the authorities. "Do you realize that your behavior today constitutes a breach of the law? It was that ugly, old, wicked woman who first provoked me." Suddenly singled out, Shun Jiyue exclaimed, "Who is old? Who is ugly? Who is wicked?" Bo Yancheng spoke in a cold tone. "Regardless of the reason, your actions are unjustifiable." Tang Nuanning frowned. "You're not my father. What gives you the right to interfere?" "Who are you?" Bo Yancheng, displeased, retorted. "We're your parents." He did not wish to argue with a child, yet he could not overlook the behavior of the child's guardians. Moreover, the four still smoldering tires bore a striking resemblance to those destroyed by precision explosives. Could a mere child wield such destructive devices? Or was someone attempting to exploit the child for their own nefarious purposes? For prudence's sake, he must ascertain the truth. Upon hearing that his parents would be sought, Tang Nuanning felt a twinge of panic. All unruly children share a common fear, the summons of their parents. Tang Nuanning was no exception. Fearless though he was, even before the king of hell, he would still dare to call him brother. Yet he feared his mother. His mother never resorted to violence. He was not afraid of being struck, but he dreaded the thought of causing her sorrow. The earlier bravado dissipated, and with a pout, Tang Nuanning stated, "If you wish to find someone, go seek my father. My mother is busy and cannot meet with you." "Where is your father?" "My father? He is in hell, in the 18th layer of hell. You should hurry and find him there." Bo Yancheng. Seizing the moment, Shun Jiyue interjected, "This unruly child is utterly ill-mannered. Chung, he is cursing you to hell." Observing his tattered attire, one could surmise he was a boisterous child raised in humble circumstances. Indeed, lacking proper upbringing. You speak of lacking refinement? At your advanced age, you dare to bully a 5-year-old child? How did your mother raise you?" Tang Nuanning retorted indignantly. "Advanced age?" Shun Jiyue was exasperated. "I'm only 28. "Oh, really? It's quite imperceptible. I presumed you were 88. "You." "Silence. Provoke me further, and I shall administer the discipline your parents neglected." As Tang Nuanning spoke, his wristwatch chimed, a call from his beloved mother, undoubtedly concerned by his absence from the restroom. Unwilling to cause her distress, he turned to Bo Yancheng. "I am otherwise engaged and must depart. Farewell." With a swift kick and a flourish, the boy slipped out of his coat in a maneuver akin to shedding skin. "The coat is yours. No gratitude necessary." With that, he darted away, his diminutive figure vanishing into the throng. Bo Yancheng, gazing at the empty coat in his hand, grew even more sullen. "Investigate the child's background and bring his guardians to me. Furthermore, ascertain the cause of the tire explosions." "Yes, sir." Zhou Sheng promptly directed the bodyguards toward the train station. Bo Yancheng turned to Shun Jiyue, displeased. "Why did he accuse you of mistreating his sibling?" Shun Jiyue changed her expression, feigning innocence, as she said, "How could I possibly bully a child? It was his younger brother who saw me as a wealthy individual and attempted to extort me. If you don't believe me, you can ask my agent. This child, at such a tender age, has already learned to lie. One glance at his parents reveals they are hardly respectable individuals. As the saying goes, desolate mountains and harsh waters breed cunning folk. If the child is like this, his parents cannot be far behind. In my opinion, you should cease any interactions with his family and throw the entire lot into prison, sentencing them to life imprisonment for some satisfaction." Bo Yin cast her a cold glance, his displeasure evident in his eyes, and chose not to respond. Chapter 4. He is the child's father. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had already reunited with Tang Nuanning. "Nuanning, where have you been? Mommy has been searching for you for quite some time." Upon noticing his mother's demeanor, Bao realized that she, the well-meaning fool, was still oblivious to the unfolding events. With a bright smile and twinkling eyes, he reassured her, "Don't worry, Mommy. I was just curious on my first visit and went out to explore. Mommy, this place is so lively. Indeed, this is one of the most bustling cities in the country. However, with so many people around, you mustn't wander off recklessly. What if a trafficker were to take you away? What would happen to Mommy, your brother, and your little brother?" Tang Bao patted his chest confidently and replied, "Rest assured, Mommy, if a trafficker were to encounter me, you'd have to worry about them. Have you forgotten who my mother is? I'm far too clever to be taken by a trafficker. You're just full of hot air." Tang Nuanning reproached them, yet her countenance betrayed no severity, but rather overflowed with affection. Tang Bao fretted lest the wicked woman from earlier might indeed appear, incurring their mother's displeasure. Tang Nuanning smiled indulgently, assenting, "Very well. Mommy shall now escort you to partake in delectable treats." "Yes," the trio chorused in unison. Thereupon, Bao promptly relieved Tang Nuanning of her wheeled luggage, declaring, "Mommy, allow me." Tang Bao swiftly seized Tang Nuanning's rucksack, proclaiming, "Ladies are to be resplendent and graceful, entrusting the arduous labor to gentlemen." Xiao Sanbao, too, extended a diminutive hand, imploring, "Mommy, hold Xiao. Sanbao shall steady you for a prolonged duration." Tang Nuanning, akin to a cherished princess, radiated joy, her countenance alight with bliss as she clasped Xiao Sanbao's tiny hand, guiding them away from the railway station. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes, not far distant, observed them with profound intent. Though the observer smiled, it was a smile as ghastly as a specter, eerie and unsettling. Encumbered by luggage, dining out seemed inconvenient, so Tang Nuanning sought lodging in a modest inn near the railway station. Her resources being limited, she could not afford a lavish hotel. Her immediate plan involved divorcing Bo Yancheng, securing the children's domiciles, and then departing Jin City with her offspring, settling in a balmy, perennial city and seeking employment. "Mommy, shall we reside here today?" Tang Nuanning, aware of her eldest's fastidiousness, sought to reassure him, knowing he would likely find the environment displeasing. Tang Bao, mindful of his vast fortune, felt somewhat helpless. His mother possesses many admirable qualities, yet she can be somewhat naive. 2 years prior, he presented her with the fruits of his labor, the first substantial earnings of his life, a sum of 100,000. Upon seeing this amount, she was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom that a child could so effortlessly amass such wealth. She suspected it to be a modern scam devised by human traffickers, believing that the money was merely bait intended to lure her son away. Subsequently, he earned his second fortune, 1 million. However, after much deliberation, he chose not to disclose this to her, fearing that she would spiral into unfounded worries. As his earnings continued to grow, the money accumulated in the bank, leaving him with no opportunity to spend it. When he descended the mountain and noticed his mother's pockets were empty, he discreetly instructed Heir to give her 5,000, claiming it was a lucky prize from a small supermarket at the foot of the hill. Observing his mother's endearing foolishness, he sighed softly within and affectionately reassured her, "Mom, don't overthink it. I'm merely asking out of curiosity. I have no complaints about our situation. As long as I am with you, I shall find joy wherever we reside." Tang Nuanning smilingly, "Bao, you're such a good boy. Rest assured, I will strive diligently to lead us toward a better life." "Yes, go Mom. You're the best." Heir and San Bao cheered her on. Tang Nuanning's smile deepened as she declared, "All right, let us put our luggage away first, and then I'll treat you all to a meal." Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Initially thinking it was a hotel staff member, Tang Nuanning opened the door, only to find, "What is happening? Take them away." Before Tang Nuanning could complete her utterance, the leading man in black gave a command, and immediately 2 men surged forward and seized her. Distraught, Tang Nuanning cried out, "Who are you? What do you intend to do? Release me. You." Her words were cut short as her mouth was covered, and she was forcibly escorted from the small inn. Swiftly, Tang Nuanning was brought to an office building, the very edifice where Bo Yancheng resided. A quintessential workaholic, his interests extended only to his son and his professional endeavors. After escorting Shun Juyu at home that day, he had promptly arrived here to inspect the premises, with the intention of acquiring the building. As Bo Yancheng perused documents in his office, Zhou Sheng entered, knocking on the door. "Brother Chun, we have ascertained that miniature explosives were used to destroy the 4 tires. However, the child's identity is quite ordinary. He lost his father at a young age, and he and his 2 brothers live with their mother in a mountain village. Today was their first day in Jincheng, and there is nothing unusual about the family of 4. Our men have already brought the child's mother here. She is currently in the conference room." Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow. "Miniature explosives?" He set down the file and rose to his feet, heading towards the conference room. Zhou Sheng followed, well acquainted with Bo Yancheng's thoughts. The explosives used today had only damaged the tires, leaving the vehicle and its occupants unharmed. It was evident that the explosives were highly precise, with the dosage meticulously controlled. A mere child would not possess such skill. His master suspected that someone was behind the child. Over the years, far too many individuals had sought Bo Yancheng's demise, necessitating his vigilance. Inside the conference room, Tang Nuanning remained bewildered, still unaware of what had transpired. Her heart pounded in her chest, her anxiety reaching a fever pitch. "Who are you?" she questioned. "What purpose have you brought me here for?" As the door to the conference room creaked open, Bo Yancheng strode in, exuding an aura of hostility. He appeared akin to a sovereign, towering an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, standing out conspicuously among the crowd. Tang Nuanning's gaze immediately locked onto him, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She held her breath, unable to fathom the reality before her. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to her children, Dabao and Heir. Could he truly be their father? Was he the reckless man who had once shattered her life? The thought tightened her brow, and her fists clenched involuntarily, her blood pressure surging as her breathing grew erratic. Due to an unexpected pregnancy, she became the subject of public scorn, labeled as a harlot, a wretch, a disgrace. From a maternal perspective, she was indeed blessed with 3 angelic children, yet the burdens she had borne were immeasurable and excruciating. All of this suffering had been inflicted upon her by that wild man. Chapter 5. No happiness. Meeting first requires payment. Bo Yancheng regarded Tang Nuanning, a flicker of something unusual crossing his features, not merely because of her striking beauty, but rather an inexplicable sense of familiarity that enveloped him, as if he had encountered her before. Yet, upon closer inspection, he could not place her. With a stern expression, he approached the conference table and took a seat. Noticing Tang Nuanning's unwavering, hostile gaze fixed upon him, as if she viewed him as an adversary, he furrowed his brow. Her children had damaged his car, and rather than seeking forgiveness, she dared to look at him in such a manner. The individual may be small in stature, yet possesses an audacious spirit. Much like her son, why did you instruct your child to vandalize my vehicle? As Bo Yancheng began to speak, he swiftly placed the blame squarely on Tang Nuanning. She clenched her fists, trembling with agitation as she confronted him. Upon hearing his words, she furrowed her brow. Did he truly not recognize her? Had he failed to see her face clearly that night, or was he feigning ignorance? Uncertain whether this man before her was indeed the same brutish figure, Tang Nuanning refrained from any rash actions. Striving to maintain her composure, she tentatively inquired, "Do you not recognize me?" "No," he replied curtly. "Not recognize me? Do you think I should know you?" Tang Nuanning was momentarily at a loss for words. However, his assertion of unfamiliarity did not seem to stem from deceit. Furthermore, his voice differed from that of the man she had encountered previously. She scrutinized Bo Yancheng for a moment longer, choosing not to react impulsively. After all, many in the world shared similar features. Steeling her resolve, she furrowed her brow and sought to address the immediate issue. "If you do not recognize me, then why have you brought me here? What you are doing is illegal." Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, prompting Zhou Sheng to interject. "My boss has already stated that it is because your child vandalized his vehicle." "What? Tang Nuanning et clim insedulo. Surely you are mistaken? We have just arrived in Jincheng today. How could my child have possibly had the time to damage your car? Show her the surveillance footage." Bo Yancheng interrupted her impatiently. Immediately thereafter, The large screen in the conference room began to display the events that transpired at the train station. Although the image depicted Tang Nuanning wearing a mask, Tang Nuanning recognized him at first glance. She was uncertain about how the four wheels had been damaged, yet the scratches on the vehicle were undeniably caused by her son. Tang Nuanning, I am sorry, I was unaware of this. The child in the video wearing the mask is indeed my son, but he is very well behaved and would never vandalize your car without reason. There must be an underlying cause. Bo Yancheng observed her expression closely and, sensing her sincerity, he paused momentarily before inquiring, "Are you aware that your child has been playing with explosives?" Playing with explosives? Impossible. He is far too young to handle such dangerous materials. However, it was indeed he who damaged those four wheels using precision explosives. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she quickly clarified. "I understand. You have misunderstood. That was not explosives, but rather small fireworks. My son enjoys crafting fireworks with his great-grandfather, who gifted him some when we arrived in Jincheng. I apologize. Had I known the destructive potential, I would never have allowed him to bring them." Tang Nuanning spoke earnestly, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Bo Yancheng scrutinized her for a moment, ultimately believing her words. Fireworks and explosives operate on the same principle. Fireworks can indeed be harmful, and many elderly artisans from rural areas possess remarkable skills. Furthermore, Zhou Sheng had investigated and found that their family of four was quite ordinary, unlikely to possess the means to inflict harm upon him. It seemed he had been overly cautious. Bo Yancheng lowered his guard and promptly lost interest in Tang Nuanning, instructing Zhou Sheng to handle the matter. He then averted his attention to his phone, disregarding Tang Nuanning. Zhou Sheng produced the compensation agreement he had long prepared. "Miss Tang, since you acknowledge that child is yours and the evidence is irrefutable, it is time to settle the financial recompense. A woman raising a child alone evokes sympathy, but it does not exempt her from accountability." Bo Yancheng was no philanthropist. He could not simply overlook the destruction of a multi-million vehicle. The negligence of a parent in educating their child bears consequences. Tang Nuanning's expression turned grave. Although she believed Heir would not cause mischief without reason, deliberately damaging another's property was undeniably wrong. Hesitantly, she inquired, "How much does he want?" 50 million. What? Tang Nuanning's voice ascended several octaves. 50 million? Why doesn't he just rob a bank instead? Zhou Sheng replied, "If you are unwilling to settle privately, then we must involve the authorities." Bo Yancheng's displeasure was evident. Tang Nuanning quickly countered, "We cannot call the police. The evidence is conclusive, and Heir is at fault. If law enforcement intervenes, they will surely detain me as his guardian. What will happen to the children if I am imprisoned? So, that car is valued at 50 million? Indeed, that is its current market value." Taking the receipt from Zhou Sheng, Tang Nuanning's lips twitched involuntarily. "It's not that I'm unwilling to settle this privately, and I'm willing to compensate, but I genuinely don't possess such pecuniary resources. Is there any possibility of a reduction in the compensation?" Zhou Sheng, hesitant to make a decision, deferred to Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng cast a sidelong glance at Tang Nuanning and inquired in a frigid tone, "How much are you capable of compensating?" Tang Nuanning stammered, Would 5,000 suffice?" Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng. 50 million reduced to 5,000. A complete obliteration of 4 zeros. Summon the authorities. Hand it over to the police. Bo Yancheng rose to depart, evidently unwilling to squander any further time on Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning, seized by panic, hastily called out to him, "Hold on a moment." Bo Yancheng, paying her no heed, did not break his stride. Tang Nuanning, biting her lip, made a resolute decision. "If you wish for me to provide monetary compensation, you must first disrobe. Divest yourself of your coat and shirt, and completely denude yourself." Bo Yancheng, Zhou Sheng, and the others. Countless women had attempted to seduce their CEO, but she was the first to be so forthright, demanding that he strip naked right off the bat, and in front of so many people, no less. This woman was not only beautiful, but also remarkably audacious. Bo Yancheng tightly pursed his thin lips, his countenance darkening ominously. He fixed his gaze upon Tang Nuanning and enunciated each word with precision. "Are you cognizant of what you are saying?" Tang Nuanning felt a chill run down her spine at the murderous intent reflected in his gaze. Swallowing hard as she mustered the courage to speak, "If you desire money, then you must first remove your clothing." 50 million was an amount she could never procure. Yet she could not bear the thought of imprisonment. Thus, she sought to ascertain whether he was indeed the wild man from years past. If he was, she would use that fateful night to offset the debt of 50 million. He had once vowed to make her the most esteemed and blissful woman in the world. She did not seek the happiness he offered, only a resolution to their current predicament. As for the children, he was unaware of their existence, and for the time being, she believed he would not contest her claim. Once she divorced Bo Yancheng, she would swiftly depart from Jincheng with the children, escaping far and wide to ensure he could not find them. Chapter 6. Had she truly abandoned her husband and children? Clearly, Bo Yancheng had misinterpreted her intentions, believing that Tang Nuanning was brazenly flirting with him in public. How shameless! How unreasonable! Tang Nuanning glared, realizing his misunderstanding, and hurried to clarify. "You are mistaken. I merely wish to see if you have bite marks on your shoulder." In the past, pain had rendered her unconscious, only for her to awaken in agony, enduring it until she could no longer restrain herself, biting down fiercely on his shoulder. A bite of such intensity would surely leave a mark. If she could find evidence of her bite on his shoulder, it would confirm his identity as that wild man. However, before she could finish her explanation, Bo Yancheng's phone abruptly rang. He picked it up and answered, "Speak." His countenance underwent a rapid transformation as he absorbed the words conveyed from the other end of the line. Upon terminating the call, Bo Yancheng hastily departed, his composure shattered, his eyes betraying a profound unease. Witnessing this, Zhou Xing surmised that the young master was undoubtedly embroiled in some predicament. In this world, only the young master and the woman from 6 years prior possessed the power to unnerve his master. The young master was Bo Yancheng's biological son. As for the woman, she was the mother of his child, whom Bo Yancheng had been unable to locate. Zhou Sheng's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation as he hurried to follow. "Brother Chun, how shall we deal with Miss Tang?" Tang Nuanning, panic-stricken, disregarded verifying his identity and promptly pursued him. "You mustn't hand me over to the police. I have 3 children at home, and they are without a father. If I am apprehended by the police, there will be no one to care for them. I acknowledge that my children were wrong to scratch your car. I apologize. However, my children are only 5 years old. They cannot be without their mother." Bo Yancheng turned his gaze towards Tang Nuanning. More than anyone, he understood the plight of a child without a mother, much like his own Shun Bao. A flicker of compassion stirred within Bo Yancheng, yet he had no intention of releasing her so readily. "Confine her here for the time being. We shall determine her fate later." Tang Nuanning was frantic. "You cannot confine me here either. My children are waiting for me at the small inn." Thud. The door was slammed shut and locked from the outside. Tang Nuanning's eyes welled with tears of desperation. She had not even retrieved her phone. Her children were alone at the small inn. What if they encountered malicious individuals? "Let me out. This is unlawful confinement. Release me at once." Her protests went unheeded. In Tianjin's most opulent residence, the esteemed One Palace, Bo Yancheng arrived home in haste. Discarding neither coat nor shoes, he proceeded directly to the second-floor nursery, with the estate manager, Uncle Yang, trailing close behind. The young master was in good spirits until Miss Shun's unexpected arrival this afternoon, the elder steward explained. She presented a gift and visited him in his room. Regrettably, their conversation seemed to agitate him, and Miss Shun sustained an injury. A shadow crossed Bo Yancheng's countenance as he quickened his pace. Was he harmed? It remains uncertain as he refuses our approach. Crash, bang, clatter. As Bo Yancheng reached his son's door, he was met with the sound of shattering objects. His concern deepened, and he entered the room. Whoosh! A vase hurtled past Bo Yancheng, narrowly missing him before plummeting to the ground floor, where it shattered into fragments. Uncle Yang, aghast, stood frozen in the doorway. Accustomed to such outbursts, Bo Yancheng advanced into the room, patiently addressing his enraged son. "Shenbao, what has upset you this time?" Bo Zongxian clenched his fists, his brow furrowed, and his chest heaving. his face contorted with fury, mirroring Bo Yancheng's own countenance in both appearance and intensity. It is evident that he is the biological father. Bo Yancheng gradually approached, intending to embrace his son, but Shun Bao rejected the gesture, standing 2 meters away and regarding him with scrutiny. "Are you getting married?" Bo Yancheng was taken aback. "Who told you that?" Shun Bao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Bo Yancheng recalled Shen Yao. "Did Shen Jiayue tell you?" Shen Bao et Bao fu dao dai li. Bo Yancheng understood, his expression darkening as he explained, "Do not heed her nonsense. I have no intention of finding you a stepmother. All these years, I have never ceased in my search for your biological mother. You are aware of this. Not marrying her? Indeed, not marrying her. Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain." Upon hearing this, Shun Bao's expression softened slightly. "I do not like her." Bo Yancheng replied, "Neither do I." Shun Bao's lips quivered slightly. "Is there any news about my mother?" "Not at the moment, but rest assured, the moment I receive any news, I will be the first to inform you." Bo Yancheng felt a tumultuous mix of love and resentment towards that woman. Years ago, she had become his antidote, indirectly saving his life, for which he felt immense gratitude. Moreover, he held traditional values: one life, one love. Since they had already shared an intimate connection, she was destined to be his forever, and no one else could take her place. Thus, he yearned to find her, to marry her, to spend a harmonious life together. Yet, Shun Bao's unexpected arrival evoked not only love for her, but also resentment. Throughout his existence, she was the sole object of his affections. Deep Treasure was undoubtedly her progeny, the embodiment of their love. How could she so carelessly abandon him? Had Shen Jiaoyu not serendipitously discovered Deep Treasure, he would have perished at their doorstep. She deserted him, and furthermore, she abandoned their child. What a callous heart she possessed. Brooding internally, Bo Yancheng observed Deep Treasure's emotional state gradually abate. He approached, knelt, and gently caressed his son's cheek, his tone tender. "Deep Treasure, your father shares your yearning to find her, wishing fervently that she would materialize before us this instant. However, certain matters defy coercion. Our desire for her does not guarantee her presence in our lives. It might seem implausible to many, but the 2 wealthiest men in the world were each profoundly lonely and pitiable. They had both been forsaken by the same woman." Deep Treasure furrowed his brow in consternation. "Why did Mommy reject you and me? Was it your inadequacy, or was I somehow deficient?" Bo Yancheng demurred. "You were barely born when she departed. It could not have been due to any fault of yours. You are an exceptional child. Then it must have been your shortcomings. Did you mistreat her, driving her away in anger?" "I." Bo Yancheng sought to refute the accusation, yet felt a pang of guilt. While the circumstances of that year were extenuating, and he had been unable to reach the hospital, choosing her survival over potential death, she had indeed struggled and resisted vehemently. In essence, he had indeed mistreated her. He remained uncertain whether her clandestine departure was due to this. He acknowledged his faults and genuinely yearned to make amends, aspiring to spend the remainder of his life with her in earnest companionship. "Shun Bao, there were some unpleasant occurrences between your mother and me, yet trust your father. I once promised her that I would ensure she became the happiest and most esteemed woman in this world. Alas, she has vanished. You miss her, and so do I." Shun Bao gazed intently at Bo Yancheng for a moment before, in a fit of defiance, turning away to sit by the window, yearningly staring towards the villa's entrance. When alone at home, he often occupied that spot, hoping that one day, when his mother unexpectedly returned, he would be the first to notice. Bo Yancheng observed his son's desolate figure, feeling a pang of sorrow. In such moments, he could not help but harbor resentment inwardly. Where could that wretched woman possibly be? Abandoning him and their son without a care, did her heart feel no anguish? Chapter 7. Ask her to return. To see the child, Shun Bao. "Please go outside. I wish to be alone for a while." Bo Yancheng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to step away momentarily. As soon as he exited the room, his expression shifted dramatically. He was about to inquire where Shun Jiayue had gone when she unexpectedly appeared in the living room. Her eyes reddened. Upon noticing him emerge from Shun Bao's room, she hurried forward, concern etched on her face. "Acheng, how is Shun Bao doing?" Bo Yancheng's countenance remained icy, yet he refrained from erupting in anger. After all, Shun Jiayue was Shun Bao's savior. He had, at one time, entertained suspicions regarding the serendipitous nature of Shun Jiayue's discovery of Shun Bao. He wondered if she might have concealed Shun Bao's biological mother to ingratiate herself with him, orchestrating events so that Shun Bao would be placed at his doorstep after birth, followed by her feigned rescue, thereby obligating him to her. However, a thorough investigation revealed that Shun Jiayue's discovery of Shun Bao was indeed accidental, and she had no involvement in the disappearance of Shun Bao's mother. Consequently, despite his lack of affection for Shun Jiayue, he had always treated her with courtesy. To compensate for Shun Bao's missing maternal affection, he never prevented Shun Jiayue from visiting, leading to widespread speculation that he favored her, with some even suggesting that she was Shun Bao's biological mother. The truth, however, was known only to those closest to him. His heart belonged solely to Shun Bao's mother, precluding any possibility of a relationship with Shun Jiayue, nor had he ever offered her any encouragement. As he had conveyed to his son, his feelings for her were platonic. Bo Yancheng descended the stairs with a frosty countenance, his gaze falling upon the white bandage adorning Shun Jiayue's arm. He remarked, "I apologize, Shun Bao injured you." Shun Jiayue promptly responded, "It's nothing. My concern lies with Shun Bao. What exactly is wrong with him?" He became agitated the moment he saw me today. "Is it because my extended absence for filming has caused a rift between us?" She feigned concern for Shun Bao, feigning ignorance. Bo Yancheng scrutinized her, fully aware that her revelation to Shun Bao about their impending marriage was the catalyst for his distress. He stated icily, "No, he is longing for his biological mother." Upon hearing this, Shun Jiayue clenched her fist surreptitiously, cognizant that both Bo Yancheng and Shun Bao yearned for the same woman, a realization that stoked her envy to a fever pitch. In the aftermath of her serendipitous rescue of Shun Bao, she was elated beyond measure, for it presented her with an opportunity to ingratiate herself with Bo Yancheng. When Bo Yancheng sought to express his gratitude, she posited that children raised in single-parent households often suffer developmental impediments, and she expressed her desire to marry him, even if only in name. However, Bo Yancheng informed her that his nominal spouse had not divorced him, and he remained legally married. Consequently, matrimony was out of the question, as it would constitute bigamy. He could only offer her alternative forms of recompense, a proposition that infuriated her. Denied both affection and legitimacy, she felt aggrieved and stifled. The three individuals she loathed most were Shun Bao's biological mother, Bo Yancheng's wife in name only, and Shun Bao himself. She harbored a persistent desire to eliminate all three. Despite the resentment simmering within her, Shun Jiayue adopted a contrite demeanor, lamenting her failure to provide Shun Bao with adequate maternal love, which she believed had engendered his longing for his biological mother, ultimately leading to his illness. However, Bo Yancheng interjected, asserting that it was not her fault, as a child's yearning for their mother is a natural phenomenon, and, as she was not his biological mother, her efforts to provide the maternal love he craved were inevitably futile. Bo Yancheng's blunt honesty shattered Shun Jiayue's heart once more. She was not Shun Bao's biological mother, an immutable fact that she could never alter. As she was about to speak, Bo Yancheng interjected, stating Shun Bao is currently in a delicate state. Unless it's urgent, refrain from visiting my residence. If a visit is necessary, please inform me beforehand. Shun Jiayue's eyes widened, incredulous. Because of Bo Zongxin's outburst, she was now restricted from freely entering Bo Yancheng's home? How would she then differentiate herself from the other women who coveted Bo Yancheng? This simply won't do. A Chun, everything is secondary to Shun Bao's well-being. It's settled, Bo Yancheng coldly concluded, issuing a subtle eviction notice, a consequence for her reckless words in front of Shun Bao. He had explicitly stated that he would never marry her, yet she dared to provoke Shun Bao with such falsehoods. Furthermore, he had always been reluctant to have Shun Jiayue in his home. Shun Jiayue was filled with indignation, but seeing Bo Yancheng's genuine anger, she dared not defy him at that moment and could only depart. Bo Yancheng then instructed the housekeeper, in the future, if she arrives, do not allow her entry without first notifying me. Understood. Shortly after, Liu Bei arrived in haste. Liu Bei, a physician and a close confidant of Bo Yancheng, engaged in a discussion about Shun Bao's condition. After hearing Bo Yancheng's account, Liu Bei concurred that Shun Jiayue should be kept away from Shun Bao for the time being, adding, based on Shun Bao's behavior today, his bipolar disorder appears to have worsened. This is far from optimistic. He has been diligently taking his medication. Bo Yancheng lit a cigarette, his expression reflecting his vexation. If he possessed the capacity to locate someone, would he be burdened with anxiety? Liu Bei, comprehending the circumstances, emitted a sigh of resignation. Should all else fail, perhaps you should initially engage the services of a child psychology specialist, one who is both an expert and a caretaker, to remain in close proximity to Shun Bao for an extended duration, provided Shun Bao does not reject her and communication can be established. She may be capable of entering Shun Bao's psychological realm, thereby aiding in the recuperation from his internal trauma. Even if complete restoration proves unattainable, she can vigilantly observe Shun Bao, forestalling the deterioration of his condition and precluding the recurrence of today's events, ensuring that someone is present during his episodes. Bo Yancheng, do you possess any suitable candidates within your acquaintance? Not presently. However, should you be amenable to the presence of an unfamiliar woman residing within your domicile on a daily basis, I can commence a search. You need not concern yourself with my preferences. Shun Bao is the paramount consideration. For the sake of his progeny, he would readily relinquish his existence, let alone endure alternative inconveniences. He is capable of enduring. A sudden chime emanated from Bo Yancheng's cellular device. Sir, a grave matter has transpired. Miss Tang has absconded. Absconded? Indeed, the fire alarm apparatus within the edifice was abruptly activated, precipitating a frenzied exodus of occupants. Amidst the ensuing pandemonium, Miss Tang seized the opportunity to flee. Incapable of restraining even a solitary female, you are demonstrably inept. Bo Yancheng, already burdened with a somber disposition, was further incensed upon hearing the pronouncement, resulting in a direct reprimand. He reached for his tie, loosening it slightly, and inquired in a grave tone what precipitated the activation of the alarm apparatus. What was the underlying cause? Upon learning that someone had detonated a smoke bomb in the basement, activating the alarm system, yet remained unidentified, and that the surveillance system had been sabotaged, Bo Yancheng's eyes flashed with a chilling glint. The deployment of a smoke bomb to rescue someone, coupled with the destruction of the surveillance, intimated the presence of an accomplice. Despite his initial inclination to absolve her of suspicion, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Earlier, the triplets, having completed their ablutions, noticed her absence and the ajar state of the door, prompting considerable concern. Tang Nuanning, upon reviewing the surveillance footage and discovering her abduction, promptly initiated a rescue mission. Unbeknownst to Tang Nuanning, she owed her rescue to her 3 sons and was currently experiencing lingering trepidation. Upon hearing the alarm, she hastened towards the entrance, where she found the door unlocked. Seizing the opportunity, she descended the stairs and encountered her 3 sons. Tang Nuanning, how did you 3 happen to be there? Tang Nuanning explained, We noticed your absence, Mom, and upon learning from the landlady downstairs that you had been taken away, we tracked your location and set out to find you. You emerged just as we arrived. Mom, what exactly transpired? Without dwelling on the matter, Tang Nuanning turned to Tang Bao, her brow furrowed in consternation. Bao, tell Mom the truth. Why did you vandalize someone's car? Tang Bao being get innocenti, the Were those despicable individuals the ones who abducted you? What despicable individuals? Incensed, Tang Bao lamented that he should not have let them off so easily at the train station, knowing they would cause trouble afterward. Their penchant for creating drama indicated they were in dire need of a lesson. Mommy, don't concern yourself with this matter. Your son will take care of it and vent your anger. Having uttered these words, Tang Bao clenched his small fists, ready to storm out. However, Tang Nuanning seized him, firmly seating him back onto the chair. Her countenance was grave as she inquired, what transpired at the train station? Pouting, Tang Bao realized he could no longer conceal the truth and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing his narration, Tang Nuanning's pupils dilated in shock. Such an incident had occurred, and she was completely unaware. She embraced Xiao Sanbao, scrutinizing him for any injuries. Upon noticing the lingering bruises on his body, Tang Nuanning was overcome with heartache. With a choked voice, she asked Xiao Sanbao if he was in pain. Xiao Sanbao, ever so well-behaved, noticed Tang Nuanning's distress and immediately sought to comfort her. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore. Mommy, don't be sad. Look, I can jump around. As he spoke, Xiao Sanbao leaped out of her embrace, performing 2 circles before her to demonstrate that he was indeed fine. Watching her sensible Xiao Sanbao, Tang Nuanning could no longer contain her tears. Reaching out, she embraced him once more, gently stroking the back of his head, overwhelmed with sorrow. Among her 3 children, Xiao Sanbao's unique circumstances led her to bestow upon him not only an equal measure of love, but also an extra dose of tenderness. I am sorry, Sanbao. Mommy didn't take good care of you and allowed you to suffer. Little Sanbao shook his head, asserting otherwise. The aunt downstairs commented on his plump and fair appearance, suggesting that his mother had taken excellent care of him. Tang Nuanning held little Sanbao tightly in her embrace for a considerable time. Subsequently, she opened her suitcase and retrieved her homemade ointment, applying it to the bruised areas. Afterward, she imparted a lecture to Bao, praising him where appropriate and admonishing him where necessary. For instance, she emphasized that a real man should neither instigate trouble nor shy away from it. If his younger brother is bullied, it is commendable for him to stand up for him. However, it was wrong to resolve the issue independently, especially if it involved damaging someone else's vehicle without informing their mother. Furthermore, Tang Nuanning sternly addressed the matter of fireworks, instructing Tang Bao to refrain from playing with them in the future. Unbeknownst to her, what he had been experimenting with was not fireworks at all, but rather a small bomb of his own creation. In an effort to avoid incurring his mother's wrath, Tang Bao nodded vigorously, feigning utmost obedience. As for the change of residence, Tang Bao fabricated a casual excuse, which Tang Nuanning accepted without question. Later, Tang Bao inquired whether they had troubled their mother in any way. Contemplating the matter of the 50 million, Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows. Not wishing for her 3 children to fret over it, she lied, assuring them that it was all behind them, urging them to play while she excused herself to the restroom. After Tang Nuanning left, the 3 little ones convened a secret meeting in the bedroom. Tang Bao remarked that the situation was not as straightforward as their mother suggested, and that it was far from over. Otherwise, they would not have confined her. With a clenched fist, young Tang Bao declared his resolve. They may wish to be done with us, but I won't allow it. Our precious mommy won't be trifled with. Brother, you and Sanbao stay home with mommy. I'll go deal with them. I must ensure they understand the repercussions of mistreating our mommy. Ready to act on his words, Tang Bao was about to leave when Tang Bao interjected, "Allow me to handle this one. You? Those contemptible individuals have bodyguards. I fear you might be outmatched." Tang Bao, eyes full of purpose, gazed intently at his tablet. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly began to speak. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning remained oblivious to the fact that the 3 little ones had once again set their sights on Bo Yancheng. That night, she was plagued by insomnia. The 50 million indemnity weighed heavily on her mind, rendering her unable to sleep. Even if her life depended on it, she couldn't produce such a sum. Moreover, the mere thought of the man's face sent her blood pressure soaring. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Bao and Bao. This suggested that he was likely the man from that fateful night. The thought of it made her want to strangle him. However, lacking absolute certainty, she was unsure of how to proceed. After a sleepless night, Tang Nuanning finally devised a plan as dawn approached. She couldn't possibly come up with 50 million at the moment, and there was also the risk of the wild man snatching her children. Therefore, she needed to divorce Bo Yancheng as soon as possible and leave this place before figuring out how to repay the debt. Thus, Tang Nuanning rose, freshened up, left a note instructing the 3 little ones to stay indoors and not wander off, and then she departed. She hailed a cab, heading directly to Bo Yancheng's residence to seek a divorce. Simultaneously, chaos had erupted on Bo Yancheng's end. At the crack of dawn, he received a series of unsettling news. The building he had inspected the previous day had been acquired overnight at an exorbitant price. Several plots of land he had been eyeing were snatched away in the dead of night. Furthermore, a number of contracts awaiting signature were intercepted. Preliminary estimates placed the losses to the Bo Corporation at several billion. However, the financial setback was not the primary cause of Bo Yancheng's ire. He was a man of considerable wealth, and a loss of a few billion was of little consequence. What truly infuriated him was the unmistakable indication that someone was deliberately targeting him. Over the years, he had dominated the business world, commanding influence with every step. No one dared to challenge him, let alone raise their voice in his presence. Yet now, moreover, even his most skilled hackers were unable to identify the perpetrator, leaving him with a seething rage that had nowhere to be vented. The employees of the Bo Corporation bore the brunt of their boss's displeasure, as the entire organization was shrouded in gloom. Zhou Sheng was overwhelmed with work, his phone ringing incessantly. Before he could even grasp the situation, the Bo Corporation's computers all crashed, leaving the once frazzled workforce idle and staring blankly at their screens, at a loss for what to do. Are the IT personnel incompetent fools? Bo Yancheng fumed. Zhou Sheng, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, frantically urged the technical department to resolve the issue. The IT staff, far from being novices, were on the verge of tears. They had encountered a formidable adversary. It's done. The computers can be restarted. After much effort, the computer finally powered on, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the technical department. However, as the screen illuminated, everyone was left in stunned silence. Chapter 9, Mr. Bo, your wife is seeking a divorce. On the computer screen, several lines of bold text appeared. Today's incident serves merely as a warning. Should you dare to bully young ladies again, I shall return. Mr. Bo, take heed. The staff of the Bo Group stared at the screen in disbelief. Their minds raced with questions. Was this computer malfunction orchestrated by someone who possessed the audacity to breach the security of the Bo Group system? Furthermore, the audacity of accusing Mr. Bo of bullying young women was astonishing. In the president's office, Bo Yancheng fixated on his computer screen, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression darkening ominously. Zhou Sheng sensed the tension in the room was about to erupt. Summoning his courage, he attempted to placate Bo Yancheng. Brother Chun, please calm down. The accusation of you bullying a young lady cannot be taken lightly. We all know your character. What about that woman from yesterday? Bo Yancheng's voice was icy as he demanded, where is Tang Nuanning? Zhou Sheng hesitated momentarily before realizing he needed to respond. We have not yet located her. Useless. Bo Yancheng's furious roar nearly shattered the ceiling. Zhou Sheng broke into a cold sweat, trembling in fear. The peril of being in the presence of a tiger was made abundantly clear at that moment. Mr. Bo Yancheng fixed his gaze intently on the computer screen, determined to locate Tang Nuanning. He was convinced that the young lady mentioned on the screen was none other than her. He was acutely aware of his own moral shortcomings, yet he prided himself on never wantonly mistreating others, especially women. His thoughts were consumed by the mother of Shun Bao, and he rarely associated with women otherwise. However, just yesterday, he had come into contact with that woman, and had even detained her. Moreover, the hackers under his employ were among the most skilled in the field, rarely experiencing failure. Yet, in a mere day, they had been thwarted twice. Both the individual who had poached his business and the elusive Tang Nuanning remained untraceable. He couldn't help but suspect that they were connected, targeting him specifically. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Bo Yancheng issued a chilling decree. Leave no stone unturned. Dig them out, no matter the cost. Yes, sir, Zhou Sheng responded hastily, turning to leave the president's office, eager to escape Mr. Bo Yancheng's presence. However, no sooner had he relayed the order than a new issue arose. Zhou Sheng was taken aback. Are you certain it's the madam? Absolutely. Who would dare fabricate such a lie to the boss? There's no mistake. Who? Your wife in name, the one you're nominally married to. Mr. Bo Yancheng paused, searching his memory. She wants a divorce. Mr. Bo Yancheng was momentarily taken aback. That unfaithful woman, absent for 6 years, suddenly appears now, seeking a divorce? He harbored no affection for her, but if he divorced her, what pretext would he use to placate Xin Jiaoyu? If she were a virtuous young woman, he would indeed feel hesitant to exploit her. However, she is not a person of integrity, and thus, exploiting her does not weigh on Bo Yancheng's conscience. Zhou Sheng, having accompanied Bo Yancheng for many years, understand him well. He is aware of Bo Yancheng's intentions regarding the marriage, so he is not surprised by the statement. He merely inquires, "Madam may not believe the message. Would you prefer to speak with her directly via video?" Unnecessary. Why waste time on a trivial person? It's a fruitless endeavor. Bo Yancheng promptly declines, oblivious to the fact that the lady he seeks with such fervor is none other than his own wife. Furthermore, refrain from referring to her as Madam. There is only one person who deserves that title, and no one else is worthy of it. Zhou Sheng comprehends that the individual Bo Yancheng speaks of is the biological mother of Shen Bao. I understand. How could she possibly take the child away? Tang Nuanning, feeling disheartened, attempts to reach out to Bo Yancheng several more times, but to no avail. Dejected, she departs from Yujinjiwen, feeling utterly despondent. If she cannot leave soon, the child's household registration will remain unresolved, hindering their ability to enroll in school. Moreover, being unable to leave prevents her from securing stable employment, and her financial resources are dwindling. Then there is the man who bears an uncanny resemblance to Bao and Heir Bao, along with that staggering debt of 50 million. The more Tang Nuanning ponders, the heavier her head feels, and she eventually finds solace in the shade of a tree, sitting down to contemplate her next steps. Suddenly, a child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, bolts across the street as if possessed. At that juncture, the thoroughfare teemed with a multitude of vehicles, and in an instant, the cacophony of screeching brakes, blaring horns, furious shouts, and piercing screams coalesced into a deafening uproar. Swiftly, the child's parents dashed into the midst of the road, endeavoring to carry their offspring away from harm's way. Yet the child proved uncooperative. He resembled a diminutive beast consumed by rage, bellowing at his parents and the passers-by alike. As his cries intensified, he abruptly commenced pummeling a nearby automobile with his tiny fists. Following the assault on the car, he turned his aggression inward, striking himself, slapping his own face, and clawing at his cheeks. His father, in a desperate attempt, forcibly seized him, but the child retaliated with blows and bites, emitting guttural roars that were profoundly unsettling. Observing the child's behavior, Tang Nuanning discerned that the situation was escalating, and she promptly rose to her feet and hastened towards them. The child had managed to break free from his father's grasp, and the father, a mixture of exasperation and fury, his face flushed crimson, was on the verge of striking the child. Tang Nuanning swiftly intervened, imploring, "Please, try to remain composed. Do not act rashly." Turning her attention to the child, she knelt down to meet his gaze, extending her arms with an expression of gentle warmth. "Do not be afraid. Come, let me embrace you and protect you," she offered. The child regarded her with profound suspicion. Tang Nuanning, with a reassuring smile, continued, "I would never do anything to harm you. There is no need to be afraid. Come closer." After scrutinizing her for a few moments, the boy suddenly stooped to pick up a stone from the ground and hurled it at her. Tang Nuanning was unable to evade the projectile, and the stone struck her forehead, causing her to gasp in pain. The child's mother, overwhelmed with remorse, could not suppress her tears. "I'm so sorry, miss. My child suffers from bipolar disorder, and when he has an episode, we are powerless to control him," she sobbed. "I understand. It is quite all right. What's his name?" "Fuzi Xuan, affectionately known as Xian." Tang Nuanning remarked, "You have frightened him. Please step aside, and I shall comfort him." The parents of the Fu family stared at Tang Nuanning in a daze, ultimately yielding to her words. They felt utterly helpless. Chapter 10. A Fire Within, Yearning for Confrontation. Unbeknownst to Tang Nuanning, after a few minutes, the young boy approached her of his own accord. He tightly embraced her neck, burying his small face in her shoulder as he wept. Tang Nuanning, cradling the child, made her way to a nearby park, settling on the grass to engage in conversation with him. Remarkably, half an hour later, the child drifted into slumber in her arms. Witnessing this, the Fu family approached in astonishment. They were utterly shocked. In the throes of his episodes, the child could only be calmed with sedatives, yet here he was, tranquil without any medication. Tang Nuanning explained, bipolar disorder is, in essence, a manifestation of manic depressive illness, largely stemming from psychological issues. Medication merely serves a supplementary role. It is imperative to engage him in heartfelt conversation, delving into his mental realm. During his episodes, he is often triggered by stimuli that leave him with a profound sense of insecurity. Yelling at him is a grave misstep. It will not only fail to soothe him, but will further exacerbate his agitation. As she spoke, Tang Nuanning retrieved a pen and paper from her bag, jotting down several names of traditional Chinese herbs. If you are agreeable, consider preparing these herbal remedies for him, sweetened with stevia to make them more palatable. They should prove beneficial. The child's parents hastily inquired, "Are you a doctor?" Tang Nuanning demurely shook her head. "No, I do not possess medical credentials. I merely acquired some knowledge from my family. Nevertheless, you can rest assured about this prescription. It is perfectly safe to use." After she finished speaking, she entrusted the child to the parents, bid farewell, and departed. Nearby, Liu Bei had observed the entire scene. As he drove past, he noticed Fu Zixuan's unusual behavior and promptly parked his car on the roadside to rush over, only to arrive a moment later than Tang Nuanning. Shen Bao's symptoms were identical to Fu Zixuan's. If she could pacify Fu Zixuan, she could undoubtedly soothe Shen Bao as well. Her striking beauty and exceptionally sweet and warm smile exuded a healing aura. Perhaps Shen Bao could accept her. Liu Bei mused, his excitement mounting. He recognized the Fu family and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, took a look at the prescription Tang Nuanning had provided. It consisted entirely of calming Chinese herbs, which had far fewer side effects compared to Western medicine. It seems she also possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Liu Bei's excitement intensified further. An understanding of Chinese medicine would be of greater assistance to Shen Bao. Suddenly, a black van halted beside Tang Nuanning. Several individuals emerged from the vehicle, forcibly dragged Tang Nuanning into the car, and sped away in a flash. "Damn it! Dung, dung, dung!" Liu Bei exclaimed in shock. His refined demeanor momentarily abandoned as he swore. He watched helplessly as the black sedan sped away, and hastily dialed Bo Yancheng's number. "Yancheng, you need to act swiftly. I just discovered a woman who is exceptionally well-suited to care for Shen Bao, but she was abducted by a group of hooligans in broad daylight. You must rescue her immediately and locate her. She might just be the key to saving Shen Bao." Bo Yancheng inquired, "What kind of woman is she?" "She is extraordinarily beautiful and gentle, slender and fair-skinned, with long hair and charming dimples that appear when she smiles, exuding a warm aura. To the point. A woman. An exceptionally beautiful woman." Bo Yancheng fell silent. "Provide the address. I will have someone check the surveillance." Zhong Yuan Road. Just as Bo Yancheng hung up the phone, there was a knock on the car window. "Sir, we've captured her." Bo Yancheng glanced at Tang Nuanning through the glass, then immediately looked again, frowning. Liu Bei had just mentioned that a woman was seized in broad daylight. Could it be her? No, it couldn't be. She did not appear gentle at all. Tang Nuanning, upon seeing him, was taken aback. Seeing his face made her blood pressure soar. Initially infuriated by the unsuccessful divorce from Bo Yancheng, her anger now intensified, surging to a boiling point. "Why are you here? What do you want? Let me go. I warn you, I haven't reported your confinement yesterday yet. Do you believe I will call the police right now? Let go of me. Release me." Tang Nuanning shouted fiercely, her small face flushed with rage. Bo Yancheng wondered why she had such audacity. Other women either feared or blushed in his presence. Yet here she was defiant. He instructed Zhou Sheng to find the gentlewoman Liu Bei had mentioned, then ordered his men to shove Tang Nuanning into the car. As soon as she regained her freedom, she attempted to push the car door open, but upon discovering it wouldn't budge, she became furious, tugging at the door handle with all her might. As she strained against the door handle, threatening to break it, Bo Yancheng's cold voice pierced through the tension. "You shall not leave without my permission." Tang Nuanning shot him a furious glare, her teeth clenched. He bore an uncanny resemblance to her past tormentors, making it nearly impossible for her not to associate him with that brutish man from 6 years ago. It is said that an adult's collapse can occur in a mere instant. In that moment, the unyielding psychological fortifications Tang Nuanning had built crumbled utterly. Reflecting on her years of suffering and the recent turmoil, her rage boiled over, clouding her reason. She perceived him as the very brute who had wrought havoc upon her life. Without a second thought, she lunged at him, consumed by an urge to fight. The pain she had endured, the injustices she had swallowed, all seemed inexorably linked to him. Bo Yancheng raised his hand to seize her wrist, astonishment etched on his face. "Do you truly wish to strike me?" "I long to strike you. I wish to see you dead," she retorted vehemently. "What kind of woman are you? Raised on the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard?" Despite his immense power now, even in the past, few dared to openly threaten his life. Still grappling with disbelief, Bo Yancheng felt a sudden, sharp pain at his wrist. Unable to break free, Tang Nuanning bit down fiercely, drawing blood. With a dark expression, "You push her away. Are you a dog?" Tang Nuanning remained silent, refusing to grant him any opportunity to respond before lunging at him once more. Her fury was palpable. She was intent on a confrontation. Bo Yancheng, his expression grim, restrained her yet again. "Have you lost your mind, or do you seek death?" "I am indeed mad," she declared. "I have lost my mind because of you. You might as well have killed me. It's all your fault." Bo Yancheng could not comprehend her words. Realizing that intimidation was futile, he shifted to a warning. "If you continue to act irrationally, the debt I am owed will exceed 50 million. I can have the court impose a fine of 500 million on you." The mention of money rendered Tang Nuanning momentarily speechless. Money, apart from her 3 sons, was the only thing she cherished in this world. It was also her Achilles heel. Having experienced the hardships of financial struggle, she understood all too well the difficulties of living without wealth, the arduousness of earning it, and its paramount importance. Tang Nuanning felt thoroughly threatened. Her large eyes glared indignantly at Bo Yancheng, yet she refrained from taking further action, which only added to her sense of grievance. The wild man stood before her, yet she could neither strike nor scold him. Chapter 11. The woman I have been searching for is you. The overwhelming fury and endless grievance within Tang Nuanning had no outlet, and she burst into tears, exclaiming, "How can you be so cruel? Haven't you already caused me enough suffering? What do you truly want? What are your intentions?" Seeing her cry, Bo Yancheng was momentarily taken aback. A vivid memory flashed in his mind of that night, when Shun Bao's mother sobbed beneath him. The room had been dark, obscuring her face, and he had been inebriated, barely recalling her voice. Yet, as he kissed the corner of her eye, he felt tears. He could not fathom why the sight of the woman before him weeping evoked memories of her. But in that fleeting moment, his heart softened, filled with compassion and sorrow, even stirring a desire to lift his hand and wipe away her tears. Yet, in the subsequent instant, his brow furrowed once more. She could not possibly be the one. The mother of Shun Bao possessed a far more gentle disposition than this frenzied woman before him. Though his senses were indeed clouded at the time, he recalled a tender maiden, as docile as a cat without claws, unlike this virago, fierce and akin to a tigress. With a weighty exhalation, Bo Yancheng's gaze shifted back to Tang Nuanning, now laced with impatience. "Silence. By what right do you presume to dictate to me? Who do you fancy yourself to be? Does your conscience not prick you? Having plunged me into such misery, does it not ache in the slightest? Has your conscience been devoured by hounds? Are you even human?" Grief welled within Tang Nuanning's heart, her sobs intensifying. She had hoped to consign those hardships, those tribulations, and those injustices to oblivion. Yet the sight of his visage rendered such forgetfulness impossible. 6 years prior, he had ensnared her, and now, 6 years later, he returned to harass her. Was she perpetually indebted to him in some past existence? Now, unable to dissolve their marriage, unable to resolve the matter of her child's residency, and unable to depart from Jincheng, she inexplicably found herself burdened with an external debt of 50 million. This cursed fate was utterly wretched. Had the heavens turned a blind eye, singling her out for torment? It was too oppressive, too agonizing. This marked the first instance of such unrestrained emotion from Tang Nuanning since the advent of her child. Since motherhood, she had emerged from the depths of sorrow. Yet the sight of Bo Yancheng today had driven her to distraction. Bo Yancheng remained oblivious to the fact that she was the very person he had been so diligently seeking, nor could he decipher the meaning of her words. He surmised that the sudden imposition of a 50 million debt had wrought a cataclysmic upheaval in her life, hence her resentment towards him. Consequently, Bo Yancheng found her even more exasperating. Having damaged someone's vehicle, she displayed no remorse, but rather harbored resentment, indicating a flawed mindset. Were it not for the need to interrogate her, he would have already ejected her from the premises. You would do well to remain silent. Bo Yancheng threatened, his face darkening, his patience exhausted. Tang Nuanning, like a frenzied animal, roared fiercely at him, tempted to bite. Bo Yancheng clenched his jaw tightly. Utter another cry, and you shall never lay eyes upon your children again. Tang Nuanning immediately ceased her outburst. What did you say? Feel free to test my resolve. Tang Nuanning. In this world, money presented the greatest challenge for her. However, her children were her Achilles' heel. Tang Nuanning instinctively clamped her mouth shut, covering it with her hand to stifle her sobs. She glared at Bo Yancheng, both aggrieved, enraged, and fearful. Tang Nuanning swiftly conceded, averting her gaze. As she regained her composure, a wave of trepidation washed over her. What if he were indeed that uncouth man? Should she reveal the events of that year? Would he attempt to seize her children? Considering his current circumstances, he appeared to be thriving. A vehicle worth tens of millions suggested considerable wealth. If he were to vie for custody, she would undoubtedly be outmatched. She had been excessively impulsive, nearly exposing herself. Moreover, what if he merely resembled that brutish man? Her behavior in his presence had been exceedingly discourteous. Tang Nuanning took several deep breaths, attempting to regain her composure. Seeing that she had calmed down, Bo Yancheng inquired, "Who rescued you? And where did you go after your rescue? Moreover, what is your true intention in approaching me? Are you after my wealth or my life?" Tang Nuanning was bewildered. "When did I ever seek to get close to you? It was you who took the initiative to abduct me yesterday. Then the building suddenly caught fire, and amidst the chaos, I fled. I had no intention of coveting your riches or taking your life." Tang Nuanning paused, contemplating that if he were indeed that brutish man, she would wish to eliminate him. "Is that all?" Bo Yancheng inquired. Tang Nuanning pouted and murmured, "I never intended to take your life. Do you truly believe I would take your words at face value?" "What? You? Believe it or not, what I say is the absolute truth." Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. "Where did you stay last night?" "Yesterday, he had sent someone to a small inn to find her, yet they were unable to locate her. The innkeeper claimed that she had left without checking out. With his current capabilities, it was perplexing that he could not find someone in Jincheng, suggesting that she had successfully concealed her whereabouts. Anyone capable of such evasion could not be an ordinary person." Tang Nuanning, unaware that Tang Dabo had tampered with the surveillance, furrowed her brow and retorted, "What business is it of yours where I stayed?" Bo Yancheng's face remained cold, causing Tang Nuanning's heart to skip a beat. He was indeed quite intimidating when angry. In her earlier moment of impulsiveness, she had been reckless in venting her emotions, like a little tiger roaring. Now, having regained her composure, she felt a sense of fear. Tang Nuanning shrank back, declaring, "That is my private matter. I'm not obliged to disclose it. Is it truly a matter of privacy, or are you deliberately concealing the truth?" "Why would I deliberately conceal anything? I don't owe you." Upon the thought of that 50 million, Tang Nuanning refrained from uttering the last two words. Suddenly struck by a realization, she furiously retrieved her phone, locating a photo to show to Bo Yancheng. "Yesterday, I inquired with my son. Indeed, he was responsible for damaging your car. However, just take a look. It was you who instigated this. My second child merely retaliated on behalf of his younger brother by scratching your vehicle." Bo Yancheng glanced at the photo, his brow furrowing. The image revealed the child's fair, tender leg marred by a substantial bruise, eliciting a wince at the sight. Tang Nuanning asserted, "This injury was inflicted by your woman. It must be your wife. She is committing child abuse. I can report her for this." Bo Yancheng remained silent. Tang Nuanning continued, "There are surveillance cameras at the train station. If you doubt me, you may verify the footage." While Bo Yancheng held no disbelief, he was well aware of Shun Jiyue's character. He pondered the irrelevance of her misdeeds to him. "The child may not have caused the harm. It was your son who ruined my car." Tang Nuanning golat zenda speechai. Justice has its rightful claim, and even within the bounds of matrimony. She could not place the blame upon him. Furthermore, the injury on my hand was also inflicted by you, Bo Yancheng interjected. Tang Nuanning cast a glance at the bite mark on his wrist, instinctively recoiling. Her assertiveness diminished significantly. Just as she grappled for a retort, Bo Yancheng shifted the conversation, stating, "If you do not wish to be imprisoned, leaving your child without a mother, I suggest you confess." Confess to what? What is your true intention in approaching me? Who has sent you? Tang Nuanning protested her innocence, asserting, "I have no ulterior motives, nor has anyone instructed me." However, Bo Yancheng clearly remained skeptical, warning, "If you do not speak the truth, the consequences will be dire." "I'm speaking the truth," Tang Nuanning retorted. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened as he commanded, "Zhou Sheng, deliver her to the police. She is not to be released without my consent." The car door swung wide open, and Zhou Sheng stood by the vehicle, instructing Miss Tang, "Please disembark." Chapter 12. Silence. Deafening and oppressive. Tang Nuanning, agitated, exclaimed, "You refuse to believe my honesty. What exactly do you wish to hear? What do you want me to say? I have no intention of getting close to you, nor has anyone directed me to do so. If it were possible, I would prefer to keep my distance from you, ideally never to encounter you again." Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened further. "If you claim not to know me, then why the desire to distance yourself, wishing never to meet again? Do I bear some grievance against you?" Realizing she had misspoken, Tang Nuanning's long eyelashes fluttered in panic as she hastily denied, "No grievance." "Then what did your earlier statement imply?" He pressed. I find your appearance unappealing, which is why I wish to avoid you. Seeing you reminds me of the king of hell, hence my desire to maintain my distance." Bo Yancheng. The car door remained ajar, with several bodyguards stationed nearby, their expressions betraying a mixture of amusement and astonishment. While the public often referred to their master as a living embodiment of the king of hell, she was the first to audaciously voice it in his presence. Furthermore, she had the audacity to denigrate the master's appearance. "Imprison her at once. Deny her sustenance for a period of 3 days, and without my express consent. She is to receive no nourishment until she relents and speaks. Only then shall she be released." Having uttered this decree, Bo Yancheng closed his eyes, unwilling to cast another glance in her direction. The two bodyguards promptly escorted Tang Nuanning from the vehicle. Seized by panic, Tang Nuanning's thoughts raced. What would become of her children if she were truly incarcerated? In a moment of desperate inspiration, she blurted out, "You scoundrel! You cannot apprehend me. I am Bo Yancheng's wife." Bo Yancheng, who had been feigning sleep, abruptly opened his eyes. Tang Nuanning, gasping for breath, brazenly declared, "I am, in truth, Bo Yancheng's wife. You are welcome to verify my claim. Are you familiar with the Bo family? The foremost family in Jincheng, possessing unparalleled power and influence. Though Bo Yancheng is afflicted with a disability and may not be favored within the family, he is, nonetheless, a member of the Bo lineage. As his wife, I am, in essence, a member of the family as well. To mistreat me is to mistreat Bo Yancheng, and to mistreat Bo Yancheng is to affront the Bo family. Such esteemed families are fiercely protective of their reputation. Do you possess enough lives to withstand the Bo family's retribution?" Bo Yancheng remained silent. Seeing his reticence, Tang Nuanning continued, "I tell you, Bo Yancheng, he is utterly enamored with me. His love for me knows no bounds. Should you dare to harm me, he shall show you no mercy." Bo Yancheng remained impassive. The bodyguards stood in stunned silence. The silence was deafening. Bo Yancheng was standing right before her, yet she failed to recognize him. She dared to proclaim that Bo Yancheng was deeply in love with her, a love that knew no bounds. Anyone who heard such a claim would undoubtedly recognize it as a fabrication, a falsehood so awkward it bordered on the absurd. Had she merely professed to be his spouse, Bo Yancheng might have entertained a sliver of belief. As it stood, he discredited even the punctuation in her statement. With a perceptible pursing of his lips, his disdain was palpable to even the most unobservant. Devoid of any inclination to expose her falsehood, he cast her nary a glance. Uttering a frigid directive, "Take her away. Hey, you!" Her protestations were swiftly stifled as the security personnel, with hands firmly clasped over her mouth, forcibly removed Tang Nuanning from the vehicle and escorted her toward the precinct. Zhou Sheng, in a flurry, arrived bearing surveillance footage, cautioning the guards, "Hold a moment." Entering the vehicle, Zhou Sheng lowered his voice, confiding, "Clingy, we've located the woman Dr. Liu mentioned. Astonishingly, it's Miss Tang, whom we've been seeking. Observe, she just assuaged Fu Zixuan." Bo Yancheng, visibly taken aback, accepted the tablet, and, after a prolonged perusal, lifted his gaze toward Tang Nuanning, who stood outside the vehicle. His countenance underwent a marked transformation, now imbued with complexity. It had genuinely eluded him that the woman Liu Bei had urgently sought was, in fact, her. Fu Zixuan was the maternal nephew of his esteemed comrade, Jingsheng. Subsequent to a kidnapping incident 2 years prior, he had been afflicted with psychological trauma, including manifestations of bipolar disorder. During episodes, his condition mirrored that of Shun Bao. The Fu family, akin to himself, had consulted a plethora of pediatric specialists, yet none had proffered a viable solution. Astonishingly, Tang Nuanning possessed the capacity to do so. This woman, at present, his thoughts were manifold. Was Fu Zixuan's situation a contrivance, orchestrated for the purpose of ingratiating herself with him and Shun Bao, a performance enacted for his benefit? After all, a series of events had transpired since her emergence, suggesting that she was far from the simple facade she presented. Following a moment of contemplative silence, Bo Yancheng issued a frigid command: release her for the time being. He resolved to observe her with heightened scrutiny. If her approach was deliberate, releasing her now would only ensure her return. When presenting her to Shun Bao, we must ascertain her lack of malicious intent. Tang Nuanning, suddenly liberated, was somewhat disoriented, casting a dubious glance into the vehicle. Could it be that he had confirmed her identity as Bo Yancheng's wife and was now apprehensive? That must be it. It seems that even though Bo Yancheng is a disabled and disfavored member of the Bo family, his name still carries weight. After all, the Bo family is a vast and prosperous entity, the foremost aristocratic family in Jincheng. Without dwelling on it, Tang Nuanning hastened away. In the shadows, a tall, spectral figure observed the scene, a sinister smile playing on his lips, muttering to himself, "A spectacle, ha ha ha." Bo Yancheng, sensing something amiss, lowered the car window and scanned the crowd, but found nothing suspicious. "What is it, Brother Chun?" "Nothing, let's go." Chapter 13, Brother Chun. Miss Tang is in trouble. Her little darling, San Bao, had already prepared lunch. Golden eggs enveloped grains of rice, interspersed with shrimp balls, ham, diced meat, carrots, and green beans. It looked absolutely delectable. Mommy. The children were her panacea. No matter how distressed she was, the sight of the little ones instantly rejuvenated her. Tang Nuanning embraced and kissed them, overwhelmed with happiness. "Is Mommy's matter resolved?" "Sao Bao in Gui." Tang Nuanning shook her head. "Not yet. We may have to stay in Jincheng for a few more days." "Why hasn't it been resolved?" The children remain oblivious to the existence of Bo Yancheng. She does not wish for them to learn of past events. After all, they are merely children, tasked only with growing up happily and healthily. The burdens of adulthood should not trouble them. "All right, my dear children, you need not worry about my affairs. They will be resolved in due time. Let's commence our meal." After lunch, the 3 little ones retired for their afternoon nap, while Tang Nuanning sat on the bed, counting her money. Currently, her total possessions amounted to less than 10,000 yuan. How impoverished! They needed accommodation and sustenance. Although her 3 sons were still young and did not consume much, they were at a critical stage of growth and could not survive solely on plain steam buns. Fui, vegetables, milk, eggs, seafood, and meat were all essential. When meticulously calculated, the expenses for a family of 4 were considerable. A few thousand yuan would not last long. With empty pockets, her heart was filled with anxiety. Tang Nuanning felt it imperative to seek a part-time job, preferably one that offered daily payment. Yet, in this era that prioritizes educational qualifications and certifications, she found herself lacking both, rendering her unable to pursue the job she desired. Sigh. Tang Nuanning sighed in resignation. During such moments, sadness enveloped her. She had indeed gained admission to a prestigious university, yet the outcome was, after scouring the internet, She found nothing appealing and ultimately resolved to pursue a more lucrative option. After much deliberation, it became clear that selling liquor offered the highest pay. With daily payments of 380 yuan, plus a commission of 2%, she reluctantly accepted the situation, despite her aversion to the environment. At 7 in the evening, Tang Nuanning arrived punctually at Zue Huanbo, where the motto was to drink for joy and dispel worries. Drunken Revelry, the most opulent and grand bar in Jincheng, is a veritable vortex for disposable income. Those who patronize this establishment are invariably affluent or of noble standing. In a mere hour, Tang Nuanning had successfully sold 3 bottles of liquor. Each bottle commanded a price of 10 to 20,000, affording her a commission exceeding 1,000. In contemporary society, beyond academic credentials and certifications, physical appearance holds considerable sway. Her comeliness, coupled with an alluring figure, a melodious voice, and particularly exquisite hands, rendered her a vision of delight. Listening to her discourse and observing her pour libations was an experience of sheer pleasure. Consequently, Tang Nuanning enjoyed considerable popularity within these hallowed halls. However, possessing such resplendent beauty was not without its tribulations, as she soon attracted unwanted attention. "Imbibe this entire bottle, and the expense shall be mine," declared Shanhai, the paternal uncle of Shun Jiaoyu, a notorious libertine in Jincheng and a quintessential philanderer, as unrefined as he was enamored of dalliances. Tang Nuanning, unfamiliar with this individual, paused in bewilderment. "I am to drink it? Indeed, you shall consume every last drop. I am afraid that would be rather inappropriate. This bottle was purchased by your party and is quite costly. I decree it appropriate. The bottle is valued at 100,000. Should you drink it, I shall cover the cost." As Shun Hai spoke, his gaze lasciviously traversed Tang Nuanning's form, his eyes betraying a wanton intent. Tang Nuanning, realizing she had encountered a reprobate, suppressed the urge to strike him and feigned a smile. "I must beg your pardon, but I ingested cold medicine earlier today and am unable to consume alcohol." The older gentleman, displeased by this revelation, retorted, "Then, by all means, take the bottle away. We no longer desire it." Tang Nuanning was taken aback, as the establishment's policy forbade the return of open bottles. "Pray tell, did I instruct you to open it? The wine is yours to open. If it cannot be returned, you shall bear the cost." Tang Nuanning, suppressing her irritation, replied, "It was you who insisted on opening this wine. I only dared to proceed at your behest. Surely, there must be surveillance in this room. We can review the footage." Upon hearing this, the others in the private room burst into laughter, quickly deducing that she was a novice in such environments. How could one expect a bar to be laden with cameras? What if something untoward were to occur? They chuckled heartily. Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, acutely aware that she had indeed never frequented such establishments before. A voice chimed in, "Young lady, it is a stroke of fortune that President Shun has taken an interest in you. If he invites you to drink, you should oblige. Do not be ungrateful. Do you even comprehend the stature of President Shun? The mere mention of his name would terrify you. However, if you can manage to please him, your future wealth is assured." Realizing that this brazen man held a position of significance, Tang Nuanning understood that they were attempting to corner her. Engaging in a direct confrontation would surely lead to her downfall. The common folk are but mere shadows in the presence of capital. Obstinacy would only result in defeat. This bottle of wine cost a staggering 100,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to the annual salary of many. Yet for the affluent, it is but a trifling expenditure for a single evening. What could she possibly leverage against them? If that 100,000 were to be attributed to her, it would be akin to a death sentence. She had no means to compensate. After a few moments of silence, she forced a smile and said, "It appears I have acted thoughtlessly, President Shun. This place is far too raucous. Perhaps we could step outside for a more private conversation?" Shanhai, intrigued, immediately perked up, chuckling softly as he rose to his feet. "Excellent, excellent. Let us find a quieter spot for a more in-depth discussion." Within the private chamber, some individuals were creating a disturbance, making suggestive remarks such as, "Indeed, a thorough exploration would be delightful. Ha ha ha." Overhearing these malicious giggles, Tang Nuanning felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Withstanding her disgust, She forced a smile, turned, and departed. Just as Bo Yancheng emerged from the elevator, he happened to witness Tang Nuanning darting into the fire exit. He furrowed his brow as he observed her actions. The subsequent moment, Shanghai hastily exited the private chamber and made his way toward the fire exit, muttering impatiently, "My little darling, I'm coming, haha." The fire exit of the bar was notorious as a place where clandestine encounters occurred. After all, it was dimly lit and sparsely populated, making it an ideal location for those men and women consumed by desire to quench their thirst. I am particularly fond of individuals such as yourself. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, you captivated my very essence. Rest assured, I will treat you with the utmost care and consideration. If you provide me with sufficient satisfaction, I shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Just look at those luscious lips. Kneel down, and commence by offering me oral gratification." These words were highly evocative. Tang Nuanning sutenis hyeket. Zhou Sheng's countenance shifted as he exclaimed, "Brother Chun, it appears that Miss Tang is in some sort of distress." Bo Yancheng knitted his brows tightly, reluctant to intervene. However, remembering Shun Bao, he ultimately strode toward the commotion. Subsequently, he beheld an utterly astonishing spectacle. Chapter 14. Is President Bo truly so inexpensive? Shun Hai was lying on the ground, a black refuse sack covering his head, wailing in agony. Tang Nuanning was pummeling him with her fists and feet, although her strength was somewhat lacking. Reminiscent of a grade school scuffle, Shun Hai was nonetheless howling in pain. After all, she was wearing high-heeled shoes. Shun Hai seemed to be inebriated, lacking the strength to retaliate. After a brief exchange, Tang Nuanning, catching her breath, playfully grimaced at Shun Hai before feigning a faint onto the ground. Shun Hai, Guang, clambered to his feet, removing the refuse sack from his head. "Damn it," he exclaimed, "who dares strike me? They've got a death wish. I'll make them pay." Tang Nuanning, feigning disorientation, clutched her head and awoke, putting on an act. "President Shun, what has occurred? My head throbs as though I've been struck. I've been assaulted. Did you witness the perpetrator?" "No, I was knocked unconscious myself." "Damn it all, to sabotage my endeavors and then strike me." "Fear not, darling. I shall summon assistance to investigate and apprehend the culprit. I'll make them rue the day." Shun Hai, cursing, retrieved his mobile phone to summon reinforcements. Tang Nuanning, under the guise of visiting the restroom, feigned trepidation. However, as she turned, her countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, her expression vibrant and suggestive of a torrent of colorful invective. Bo Yancheng observed this display. Zhou Sheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is such a thing even possible?" With a modicum of deduction, one could easily discern the events that had transpired. Shun Hai had attempted to take advantage of her, and she, unwilling to confront him directly, had resorted to subterfuge. It was difficult to determine whether to commend her ingenuity or marvel at her audacity. Tang Nuanning, outwardly timid, emerged from behind the emergency exit, inwardly jubilant. Upon suddenly spotting the two figures, her heart skipped a beat. Bo Yancheng, with a slight furrow in his brow, scrutinized her, his expression inscrutable. Zhou Sheng greeted her with a smile. "Miss Tang, we meet again." Anticipating that their clandestine encounter had been witnessed, Tang Nuanning nervously swallowed. But before she could articulate a response, Shun Hai's voice echoed from behind. "Zhou Sheng? Ah, you're here too. Splendid. Could you assist me in investigating? I was ambushed just now." Due to Shun Jiaoyu's act of rescuing Shun Bao, the entire Shun family basked in her reflected glory. Shun Hai, familiar with both Bo Yancheng and Zhou Sheng, sought the latter's assistance. Tang Nuanning's lips twitched erratically, her expression a tableau of astonishment. She gazed incredulously at Zhou Sheng, realizing their acquaintance. Is this my misfortune?" Observing Zhou Sheng awaiting Bo Yancheng's directive, she hastily approached. Rising on tiptoe to whisper into Bo Yancheng's ear, "He was attempting to assault me, hence my actions. Please intercede." Bo Yancheng, disliking physical proximity, betrayed a flicker of aversion in his eyes, his countenance darkening as he attempted to push her away. Interpreting his reluctance as non-cooperation, Tang Nuanning embraced his neck. Clinging to him like an octopus, and hastily explained, "I merely sought a part-time position, but he took a fancy to me, attempting to violate me. Thus my actions were compelled. I was acting in self-defense. Unravel yourself. You, consider your 50 million should any misfortune befall me. You shall forfeit every penny. Bo Yancheng. Are you attempting to coerce me?" His tone was frigid, causing Tang Nuanning to recoil slightly. As she sought to elucidate, Shanhai suddenly approached him. "Ah, Aiken, you're here too." Tang Nuanning was terrified that Bo Yancheng would expose her, her heart racing in her throat. She was aware that this Mr. Shan was a person of considerable influence. Should he discover that she had struck him, her evening would be utterly ruined. With a determined glint in her eye, she resolutely leaned in and pressed her lips against Bo Yancheng's, silencing him. "Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng. Shanhai." Time seemed to come to a standstill, enveloped in an oppressive silence. No one anticipated that Tang Nuanning would take such a bold step. Tang Nuanning herself was taken aback, her anxious heart beating wildly as she pressed against Bo Yancheng's cool lips, her lashes trembling softly. It was not the thrill of the kiss that made her pulse race, but rather the tension and embarrassment of the situation. Such intimate gestures were exceedingly awkward. Moreover, she was worried that even this kiss might not be enough to silence him. Could it be that this Mr. Shun allowed a woman, other than Shun Bao's mother, to kiss him? Was the long-stagnant iron tree finally about to bloom? Zhou Sheng felt an exhilarating rush at the thought. He could not remain here as a mere bystander, nor would he allow Shanhai to linger in the same capacity. He had to create an opportunity for his friend. Thus, Zhou Sheng tugged Shanhai away. "Mr. Shun, let us have a chat over here." "No, Aiken." As Mr. Shun departed, Tang Nuanning felt the tension in her chest dissipate. She quickly released Bo Yancheng, her cheeks ablaze. "Thank you. Thank you for helping me out." Uttering those words with resolve, she extracted a wad of currency from her pocket, paused momentarily, then thrust it into Bo Yancheng's hand before fleeing in disarray. Bo Yancheng watched her receding figure, his brow furrowed in consternation. It was, without exaggeration, his inaugural intimate encounter with a woman in 6 years. The comforting and exquisite sensation of the moment surged within him, evoking memories of that fateful night 6 years prior. On that evening, her lips possessed the same velvety softness. Hence, he had refrained from immediately repelling her, permitting her to kiss him for such an extended duration. "Aiken, do you know that woman?" With a darkened countenance, he pressed the money into Zhou Sheng's possession, striding purposefully toward the private room, neglecting Shanhai without a word. He had consistently maintained this demeanor toward Shanhai, disregarding and overlooking him as if he were mere air. Zhou Sheng examined the banknotes in his grasp. 250. Was this hush money from Tang Nuanning to his esteemed brother Chen? Or was it a gratuity offered after Tang Nuanning kissed his brother Chen? Could a kiss and a confidentiality agreement truly be valued at a mere 250? Did this not render his brother Chen somewhat undervalued? Shanhai, still anxious, dared not pursue Bo Yancheng upon witnessing his displeasure. He seized Zhou Sheng, inquiring, "Does Yancheng know that woman who sells wine? What is the nature of their relationship? How dare she kiss Yancheng? How could Yancheng permit her to kiss him? Yancheng is betrothed to Ye." Zhou Sheng, upon hearing this, grew displeased. Regarding the matter of Mr. Bo Yancheng and Ms. Tang Nuanning, it was not his place to comment. However, concerning Mr. Bo Yancheng and Ms. Shun Jiaoyu, he felt compelled to offer a rebuttal. "Mr. Shun, you are undoubtedly cognizant of the true nature of the relationship between Mr. Chen and Ms. Shun. It would behoove you to refrain from making unfounded statements. Should you inadvertently displease Mr. Chen, it could have adverse repercussions for you, Ms. Shun, and the entire Shen family." With a genial smile, Zhou Sheng tactfully delivered his pointed remarks, politely disengaging from Mr. Shanhai's grasp, and departed. Mr. Shanhai's countenance darkened. Disregarding the pain he was experiencing, he retrieved his mobile phone and contacted Ms. Shun Jiaoyu. "Yu, there's been an incident. A major incident." Yancheng was seen kissing another woman. Inside the exclusive private suite, a multitude of individuals were reveling in a lively atmosphere. Upon observing Mr. Bo Yancheng's entrance, they promptly rose to greet him, addressing him as Mr. Chen. Mr. Bo Yancheng responded with a nod, signaling for them to continue their merriment. He proceeded directly to the preeminent position, took a seat, crossed his long, elegant legs, and ignited a cigarette. He Zijing, noticing his less-than-pleasant demeanor, inquired, "What's amiss? It's a rare occasion for you to grace us with your presence, yet you wear such a countenance?" Mr. Bo Yancheng's thoughts were preoccupied with Ms. Tang Nuanning. Her kiss had unsettled his composure. "How is Zi Xian faring these days?" Mr. Bo Yancheng inquired, offering no explanation. Fu Zixuan was he Zijing's maternal nephew. He Zijing responded by saying, "When I visited him at the hospital this afternoon, he was still asleep. My sister informed me that he experienced another episode today, bolting from the hospital and creating a disturbance on the main thoroughfare. Fortunately, a medically astute young woman intervened. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." "And what of Shun Bao? How has he been of late?" With a flick of ash, Bo Yancheng remained unchanged. He Jingxing offered, "Don't be too despondent." Xiao Bei mentioned that psychological ailments often witness miraculous recoveries. They are still young. Perhaps with maturity, they shall overcome their afflictions. Bo Yancheng, engrossed in a cigarette, remained silent. The conditions of Fu Zixuan and Shun Bao, while distinct, shared a common thread. Fu Zixuan's trauma stemmed from a kidnapping ordeal, whereas Shun Bao's affliction was deeply rooted in his profound attachment to his mother. Ailing hearts require the balm of emotional remedies. Should Fu Zixuan conquer his fears, wellness would naturally ensue. Yet, Shun Bao's case differed. Absent his birth mother, his malady might persist indefinitely, escalating in severity. He Jingchang leaned inconspiratorially, his brow arched. An aroma of feminine perfume wafting from him. "A woman in your vicinity?" Renowned as a libertine, He Jingxing possessed a keen sense for such matters. "How do you explain the perfume?" "A delightful, fruity fragrance, unmistakably feminine, unique, and seemingly bespoke. Its value must be considerable, suggesting the woman who wears it is of no ordinary station. Pray tell, which heiress has captured your attention? After so many years without a successful conquest, what makes her exceptional?" He Jingsheng understood Bo Yancheng. His heart belonged solely to Shun Bao's birth mother, rendering him almost ascetic. Despite numerous advances, none had breached his defenses. While Shun Jiayue enjoyed more frequent contact, even she had never trespassed his personal space. Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened. The image of Tang Nuanning on tiptoe, embracing him with one arm and tugging at his tie as she kissed him, replayed incessantly in his mind. He Jingcheng, noticing his silence, refrained from pressing him, remarking instead, "While your affection for Shun Bao's biological mother is profoundly touching, it's worth considering that her current status is uncertain, to say the least. It's entirely possible she may no longer be alive, let alone whether she has remarried. If she now has a husband, children, and a fulfilling family life, would you forcibly tear that apart? There are numerous ways to express gratitude. It doesn't necessarily require offering yourself in marriage. Your celibacy in her honor may be in vain if she is currently in the arms of another man." Bo Yancheng immediately shot him a frosty glare. He Jingchang chuckled. "Don't be offended. I'm merely speculating. Heed my advice. One must seize the moment and indulge in life's pleasures. After all, you're a man who has tasted the delights of the flesh. 6 years is a long time to abstain. Aren't you growing impatient?" Bo Yancheng flicked his cigarette ash. "I'm not as lascivious as you." He Jingcheng grinned. "I'm concerned that yours might atrophy from disuse. Worry about yourself. Excessive use can lead to wear and tear. Fear not. My kidneys are robust." Bo Yancheng rolled his eyes at him. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the family's housekeeper, sounding agitated. "Sir, the young master is refusing to eat dinner again. He hasn't had a single bite, and I'm concerned his health won't endure." Bo Yancheng said sternly, "Why isn't he eating?" "I'm unsure. The young master is refusing to speak." "I understand." Having terminated the call, Mr. Bo extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and promptly departed. "Mr. He inquired, Shen Bao?" Mr. Bo continued his stride towards the exit, prompting the rest of the occupants in the private room to cease their activities and bid him farewell. "Mr." Bo waved his hand, signaling them to continue their revelry, and swiftly exited. A group of individuals surrounded Mr. He, questioning, "Mr. He, why did Mr. Bo leave so soon after arriving?" Everyone present was an intimate acquaintance and cognizant of Shun Bao's circumstances. Upon hearing this, they sighed in unison. These past years, Mr. Bo has been both a father and a mother. It's been incredibly arduous for him. I wonder where Shun Bao's mother has absconded to? To forsake such an exceptional man as Mr. Bo, is she not devoid of sense? Mr. He raised his eyelids and retorted, "Who are you calling senseless? I believe you are the foolish one for daring to speak of the woman who resides in the depths of Mr. Bo's heart. Be cautious lest Mr. Bo perforate your cranium and infuse it with excrement, transforming you into an imbecile." The person who had spoken earlier realized his indiscretion and promptly slapped himself. "I have atoned on behalf of Mr. Bo. I shall not dare to speak of it again. All right, now that you are aware that she dwells in the core of Mr. Bo's heart, refrain from discussing her behind her back. Continue with your amusement. Mr. Bo is hosting today, so enjoy yourselves thoroughly and do not stand on ceremony with him." The private room regained its liveliness, while He continued to smoke in solitude. In truth, he felt profound compassion for Mr. Bo. Though he was infinitely illustrious in his professional life, his emotional life was an utter catastrophe. Alas, even heroes are susceptible to the trials of love. Why engage the heart when engaging the loins is so much more carefree? Observe how relaxed and at ease he is. Having bidden farewell, Ms. Tang had already departed via taxi. The recollection of her earlier, proactive display of affection caused her countenance to flush with warmth. Such an initiative was unprecedented in her life. During her collegiate years, her companions, Xia and Nan, had playfully labeled her as a paragon of conservatism. Had it not been to silence his objections, she would never have acted thus. Moreover, it cost her 250 yuan, a sum sufficient to procure autumnal garments for her 3 children. As Ms. Tang ruminated, a luxurious automobile abruptly intercepted her path. 2 men, clad in dark attire, emerged from the vehicle and forcibly extracted her, guiding her to the roadside. Panic-stricken, Ms. Tang vociferously protested, "Who are you? Release me." She was escorted to a bridge, where a woman of resplendent appearance awaited her. Ms. Tang perceived a semblance of familiarity in her visage, yet the woman's mask and sunglasses obscured her identity. Before she could inquire, the woman delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Vile creature!" Stunned by the assault, Ms. Tang, restrained by the 2 guards, could only retort, "Who are you? By what right do you strike me? Shameless harlot, daring to seduce my paramour. It seems you have a death wish." The woman administered 2 further blows. Ms. Tang's face stung with pain, and she bristled with indignation. "You are the harlot. Are you deranged? Whom have I seduced? Explain yourself." With a delicate yet firm grasp, Shun Jiaoyu seized her chin, her gaze condescending as she reprimanded, daring to entice, yet lacking the courage to confess, "You wretch, I caution you. Chun is a man far beyond your reach, destined only for me. Should you persist in your attempt to seduce him, I shall end your life. Do not delude yourself into believing that mere physical attractiveness can elevate you to a position of prominence. You, too, disfigure her face, for it is an abhorrence to behold. Bereft of her beauty, what means shall she employ to ensnare Chun?" Witnessing the man beside her brandishing a dagger, Tang Nuanning was aghast. To disfigure her after assaulting her? Such unprovoked cruelty! She retaliated by stomping on the foot of one of her assailants, and seizing the opportunity afforded by his momentary distraction. She retrieved the pepper spray from her bag and unleashed it upon the 2 men. This potent defense, thoughtfully provided by Heir Bao, proved remarkably effective. The bodyguards recoiled in agony, clutching at their eyes. With her hands now free, Tang Nuanning seized Shun Jiaoyu by the collar and delivered a series of resounding slaps, venting her pent-up frustration. "I am unacquainted with you, nor do I know any Chun," she warned. "Keep your distance from me, and do not mistake me for a pushover. Should you persist in harassing me, I shall not hesitate to involve the authorities." With those words, she shoved Shun Jiaoyu aside and fled with alacrity, swiftly traversing the street to the opposite side. Shun Jiaoyu, encumbered by her high heels, suffered a twisted ankle and collapsed to the ground, her face and foot throbbing with pain. "Kill that harlot!" she shrieked. "Fail to do so, and you shall face your own demise." Overwhelmed with emotion, the bodyguards, disregarding their stinging eyes, hastily pursued Tang Nuanning. Just as they reached the opposite side, a chilling male voice echoed from behind, commanding halt. Chapter 16. Seduction. The two men immediately fainted. Tang, Heir Bao, ensuring Tang Nuanning's departure in a taxi, finally felt at ease. Had it not been for his elder brother's instructions to covertly safeguard their mother, revealing himself only as a last resort, he would have intervened without hesitation. To dare harm his precious mother was to invite demise. Following Tang Nuanning's departure, Tang Heir Bao turned his attention to Shun Jiaoyu. Hobbled by her injured foot, Shun Jiaoyu was still struggling to rise. Tang Heir Bao, skipping and hopping, approached her, announcing his arrival from afar. Make way, old woman. You're obstructing the path. Shun Jiaoyu turned to see Tang Heir Bao sprinting towards her with the velocity of a missile. The thought of being struck by him filled her with dread. You, slow down. You wretched child, slow down. Tang Heir Bao launched himself upon Shun Jiaoyu, propelling her several meters. Despite his small stature, he possessed considerable strength, honed through rigorous training. Shun Jiaoyu's tears welled up once more. Whose ill-mannered child is this? Where are your parents? Tang Heir Bao feigned concern, approaching her with an exaggerated gait. Oh, my apologies, old woman. I couldn't quite break in time. Are you all right, old woman? Here, allow me to assist you in rising. Under the guise of aiding Shun Jiaoyu, Tang Heir Bao deliberately trod upon her injured hand. Shun Jiaoyu emitted a ghastly shriek, attempting to fling Tang Heir Bao off, but instead, Tang Heir Bao landed squarely on top of her. As fate would have it, his small hand pressed down on her sprained ankle. A sharp crack echoed as Shun Jiaoyu's bone snapped, causing her to faint from the excruciating pain. Tang Heir Bao then rose, dusted himself off, and cast a disdainful glare at Shun Jiaoyu. His mother had instructed him that women, the elderly, and children were vulnerable and should not be mistreated. However, some women hardly qualified as such. Had he struck a woman? No. He had merely dealt with a female demon, a monstrous fiend, a calamitous scourge, a venomous scorpion. Upon noticing an approaching vehicle, Tang Heir Bao stuck out his tongue at the unconscious Shun Jiaoyu and scampered away. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had just arrived home. De Bao and San Bao had already received word of Tang Heir Bao's account, learning that their mother had been mistreated. Upon seeing the handprint on their mother's face, Xiao San Bao couldn't contain his tears. He tenderly caressed his mother's swollen cheek, his heart aching with sympathy. Mommy, it hurts, he sobbed. Tang Nuanning quickly embraced Xiao San Bao, comforting him. Mommy's not in pain. Mommy just tripped, that's all. Mommy's fine, it doesn't hurt at all. Xiao San Bao clung tightly to her neck, weeping uncontrollably. Tang De Bao's eyes were brimming with tears, but seeing that his mother was unwilling to reveal the truth, he wisely refrained from pressing her. Instead, he fetched an ice pack and gently applied it to Tang Nuanning's face. Noticing the absence of Heir Bao, Tang Nuanning inquired, "Where's Heir Bao?" Tang Nuanning did not dwell on the matter for long. She was aware that Heir Bao possessed a fierce temper, and she feared that he would become relentless upon seeing the marks of a slap upon her face. Thus, she soothed the youngest, San Bao, for a while and excused herself to the bathroom under the pretense of freshening up. "Where's Mummy?" San Bao inquired. "She has gone to wash up," replied Tang Daba. He then pulled Tang Heir Bao into their room, gently closing the door behind them. In hushed tones, he asked what happened. Tang Heir Bao, filled with indignation, replied, "I have no clear understanding of the situation. I was too far from Mummy to hear what was said, but I know a woman, accompanied by bodyguards, confronted Mummy and even struck her. Did you not inquire about the specifics from her? Mummy claimed she had merely bumped into something. She chose not to elaborate. So we did not press her," Tang Daba recounted. "I have already avenged Mummy by giving them a good thrashing." Tang Daba frowned. "I cannot shake the feeling that this city is unkind to Mummy. Ever since we arrived, she has not shown a hint of happiness. We must uncover the reason for her presence here and swiftly take her away. But what if Mummy refuses to speak? We shall investigate discreetly. When Mummy needs to go out in the coming days, you must protect her. We cannot allow her to be harmed again. Understood? Mummy's safety is in my hands," San Bao exclaimed. "By the way, Mummy is working at a bar tonight." With teary eyes, San Bao added, "Mummy must be earning money for us. This afternoon, I saw her searching for part-time work. Woe is me. Upon the mention of finances, Tang Daba felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow. He is 5 years old this year. If he were to tell his mother that he had deposited $1 trillion in the bank, that foolish mother would surely faint, perhaps never to awaken. Sigh. I must devise another way to give her some money. In the bathroom, Tang Nuanning stood under the shower with her eyes closed, seeking solace from her inner turmoil. She was well aware that she had never seduced any man and felt no guilt. Thus, she dismissed the incident with that woman today as a case of mistaken identity, not giving it much thought. It was just unfortunate to encounter such a situation. What nuisance it was. Selling alcohol, she encountered a boorish man. After leaving the bar, she was faced with a madwoman and received a few slaps for no reason. What bad luck. After washing up, Tang Nuanning cast the incident aside. Little Sambao prepared a bowl of clear noodle soup for her, topped with her favorite scallions and cilantro, along with 2 poached eggs. A warmth enveloped her heart as she leaned over to kiss little Sambao on the cheek, exclaiming, "Our little Sambao is the most heartwarming. You are my little cuddle." Little Sambao's face flushed from the kiss, the little one feeling shy. However, upon seeing the imprint of a slap on Tang Nuanning's face, the child felt a pang of concern, her eyes reddening. "Mommy, can I sleep with you tonight? I want to cuddle." Upon hearing this, Dabao and Heir also turned their expectant gazes toward Tang Nuanning. She smiled and replied, "Of course, we can sleep together tonight." "Yay! I'll tell Mommy a joke later. I'll give Mommy a massage. I'll help Mommy fall asleep." The small room was filled with laughter and joy, overflowing with love and happiness. As she gazed at the 3 little ones, an inexplicable flutter stirred within Tang Nuanning's heart, akin to a piece of a once complete heart having gone missing. This sensation was not unfamiliar. Each time the 4 of them gathered in joyful camaraderie, an ache would subtly resonate within her. It felt as though something essential was absent, yet she could not discern precisely what it was. It was akin to the sensation of a child being taken away. Such a peculiar feeling. Chapter 17. Shunbao misses Mommy. Meanwhile, at Mansion Number 1, the vast villa felt cold and desolate. Bo Yancheng ascended the stairs, holding a bowl of handmade noodles, while Shunbao remained seated by the window, gazing longingly towards the entrance. The small figure appeared utterly forlorn. Bo Yancheng's heart ached at the sight, and he approached gently, urging, "Shunbao, please eat your noodles." Shunbao remained still, his eyes fixated on the door. Bo Yancheng placed the bowl on the small table before him, saying, "If you don't eat, Mommy will be upset when she finds out." A flicker of light ignited in Shunbao's vacant gaze as he looked at Bo Yancheng and asked, "Do you think Mommy will know?" "Yes, a mother and child share a bond. She will know what you're thinking. If you don't eat, she will know that too. What if I think of her? Will she know that I miss her?" "She will. Is it because she doesn't tea like me?" Shunbao inquired, sorrow etched on his face. Bo Yancheng immediately shook his head in denial. "No, she loves you dearly." With a heavy heart, he tenderly ruffled Shunbao's hair, adding, "Perhaps she is simply caught up in something and cannot come at the moment." "Do you mean to say that she is in danger?" Bo Yancheng quickly grasped him. "Shunbao, where are you going?" "I must find Mommy. My Mommy is in danger, and I must save her." "Shunbao, you mustn't think irrationally. She is not in danger. Let go of me. I need to find Mommy. She is certainly captured by bad people, and I must rescue her. Let go of me, let go of me. No one can harm my Mommy." "Shunbao." It was late, and Bo Yancheng dared not let him go outside. He firmly held onto Shunbao's arm. "Shunbao, please calm down." Yet Shunbao not only refused to calm down, but suddenly became frantic, biting down hard on Bo Yancheng's wrist. Reacting instinctively, Bo Yancheng released him, and Shunbao dashed toward the door. Bo Yancheng hurriedly blocked the doorway. Realizing he could not escape, Shunbao grew even more agitated. He began to throw things around. The ornaments in the room, the blankets and pillows on the bed, the clock on the bedside table, the clothes in the wardrobe, including the bowl of noodles Bo Yancheng had just brought in. He smashed and shattered everything he could find, unsatisfied with merely throwing items. He picked up a fork from the ground and aimed it at his own wrist. Bo Yancheng, alarmed, rushed to embrace him. Shunbao. Shunbao fought back fiercely, attempting to break free from his grasp. When he could not, he began to scream, each cry more furious than the last. His whole body trembled, and the grinding of his back teeth echoed in the chaos. After a prolonged struggle, Shun Bao suddenly lost consciousness. Bo Yancheng's pupils dilated in horror. Shun Bao. He hastily carried Shun Bao downstairs. The old housekeeper, startled by the sight, exclaimed, "Sir, what has happened to the young master? Call Liu Bei and arrange for a car to the hospital, quickly." After a tumultuous half-hour at the hospital, Shun Bao's condition finally stabilized. Liu Bei, drenched in cold sweat, reassured, "It's all right now. Fortunately, you brought him in early." Bo Yancheng sat solemnly beside the hospital bed, gazing at Shun Bao's pale face. Feeling an ache in his heart, Liu Bei remarked, "Shun Bao's condition is deteriorating rapidly. If this continues, it will be dire." "Yancheng, are you certain you don't want to let Miss Tang try? I still believe she is more reliable. Perhaps she could unravel Shun Bao's emotional turmoil." Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Let us wait a bit longer. Please arrange for someone else to care for Shun Bao." He and T gathered all the necessary information yet and felt uneasy. Shun Bao was his lifeline. He could not permit anyone potentially dangerous to approach him. There were too many ambiguities surrounding Tang Nuanning. He was reluctant to involve her hastily. Liu Bei, uncertain of what Bo Yancheng was awaiting, refrained from pressing further and merely nodded in resignation. "By the way, Shun Jiaoyu is also in the hospital. Her hands and legs are injured quite severely, with a broken leg bone. It is said she was assaulted." No sooner had Liu Bei finished speaking than Bo Yancheng's phone rang. It was Shun Jiaoyu calling. Listening to her insincere words, Bo Yancheng felt irritated and suppressed his anger, stating, "He is fine now. You need to come over. Focus on recovering from your injuries." "So you already know I was hurt, do you? Could you come over and see me?" A flicker of irritation crossed Bo Yancheng's eyes, yet he acquiesced. "I will be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, he gave Liu Bei a few instructions before rising to visit Shun Jiayue. Upon seeing him, Shun Jiayue's eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Ah Shun, how is Shun Bao? I'm truly worried about him." Ignoring her tears, Bo Yancheng seated himself and replied, "You need not concern yourself with Shun Bao. Focus on taking care of yourself." Wiping her tears, Shun Jiayue asked, "Ah Shun, do you like that woman?" "Which woman?" "The one who kissed you at the bar today." Bo Yancheng furrowed his brows. "It was an accident." Chapter 18. Tang Nuanning. "I am greedy for wealth, and I am proud of it." "An accident?" Upon hearing this, Shun Jiayue's anxious heart immediately calmed. It seemed her suspicions were correct. Bo Yancheng did not harbor feelings for her. Rather, she was the one attempting to entice him. Indeed, she was an audacious vixen, unaware of her own limitations. Shun Jiayue embarked on her acting journey, seemingly under the delusion regarding our relationship. She brought a group of people to assault me, nearly disfiguring my face. Alas, Shun Jiayue distorted the truth, intent on planting a negative impression of Tang Nuanning in Bo Yancheng's mind, while simultaneously seeking to elicit his sympathy for her. Ideally, she wished for Bo Yancheng to break that vile woman's legs on her behalf. Despite the immense favor she believed she had bestowed upon him, she had yet to even kiss him, while that wretched woman had the audacity to claim such proximity. "Where's your bodyguard?" Bo Yancheng inquired. "My bodyguard was injured by her men. She arrived with 2 large trucks of individuals, striking me indiscriminately. Had it not been for the kindness of a passerby who alerted the authorities, my visage might have been ruined," I lamented. "Ah Chung, you must stand up for me." Bo Yancheng remained silent. "Ah Chung, I am truly frightened. I fear she may seek to trouble me again. After you allowed her to kiss you, she might presume you have affections for her and grow arrogant. Ah Chung, might I move in with you? If I reside with you, she would not dare to bully me, and I could also spend quality time with Shun Bao." Shun Jiayue's cunning scheme was audibly apparent, even to the distant readers engrossed in their novels. Yet, Bo Yancheng responded, "There is no need for that, since it is merely a misunderstanding on her part. Clarifying the matter will suffice. Zhou Sheng, make it known that Miss Shun Jiayue and I are merely friends and not romantically involved. Let them mind their tongues and cease their baseless gossip." Upon hearing this, Shun Jiayue's eyes widened in disbelief. Her intention was solely to seize the opportunity to move into Bo Yancheng's residence, not to sever their connection. Currently, many individuals are unaware of the true nature of her relationship with Bo Yancheng, affording her exceptional courtesy. However, should they discover that she is not, in fact, Bo Yancheng's girlfriend. How would they perceive her? Shen Jiyue promptly interjected, there's no need, Aiken. You needn't concern yourself. I've already addressed the clarification. You can rest assured that she won't trouble you again due to misunderstandings. Focus on recuperating in the hospital. Having spoken, Bo Yancheng departed, leaving Shen Jiyue to gaze longingly after him, consumed by frustration. Enraged, incensed, infuriated. Because of Tang Nuanning, she suffered a hand injury and a broken leg, only to culminate in the dissolution of her association with Bo Yancheng. Ah! Shen Jiyue shrieked in fury, Vixen, 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 I shall not let you escape retribution. Upon exiting Shen Jiyue's hospital room, Bo Yancheng inquired of Zhou Sheng, has the matter been thoroughly investigated? His directive to Zhou Sheng stemmed from the involvement of Tang Nuanning. His aim was to scrutinize Tang Nuanning, rather than to express concern for Shen Jiyue's predicament. Miss Tang resisted, delivering a kick to Miss Shen, and seized the opportunity to flee. Bodyguards pursued her, whereupon she deployed pepper spray, incapacitating them, and subsequently hailed a taxi to escape. Curiously, an unidentified individual emerged, subjecting the bodyguards to a severe beating before proceeding to fracture Miss Shen's ankle. Who was this individual? Zhou Sheng shook his head, unable to find any leads. However, Miss Shen's bodyguard mentioned that it was likely the work of her detractors. Miss Shen had a rather poor reputation in the entertainment industry, garnering discontent from colleagues and fans alike. She had offended numerous individuals. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before expressing his frustration. Shen Jiyue had repeatedly lied to him, treating him as if he were a fool. Zhou Sheng recognized Bo Yancheng's anger and nodded in understanding. Upon returning to Shen Bao's hospital room, the hostility in Bo Yancheng's eyes dissipated instantly, replaced by tenderness and helplessness. The little one was still fast asleep, and Bo Yancheng gently caressed his small face. Mummy, Shen Bao murmured in his dreams, evoking even deeper sympathy from Bo Yancheng. Suddenly, Tang Nuanning's figure flashed in his mind, her image of kissing him vividly appearing before him. The hand that had been caressing Shen Bao's cheek froze. What Shen Jiyue had said rang true. For years, no woman had dared to approach him closely, let alone kiss him. Yet, Tang Nuanning not only embraced him, but also kissed him. When she cried, his first instinct was to feel compassion. When she kissed him, he did not push her away. Instead, thoughts of Shen Bao's mother surfaced. What did this signify? Could it be that she was the woman from years past? Bo Yancheng's brow tightened, and his heart skipped a beat. Yet, if she truly was Shen Bao's biological mother, why not simply acknowledge it? He had once vowed to treat her kindly. If her intentions were genuine, wouldn't it have been more straightforward to reveal herself? He was consumed by thoughts of her, leading him to encounter a woman who stirred his feelings, and he couldn't help but assume she was the one. Sitting beside the hospital bed, Bo Yancheng lost himself in turbulent musings before finally retrieving his phone to call Zhou Sheng, requesting that Tang Nuanning be brought over. Now, yes, regardless of the circumstances. Find her. We shall conduct a paternity test first. If she truly is Shen Bao's biological mother. Bo Yancheng's throat tightened. If she is not Shen Bao's biological mother. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the consequences of her daring to approach him. She would be doomed. Zhou Sheng, upon receiving the directive, hurried to locate Tang Nuanning. Unable to ascertain her whereabouts, he went to the bar to inquire. The duty manager informed him that there was no one named Tang Nuanning on the list of part-time staff for that evening. Zhou Sheng displayed Tang Nuanning's photograph to the manager, who suddenly realized, ah, it's her. She doesn't go by Tang Nuanning. Look, she registered under a different name. The group exchanged glances, collectively speechless. It was evident she was a gold digger. Do you have her address? Yes, but it may not be authentic. Here, take a look. Zhou Sheng glanced at the registration book, but still sent someone to investigate. Unsurprisingly, the address turned out to be false. Zhou Sheng felt a headache coming on. She had vanished once again. Brother Chun, Miss Tang has gone missing again. We searched everywhere but found no trace. The Fu family is also searching for her. I heard that after Fu Zixuan awakened, he cried and insisted on finding the beautiful sister. It seems the Fu family is even more anxious than we are. Bo Yancheng's displeasure grew. Didn't you inquire at the bar? Miss Tang utilized a pseudonym and a fictitious address at the bar. Upon first glance, Bo Yancheng was astounded by the elegance of her handwriting. On further reflection, he turned to Zhou Sheng and inquired, "Is Tang wealthy?" Zhou Sheng couldn't suppress a chuckle, noting that Miss Tang appeared to be quite the materialist. Bo Yancheng, pursing his lips, chose not to engage further and continued his search. Chapter 19. The surge of hormones. The following morning, Tang Nuanning awoke early, oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on her. She pondered when she might finally be free from her marriage. There seemed to be no hope in sight. Sighing in frustration, she lay in bed, scrolling through her phone, initially hoping to catch a glimpse of Bo Yancheng's whereabouts. Instead, she stumbled upon a missing person notice from the Fu family. Unable to locate her, they had resorted to posting a plea online. Major media outlets and television networks broadcasted the information, seemingly desperate for her to see it. Fortunately, the notice did not include her photograph or name. It merely recounted the previous day's events succinctly. As long as she saw it, she would understand they were searching for her. Tang Nuanning sat up, contemplating the notice. She felt no familial connection to the Fu family and was reluctant to involve herself in their affairs. However, the thought of that troubled child weighed heavily on her mind. Mental illness is inherently frightening. If the child merely exhibited silence or irritability, it could be manageable, but the fear remained that it might escalate to self-harm. Tragically, many children suffering from severe psychological disorders ultimately succumb to suicide. During her 5-year residence in the mountains, devoid of excessive social interactions and leading a rather tranquil life, she found ample time to immerse herself in learning. Aware that her child would grow up in a single-parent household, she diligently studied numerous works on child education and psychology. In the realm of special education for children, she lacked only a certification. Her capabilities were indeed present. After some contemplation, Tang Nuanning resolved to visit the hospital. Being a mother herself, she could not turn a blind eye to those in need, thinking of it as a blessing for her own child. Rising from her slumber, she first attended to the kitchen, preparing breakfast for her 3 little ones. After freshening up and leaving a note, she stepped outside. To her surprise, upon arriving at the hospital entrance, she encountered Shanhai. Recalling the incident from the previous night, she felt a twinge of guilt and contemplated feigning ignorance. Yet, Shanhai obstructed her path, exclaiming, "Ah, is this not the esteemed Miss Tang? What a coincidence that we meet again." The moment he laid eyes on Tang Nuanning, his hormones surged with excitement. He made no effort to conceal his base desires, leering at her with a frivolous demeanor. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow. Adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary conflict, she attempted to be polite, stating, "I'm here to see a friend and am in a hurry, so I must be on my way." However, Shanhai was relentless, countering, "How can visiting a friend be more enjoyable than being with me? Our encounter last night ended before it truly began. Today, you must make it up to me. Come, let me show you a good time." As he began to invade her personal space, Tang Nuanning's temper flared. "What do you think you're doing? I'm not familiar with you, so keep your distance." As Tang Nuanning finished her words and departed, Shanhai signaled to his bodyguards, who promptly rushed over, leaving her no opportunity to call for help as they forcibly ushered her into the car. One who refuses the toast must drink the penalty wine. She dares to challenge me. Humph, Shanhai muttered, dialing Shen Jiayue. At that moment, Shen Jiayue was still lying in her hospital room, and upon hearing that Tang Nuanning had arrived at the hospital, she erupted in fury. She believed that her injuries were inextricably linked to Tang Nuanning. As Bo Yancheng distanced himself from her, she deemed it Tang Nuanning's fault. Furthermore, the 50 million that Bo Yancheng withdrew was also attributable to Tang Nuanning's actions. Shen Jiayue placed the blame entirely on Tang Nuanning, cursing vehemently, "That wretched woman. Instead of hiding properly, she dares to roam about. Doesn't she fear that I might have someone eliminate her?" Shanhai remarked, "Yeah, I heard that Yancheng is also in the hospital. Do you think she might be here to seek him out?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayue's eyes widened. That shameless harlot. How dare she attempt to seduce Cheng? He has already stated that he does not like her, yet she continues to pursue him. Truly brazen. Uncle, take her away and teach her a lesson. First, ruin her looks, then ensure her virtue is destroyed. Once you've had your fun, sell her off to the city of Mian, and may I never lay eyes on her again. Upon hearing rest easy, yeah, entrust her my care without worry. Shenhai concluded the call and turned toward the vehicle. As the door was pulled open, Tang Nuanning struggled, her head emerging as she cried out for help. Help me, help me. Her voice was abruptly cut off. Passers-by near the hospital entrance, hearing the cries, turned their heads. Shenhai, looking exasperated, prompted hushed murmurs among the crowd. It's a pity that virtuous men often lack good wives, while brutes are blessed with delicate ones. How could such a beautiful girl marry him? One bystander sighed. Alas, it must be the power of money at play. Shenhai scoffed and entered the car. With the door closed, Tang Nuanning's pleas were muffled. He gazed at her, desires stirring within him. Disfiguring her was out of the question. Such a lovely face was too precious to ruin. He would keep her confined, a plaything for his desires, and sell her once he tired of her. A beauty is a beauty, he thought. Even her anger is alluring. I'll be sure to cherish you later. Suddenly, Tang Nuanning slapped him without a word. Taken aback, Shenhai retaliated with a slap of his own. You harlot, daring to strike me? You've become utterly lawless. I'll take care of you right now. As he spoke, he began to unbuckle his belt and lower his zipper, clearly intending to force himself upon her then and there. Tang Nuanning was filled with indignant rage. She had encountered repulsive individuals before, but none as vile as this. She glared at Shenhai, a silver needle already concealed within her sleeve, ready to transform him into a eunuch at any moment. She may lack wealth, power, and status, but she was not without the means to defend herself. In her years in the mountains, she had learned more than a few skills. Ignoring her admonitions, Shenhai undid his belt, his briefs following in descent. Incensed, Tang Nuanning was about to intervene when the driver executed an abrupt halt. Shenhai was propelled forward with sudden force. With a dull thud, Shenhai lunged into the front, colliding with the windshield. Ouch! He bellowed, enraged. Can you even drive? Don't you know I'm in the middle of something important? You imbecile! Shenhai cursed, attempting to rise, but his hasty movement resulted in his head striking the steering wheel with brutal force, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The driver stammered, Sir, wake up, ahead, directly ahead, a black luxury car is obstructing our path. Chapter 20. What skill is there in coercion? Zhou Sheng initially intended to swiftly exit the car to rescue Tang Nuanning, but upon witnessing Shenhai's unconscious state, he regained composure. Observing Shenhai's disheveled attire through the windshield, he couldn't help but remark to Bo Yancheng, this Shenhai is truly incorrigible. I hesitate to acknowledge any acquaintance with him. Utterly disgraceful. Bo Yancheng lifted his gaze, casting a frigid glance outward, and declared, since he so enjoys disrobing, let him circumnavigate Jinsheng thrice, bereft of any attire. Zhou Sheng's lips twitched slightly. To compel him to run nude in this biting cold? How provocative, but it was a fitting consequence. If one is a man, one shouldn't bully women. What skill is there in coercion? Zhou Sheng alighted from the car, proceeding to assist Tang Nuanning. Having alighted from a vehicle with impetuous haste, Tang Nuanning was taken aback by the sight of Zhou Sheng. Fresh from disembarking Shenhai's car, she found herself compelled to enter Bo Yancheng's automobile. Eschewing the rear seats, Tang Nuanning settled into the front passenger seat, as she harbored a desire to avoid proximity with Bo Yancheng, finding him vexing and inspiring trepidation. The matter of her indebtedness aside, his inclination to confine her was a source of fear. At that moment, with Zhou Sheng yet to enter the car, an unsettling silence pervaded the interior, occupied only by the two of them. Perched in the passenger seat, Tang Nuanning fixed her gaze forward, her spine rigid with tension, her mind adrift in conjecture. Doubtless, his pursuit was motivated by financial concerns, yet she was devoid of funds. Should he attempt to collect the debt? How could she escape? Furthermore, was he not cognizant of her status as Bo Yancheng's spouse? How dared he seek her out? Did he presume that Bo Yancheng held no affection for her? A twitch played at the corner of Tang Nuanning's lips, her heart pounding erratically. Maintaining a defensive posture, she mirrored Bo Yancheng's silence. She was acutely aware of his unwavering gaze, which had been fixed upon her since her entry into the vehicle. Tang Nuanning found herself increasingly unnerved and restless under his scrutiny. She yearned for him to break the silence, even if it were to deliver an unfavorable pronouncement. Having orchestrated Shanghai's public humiliation, Zhou Xing entered the car and addressed Bo Yancheng, relaying that Dr. Liu had contacted him, reporting that Fu Zixuan had regained consciousness but was in dire condition, expressing the hope that they would promptly bring Miss Tang to the hospital. Tang Nuanning's attention was immediately diverted, and she urgently implored Zhou Xing to exercise caution, as the child was susceptible to agitation. He is currently in the hospital, accompanied by doctors and nurses, yet the child yearns for you, crying and calling out for you. Please take me to the hospital at once. Zhou Xing turned to Bo Yancheng, and upon seeing his nod, he started the car. Throughout the journey, Bo Yancheng remained silent, but his gaze never wavered from Tang Nuanning. She sensed something unusual about him today. His silence was one thing, but the way he looked at her had changed. In their previous encounters, his gaze was sharp and indifferent, devoid of warmth. However, today, she couldn't quite articulate what was different, but it felt different. Tang Nuanning was perplexed, unsure if it was her sensitivity, agitated by Shanghai, or if Bo Yancheng was genuinely acting out of character today. Regardless, with a sense of unease, she hastily opened the car door upon arriving at the hospital and rushed inside. She was eager to see Fu Zixuan and anxious to distance herself from him. Bo Yancheng observed her slender figure, his deep-set eyes reflecting an inscrutable light. He too exited the vehicle. Zhou Xing was baffled. Bo Yancheng had sought Tang Nuanning since last night, and it was evident that his intentions were not solely to attend to Fu Zixuan's medical needs. Yet, upon finding her today, he said nothing and took no action. Furthermore, the way he looked at Tang Nuanning was enigmatic. One thing was certain. His hostility seemed to have diminished in her presence. Zhou Xing pondered. Had his master come to a realization, perhaps contemplating a change of heart? Had a mere kiss from Tang Nuanning captured his heart? Actually, Zhou Xing earnestly wished that his master would relinquish the pursuit of Shun Bao's mother, as 6 years had elapsed without a trace, rendering her discovery highly improbable. Furthermore, even if she were found, what if she had already married and borne children? Given Bo Yancheng's temperament, he would never coerce her into divorce. Zhou Xing had been with Bo Yancheng for many years. The fact that he addressed him as Brother Chun rather than the deferential master sufficiently attested to their bond. Theirs was a life-or-death camaraderie, akin to brotherhood. Thus he yearned for Bo Yancheng's well-being. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had arrived at Fu Zixuan's ward. In a single day, the child's complexion had become alarmingly pallid. Devoid of screams or shouts, his eyes remained closed, his entire being trembling as he muttered inaudible words. Mr. and Mrs. Fu, along with a cohort of doctors in white coats, were vigilantly attending in the room. Several physicians were frantically scrutinizing medical records, while Mrs. Fu wept inconsolably. Disregarding formalities, Tang Nuanning hastened forward to assess Fu Zixuan's condition. Bo Yancheng followed, his gaze inscrutable as he observed Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning first took Fu Zixuan's pulse. Before she could utter a word, Fu Zixuan abruptly awoke with a piercing cry. Upon witnessing this, Tang Nuanning turned to Mrs. Fu and stated, "I require a private moment with him. I must ask you all to leave." Mr. Fu, placing his confidence in her, promptly instructed everyone to depart. Once the door was sealed, those outside could no longer observe the interior. Only the anguished cries of Fu Zixuan permeated the air. The Fu family was fraught with anxiety. The matriarch voiced her apprehension. "I've heard she's not a physician and lacks medical credentials. We barely know her. How can we entrust Zixuan to her care with peace of mind?" Mrs. Fu was dissolved in inconsolable tears, while Mr. Fu sighed with resignation. "What choice do we have? We've consulted every available expert, and none have been able to provide a cure. If this continues, Zixuan will inevitably suffer a dire fate. It's better to let her try." In essence, it was a desperate measure, akin to clutching at straws. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, his heart laden with concern. His state of mind mirrored that of Mr. Fu. He had sought counsel from every physician he could, yet Shunbao's condition had shown no improvement. He was willing to explore any glimmer of hope. Had it not been for prior events, he would have allowed Tang Nuanning to approach Shunbao long ago. After approximately half an hour, the door opened. Tang Nuanning stood in the doorway and announced he has calmed down and expressed his hunger, requesting noodles. The assembled company was taken aback. Mrs. Fu was the first to react, rushing into the sick room. Fu Zixuan was sitting on the bed, gazing at her serenely, and said in a childish voice, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Overwhelmed with emotion, Mrs. Fu nearly shrieked. Fearing she might startle her son, she quickly covered her mouth. Fu Zixuan repeated, "Mommy, I'm hungry. I want noodles." Mrs. Fu was moved to tears of joy. All right, noodles it is. Mommy will make them for you personally. Mommy will go and make them right away. Tell Mommy what kind of noodles you'd like to eat. Tomato and egg. Is 2 eggs sufficient? Tears cascaded down Mrs. Fu's face. Yes, 2 eggs. Mommy will prepare it immediately. My darling wants tomato and egg noodles. Tomatoes, eggs, someone quickly procure tomatoes and eggs, the finest and freshest available. Mr. Fu was equally astounded. Xian, do you recognize me? Daddy. Huh. Mr. Fu exhaled deeply, his chest heaving. Xian, say it again. Daddy. The Fu family rejoiced, as if celebrating the Lunar New Year, all fawning over Fu Zixuan. Tang Nuanning secretly breathed a sigh of relief, happy for them. Suddenly, her wrist was seized forcefully. Chapter 21. Mother and Son. Initial acquaintance. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Bo Yancheng, his face dark, gave her no time to react, dragging her into the adjacent vacant room. He pinned her against the door, initiating a wall slam. Lowering his gaze, he stared intently at her. Tang Nuanning's back pressed against the door panel, attempting to retreat, yet finding no escape. She could only straighten her spine, watching Bo Yancheng with wary eyes. What? What do you intend to do? Was he finally about to erupt? Was a storm brewing? Was he going to demand money from her? Bo Yancheng remained silent, simply gazing at her, his expression inscrutable. He was uncertain if the woman before him was indeed the one he had been desperately searching for. Because of this uncertainty, he was unsure of how to approach her, or even what to say. Tang Nuanning, perplexed, noticed his unusual behavior in the car, and at this moment, she was more certain that his gaze towards her had indeed changed. Although it remained cold and aloof, there was now a hint of warmth. Seeing him silent, Tang Nuanning cleared her throat and asked, "What do you want from me? Aren't you afraid that Bo Yancheng will trouble you?" Bo Yancheng remained silent. Realizing that invoking Bo Yancheng was futile, Tang Nuanning continued, "Are you here to ask me for money?" I have no money. Besides, it was you all who bullied my Sambao first." Bo Yancheng remained silent once more. Frustrated, Tang Nuanning pressed on. "Is it that you wish to avenge that old man named Shen? I told you, he was the one who harassed me first. I was merely defending myself." Bo Yancheng still did not respond, causing Tang Nuanning to grow increasingly agitated. "What do you want from me? Can you not say a word?" Bo Yancheng's lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. Just as Tang Nuanning was about to speak, he suddenly raised his hand, assuming he intended to strike her. She instinctively flinched, feeling a slight sting on her head, akin to an ant bite. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, shielding her head with her hands. Bo Yancheng cast her a complex glance before turning to leave. Tang Nuanning was left bewildered. As he reached the door, Bo Yancheng instructed Zhou Sheng to keep an eye on her, ensuring she neither escaped nor suffered any grievances. He clutched the strands of Tang Nuanning's and Shun Bao's hair, personally delivering them to Liu Bei for analysis, urging for expedited results. Liu Bei, unaware of the sample's origins, hesitated momentarily before stating that the quickest turnaround would be tomorrow. "Very well, conduct the analysis yourself," he was instructed. "Understood." Just as Liu Bei entered the laboratory with the specimens, a crisis unfolded with Shun Bao, who upon awakening and seeing the female caregiver at his bedside, suddenly became distraught. He tore out the 4 lines, shattered the instruments on the nightstand, and even lacerated his face and arms with the needles. When Liu Bei and Bo Yancheng arrived, they found the room in disarray. Shun Bao was in a frenzy, smashing and throwing objects, while the terrified caregiver cowered in the corner, weeping. Bo Yancheng's heart leaped into his throat at the sight of Shun Bao's blood. "Shan Bao, don't approach." Bo Yancheng faltered. "If you come closer, I'll jump." Shun Bao stood by the window, his brow furrowed as he glared at Bo Yancheng, his small fists clenched, his breathing rapid and erratic. It was unclear where he was injured, as his face and hand were covered in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bo Yancheng, fraught with anxiety, remained still. Shen Bao, please remain calm. Shen Bao remained silent, merely standing by the window, glaring. The hospital's pediatric specialists had all gathered, crowding at the doorway, hesitant to approach. Liu Bei inquired in hushed tones to the young female caregiver, who tearfully responded that she was at a loss. She had been vigilantly attending to the bedside, and upon witnessing his awakening, she promptly inquired about his thirst. He remained silent, fixing her with a stare for a moment before abruptly becoming agitated. Shen Bao articulated with chilling detachment, "I have stated, I desire only my mommy's presence." Shen Bao, allow me to elucidate. She is merely a caregiver that your Uncle Liu and I procured for you. I have avowed, I desire none but mommy. I have no need of other women's company. I yearn solely for mommy. I want mommy. I want mommy. Shen Bao resembled a frantic little beast, weeping and wailing, and in his distress he lunged towards the window. Bo Yancheng surged forward with alacrity, clasping him tightly. Liu Bei and the other medical personnel hastened to administer a sedative. Within moments, Shen Bao was pacified. As the pediatric specialist attended to Shen Bao's wounds, Liu Bei remarked to Bo Yancheng, "Shen Bao's condition is deteriorating." Yancheng summoned Miss Tang to examine him, observe Zishuan's state, and then consider Shen Bao's. Bo Yancheng, still shaken by the preceding events, inhaled deeply. He swallowed several times to regain his composure, cast a glance at Shen Bao, and retrieved his mobile phone to make a call. "Bring Tang Nuanning to Shen Bao's ward." Tang Nuanning was in a state of agitation, having been inexplicably confined once more by Bo Yancheng, causing her considerable anxiety. The door swung open abruptly, and Zhou Sheng, in a state of agitation, announced that he was to escort her to attend to Shen Bao. Tang Nuanning inquired, "Who is Shen Bao?" "The young master of our household is in a predicament akin to that of Fu Zishuan. He too suffers from mania." Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow, pondering his child. "You should promptly go and check on him. Shen Bao nearly leapt from the building today." Tang Nuanning's heart sank at the thought, and she hurriedly followed Zhou Sheng to visit Shen Bao. Bo Yancheng remained by the bedside, and upon casting a glance at him, Tang Nuanning shifted her focus to Shen Bao. Yet, the moment she beheld him, her heart began to race. Shen Bao was swathed in bandages, his face obscured, eyes tightly shut. She could not discern his features, yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Witnessing his battered form tugged painfully at her heartstrings. Approaching the bedside, Tang Nuanning took the little one's pulse, but as her hand met Shen Bao's small hand, a wave of poignant sorrow surged within her. Her nostrils flared, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Tang Nuanning raised a hand to dab at the corners of her eyes, astonished. She could not fathom the reason for her tears. It was a perplexing phenomenon, one she could not articulate. When treating Fu Zishuan, she had not experienced such heightened emotions. Beep, beep, beep. The monitoring device on the bedside table suddenly emitted an alarm, indicating that Shen Bao's heart rate was dangerously accelerating. Tang Nuanning's own heartbeat quickened in response. Thump, thump, thump. She hastily wiped away her tears, striving to regain her composure, and focused intently on taking Shen Bao's pulse. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "His condition is dire. He has already slipped into a state of slumber, yet his heart races inexplicably fast, as if he is not deeply asleep, but rather struggling to awaken." Liu Bei remarked, "The situation was too urgent earlier. I had to administer a sedative. It has only recently been administered, so I suspect the effect have yet to fully manifest." Tang Nuanning frowned, retrieving a silver needle, intent on acupuncture. Bo Yancheng seized her wrist with a watchful gaze, demanding, "What are you doing?" Chapter 22. It's just a divorce. His eyes were bloodshot, creating a fearsome visage that made Tang Nuanning shudder. She explained, "I intend to administer acupuncture to help him sleep soundly. He is currently engulfed in pain. His body craves rest while his mind resists. This internal struggle is perilous, risking severe consequences." Bo Yancheng scrutinized her for a moment, discerning no deception in her demeanor. before reluctantly releasing her. Tang Nuanning let out a quiet sigh of relief and swiftly proceeded with the acupuncture. Before long, Shen Bao's heartbeat stabilized. Liu Bei exhaled deeply, grateful that the heartbeat had returned to normal. Tang Nuanning collected the silver needles, stating, "Now we can only wait for him to awaken to assess his condition. I have heard that he and Fu Zixuan share similar circumstances, both afflicted with bipolar disorder. Fu Zixuan's condition stemmed from childhood trauma due to an abduction. What about him? This child is haunted by an obsession for his mother, a longing that has become excessive," she pondered aloud. Tang Nuanning inquired. An excessive longing for his mother? What about her? Liu Bei shrugged helplessly and glanced at Bo Yancheng before replying. She is no longer present. Tang Nuanning instinctively assumed the worst and asked, "When did his mother pass away?" "Who told you his mother passed away?" boomed Mr. Bo, preempting Liu Bei's response. "His mother is alive and well, healthier than anyone." Startled by Mr. Bo's sudden outburst, Ms. Tang glared at him, refraining from retorting. Mr. Bo, realizing he had once again lashed out at her, moved his lips, yet remained silent, seemingly at a loss for words. He then lowered his gaze to Shen Bao. Liu Bei swiftly interjected to smooth things over. "She hasn't passed away, but rather went missing after giving birth to Shen Bao. Her fate remains unknown." "She's alive, Mr. Bo retorted, without even looking up. Liu Bei could only concede, yes, alive, still alive. Realizing that a detailed conversation with Ms. Tang was impossible in Mr. Bo's presence, he led her into the hallway, explaining, "The situation is this. Shen Bao's mother disappeared after giving birth to him. For years, both father and son have been searching for her, longing for her return. As you can discern, both the young one and the elder harbor a deep yearning for that woman, bordering on obsession." Ms. Tang paused, glancing into the sick room. Mr. Bo sat by the bedside, clutching Shen Bao's small hand with palpable tenderness. She had not anticipated that this man would prove to be such a devoted husband and father. "So Shen Bao's illness stems from an intense longing for his mother?" she inquired. "Indeed, that's the root of the problem," Liu Bei confirmed. Ms. Tang cast another glance into the room. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of that small figure in the bed filled her with sorrow and empathy. After a pause, Tang Nuanning suggested to Liu Bei that if his biological mother truly couldn't be located, they should find a way to divert his attention by finding a substitute, whether a person or an activity. Liu Bei sighed again, recounting their past attempt to introduce a surrogate mother, which was quickly exposed, leading to a significant outburst from him. It was from that incident that his condition worsened, deterring them from further attempts. Approaching it from the angle of people proved unfeasible, and activities were even less successful. His sole focus remained on finding his mother, with no interest in anything else. He devoted his time to sleeping and longing for his mother. Tang Nuanning expressed her sympathy, inquiring if he attended school. Liu Bei replied negatively, stating that his condition prevented him from attending school normally. "Have you ever attempted to enter his mental realm?" Tang Nuanning asked. Liu Bei shook his head. No opportunity presented itself. "What about hypnosis?" "We've tried, but without success." Tang Nuanning was silent. Liu Bei continued, "Shen Bao is unlike other children. He is exceptionally intelligent. You can't treat him as an ordinary child. He is clever, sensitive, and highly vigilant." Tang Nuanning glanced into the ward once more, then remarked, "I understand why you brought me here, but I'm not a doctor. I've merely learned some traditional Chinese medicine from my family and read a few books on child psychology in my spare time, so please don't place too much hope in me. It was merely serendipitous that I managed to assuage Fu Zixuan. I can only offer a tentative effort. Upon his awakening, I shall endeavor to engage in conversation with him, with the hope of gaining ingress into his psychological domain and discovering a propitious avenue." Liu Bei promptly responded, Indeed. Your assistance is already deeply appreciated. Rest assured, Chun will not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. You are at liberty to stipulate any conditions you deem appropriate. Within the confines of Jincheng, there exists no endeavor beyond his capacity." Tang Nuanning mused. "Could he perhaps facilitate my expeditious divorce for Bo Yancheng? Ashen? Bo Yancheng?" Their nomenclature both incorporate the character Chen. What an extraordinary coincidence. As Tang Nuanning was on the cusp of inquiring about his designation, Her cellular device emitted an auditory signal, indicating an incoming transmission from an unfamiliar numerical sequence. Tang Nuanning proceeded to a more secluded area to receive the communication. Hello. You are endeavoring to seek a dissolution of marital ties with Bo Yancheng, are you not? Indeed. How did you come to possess this knowledge? Who is the individual to whom I am presently communicating? The particulars of my identity are of no consequence. What is of paramount import is that Bo Yancheng is presently situated within Jincheng. He has not embarked on a business excursion. He has deceived you. Should you aspire to instigate divorce proceedings, you may avail yourself of the option to intercept him at his domicile or at his corporate headquarters. Subsequent to the utterance of these words, the interlocutor terminated the telephonic connection. Tang Nuanning's ocular organs dilated in astonishment. Bo Yancheng has not embarked on a business excursion? Tang Nuanning's cardiac rhythm accelerated precipitously. Disregarding any contemplation as to the identity of the individual who had initiated the telephonic exchange, she executed a swift volte-face and hastened towards the elevator bay. Liu Bei promptly pursued her. Miss Tang, has an exigency arisen? Tang Nuanning, while simultaneously actuating the elevator call button, articulated, I am compelled to attend to an urgent matter. Is there a possibility that we may render assistance? Negative. It pertains to a private affair. Liu Bei harbored apprehensions that Shun Bao might abruptly awaken, potentially leading to an unmanageable crisis. He remained uncertain whether Tang Nuanning could assuage Shun Bao's distress, yet she represented their sole recourse. Consequently, he sought to detain Tang Nuanning, preventing her departure. Tang Nuanning, cognizant of his intentions, elucidated, please take note of my mobile number. Should any complications arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I am currently compelled to attend to an urgent matter. Tang Nuanning promptly recited her telephone number. Her perception of Liu Bei was favorable, given his consistently courteous demeanor. Upon reflection, she appended, I shall transmit a prescription to you presently. In the event that his awakening proves uncontrollable, administer the concoction. It should prove efficacious. Indeed, very well. Profound gratitude. Liu Bei diligently stored the mobile number, observing Tang Nuanning as she entered the elevator and departed. Chapter 23. Tang Nuanning. Do not compel me to initiate harassment mode. Bo Yancheng was seated bedside, attending to Shun Bao, whose diminutive hand he clasped firmly. Liu Bei consoled him. Do not succumb to excessive apprehension. At the very least, there are currently no grave concerns. Bo Yancheng's Adam's apple bobbed, noting Tang Nuanning's absence. He inquired, where is she? She departed due to an urgent matter. Bo Yancheng's eyelids lifted. Departed? Indeed. She indicated the presence of an urgent matter necessitating her immediate attention. Frowning, Mr. Bo heard Liu Bei remark, she possesses autonomy. We cannot hold her against her will. Furthermore, we require her assistance. Detaining her would invariably lead to a rupture in our rapport. Would you entrust Shun Bao to her care, should such a schism occur? In prior days, Mr. Bo would have indifferently dismissed the notion. However, he now grapples with uncertainty regarding Ms. Tang's maternal connection to Shun Bao, as well as her capacity to aid Shun Bao in overcoming his emotional distress. Consequently, his sentiments are complex. I shall retire for a moment to indulge in a cigarette, he announced, as he arose from his seat and departed the ward. Liu Bei observed him with considerable surprise. Heretofore, Mr. Bo would have remained steadfastly by Shun Bao's side, never absenting himself, even for a momentary indulgence. Today, however, it was evident that he was genuinely vexed. Meanwhile, upon departing the hospital, Ms. Tang promptly hailed a taxi in the direction of Royal View Garden. Once inside the vehicle, she composed herself and drafted a prescription, which she dispatched to Liu Bei. Subsequently, she attempted to contact the individual who had furnished her with the information, but to no avail. Undeterred, she directly contacted one of Mr. Bo's subordinates and learned that Mr. Bo was purportedly still abroad on business. Ms. Tang's countenance darkened immediately. Cease the fabrication. I am aware that he is presently within Tianjin. Upon encountering the subordinate's silence, she surmised that the information was indeed accurate. Ms. Tang harbored a degree of resentment. Was it truly necessary for him to evade her in this manner, merely on account of a divorce? Did he fear the division of assets? Convey to him that I am en route to Royal View Garden. If he wishes to avoid my persistent entreaties, he should proceed to Royal View Garden forthwith to execute the divorce papers. Should he fail to appear, I shall commence a campaign of relentless harassment. Furthermore, convey to him that my intentions are purely for a dissolution of our marriage. I shall not lay claim to a single penny of his wealth. I am prepared to relinquish all assets. Upon the finalization of the divorce, I will vanish from his sight, never again to intrude upon his existence. Having concluded the call, Tang Nuanning's brow furrowed with consternation. He deceived her, the audacity. Shortly thereafter, Bo Yancheng received the communique. He stood in the designated smoking area at the corridor's terminus, his spirits vexed. Who divulged to her that I was still in Jincheng? Zhou Sheng responded. She did not specify, only that should you prove recalcitrant to the divorce, she would initiate a campaign of harassment, asserting her sole desire is to terminate the marriage, harboring no ulterior motives and willing to surrender all assets. Moreover, post-divorce, she vowed to disappear from your purview, never again to disrupt your life. Bo Yancheng's displeasure was palpable. Is she attempting to coerce me? Zhou Sheng demurred from a direct response, pausing before inquiring. What course of action shall we pursue? Should you remain resistant, might she genuinely embark on this campaign of harassment, or perhaps misconstrue your sentiments towards her? Upon Tang Nuanning's arrival at Eugene Garden, the caretaker of the estate ushered her inside. This particular domestic was a recent hire, the previous cohort that had attended to Tang Nuanning having long been replaced. The domestic, unfamiliar with Tang Nuanning, had only permitted her entry upon receiving explicit instructions. The domestic offered Tang Nuanning tea with utmost courtesy. Very well, thank you. Tang Nuanning accepted the teacup, placing it upon the low table while scrutinizing the interior decor. It remained virtually unchanged from when she departed. Alas, the individuals had been replaced. She once resided here for 3 years, assuming the role of the lady of the house. Now, she is nothing. Once, she believed she could spend her entire life in this place, even envisioning the scene of her old age, surrounded by the laughter of children with Bo Yancheng. Yet, the result, alas, life is but a play, mocking existence. After that, he never returned. As the car came to a halt, Bo Yancheng opened the door and stepped out. The moment his feet touched the ground, his phone rang. It was Liu Bei calling. Yancheng, Uncle Shun is at the hospital and wishes to see you. It must be regarding that 50 million investment. Bo Yancheng replied coldly. Tell him I'm busy at the moment and remind him not to focus solely on making money, but to take some time to care for his daughter. Shun Jiyue had done him a great favor, but he would not indulge her indefinitely. After ending the call, Bo Yancheng strolled towards the main building. The maid informed him, Sir, Madam is waiting for you inside. Understood. Finally, he would see him. 2 years of marriage, 6 years apart, 8 years in total. They had maintained a marital relationship for 8 years, yet she had never laid eyes on him. Whether he showed disdain today or humiliated her, she would not utter a word, only hoping for his consent to divorce. Yet, just as Bo Yancheng reached the main entrance, his phone rang once more. It was Shun Jiang calling. Bo Yancheng frowned and answered the call. Before he could speak, Shun Jiuyue's voice suddenly came through. Cheng, did you withdraw your investment from the Shun family because of me? My father said I upset you. Your actions make me truly uneasy. I never intended to upset you. You know I hold affection for you. After rescuing Shun Bao all those years ago, I expressed my desire to marry you. But your marital status prevented that dream from materializing. I genuinely cherish you, truly wish to be your wife, and sincerely do not wish to cause you any distress. Please, enlighten me on where I have erred. Bo Yancheng, feeling irritable, directly confronted her, stating that he despises deception in his presence. Pleading is futile. She should engage in self-reflection. He abruptly ended the call. As the maid approached to open the door, Bo Yancheng unexpectedly uttered, Wait a moment. This phone call from Shan Jiuyue sparked a realization within him. If he were to divorce today, and the results tomorrow revealed that Tang Nuanning was not Shun Bao's biological mother, he would revert to being single. What then if Shun Jiuyue insisted on marriage? He would not indulge her whims, yet he had indeed stated in the past that had he not been married, he would have wed her. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot. Should he become single and Shen Jiayue truly pressed for marriage, what would he do? This marriage must not dissolve at present. He must await the results of the paternity test between Shen Bao and Tang Nuanning tomorrow before making any decisions. He decided to inform her that he had urgent matters to attend to and that the divorce would not proceed for now, promising to contact her the following day. Bo Yancheng turned and walked away. Hearing the engine roar to life in the courtyard, Tang Nuanning was puzzled. Why had he started the car again? This could not bode well. He might flee at the last moment. With a swift motion, Tang Nuanning sprang to her feet and hurried outside. Chapter 24. The Three Little Ones. Is he really daddy? The maid entered, saying, Miss Tang, the sir asked me to convey that he has matters to attend to today, and the divorce will not be finalized just yet. He mentioned he will reach out to you tomorrow. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow. Was that Bo Yancheng just now? Yes, it was the sir, the maid affirmed. In a flurry, Tang Nuanning rushed outside, catching a glimpse of Bo Yancheng's car. She chased after it, shouting, Hey, stop! Bo Yancheng, you stop. Yet the black luxury vehicle sped away like a dragon, leaving her far behind in mere moments. By the time she reached the villa's entrance, the taillights were already out of sight. Tang Nuanning was fuming, her breath coming in quick bursts. What was this all about? It was merely a signature. There were no financial disputes at hand. Why did it have to be so complicated? He could have signed and left afterward, no matter how pressing his business was. She was on the verge of exasperation. She was so close to achieving her divorce, and now it had slipped away. Was the universe conspiring against her? Or did this wretched marriage possess some kind of curse, making the process as arduous as Tang Seng's pilgrimage for scriptures, enduring all manner of tribulations? The newly arrived maid, a kind-hearted soul, noticed her distress and offered comfort. Miss Tang, the sir will reach out to you tomorrow. Please do not fret. Just wait a little longer. Tang Nuanning let out a sigh. If waiting another day was all it took, then so be it. As long as he agreed to the divorce, that was enough. At least she had received a definitive response. Dismissing the maid, she departed from Eugene Garden and called Liu Bei to inquire about Shen Bao's situation, as she was quite concerned about the child. Meanwhile, the three little ones were holding a small meeting at home. He believed that the city was unwelcoming to his mother, who also harbored a dislike for the place. Eager to assist her, he discreetly conducted an investigation and unexpectedly unearthed the events of that year. The Tang family coerced Tang Nuanning into dropping out of school to marry Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng publicly accused her of infidelity during their marriage, utterly tarnishing her reputation and subjecting her to public scorn. The Tang family, ashamed of her disgrace, distanced themselves and cast her out of their home. Ultimately, with no other choice, Tang Nuanning, pregnant, departed from Jin City to live alone in the countryside. Throughout her pregnancy, she toiled relentlessly, never experiencing a single day of comfort. To save money, she lived frugally, often subsisting on steamed buns and plain water, occasionally accompanied by pickled vegetables. Even consuming an egg felt like a luxury to her, and there were days when she would eat only one meal. She also had to endure the disdainful glances and gossip from those around her. As her due date approached, she fainted on her way home from work. In truth, Bo Yancheng had commissioned an investigation days earlier, yet no information was uncovered. This was not due to the incompetence of his associates, but rather because, after Tang Nuanning descended the mountain with her children, her savior feared that her past might disrupt their current lives and had thus concealed it. Additionally, he arranged a new identity for her. If anyone were to investigate her, they would only discover a simple woman who had lost her husband and was raising children in a rural village. The reason Tang Bao was able to uncover the truth was that he had been meticulously trained by the very person who had saved her, thus enabling him to successfully breach the system. The three little ones, filled with compassion for Tang Nuanning, wept for her plight. The youngest of the trio wept most bitterly. Mommy. Mommy is so pitiful, sob. Tang Bao choked on his words. No, I cannot allow Mommy to suffer these grievances in vain. I must avenge her. So it is the Tang family and the Bo family, is it? I shall blow them all to smithereens. Tang Bao's eyes were also red-rimmed, yet he retained his composure. He restrained his younger brother, asserting, since Mommy has chosen not to speak, it signifies she does not wish for us to know. We must remain calm. There will be ample opportunities for vengeance in the future. Tang Bao's small fists were clenched tightly. Yet he declared, I cannot endure this. Mommy is such a good person. How could they bully her so? In the past, she was all alone and defenseless, subjected to their torment. Now that we three are here, we cannot allow her to suffer. Endure it. We must for Mommy's sake. He insisted. Those grievances can be avenged even after we leave Jin City. The current focus is on Bo Yancheng. The youngest sibling felt that his elder brother's words were wise. He wiped away his tears and softly inquired, is he unwilling to divorce because he loves Mommy? Certainly not. If he loved her, he would never have harmed her back then. He does not love our Mommy, retorted Tang Bao, anger flaring within him. Mommy does not desire his affection. She is beautiful and gentle, deserving of a far better man. Bo Yancheng is unworthy of our Mommy. The youngest sibling sniffled and asked again, is he our father? Regardless of whether he is or not, I shall never accept him. The triplets nodded in unison. We don't want him either. Tang Bao scrutinized Bo Yancheng's photograph, noting the striking resemblance and his status as their mother's husband, deducing a 99% probability of him being their father. Yet so what? They would not favor someone who had shown indifference to their mother. Regardless of paternity, they would reject him, having grown up without paternal affection and thus not yearning for it. What child doesn't desire a father? Upon discovering Bo Yancheng's potential fatherhood, the triplets' eyes had sparkled with excitement. However, when faced with choosing between their mother and father, they unequivocally chose their mother. Children are inclined to favor those who treat them kindly and cling to those who provide care. Tang Bao added, let's remain composed. We shall not inquire about Mom's past if she doesn't mention it, feigning ignorance. Now that Mom knows Bo Yancheng is in Jincheng, she will undoubtedly seek a divorce. After the divorce, we shall take Mom away from here, and once settled in another city, we shall begin avenging Mom. Indeed, but what if he refuses to divorce Mom? Tang Bao furrowed his brow. Then we shall compel him to divorce Mom. They feigned ignorance, rushing into Tang Nuanning's embrace. Tang Nuanning, oblivious to their inner turmoil, gazed upon them with maternal affection. Upon beholding them, she comprehended the profound sentiment she had felt for the child named Shun Bao at the hospital. It was likely that she was reminded of De Bao and Heir Bao, for Shin Bao bore a striking resemblance to them. Mommy, was today's matter concluded? The divorce? Tang Nuanning shrugged, a gesture of helplessness. No. The three little ones furrowed their brows in unison. Why? He was occupied and suggested we reconvene tomorrow. The three little ones were speechless. Tang Nuanning bestowed upon each of them a tender kiss. All right, do not fret. If it is to be tomorrow, then so be it. One day will not make a difference. Seeing that Tang Nuanning was in good spirits, the three little ones refrained from further inquiry. They dedicated the afternoon to cheering her up. In their eyes, Mommy was their cherished princess. Those who did not appreciate her were of no consequence. They adored her. They would pamper their own mother. Chapter 25. He, Bo Yancheng, could never sire any other sons. The following day, Tang Nuanning awoke early. She checked her phone, and finding no contact from Bo Yancheng, she remained composed, considering it was only a little past 6. Nevertheless, to be certain, she placed a call to Royal View Manor. Having accurate information would suffice, even if it meant waiting until the afternoon. After freshening up and leaving a note for the three little ones, Tang Nuanning departed. With the morning at her disposal, she intended to seize the opportunity to meet with her two dear confidants. After the incident, Xia Tian and Nan Wan were subjected to considerable criticism and even anonymous threats for defending her, including the delivery of wreaths and animal corpses. Only now that her own affairs have truly concluded does she dare to meet with them. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning has cheerfully departed to reconnect with her close friends. Conversely, on the other side, a palpable aura of frost emanates from Bo Yancheng. He is currently facing a formidable challenge, contending with multiple adversaries simultaneously. A substantial contingent from the Bo family has arrived at the hospital to visit Shun Bao. Their underlying motive is to ascertain how much longer Shun Bao has to live. Bo Yancheng intercepts them outside the ward, preventing them from approaching Shun Bao in any way. The eldest member of the Bo family expresses discontent, Bo Yancheng, upon hearing that Shun Bao had fallen ill and been hospitalized. We promptly braved the wintry conditions to come and see him. Instead of gratitude, you bar us from entering the ward. What is the meaning of this? Bo Yancheng, without even glancing at her, directly addresses his grandfather, Bo Changshan, inquiring, what is the actual purpose of your visit? State it directly, and let us not waste each other's time. The Bo family concerned about Shun Bao? Preposterous. Bo Changshan, leaning on his cane, furrows his brow upon hearing this. Bo Changshan has 4 children in total, 3 daughters and 1 son. The son, Bo Huizhong, is the youngest, who is also Bo Yancheng's father. Many years ago, he and his wife tragically passed away in an accident abroad. The 4th branch now consists solely of Bo Yancheng and Shun Bao, making them a comparatively small family unit. Furthermore, with Bo Yancheng now wielding significant power, the other branches are eyeing them covetously, constantly seeking to seize authority. Bo Changshan, Atevdina Chongshan Sut, leans on his cane, his hands resting on the dragon head of the cane, and inquires in a deep voice, what is Shun Bao's current condition? The same as before. Despite consulting with numerous experts, has there been no improvement? None. Shun Bao is the sole heir of the Bo family lineage, and this situation cannot persist. The eldest Bo murmured, indeed, continuing like this is untenable. In this generation, Shun Bao is the only male descendant, and by rights, he should be the legitimate heir of the Bo family. However, if he continues in this manner, how can he possibly inherit the Bo group? Are we to entrust the management of the Bo group to a frail individual? Moreover, will he even live to? Bo Changshan shot a glance at the eldest Bo, indicating his discontent. The eldest Bo's lips quivered, yet he dared not continue his statement. Bo Yancheng glanced at Bo Changshan with impatience, declaring, your concerns regarding Shun Bao are unwarranted. My patience is limited, so please get to the point. Bo Changshan, furrowing his brow, paused for a moment before speaking. In recent years, your business dealings have always been profitable. How is it that suddenly you have been outmaneuvered? I am human, not divine. Business inherently involves both gains and losses. Bo Changshan, skeptical, pressed further. Who has encroached upon your business? Is it someone from Jincheng? Bo Yancheng perceived his ulterior motives and fixed him with an inscrutable gaze, stating, grandfather is advanced in age and need not concern himself with business matters. I will handle everything. Bo Changshan frowned. The main branch has begun to escalate their demands again. Bo Yancheng, although you currently oversee the company, do not forget that the Bo Group was established by your grandfather, and he retains the right to inquire into company affairs. Bai Yancheng lifted his eyelids slightly and remarked, have you forgotten that the Bai Group, founded by my grandfather, no longer exists? The current Bai Group is a creation of my own making. The Bai Group, established by Bai Changshan, was once a publicly listed company, but has long since fallen into decline. In contrast, the Bai Group that I have built is thriving and stands as a veritable commercial empire. Regardless of your assertions, your grandfather remains the founder of the Bai Group. And then, he continued, of course, the founder possesses greater authority. If your grandfather were no longer with us, you would inherit the Bai Group. However, he is still alive. So you wish for me to step aside? You intend for me to relinquish the Bai Group willingly? You desire to oust me entirely and then divide the Bai Group among yourselves? Bai Lao was momentarily taken aback. Bai Yancheng's expression turned frosty. You are thinking too far ahead. A trace of displeasure flickered in Bai Changshan's eyes as he paused before saying, do not heed your aunt's ramblings. While it is true that I have grown old and wish to be free from these burdens, you are the only grandson of the Bai family and should rightfully manage the company. However, with such significant losses incurred, you must provide everyone with an explanation, not only for our family but also for the shareholders. Clarity is essential. Bai Yancheng replied in a dispassionate tone, I have already provided an explanation. And how did you explain it? Business competition. After leaving the hospital, the eldest of the Bo family began to voice his grievances. Indeed, he was the sole heir of the Bo lineage, yet what use was a root that disregarded the entirety of the Bo family? Shun Bao was also the only successor of the next generation of the Bo family, but he was frail and sickly. Could one like him possibly inherit the Bo Group? To speak candidly, would Shun Bao even reach the age of 18? What if he were to perish due to his ailments? The Bo family had always been singular in its lineage. Bo Yancheng was unlikely to father another son. While the continuation of bloodlines is of paramount importance, it must also be grounded in reality. If Shun Bao were to die, what then would become of the Bo family? Bo Changshan, with a grim countenance, chastised him, warning that calamities stem from careless words and that he should manage his tongue. Otherwise, the eldest branch would undoubtedly face grave troubles. Enraged, Bo Changshan retreated to his vehicle and departed. The eldest could not contain his frustration. Have I spoken incorrectly? The truth is that Shun Bao is on the brink of death, and Bo Yancheng will not have another son. The Bo family can no longer afford to prioritize bloodline over all else. The second brother interjected, one should not speak so definitively. Perhaps in a couple of years, Yancheng will come to terms with things and remarry, potentially fathering a son. Such daydreams. The Bo family has always been singular in its lineage. This has persisted for generations. Even a deity could not grant him another son. He scoffed. Once Shun Bao dies, what will Bo Yancheng have to boast about? The old patriarch still clings to the notion of bloodline inheritance. The eldest left with a disdainful huff. Chapter 26. Everyone awaits. Shun Bao's demise. Bo Lao Heir narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze filled with calculation. As soon as she entered the car, she inquired of the driver, have you ascertained the details? Indeed, madam. Young Master Shun Bao's condition is quite grave this time, nearly resulting in a suicide attempt. Suicide? Yes. The doctor suggests that children with psychological disorders, if left untreated, often meet their end through self-inflicted means. A glint of excitement flickered in Bo Lao Heir's eyes. The driver continued, Madam, it seems young Master Shun Bao may not have many days left, given that the Bo family has historically produced only one heir per generation. And considering that Master Yancheng is unlikely to remarry, even if he were to, he may not beget a son. The second branch of the Bo family is quite astute. She has long been scheming for the position of president of the Bo Corporation. On the surface, she presents herself as having only a daughter, appearing non-competitive and amiable to all. But in reality, she is the most insidious and cunning. She has been secretly nurturing her son outside the family, unbeknownst to both Bo Changshan and Bo Yancheng, all in preparation for a surprise move, achieving great things quietly. Now is not the opportune moment. We must wait. Wait until Shun Bao's condition becomes critical. Did you inquire about his life expectancy? That remains uncertain. Regarding psychological issues, even the doctors cannot provide a definitive prognosis. However, it is said that his condition will only worsen. This suicide attempt is merely the beginning, with more to follow. Bo Lao Heir scoffed. I highly doubt Bo Yancheng can always appear in time to save him. Once he is gone, our opportunity will arise. Meanwhile, Bo Changshan was not idle either. Upon entering his car, he immediately asked his confidant, what did Shun Bao's doctor say? The situation is precarious. Suicidal ideation has manifested today. Suicide? Bo Changshan furrowed his brow. The severity of his illness is inconsequential, but securing his life is paramount. Should something befall him, the ramifications for the first, second, and third branches of the family would be tumultuous. Concern for Shun Bao? Non-existent. It is merely a ploy to leverage Shun Bao to suppress the other branches, thereby enabling him to single-mindedly confront Bo Yancheng. The individual who pilfered Yancheng's business must be apprehended. The fact that he absconded with billions and breached the security network to caution Yancheng indicates he is no ordinary person. Unearthing him might provide leverage against Yancheng. Bo Changshan, akin to an ancient sovereign, is loath to relinquish his position until his dying breath. His pursuit of power borders on obsession. However, Bo Yancheng's strength is formidable, and he has been consistently subjugated in recent years. Only upon learning that someone had breached Bo Yancheng's security system and made off with billions did he perceive an opportunity for resurgence. This person is his savior, and he is determined to find him, enlisting his aid in confronting Bo Yancheng. His confidant stated, our operatives have been investigating incessantly, yet to no avail. It is rumored that even young Master Yancheng has been unable to unearth any information. The adversary is a master. Bo Changshan, his face darkened, exhaled deeply. Naturally, he is a master. Were he not, would he dare challenge Yancheng? Mr. Bo narrowed his eyes, contemplating contacting Baobei's #1 patron on the dark web. Whatever price he demands. Meet it, as long as he can help me uncover who that person is. His confidant worried, but he's elusive, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Moreover, he doesn't accept assignments based on price. He only takes on tasks that pique his interest. Ning Baobei's #1 patron is a contemporary luminary in the hacking world. 2 years ago, he suddenly emerged, breaching a foreign military arsenal in under a minute, achieving instant fame. At the time, a host of hackers attempted to uncover his identity, but they couldn't find a single piece of information. Instead, he exposed their entire histories. Since then, no one has dared to challenge him, and he has remained firmly at the top of the hacker rankings. A classic case of a meteoric rise to the peak. Many seek his services, but he is elusive, accepting assignments solely based on his whims. Anyone who can facilitate a collaboration with him would be incredibly fortunate. Mr. Bo said, the fact that he's Ning Baobei's #1 patron suggests he cares deeply about this Ning Baobei. Perhaps we can contact him through this Ning Baobei? Mr. Bo frowned again. He'll eventually appear to take on an assignment. As long as he's willing to accept our request, we'll meet any condition he sets. If he's willing to help, he can certainly uncover that person's identity. So, think of a good solution. Yes. Oh, we've discovered a woman named Tang Nuanning who has been interacting with the eldest young master quite a bit recently, and she also has knowledge of child psychology. The eldest young master may have her treat young master Shenbao, because she was the one who stabilized the condition of the Fu family's young master. Upon hearing this, Bo Chang narrowed his eyes. Did you investigate her background? Yes, I did. Here it is. She's a very ordinary woman who gave birth to 3 sons. Her husband passed away, and she's been living with her sons in a mountain village. She only arrived in Jincheng a few days ago. Bo Chang stared at the information for a moment, arranged for me to meet her. Understood. At the hospital, Zhou Shang said to Bo Yancheng, the old master and the others have departed. They've been privately occupied lately, investigating the individual who breached our security system. It appears they're seeking a collaborator. Bo Yancheng scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. He carried the blood of the Bo family, yet he harbored an irreconcilable animosity towards them. Were it not for unresolved matters, he would have severed ties with that group long ago. Yancheng, Liu Bei approached, holding a file folder. Bo Yancheng recognized it instantly. The DNA test results for Tang Nuanning and Shun Bao. Well, Liu Bei handed the file folder to Bo Yancheng, allowing him to examine it himself. Bo Yancheng received the folder, his expression tinged with solemnity. After a moment of hesitation, he opened it and extracted the test results. Chapter 27. This man's mood changes faster than the turn of a page, no blood relation. Gazing at the report, Bo Yancheng's expression was intricate. An indescribable sensation washed over him. In truth, he was mentally prepared for this outcome. For if Tang Nuanning were indeed Shun Bao's biological mother, she would have no reason to conceal the truth. After all, from any perspective, recognizing him would allow her to maximize her interests. Nevertheless, Bo Yancheng inquired further. Did you make it yourself? Yes, I didn't even allow my assistant to help. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Liu Bei was somewhat perplexed. Whose identification report is this? I surmise it's Miss Tang's and Shun Bao's. Liu Bei's eyes widened. Does Yancheng suspect Miss Tang is Shun Bao's biological mother? Good heavens! Why would he suspect Miss Tang? Shun Bao and Miss Tang don't even resemble each other. Liu Bei was even more astounded. Miss Tang kissed him? Zhou Shing nodded meaningfully, and he didn't refuse. Is the iron tree about to blossom? I believe there's a chance. We should all treat Miss Tang better in the future. Perhaps she can redeem Brother Chun and become the mistress of her household. No sooner had Zhou Shing finished speaking than his phone rang. It was the bodyguard, Brother Sheng. We've located Miss Tang. She's with Bo Changshan. Zhou Sheng was taken aback. With whom? Bo Changshan. Zhou Sheng was dumbfounded. He had just said she might become their mistress, and now she's consorting with the enemy. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Sheng entered the ward and whispered to Bo Yancheng, Brother Chun, Miss Tang and Bo Changshan are meeting in a CF. Bo Changshan even gave her 100,000 yuan. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Half an hour later, Tang Nuanning proactively came to his door. Unbeknownst to her, the intricacies of paternity testing the discord between Bo Yancheng and the Bo family, and the identity of the elderly gentleman, Bo Yancheng, remained veiled mysteries. Bo Yancheng's abrupt shift in demeanor left her bewildered, his gaze now colder than their initial encounter. Disregarding his capricious mood, Tang Nuanning broached the subject directly. An elderly gentleman, gaunt and with a full head of white hair, sought me out today, mentioning your son, Shen Bao. Upon his departure, he insisted on giving me 100,000 yuan. Observing a resemblance between the two of you, I surmised that he must be your grandfather. Unable to reach him, I must implore you to return this sum on my behalf. While she conceded to being drawn to wealth, she firmly believed in the principle of earning one's keep. She would not accept money without just cause. Bo Yancheng, recognizing the reference to Bo Yancheng, regarded her with an inscrutable expression. He had not anticipated that she would voluntarily address the matter of Bo Yancheng's visit. You were unable to reach him? You did not recognize him? He inquired. Indeed. Otherwise I would not have enlisted your assistance in returning the money, she retorted. Bo Yancheng remained silent. Tang Nuanning, sensing his skepticism, responded, I have no connection to him. If I were acquainted with him, would I have concealed it from you? What did he disclose to you? He questioned. He inquired whether I had treated Shen Bao, to which I responded in the negative. He then asked if I was a child psychology expert, which I also denied. Subsequently, he proposed a transaction, offering to double any sum you might offer me. Yet he remained reticent about the specifics of the deal. Frowning slightly, Bo Yancheng regarded her with suspicion. If you wish to delve deeper into the matter, Tang Nuanning remarked, you should inquire with him directly. I, too, am rather perplexed. In any case, I have provided you with the funds, so do not seek me out should any issues arise in the future. As it happened, Liu Bei entered the room. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Nuanning even requested Liu Bei to record a video as proof of her transferring the funds to Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng gazed at her with a face full of doubt, suspecting her of colluding with Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning paid no heed to his suspicions. Having dispensed the funds, she felt at ease. She cast another glance at Shen Bao, who was lying on the hospital bed, and extended her hand. Bo Yancheng promptly seized her wrist and questioned her in a frosty tone. What do you intend to do? Chapter 28. Who is ever so merry after a divorce? Startled, Tang Nuanning stammered, I merely wish to take his pulse. Is that not permissible? Bo Yancheng glared at her with a dark countenance. Liu Bei swiftly intervened to mediate. We appreciate your efforts, Miss Tang. Aiken, release her. Bo Yancheng glared at her for a long moment before finally releasing her. Tang Nuanning was incensed. Were it not for her concern for the child, she would not have meddled in the matter. It was akin to casting pearls before swine. Tang Nuanning grumbled inwardly, but nevertheless meticulously took Shen Bao's pulse. Judging solely from the pulse, the issue was not significant. His current condition is quite stable. Upon his awakening, ensure that he is not subjected to any further agitation. Furthermore, from this day forward, he must not be left unattended. This suicide attempt serves as a harbinger. There will be many more to come. Tang Nuanning, reflecting on something, retrieved a small vial from her bag. In the event that he should fall ill again and tranquilizers prove ineffective, he could take this remedy, one pill at a time, to temporarily stabilize his emotions. Liu Bei quickly accepted it, opening the container to find herbal pills crafted from traditional Chinese medicine. What is this? Tang Nuanning hesitated to mention her own concoction and instead offered a casual excuse, claiming it was sourced from an esteemed traditional Chinese physician and had proven highly effective. If you doubt it, you may consult an old doctor to verify the ingredients, she added. Liu Bei promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. No need for thanks. She replied, I probably want to change my phone number after I leave. Should anything arise with this child, feel free to call me. If I can assist, I certainly will. Deep Bao's features bore a striking resemblance to those of De Bao and Heir Bao, which she considered a twist of fate. She could not refuse to help. Moreover, she owed a considerable debt to someone. Although her heart protested the obligation, she ultimately recognized the debt was real. Lacking the means to repay it now, aiding his child would bring her some peace of mind. Liu Bei was taken aback. Are you leaving? Bo Yancheng also appeared somewhat surprised, glancing at her. Tang Nuanning nodded, affirming, Yes, I came to Jean City for business, and I expect to finish my matters by this afternoon. Once completed, I will depart. She brimmed with confidence, certain that she would successfully finalize her divorce that afternoon. Where you take the child? Lubai inquired. Tang Nuanning instinctively glanced at Bo Yancheng, reluctant to disclose their location in his presence. I haven't quite decided yet. I'll take the children out for a while, and then determine our next steps later. Persisted with his inquiry. So, you don't have a permanent residence at the moment? Indeed, we've been living in the countryside, but I intend for the children to attend school in the city. However, I haven't yet selected a specific city to settle in. Are you truly leaving? Bo Yancheng interjected abruptly. Yes, is there a problem with that? What was with his tone? Bo Yancheng scoffed. Tang Nuanning met his gaze, sensing that he perceived her as deliberately feigning departure to elicit his entreaties. Irritated, she retorted, You needn't look down on me. I mean what I say. If I ever appear before you again, I'll be a cur. With that, she flounced away, seething with anger. Upon leaving the hospital, Tang Nuanning mentally berated Bo Yancheng's ancestors. Subsequently, she promptly contacted Eugene Garden to inquire about Bo Yancheng's divorce proceedings. Tang Nuanning courteously expressed her gratitude, adding, I'll head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to queue up. He can go directly there later. There's no need for a divorce agreement. We'll proceed directly with the certificate. After ending the call, Tang Nuanning hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon arrival, she cheerfully joined the queue at the divorce window. Her demeanor led the staff to question whether she had mistakenly arrived at the wrong place. Who could be so gleeful about a divorce? In contrast to the grim expressions of those ahead and behind her, she appeared as elated as if she were about to be wed. Unfazed by the curious stares, Tang Nuanning remained in line, envisioning a bright future. Having divorced, she could finally register her children and then settle down in a charming little city where spring reigns eternal. She envisioned a stable work life and her children's smooth transition into school, believing that life would soon find its rhythm again. A family of 4, living in blissful harmony. As she daydreamed of the idyllic life post-divorce, Tang Nuanning's face radiated an uncontainable joy. However, the disparity between her dreams and the harshness of reality struck her like a thunderbolt, courtesy of Bo Yancheng. She could never have anticipated that a member of the illustrious Bo family would so brazenly renege on their words. The divorce, which she thought was inevitable, was now off the table. To her dismay, this revelation came only after she had patiently queued for over 2 hours. Fury surged within her. She felt as if she could obliterate Bo Yancheng on the spot. To go back on one's word, to be so deceitful, was nothing short of despicable. Tang Nuanning had always held a profound respect for Bo Yancheng. When he accused her of infidelity during their marriage, she bore no resentment. Yet today, she found herself cursing him vehemently in her heart. The promise of divorce was now a cruel joke, a blatant act of bullying. Fuming, she stormed out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The joy she felt upon arrival had transformed into a tempest of anger as she left. Hailing a cab, she seethed the driver. Could you tell me whether the Bo family's old residence is closer from here or the Bo group? The driver glanced at her before consulting his navigation, confirming that the old residence was nearer. Then take me to the Bo family's old residence. Those were the only 2 places she knew that could possibly connect her to Bo Yancheng. At that moment, she was on the verge of storming into the Bo family's old residence to confront Bo Yancheng, demanding an explanation as to why he refused to divorce her despite his lack of affection. Chapter 29. Bo Yancheng, how dare you stand me up? However, as she neared the old residence, she had a change of heart. Back then, her marriage to Bo Yancheng was a secret, unknown even to other members of the Bo family. Would barging in unannounced violate their agreement of secrecy? Would Bo Yancheng become even more reluctant to divorce her as a result? After much deliberation, Tang Nuanning instructed the driver to turn around and leave. In the past 2 days, she had spent over 100 on taxi fares. Yet, the divorce remained unresolved, much to her frustration. However, her somber mood was quickly dispelled by the sounds of laughter emanating from within the house. Xia Tian Tian, tell me, aren't I a beautiful godmother? The 3 little ones chimed in unison. Beautiful. Ha ha. And would you say I am an adorable godmother? Adorable. Is your godmother a fairy? Godmother is a fairy. Ha ha! Xia Tiantian's laughter nearly lifted the roof. Tang Nuanning couldn't help but smile as well. Upon learning that she had given birth to the children and raised them single-handedly for 5 years, Xia Tiantian had cried for a long time. Although still a single young woman, Xia Tiantian knew how difficult it was to raise children, and even more so for a single mother. Xia Tiantian felt deeply for her. While feeling sympathy, Xia Tiantian also adored the children. So, after receiving Bo Changshan's call, she went to the appointment and then rushed over to see the children. Tang Nuanning opened the door and entered the house. Upon sighting her, the trio of youngsters promptly scrambled to their feet, resembling a trio of tiger cubs as they surged forward in unison, exclaiming, "Mommy! Mommy! Mommy!" responded in quick succession, bestowing affectionate kisses impartially upon each of them. Was overcome with excitement, captivated by the sheer adorableness and striking handsomeness of the 3 children, exclaiming her profound affection for them, responded with a smile, urging her to conceive her own offspring, remarked that her parents doted on her as their only daughter and eagerly anticipated the arrival of grandchildren, implying that motherhood was inevitable for her, offered a helpless smile, inquiring about their desired dinner. Having made her selection, she proposed offering to treat them. Questioning the choice of such an expensive establishment, she playfully retorted that a less extravagant venue would be unworthy of her 3 darlings' captivating charm, deeming it a recognition banquet. She declared that after partaking in her lavish meal, they would be her sons, revealing that she had already reserved a private room, and urging her not to delay, but to prepare and depart promptly. Though concerned about the expense, yielded to the collective enthusiasm and instructed the 3 children to change their attire, announcing their imminent departure for a grand dinner with their godmother. The trio erupted in joyous cheers, thrilled at the prospect of a lavish meal. She congratulated her on escaping the clutches of a despicable man, urging her to produce her divorce certificate for her perusal, wore a wry expression, admitting that the divorce had not been finalized, cautioning her to keep the matter a secret from the children. With bated breath, Xia Tiantian inquired. Her voice hushed. "Were you stood up?" A scoff escaped her lips. What could he possibly be thinking? If he holds no affection for you, why persist in clinging to you? Could this be some twisted form of retribution? If so, that's utterly perverse. Tang Nuanning, too, was perplexed by Bo Yancheng's reluctance to dissolve their marriage. Logically, given his aversion to her, he should desire nothing more than to distance himself and sever all ties. Yet, inexplicably, he evaded her attempts at divorce. It was utterly baffling, a complete anomaly. "He's merely bullying you," Xia Tiantian asserted. "Reveal his identity, and my parents shall champion your cause." Xia Tiantian's parents, both esteemed university professors, had cultivated a vast network of influential former students across various sectors. While the Xia family may not have been counted among the affluent elite of Jincheng, their prestige was undeniable. Had they not maintained a low profile, they would undoubtedly have been prominent figures in Jincheng. Even now, Xia's parents were celebrated luminaries in their respective fields. Their assistance could surely resolve most predicaments. However, Xia Tiantian remained ignorant of the fact that her husband was none other than Bo Yancheng. In the past, even the Tang family had been unaware that it was the Bo family who had proposed marriage with an exorbitant dowry. She only discovered her husband's identity after the nuptials, learning that he was a member of the Bo family, named Bo Yancheng. She had heard that Bo Yancheng was afflicted with misfortune, and the Bo family, in an attempt to ward off ill luck, had selected Tang Xin based on his astrological birth chart. During the proposal, the Bo family had concealed their identity, merely offering a lavish dowry and mentioning that the intended groom was disabled and sought Tang Xin's hand in marriage for good fortune. Upon discovering her prospective spouse was disabled, Tang Xin vehemently objected, launching into a tirade and threatening self-harm should she be forced into the marriage. However, the Tang family, unwilling to forfeit the exorbitant dowry, orchestrated her substitution in the nuptials. Fearing exposure of the switch, they coerced her into signing a non-disclosure agreement. She reluctantly acquiesced, viewing it as recompense for the 2 decades of care provided by the Tangs. Unbeknownst to Xia Tiantian and Nan Wan, she had abruptly abandoned her studies to marry. 2 years into the marriage, Her husband accused her of infidelity. Chapter 30. Bo Yancheng's illegitimate child? Please refrain from interfering in my divorce proceedings. Should I find myself in dire straits, I will seek assistance from uncle and aunt. Given the implications for the Bo family, Tang Nuanning was hesitant to involve the Xia family. Xia Tian sighed. Very well, but should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. While I may lack the means to assist, my parents are capable. Xia Tian refrained from pressing Tang Nuanning for details, respecting her boundaries. A friendship characterized by tact and consideration fosters comfort. Without being intrusive or distant, she offered unwavering support. Tang Nuanning nodded in gratitude. Alas, Xia Tian lamented. Did you perhaps vandalize the temple of the old man in the moon in a past life? Why else would he treat you so cruelly? You are surrounded by reprobates. That scoundrel of a husband and the children's father. Tang Nuanning countered with a smile. Not at all. My three darlings are all exemplary young men. As they conversed, the trio of children emerged from the house. De Bao was attired in a well-tailored miniature suit, complete with polished leather shoes, a bow tie, and a lapel pin, embodying the very essence of a pint-sized executive. Bao sported a dashing athletic ensemble, featuring black track pants, a black hoodie, and a black sports cap, all adorned with a strikingly lifelike embroidered dragon, proclaiming him a veritable street-style icon, the most dazzling youth on the global stage. Bao, on the other hand, donned a highly fashionable mummian skirt paired with a white, gender-neutral, vintage-inspired shirt, accentuated with a bow at the collar, presenting the image of a refined young gentleman from a bygone era, a vision of jade-like grace and youthful elegance. Xia Tian was utterly mesmerized, nearly drooling with astonishment. Good heavens, she exclaimed, I could weep. Tang Nuanning, amused, nudged her gently, inquiring, What's gotten into you? Xia Qian Feigne da Sobi, La Manching. I never imagined those little rascals could be so incredibly handsome. Sob. No, this won't do. I must capture this moment with a photograph. I must set my social circle ablaze. I shall be the most radiant star in tonight's constellation of friends. She brandished her phone, snapping a rapid succession of pictures. Although the photographs only revealed the children's eyes, her social media feed was instantly inundated with comments. As anticipated, she became the cynosure of her online community that evening. They're all my sons. When questioned about their provenance, she retorted, Where did they come from? Where are they found? I shall not disclose such information. Give me one. Absolutely not. In that case, I may be compelled to abduct them. Tell me, what is their preferred color of burlap sack? Xia Tian erupted in a cacophony of laughter. Tang Nuanning was concerned that she might succumb to hysterical convulsions. Nuanning felt both helpless and amused by her ostentatious displays of maternal pride. However, their joy was ephemeral. Little did Tang Nuanning anticipate that after proclaiming to someone at the hospital that she would become a dog if she ever appeared before him again, she would encounter him that very evening, and in such a manner. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, the group arrived punctually at the Jinping Hotel. This establishment, one of the most venerable, distinctive, upscale, and expensive hotels in Yancheng, was also a property of the Bo Consortium. It was a favored dining destination for numerous dignitaries, national leaders, and foreign emissaries visiting Jin. The group's arrival immediately drew attention. Despite wearing masks, their striking appearances were undeniable. Tang Nuanning, in particular, possessed innate beauty and had been nurtured in the remote mountains for many years. Her skin was fair and radiant, and she exuded an ethereal aura. The mountains and springs had cultivated a beauty that was pure and pristine, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. The word beautiful seemed inadequate to describe her. The three children were also captivating, with one resembling a little gentleman, another a sporty young prince, and the third a fashion darling. A group of attendants could not help but shower them with compliments. Upon reaching the top floor, a concierge escorted them to a private room. As soon as the door closed, the children promptly removed their masks and pressed their faces against the panoramic windows, exclaiming in awe at the magnificent view. Tang Nuanning had instructed them to wear masks when outside, citing the poor air quality and smog prevalent in northern winters. However, her primary concern was to prevent their father from recognizing them. Ironically, Despite her best efforts, a hotel employee recognized Bo Yancheng. Upon beholding the visages of the diminutive trio, the server's smile faltered, replaced by an expression of profound astonishment. They. Chapter 31. The business legend, Bo Yancheng. Yes. What is it? Tang Nuanning. The server, taken aback, hesitated, grappling with the revelation. Two of the children bore an uncanny resemblance to their employer, Bo Yancheng, veritable miniature replicas. Yet, Bo Yancheng himself was dining in the adjacent room. If these were indeed his offspring, why was he not in their company? Moreover, rumor had it that Bo possessed but a single son. Could it be that these two were unacknowledged progeny? The server's countenance grew increasingly animated with conjecture. However, the server dared not pry into Bo Yancheng's private affairs. Employment at the Jincheng restaurant demanded discretion and discernment. My apologies, little darlings. Your exceptional beauty caught me off guard. It was my first time encountering such exquisite children. Please forgive my lapse in composure. Tian and Tang Nuanning were appeased. Such reactions were commonplace upon first encountering the three cherubs. May I present a menu? The server inquired. Not necessary. We shall peruse it at our leisure. Very well. Each dish is accompanied by a detailed description. A button is provided for your convenience. Pressing it will connect you to the service department, where you may articulate your needs, and we shall endeavor to fulfill them. With a courteous smile, the server departed. Tang Nuanning promptly remarked, dining here is already an extravagance. Why did you reserve a room with a view? With remarkable magnanimity, Tian declared that as it was her inaugural treat for her sons, only the most exquisite establishment would suffice. Were it not for the prior reservation of the two most opulent private rooms, she would have secured them without hesitation. Extravagant. It pains my heart, she jested. Nay, fret not. Affluence is my virtue, and a mere repast shall not impoverish me. Observe, has Tianjin not undergone a profound metamorphosis? Compelled, Tang Nuanning arose, positioning herself before the panoramic window to survey the cityscape. The nocturnal panorama of Tianjin was a spectacle of resplendence, with towering edifices, scintillating lights, and a ceaseless ballet of vehicles, a testament to the city's thriving dynamism. Once, she perceived herself as an integral component of this metropolis. Now, her affection for the city remained undiminished, yet she felt estranged from its embrace. That edifice is of recent construction, is it not? My recollection fails to place it there previously. Which one? The loftiest, crowned with a spherical apex, akin to a luminous pearl. Ah, that is the novel corporate headquarters of the Bo conglomerate. Completed the year before last, reportedly at a cost of 100 billion. It is reputed to be the most lavish and palatial office building on the Asian continent. A momentary astonishment seized Tang Nuanning. The Bo families? Indeed, in the year of your adversity, the Bo family, too, encountered misfortune. The Bo conglomerate faced an existential crisis, verging on insolvency. Subsequently, the elder patriarch of the Bo family relinquished his position, and the eldest grandson, Bo Yancheng, assumed the mantle of leadership in a moment of exigency, bearing the weight of the entire Bo conglomerate and ascending to the presidency. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in disbelief. Bo Yancheng is the incumbent president of the Bo conglomerate. Verily, this is common knowledge. Were you not privy to this information? Tang Nuanning was unaware that, having been secluded in the mountains for years, she had not kept track of her ostensibly renowned, yet insubstantial husband. Was he not once the least favored? Moreover, he bore the burden of a disability. It was said that he was indeed overlooked, and it was true that he was physically impaired. Yet, were being disregarded. The Bo family had a long-standing tradition of single inheritance, with him being their sole grandson. Although the maternal lineage of Bo Laote's grandchildren carried the surname Bo, they were, after all, not true members of the Bo family. In aristocratic families, the continuity of bloodlines was of paramount importance. Furthermore, Bo Yancheng was remarkably capable. He epitomized the spirit of resilience despite his physical limitations. While fate robbed him of the ability to walk, it endowed him with an extraordinary intellect. Upon facing dire circumstances, he transformed the Bo Group from the brink of bankruptcy into a commercial leviathan, multiplying its market value over 100-fold. A veritable myth in the business realm. Bo Yancheng ascended to become the wealthiest man globally, reigning atop the wealth rankings for consecutive years. Chapter 32. Accidentally becoming the wealthy heiress Tang Nuanning. In a twist of fate, she found herself transformed into the wife of the wealthiest man. While others would surely revel in such fortune, she could only weep. The higher Bo Yancheng's status soared, the more power he wielded, rendering her powerless in their disputes. He was a titan of influence. If he refused to divorce her, what could she possibly do? Initially, she had contemplated a strategy of diplomacy followed by confrontation, but if he remained adamant about not divorcing, she would resort to relentless pursuit. Yet now, after hearing from Xia Tiantian, she felt utterly daunted. Oh heavens! If only they would cease this torment and end her existence instead. Observing the sudden dismay on Tang Nuanning's face, Xia Tiantian assumed she was taken aback by the startling news of Bo Yancheng and thought little of it. She remarked, although Bo Yancheng, like your husband, is disabled, the subject of Bo Yancheng could fill days and nights of conversation. To put it simply, despite his reclusive nature and the mystery surrounding his appearance, his legend permeates society. He ascended the ranks of the wealthy at a young age, and during times of disaster, he donates sums as large as $1 billion, exhibiting true generosity. Yet, he can also be ruthless, having acquired 3 publicly traded companies in 3 days, driving their CEOs to suicide. The stories are endless. However, he is among the elite, with little interaction with ordinary people like us. So, don't be alarmed by news about him. We don't provoke him, and he doesn't know us. There's no need to fear. Tang Nuanning felt even more distraught. How could he not know her? She was his wife, the very one who had cheated during their marriage, thoroughly infuriating him, leading to his demand for her to leave with nothing. Not only was she involved with him, but she had also deeply offended him. Life seemed unbearable. Anxious that Xia Tiantian and the children would notice her distress and spoil their good mood, Tang Nuanning excused herself. Xia Tiantian inquired, "Are you going to the restroom? There's one in this private room, over there behind the hidden door. I think I'll go outside. There should be one out there, right?" "Yes, there is." "Okay, you all order. Don't wait for me. I can eat anything. I'm not picky." Tang Nuanning hurriedly exited the private room after speaking. She made her way to the restroom, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, overwhelmed with despair. Initially, she had contemplated blocking the entrance to the company in an attempt to coerce Bo Yancheng into divorce. However, that plan had been utterly thwarted. He stood at the pinnacle of success, while she remained mired in the depths of despair. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Tang Nuanning believed that Xia Tiantian was right. In her previous life, she must have offended the deity of love, which explained the tumultuous nature of her current marriage. She had no desire to wed, but found herself compelled to do so, and now that she wished a divorce, her partner was resolutely opposed. She felt as though misfortune had taken hold of her, truly a harbinger of bad luck. "Ms. Tang," a voice, vaguely familiar, interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see Shanhai. Her heart skipped a beat upon his arrival. "It really is you. What a coincidence!" he exclaimed, his eyes widening with recognition. Caught off guard by the lecherous glint in his gaze, Tang Nuanning instinctively recoiled. Yet Shanhai seized her arm, teasingly inquiring, "Why the rush? Are you afraid of your elder brother? I wouldn't harm you. After all, who in our circle knows better than I how to cherish a delicate flower? Especially one as lovely as you?" The stench of alcohol wafted toward her, and Tang Nuanning was nearly repulsed by his presence. No wonder he felt emboldened to misbehave in a place like the Jinping Hotel. It was clear he'd been drinking. She contemplated grabbing the hand soap from the sink to hurl at his head, but hesitated, fearing the expense of replacing it. Instead, she forcefully wrenched her arm away from him and admonished, "Mr. Shun, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Dignity?" he retorted. "I scoff at the notion that a mere purveyor of spirits could lecture me on self-respect. Selling liquor is not akin to selling oneself. What is wrong with it? In my eyes, both are merely professions catering to indulgence. Last time, fortune favored your escape, but this time, luck shall not be on your side." As Shanhai spoke, he reached out with lewd intentions to embrace Tang Nuanning. She quickly retreated a few steps, Warning, if you dare to act impudently again, I shall summon assistance. Summon help? By all means, do so. Let us see who dares to impede me. If I do not have my way with you tonight, I might as well eat dirt, Shanhai declared, lunging towards Tang Nuanning. However, he lost his footing and had an intimate encounter with the floor. Wincing in pain, he cursed, "Damn it." Seizing the moment, Tang Nuanning bolted towards the restroom. Shanhai swiftly regained his footing, seizing a luxurious hand wash bottle and hurling it at the back of her head. The bottle, crafted from high-end white porcelain, would have surely caused significant harm had she not evaded it in time. Gazing at the shattered porcelain on the floor, Tang Nuanning stood frozen, panting as she looked at Shanhai. Not only was he lecherous, but he also exhibited violent tendencies. "If you dare run again, I shall end you today. I refuse to believe I cannot have my way with you." His repeated failures to possess Tang Nuanning had driven him to desperation. The unattainable forever stirs the Tang Nuanning hesitated to retreat to her private room, fearing that it might involve Xiatiantian and the trio of little ones. Just then, the door of a nearby room swung open unexpectedly. Without a moment's thought, she dashed inside, slamming the door shut behind her. Breathless and panicked, she exclaimed, "Help! Someone is attacking." The lively atmosphere of the room fell into an abrupt hush due to her sudden intrusion. The onlookers regarded her with expressions that transitioned from surprise to shock, followed by a deeper, more meaningful gaze. Tang Nuanning was undeniably beautiful, her aura strikingly unique. Having been nurtured by the mountains for so many years, she appeared as pristine as an immaculate piece of jade, devoid of any blemish, untouched by the corruptions of society, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. At the head of the table, Bo Yancheng sat smoking, and upon seeing Tang Nuanning, a flicker of derision crossed his eyes. He had merely come for a meal, yet she had reappeared, despite her earlier declarations of departure. How amusing. Chapter 33. Tang Nuanning. I spoiled by affection? Beside him sat He Jingsheng, whose eyes narrowed into slits upon catching sight of Tang Nuanning. As a quintessential rake, he immediately took a liking to her. She was precisely to his taste. Without so much as a glance at Bo Yancheng's countenance, he rose and approached Tang Nuanning, inquiring, "What's wrong, miss? What has happened?" Qin Ming and Shang Yu also stood up, but before they could utter a word, He Jingsheng waved them down, saying, "You two should sit." With such unappealing looks, there's no need to rise and frighten anyone. Upon observing He Jingsheng, it was evident to all that he had taken a liking to someone, leaving the others to lament in silence. Despite their shared status as affluent young men, none could rival He Jingsheng in the art of winning a woman's favor. He Jingsheng, the notorious playboy of Jincheng, had a romantic history that surpassed the grains of rice others had consumed. Beyond his wealth, he possessed exceptional physical attributes: a towering height, a slender waist, broad shoulders, and long legs. Crucially, despite his unparalleled beauty, he exuded masculinity. Like Bo Yancheng, he was dedicated to fitness, appearing lean, yet possessing a muscular physique. Such a handsome man was irresistible to any woman. The others, recognizing their limitations, reluctantly conceded, relinquishing Tang Nuanning to He Jingsheng. However, just as He Jingsheng approached Tang Nuanning, he abruptly halted. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he turned to Bo Yancheng, his expression enigmatic. The distinct fruity fragrance was reminiscent of Bo Yancheng's scent from their previous encounter. This woman was the one involved with Bo Yancheng. How intriguing. Despite his reputation as a libertine, He Jingsheng adhered to certain principles, one of which was to not covet another's partner. "Fear not. Little Chunchun is here. He will surely protect you." Bo Yancheng frowned, casting a stern glare at him. He Jingsheng, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, leaned back, reveling in the unfolding drama. The others watched with rapt attention, their faces etched with curiosity. It was at that moment that Tang Nuanning noticed Bo Yancheng. His presence took her by surprise. She had not anticipated encountering him in this private room. This damned fate is truly exasperating. Just this afternoon, I had told him that should I appear before him again, I would be akin to a dog. Yet, lo and behold, I encountered him again that very evening. How embarrassing. The awkwardness is palpable, as if I could carve out a mansion with my toes in sheer discomfort. Tang Nuanning's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Her complexion, already fair, blossomed like peach blossoms upon her cheeks. To the eyes of others, she appeared remarkably beautiful. Bo Yancheng, with a mischievous grin, nudged Bo Yancheng and said, "What are you doing? Hurry and show some concern for her. Look, she's all shy and blushing." Onlookers murmured, "Brother Shun, will you not introduce us? Such beauty! Could she be your sister-in-law?" One enthusiastic observer even rose to offer his seat, beckoning Tang Nuanning, "Sister-in-law, please take a seat." Tang Nuanning was flustered and awkward, rendered speechless by their inquiries. With her large, blinking eyes and erratic breathing, she appeared dazed and adorably foolish. The crowd was envious of Bo Yancheng for having found such a stunning girl. Suddenly, Bo Yancheng let out a cold laugh. Not leaving anymore? He lounged in the main seat, a cigarette lazily held between his fingers, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet his gaze dripped with derision. Tang Nuanning felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the earth to hide in. Blushing fiercely, she stammered, "The plan has changed." "Huh?" Tang Nuanning bit her lip in frustration. "Huh? What do you mean by huh? You wretched man. I was merely speaking the truth." Bo Yancheng had stood her up. The marriage had not been finalized, so how could she possibly leave? Tang Nuanning, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, "Jean City ISN to your family's domain. I can come and go as I please, and you have no authority over me." Her expression, tone, and words, to the onlookers, it appeared as though she was merely indulging in a playful display of petulance, exuding an unmistakable air of being spoiled by affection. A group of spectators erupted in laughter, teasing, "Oh, Shinge, you have no say here. Ha ha ha. Can you handle this, Shinge?" Bo Yancheng added fuel to the fire. "Why are you asking Shinge about his capabilities? Perhaps you should be inquiring about the little sister-in-law instead." At 26, Tang Nuanning possessed a youthful demeanor, resembling a college student just over 20, clearly younger than those around her. Onlooker number 4 turned to Tang Nuanning and said, "Little sister-in-law, please tell us the truth. How capable is our Shunge?" Another chimed in, "Shunge is a fitness enthusiast in the prime of his vigor. If he doesn't require at least 7 or 8 encounters in a night, can he truly perform?" They chided, "Are you foolish enough to ask the little sister-in-law?" The incessant reference to little sister-in-law nearly made Tang Nuanning choke on her indignation. Their jesting only served to further irritate her. "Please refrain from making baseless claims. I am not well acquainted with him." Bo Yancheng interjected, "Listen closely, Shun, she claims not to know you. Her reluctance to engage suggests a lack of responsibility on your part. Are you truly incapable of fulfilling her needs? Her words imply dissatisfaction with you." Tang Nuanning pursed her lips, glaring at Bo Yancheng. How could such a handsome man possess such a caustic tongue? She then turned her attention to the person beside him. "And what about you? Are you mute? Can't you utter a single word?" She challenged. "Don't play dead. Speak." Bo Yancheng flicked ash from his cigarette and obediently uttered a single word. "Leave." The room fell silent, the laughter abruptly ceasing. Tang Nuanning, unable to maintain composure, blushed even more intensely. With a determined bite, she turned and exited the room. Expecting him to rescue me is futile, she thought. I'd rather fight Shanghai to the death. But no, that lecherous old man isn't worth my life. I'll ensure he becomes childless today. Chapter 34. Tang Nuanning. I shall rid society of this scourge. Shanghai had been pacing the hallway for some time, ordering his bodyguard to review the surveillance footage to locate Tang Nuanning's hiding place. Spotting her, he smirked. No need for surveillance. I found her myself. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth and fled, luring him toward the corner, concerned that Xia Tian and the 3 children might witness the scene. She intended to lead him to a secluded spot, administer 2 injections, and rid society of his presence. However, as she reached the corner, she was intercepted by Shanhai's bodyguard. Shanhai, panting heavily, caught up and seized Tang Nuanning's hair, spewing vulgarities. "Bitch, trying to run. Are you?" Tang Nuanning winced in pain and retaliated with a kick. Unable to reach Shanhai, she stomped on his toes. In a fit of rage, seized Tang Nuanning by the throat and forcefully pressed her against the wall, his intensity suggesting he wished to end her life. Two bodyguards stood idly by, observing with cold indifference. Find an empty room. I intend to deal with her here. The bodyguards nodded and departed. You wretched woman, it is your fortune that I have set my sights on you. In this city, whatever I desire shall inevitably be within my grasp. Let us see how you plan to escape today. Tang Nuanning struggled to breathe, her face flushed with anger. Scoundrel, your end is nigh. Determined to rid society of this menace, she swiftly drew a silver needle from her sleeve, only to be interrupted by a sharp, cold voice. What are you doing? Turning towards the sound, she recognized a familiar face, Lin Dong. Lin Dong was the husband of her dear friend, Nan Wan, and also her former senior. Nan Wan, the only daughter of the affluent Nan family, was the pride of her father, a well-known entrepreneur in the city. With a prosperous background, Nan Wan epitomized the typical rich heiress. Her beauty and exceptional qualities, coupled with her dedication in the entertainment industry, supported by the entire Nan group, propelled her to become a household name and a leading star 3 years ago. In stark contrast, Lin Dong's background was that of a quintessential Phoenix man. Emerging from humble rural beginnings, with a large family, he struggled to meet even basic needs. However, upon meeting Nan Wan at university, they fell deeply in love and married soon after graduation. Lin Dong became a son-in-law to the Nan family, dramatically elevating his status. His journey exemplified how knowledge can transform one's destiny. Having hastened over, Lin Dong was taken aback upon seeing Tang Nuanning. Nuanning? Tang Nuanning slowly retracted her silver needles, casting an awkward and somewhat disheveled glance in his direction. Forcibly disengaging Shunhai's hand, Lin Dong shielded Tang Nuanning behind him. Second Master Shun, what exactly do you think you're doing? Shunhai, in the heat of the moment, retorted, Who are you? I am Lin Dong, the general manager of the Nan Corporation. The Nan Corporation? Ah, so you're the live-in son-in-law of the Nan family. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. Suppressing his anger, he stated, You are likely inebriated. Grant me some leniency and let her go. She is my junior from university. Grant you leniency? Who do you think you are? I wouldn't even give your father-in-law the time of day. Get lost. Shenhai attempted to shove Lin Dong aside, but found himself unable to move him. Instead, Lin Dong seized his wrist. Towering over him, Lin Dong gripped his wrist firmly, enunciating each word with a frown. Second Master Shun, you may disregard the Nan family's reputation, but will you disregard the Bo family's? This is the Jinping Hotel, a Bo family establishment. By causing a disturbance here, you are besmirching the Bo family's venue and slapping their face. How do you presume the Bo family would react upon discovering this, particularly CEO Bo? I've heard he detests disturbances on his premises. Upon hearing this, Shenhai sobered up considerably. After a moment of silence, he glowered at Lin Dong and said, You just wait. He then turned his gaze to Tang Nuanning, adding, And you as well, you just wait. Shenhai departed in a flurry of curses, and Ning Tang's taut nerves finally relaxed as she breathed heavily. Lin Dong cast a concerned glance her way. Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Ning Tang shook her head. I just need a moment to gather myself. Lin Dong promptly made his way to a nearby self-service beverage station, retrieving a bottle of mineral water, which he opened and offered to her. Have a sip and take it easy. Thank you, Ning Tang replied, taking several gulps. How do you feel? Are you certain you don't need medical attention? Yes, I'm fine. It's nothing serious. After allowing her a moment to recover, Lin Dong continued. Xia Tian mentioned that Nan Wan is involved in a highly confidential production. She signed a non-disclosure agreement before leaving, prohibiting her from contacting anyone outside the crew. It has been over a year since she has been out of touch. At the mention of Nan Wan working abroad, a flicker of something unusual crossed Lin Dong's eyes. Chapter 35. What cannot be provoked cannot be avoided. Before Ning Tang could discern any further peculiarity, Lin Dong's expression returned to normal. He shifted the topic slightly, and Ning Tang furrowed her brow, recalling how he had previously targeted her at the bar. Lin Dong understood her concern instantly, frowning as he spoke. That Shunhai is notorious in Jinsheng for his lecherous behavior, idling away his time and indulging in debauchery. Were it not for the influence of his brother, Shenzong, he would have met a much harsher fate by now. Is the Shun family very powerful? Indeed, They are one of the most prominent families in Jincheng. I am familiar with the Bo family, but I have not heard of the Shen family. The Shun family has only recently risen to prominence, largely due to the fact that the daughter of the Shun family is in a relationship with Bo Yancheng's girlfriend. It suddenly occurred to me that Bo Yancheng has publicly distanced himself from that connection. He quickly altered his narrative, asserting that the Shun heiress shares a close bond with the Bo family, consequently elevating the entire Shen clan status. This relationship has instilled a degree of caution among people regarding Shanghai. No wonder he can be so audacious. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. It is best to maintain a safe distance. Well, thank you for today. You're welcome. How did you end up in a bar, selling drinks? I haven't secured a job yet, so I took on a part-time position. I only worked one night, and it was unfortunate. I happened to encounter him that evening. Lin Dong remarked, that place is not suitable for you. Tang Nuanning smiled wryly. With my meager means, how can I afford to be choosy? As long as it is not illegal or immoral, and I can earn some money, that is sufficient. Lin Dong inquired further, where have you been all these years? We have been searching for you, nearly driven to madness. We cannot find any information about you, and we even went to the police station to report you missing. Suddenly, Lin Dong's phone rang. He glanced at it and said, I apologize. I need to take this call. Go ahead, I will wait. Lin Dong stepped aside with his phone. Hello? The voice on the other end sounded anxious. Dongzi, have you arrived yet? Despite Mr. Bo's arrival, you are conspicuously absent. Do you not comprehend the considerable effort I invested in orchestrating this connection for you? A rare opportunity has presented itself to dine with Mr. Bo. Yet you neglect to seize it and demonstrate your capabilities. I implore you to hasten your arrival. Mr. Lin glanced at Ms. Tang, assenting with a mere yes. I shall proceed forthwith. Ms. Tang, possessing a keen sense of perception, discerned his preoccupation and remarked, Pray, attend to your affairs. We shall reconvene at a later juncture. Mr. Lin responded with resignation, acknowledging the incessant social demands of commerce. Indeed, I am aware. You may proceed. Very well. By the way, what brings you to this establishment? Are you in the company of others? This is Jinping Restaurant, where the prices are very high and ordinary people cannot enter. Ms. Tang replied candidly, I am here with Ms. Xia. She is treating me to a repast. Ah, I comprehend. Very well. Continue with your meal. I shall attend to my obligations and seek you out upon their completion. Please furnish me with your new mobile number and take note of mine. Ms. Tang nodded in affirmation, and they exchanged mobile numbers, further cementing their connection by adding each other on WeChat. Only then did Mr. Lin part ways with Ms. Tang. Ms. Tang composed herself and made her way to the restroom, intent on refining her appearance, lest Ms. Xia and the children detect any anomaly. Alas, fate, in its inscrutable wisdom, ordained a most peculiar encounter. As she approached the restroom entrance, she espied Mr. Bo, engrossed in the act of smoking. He was the sole occupant of the designated smoking area. He stood before the railing, his posture impeccably straight, one hand buried in his pocket while the other held a cigarette, taking occasional puffs. From her vantage point, she could only glimpse his profile, the bridge of his nose elegantly pronounced, his lashes long, and the contours of his face distinctly defined. To put it candidly, he was undeniably handsome. Both the Bao and Heir Bao bore a striking resemblance to him. Tang Nuanning felt no desire to see him. His mere presence irritated and frustrated her. She had no intention of heading to the restroom any longer and resolved to turn away. If she could not confront him, could she not simply evade him? Yet, a voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. I detest when others play tricks in my presence. Chapter 36, Bo Yancheng. Do not overstep your bounds, Tang. Nuanning halted in her tracks. Was he speaking to her? Was this merely a figment of her imagination? Just as she was about to continue on her way, she heard him say, My patience is quite limited. If you wish to engage in a game of cat and mouse, spare yourself the trouble. It would be far more prudent to be forthright about your intentions. What precisely do you seek from me? At this moment, Tang Nuanning realized with certainty that this was no auditory illusion. She glanced around. The corridor was deserted except for the two of them, and his words were directed solely at her. Her composure began to wane, and she turned, striding confidently towards Bo Yancheng, stopping a meter away from him. Raising her gaze, she addressed him, My patience, too, is quite limited. I have explained to you numerous times that I have no desire to approach you, nor have I ever considered getting to know you, let alone obtaining anything from you. Do not flatter yourself. Bo Yancheng turned to face her, his expression frosty enough to freeze an entire era. Those who attempt to scheme in my presence shall invariably meet an unfavorable fate. Although startled by his expression, Tang Nuanning steeled herself, her gaze meeting his as she declared, I had no intention of being duplicitous with you. Aware that retreat was not an option, she had to withstand his imposing presence and articulate her thoughts, lest she validate the accusations he had unjustly imposed upon her. You consistently harbor suspicions about me, and I, in turn, wish to inquire about your intentions. It is often said that the licentious see their own desires reflected in others. Are you afflicted with delusions, or do you, perchance, harbor some sentiment toward me? A shadow crossed Bo Yancheng's face as he retorted, What is there about you that would elicit such a sentiment from me? Very well, Tang Nuanning responded. If I am indeed so insignificant in your eyes, then I implore you to cease these unfounded suspicions and refrain from causing me further trouble. Let us each traverse our own paths with no interference. I shall navigate my precarious existence while you bask in your privileged life. Can we agree to this mutual indifference? When have you not been the instigator? He countered. When, specifically, she pressed. Can you provide details? Bo Yancheng paused, unable to immediately respond. Tang Nuanning, after careful consideration, stated, Since you remain silent, allow me to elucidate. The first instance was when you dispatched individuals to apprehend me from the hotel, ostensibly to question me about Erbao's act of defacing your vehicle. Regardless, you initiated the contact. Had you not sought me out, I would have remained ignorant of your existence. The second instance occurred when I was walking innocently along the street, only to be seized by your men, only to be released thereafter. The third instance transpired when I encountered you at the bar while I was working. It is true that I approached you on that occasion, but it was solely to silence you and prevent you from exposing me in front of Shanghai. For the fourth time, I was taken away from the hospital entrance by Shanghai, and it was your sudden appearance that led to the subsequent events. The fifth time was initiated by me, prompted by your grandfather's unexpected visit, where he uttered some peculiar words and suddenly bestowed upon me a sum of 100,000 yuan. I sought you out at the hospital to repay this debt, and, additionally, I wish to see Shan Bao, who is of the same age as my son. My heart aches for him. The sixth time, which is this encounter, was when I intruded into your line of sight first. However, I can solemnly swear to the heavens that my appearance before you was not intentional. I genuinely had no knowledge of your presence in that private room. Should I lie before you, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a most dreadful fate. Bo Yancheng remained silent, his expression dark as he glared at Tang Nuanning, momentarily at a loss for words to counter her claims. Tang Nuanning continued, Though you appear affluent and handsome, you are not a universal charmer. Not everyone is drawn to you with ulterior motives. Regardless of others' intentions, I assure you that mine are pure. When I stated I would leave today, I truly intended to do so, but alas, I was stood up this afternoon. What could have been resolved did not come to fruition. Hence I must extend my stay in Jean City for a few more days. It is not a ploy of feigned indifference. I have no desire to settle here. I no longer have an affection for this city. I intend to relocate with my child to another city, far removed from here, far from you. Bo Yancheng. I have said all that I needed to say. Whether you choose to believe it or not, let me reiterate, I never wish to know you, nor do I wish to know you. With that, Tang Nuanning turned and left. Her spine was ramrod straight, every fiber of her being imbued with an indomitable spirit. Despite the frigid gaze boring into her back, she remained unbowed and unyielding. Only after rounding a corner and eluding Mr. Bo's scrutiny did she lean against the wall, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. To claim she was unafraid would be a falsehood. His inherent ruthlessness, his commanding presence, were amplified when displeased. His stare felt like the tip of a sharpened blade poised at her eye, the edge a mere millimeter from her cornea. Fearless? Impossible. Chapter 37. Aspiring to the bed? Standing beside Mr. Bo, He lit a cigarette and inquired with a jovial tone, What's the story with that girl? There's nothing between us. Nothing. Yet you refrained from offering assistance? His behavior today was aberrant. While not a paragon of virtue, his principles were sound. Furthermore, the young lady had cried out for help within his territory, indicating someone was causing trouble on his turf. He had not only disregarded it, but had also expelled her. Had it been any other woman, he would have, at the very least, instructed Zhou to investigate. Such anomaly suggested a deeper connection. Thus, he surmised that there was indeed something between Mr. Bo and the girl. Moreover, observe, she had barely departed, and he was already outside, face darkened, smoking, clearly agitated. She had clearly disturbed his equanimity, and only a woman of significance could achieve that. Are we not brothers? You conceal even this from me? Do not forget, I am a veritable guru of romance. Concerning women, my understanding is unparalleled. I'm offering my services as a complimentary emotional advisor. Tell me, what emotional quandaries have you encountered? I'll gladly offer some insights. With a puff of his cigarette, Bo Yancheng retorted with impatience. Just a manipulative woman, nothing worth discussing. What? Is she attempting to seduce you? He glared at He Jingsheng, resuming his smoking. He Jingsheng chuckled. It's quite fortunate if she desires to share your bed. With such captivating beauty, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Just observe the way the eyes of everyone in the private room lit up upon her arrival, each one consumed with desire. Even the usually refined Shan Yu revealed his true nature, practically drooling. Her pursuit is a blessing. Don't be unappreciative. Get out. Haha. Don't be offended. I'm being sincere. If she were unsightly, I wouldn't encourage you to yield to her advances. However, she is genuinely stunning, possessing both a remarkable figure and a beautiful face, a perfect combination. If I hadn't detected a unique fruity fragrance emanating from her, this opportunity wouldn't have even reached you. I would have seized it myself. Bo Yancheng scorned. Didn't you just acquire a new girlfriend yesterday? Are you already experiencing a change of heart today? He Jingsheng replied with unwavering candor. As you mentioned, that was yesterday. Bo Yancheng pursed his thin lips, casting a disdainful glance at him before resuming his smoking. He Jingsheng continued, You're not getting any younger, yet you spend your days alone in an empty house. Don't you ever feel lonely? No. When alone, his thoughts were invariably consumed by the enigma of Shun Bao's birth mother, a constant contemplation that banished any semblance of solitude. Without allowing He Jingsheng to interject, Bo Yancheng continued, There is a puppeteer behind her machinations. Her proximity to me transcends mere ambition for social climbing. He Jingsheng's countenance shifted to one of gravity, his eyes narrowing inquisitively as he queried, What do you imply? Is this an orchestrated scheme of seduction? Affirmative, Bo Yancheng affirmed. Who is the orchestrator? Someone within the Bo family sphere of influence? He Jingsheng pressed. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow in uncertainty. The identity remains elusive. Yet she has been observed in clandestine rendezvous with Bo Changshan. He Jingsheng inhaled deeply from his cigarette, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Given your awareness of her ulterior motives, why not simply dismiss her advances? What compels you to permit her intimacy? He inquired. Bo Yancheng's demeanor deepened with solemnity as he elucidated. Her expertise in child psychology holds the potential to facilitate Shun Bao's recuperation. Furthermore, she was instrumental in managing Zixuan's recent episode. Indeed? He Jingsheng exclaimed, his surprise palpable. The comely maiden Zixuan speaks of as none other than her? Affirmative, Bo Yancheng acknowledged. He Jingsheng, rendered speechless, finally managed to utter, Good heavens! It is fortuitous that I refrained from soliciting her affections due to your association. Otherwise, my sister would undoubtedly administer a paternalistic reprimand. Fu Zixuan's mother, Madame Fu, is He Jingsheng's own sister. It is often said that one must discipline their younger siblings before they become too formidable. Madame Fu's childhood discipline of He Jingsheng was unsparing, instilling in him a sense of trepidation even in the present day. Yesterday, during his visit to his nephew, Mrs. Fu recounted with copious tears how, after 3 long years, she had finally heard Zixuan call her mommy. She extolled the beauty, tenderness, excellence, and utter perfection of the Miss Tang who had saved Zixuan. In passing, he remarked, If she's so perfect, why not introduce her to me? In response, Mrs. Fu delivered a resounding slap that left his ears ringing, and she vehemently warned him, If you dare to pursue Miss Tang, I'll beat you to within an inch of your life. Don't even think about preying on an innocent young woman. Tang Nuanning is now deeply esteemed by the Fu family, who are profoundly grateful to her. Visibly shaken, swallowed hard, and then said, "Brother, you truly saved my life today." Remained silent. Composing himself, then inquired, "So what are your thoughts now? If she was sent by the Bo family, you must be wary of her and prevent her from getting close to Shenbao." "I am aware. However, I heard from my sister that she is remarkably capable. If she possesses genuine talent, preventing her from being near Shenbao would be a loss for him. That is the crux of the matter." While reluctant to engage, was compelled to consider Shenbao's situation. He was unwilling to forego any opportunity to heal Shenbao, even the slightest glimmer of hope. Chapter 38. Was I unjust in my assessment of her? Asked. Has anyone investigated her background? Yes, but no pertinent information was discovered. Indeed, should she truly be an emissary dispatched by the Bo family to undermine you, they would undoubtedly tamper with her identification. However, considering Shenbao is the sole heir to the Bo lineage, and given Bo Changshan's reverence for blood relations, even if he harbors no affection for Shenbao, he would assuredly refrain from causing him harm. After all, should misfortune befall Shenbao, the Bo household would descend into utter pandemonium, with Bo Changshan incapable of managing the ensuing discord among the first, second, and third branches, let alone focusing his energies on you. Therefore, even if she were to ingratiate herself with Shenbao, she would not inflict any harm upon him. Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from a cigarette, acknowledging the validity of He Jingcheng's assertion. He Jingcheng continued, remarking, "Furthermore, if she is indeed a pawn of the Bo family, Bo Changshan has executed a brilliant maneuver. Truly commendable. Had he deployed an ordinary woman to approach you, Bo Yancheng, you would have denied her any opportunity. However, her expertise in child psychology, coupled with her potential to aid in Shenbao's recovery, is grounds enough for you to not easily dismiss her. Moreover, should she genuinely succeed in ameliorating Shenbao's manic-depressive disorder, you would willingly offer her your life. In other words, once she has won over Shenbao, there would be no further need to breach your defenses, as you would be rendered defenseless, led by the nose." Observing Bo Yancheng's silence, He Jingcheng added, "However, a solitary clandestine meeting is insufficient grounds to definitively establish a connection between her and Bo Changshan. Perhaps Bo Changshan merely recognized her proficiency in psychology and deliberately sought her acquaintance. It is conceivable that the young lady in question is entirely unacquainted with Bo Changshan." Bo Yancheng cast another glance at He Jingcheng, his prejudice against her exacerbated by the DNA test results, which revealed she was not Shenbao's biological mother. Upon encountering a photograph of her with Bo Changshan today, he unthinkingly assumed that she was colluding with him. Even when she proactively approached him to discuss their meeting, he remained skeptical of her intentions. Upon reflection, He Jingcheng's analysis did possess a semblance of validity. If she were indeed sent by Bo Changshan, she would not have visited the hospital today to demand repayment and to initiate a conversation about their meeting. Bo Yancheng pondered for a moment before placing a call to Zhouing. Regardless of the means, he needed to extract information from Bo Changshan's confidant. He was determined to uncover what Bo Changshan and Tang Nuanning had discussed at the CAF today. After ending the call, Bo Yancheng lit a cigarette. In addition to this matter, Tang Nuanning's accusations against him continued to plague his thoughts. She had looked up at him with unwavering determination, articulating her grievances with every word, even going so far as to swear an oath. She was conveying that she would stake her life on every word she spoke. Could it be that he had truly misunderstood her? Yet, setting aside her meeting with Bo Changshan, how could he rationalize the incidents of the past? How could he defend himself against the claims of silencing her and bullying a young girl? Who else had he wronged besides her? What was he even contemplating? He Jingcheng nudged him gently. At that moment, He Jingcheng's phone rang. It was Qin Ming calling. After hanging up, he turned to Bo Yancheng and said, "Let us not dwell on these thoughts anymore. The birthday celebrant is summoning us." Bo Yancheng silently exhaled, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, and followed He Jingcheng towards the private room. Furthermore, added, "There's something I must forewarn you about. My sister has become extraordinarily fond of that young woman. Should you contemplate any actions concerning her in the future, proceed with utmost discretion. Otherwise, my sister will undoubtedly create a disturbance." While she may hesitate to confront you directly, she will certainly express her displeasure to me, potentially demanding that I sever ties with you. Such a situation would jeopardize our brotherhood. Retorted with disdain, you truly lack ambition. Scoffed, easy for you to say, standing there unscathed. You don't have a sister. You're oblivious to the formidable influence a sister wields over her brother. Chuckled heartily as everyone raised their glasses in celebration of his birthday. Seated at the head of the table, remained seated and merely tapped his glass against the table before tilting his head back and draining its contents in one swift gulp. The gesture caught the attention of those present, causing a momentary pause. The expectation was to merely take a sip, but now, everyone felt obliged to empty their glasses. The atmosphere at the dinner table was lively, with boisterous conversation and laughter. As some attempted to offer a toast to, intervened, sensing his friend's somber mood. Why bother? Direct your attention to instead. After all, he's the birthday celebrant. If you don't manage to intoxicate him and deliver him to a bevy of women to deflower him, you're not worthy of being called men. Those in attendance, possessing a keen sense of perception, immediately recognized that was shielding from unwanted attention. Observing his countenance, they discerned his melancholic state and promptly redirected their focus toward. A chorus of voices erupted, declaring their unwavering determination to relieve him of his virginity that very night. Bawdy jokes and playful banter filled the air. Unwilling to dampen the festive spirit, remained despite his despondent mood. He ignited another cigarette. Reclining in his chair as he smoked, his gaze fixed upon Lin Dong. Earlier, upon exiting, he had observed Tang Nuanning conversing with Lin Dong. It appeared they were quite familiar, and the look in Lin Dong's eyes as he regarded her was impure. Sensing the scrutiny, Lin Dong hastily turned his gaze, eager to engage in conversation with Bo Yancheng. Now, the opportunity presented itself. With alacrity, Lin Dong approached, bearing a wine glass, and said with a smile, "President Bo, it is our first encounter. Allow me to offer you a toast. You need not partake. I shall drain my glass." Lin Dong tilted his head back and consumed the entire glass. Yet Bo Yancheng continued to smoke his cigarette, unmoved. An individual of Lin Dong's stature was not worthy of sharing a drink with him. Were it not for Qin Ming's birthday celebration, it was conceivable they would never have crossed paths. The circles of the elite are not accessible to just anyone who desires entry. Chapter 39. Does Mommy Hurt? Qin Ming was a cherished comrade of Bo Yancheng, while Lin Dong had been brought along as a friend of Qin Ming. Lin Dong, cognizant of his insufficient rank, observed that Bo Yancheng had not imbibed and merely exhibited a moment of awkwardness, betraying no loss of composure. He continued with a smile. "My name is Lin Dong, the current manager of the Nan Corporation. I have long desired to become acquainted with President Bo. Having encountered you today, I shall boldly present myself before you. This is my card." Lin Dong, with considerable effort, produced his business card and offered it to Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng glanced at it, but did not extend his hand. Lin Dong's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to extricate himself from the situation. When Bo Yancheng abruptly reached out and accepted the card, Lin Dong was taken aback, then ecstatic, secretly rejoicing. Having glanced at the business card, Bo Yancheng deposited it into his pocket. He then lifted his glass, clinked it against the others on the table, and took a sip. Lin Dong was immensely flattered and hastily refilled his own glass, downing 3 cups in quick succession. The others present, being perceptive individuals, appeared to be orbiting Qin Ming, but their gazes remained fixed on this interaction. Upon witnessing Bo Yancheng accept Lin Dong's card and share a drink with him, they swiftly shifted their attention to Lin Dong. Once Lin Dong had disengaged from Bo Yancheng, they swarmed him, exchanging business cards and sharing drinks, rapidly forging camaraderie. Despite their prior unfamiliarity, they now acted as if they were the closest of kin. Such was the influence of Bo Yancheng. He could alter a person's destiny without uttering a word. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Bo Yancheng's favor toward Lin Dong stemmed from Tang Nuanning. He sought to gain more insight into Tang Nuanning, and as fate would have it, Lin Dong was acquainted with her. Despite her attempts to conceal her unease, Dabao detected her distress. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Tang Nuanning feigned nonchalance, replying, "Nothing. Why do you ask?" Dabao scrutinized her with a slight frown. "Your hair is disheveled, and your hand, it's injured." Only then did Tang Nuanning notice the wound on her hand, likely a result of the shattered ceramic bottle that Shunhai had recently broken. Tang Nuanning fabricated a story. I saw an acquaintance earlier and, in my excitement, accidentally knocked over the ceramic soap dispenser in the restroom. A shard cut my hand. Xiao Sanbao immediately rushed forward, asking, "Mommy, does it hurt?" "It does not hurt. If it did, Mother would certainly be aware. The little one is blowing gently for Mother, wishing her well." Tang Nuanning smiled, replying, "Thank you, little Sanbao." With her head bowed, Tang Daba noticed the scratches on her neck and frowned slightly, yet chose not to comment further. Xia Tian, absorbed in her own thoughts, failed to notice the marks on her neck and focused instead on the injury to Tang Nuanning's hand. As she called for a waiter to bring alcohol and Band-Aids, she inquired, "Who did you meet that made you so agitated, so careless?" Tang Nuanning Zipli, Lin Zong. Xia Tian expressed surprise. "You met Lin Dong?" "Yes. He came here for business, and we happened to run into each other, so we chatted for a while. I wondered why you were outside for so long. It turns out you encountered an acquaintance." Over the years, Lin Dong has made quite a name for himself in Jin City. Uncle Nan is getting older, and Wanwan's focus has shifted away from the company. The Nan family is entirely reliant on Lin Dong's management, and it seems inevitable that Uncle Nan will soon step aside. Lin Dong is indeed a talent. He displayed such potential back in school, or else Wanwan would not have taken a liking to him. Indeed, during Wanwan's disappearance over the past year, Lin Dong dedicated himself to his career, maintaining an unblemished reputation without any scandals, which is quite remarkable. I heard that a while ago, and in turn had a crush on him and attempted to seduce him, which frightened Lin Dong so much that he dismissed her that very night and issued a lengthy statement at the company, declaring his marital status. Moreover, the lengthy composition was entirely imbued with affection for Wanwan, akin to an extended love letter, devoid of vulgarity, crudeness, or affectation, yet replete with literary brilliance, captivating a multitude of female admirers. It is also rumored that he prominently displayed his and Wanwan's wedding portraits throughout his office, adorning the back wall, the desk, the tea table, and even his computer's lock screen, a quintessential display of spousal adoration, indeed. Tang Nuanning smiled, remarking that Wanwan had not misjudged her partner, nor was it in vain that Wanwan had endured considerable pressure to marry him. Indeed, it is only upon witnessing her and Lin Dong that I can perceive the beautiful facet of matrimony. Xia Tian, while speaking, turned toward Tang Nuanning, her expression laden with unspoken sentiments. Tang Nuanning, aware of her unspoken thoughts, jested, "One must not condemn an entire forest based on the shortcomings of a single sapling. Love, after all, retains its inherent beauty." As they conversed, a server approached, accompanied by a female physician and 2 nurses. Tang Nuanning, taken aback by the spectacle, questioned whether the hotel maintained a medical staff. She had merely sustained a minor abrasion, hardly warranting such an elaborate response. Truly, this establishment, renowned as the foremost opulent dining venue in Jincheng, offered unparalleled service. The physician meticulously tended to Tang Nuanning's wound, gently inquiring if she had sustained any further injuries. Tang Nuanning, smiling, shook her head, affirming that she had not. Tang Debao, observing Tang Nuanning, furrowed his brow, for she bore a visible contusion upon her neck. After offering a few words of counsel, the physician departed, leaving Tang Nuanning to marvel at the exceptional service befitting such an exorbitant establishment. Indeed, within the service sector, excellence is paramount. After all, we invest with the expectation of being treated regally. She chuckled. Verily, affluence begets privilege, while its absence consigns one to a more humble existence. Yet, even Cinderellas may rise above their circumstances. I have faith in your potential. Your ascent to wealth is but a matter of time. Tang Nuanning be met, her affection for money well known. Xia Tiantian's weakness was for youthful paramours, whereas Nan Wan was devoted to her career. These were the defining traits of the trio. Xia Tiantian's eyes glazed over at the prospect. "Pray, hasten your transformation into a wealthy woman. My anticipation knows no bounds." Observing her infatuation, Tang Nuanning cautioned, "Exercise restraint, lest our impressionable offspring be led astray." Xia Tian winked before composing herself. "Where is Erbao?" Tang Nuanning in Guit. Without hesitation, Xia Tiantian responded. He is presently occupied with his ablutions. Tang Nuanning thought little of it, unaware that at that very moment, Tang Erbao had arrived at the threshold of Bo Yancheng's private chamber, poised for an encounter of wills. He surreptitiously observed Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning conversing at the corridor's end. From his concealed vantage point, he could not discern the content of their exchange, but he noted his mother's evident distress. He surmised that Bo Yancheng was the cause of her displeasure. If you dare cause my mother grief, then you shall know no peace. Thus, the young lad sought to vent his ire upon Bo Yancheng. He eavesdropped at the door for a time, overhearing festive revelry and repeated toasts to the birthday celebrant. The diminutive fellow emitted a disdainful snort, noting that someone's birthday was being celebrated. From afar, he espied a waiter maneuvering a dessert trolley. Tang Erbao, with his obsidian orbs gleaming mischievously, sauntered toward the confectionery conveyance with an exaggerated swagger. Upon drawing near, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens, what an exquisite cake! I have an intense yearning to taste it." The waiter, captivated by his endearing mien, paused and gently chided, "Indeed, it is quite lovely, but it is not for consumption. To partake of another's possession without consent is impolite. Should you desire a sweet treat, you may request your parents to confer with a server. The establishment offers a plethora of other pastries." Tang Erbao, with a pout gracing his visage, feigned disappointment, lamenting, "This one is assuredly the most delectable. Pray tell, what adorns its apex? Is it a wax taper?" He extended a diminutive digit, gesturing toward the uppermost embellishment of the cake. As the three servers collectively craned their necks to observe, Tang Erbao surreptitiously extracted a small trinket from his pocket and secreted it within the cake. "That is not a candle, merely an ornamental piece." "Ah, I see." Then hastened to deliver the cake, lest the birthday celebrant grow impatient. "Very well." The trio of servers chuckled, proceeding with the cake. Tang Erbao, having just sampled some cream, smacked his lips. "So delicious a pity indeed." Tang Erbao muttered, casting a mischievous grin as he watched the server take the cake inside. Before long, a deafening crash echoed from within the private room, followed by piercing screams. Tang Erbao, knowing his treacherous scheme had succeeded, emitted a cold snort, tucked his hands into his pockets, and ambled towards the restroom, whistling nonchalantly. At that moment, Qin Ming's cake had detonated, splattering Bo Yancheng. As he was positioned in the center, he was the closest to Qin Ming. Bo Yancheng's hair, face, and attire were now completely covered in cake, transforming him into a veritable cake person. He inhaled sharply, barely managing to contain his fury. Never before had he been in such a disheveled state, especially in front of so many people. Amidst the collective bewilderment, Qin Ming was equally stunned. After a moment, he roared, "Damn it! Who's playing this prank on me? You win, you bastard, you win. Just wait until I find out who you are. I'll make sure you regret it when your birthday rolls around." Qin Ming assumed it was a practical joke orchestrated by someone in the room. The others also jumped to the same conclusion, and the tense atmosphere immediately dissipated, replaced by uproarious laughter. Bo Yancheng didn't dwell on it either. He figured that a little horseplay was to be expected at a man's birthday celebration. Out of respect for Qin Ming's special day, he suppressed his anger, begrudgingly stood up, and headed towards the restroom. Finding the restroom in the private room occupied, he went to the public restroom outside. There, he spotted Tang Erbao, wearing a mask and standing in front of a urinal, fiddling with his pants. The two locked eyes, one adult and one child. Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed. Were it not for the boy's exceptionally lively eyes, he would have mistaken him for Shen Bao. His features bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Bao's. With a mask on, Shen Bao would look exactly like this. Deep Bao's brows were often furrowed, and even when confronted with shocking events, his expression remained unchanged. "Wow, a cake person! It looks so delicious!" exclaimed Tang Erbao as he rushed towards it, oblivious to his surroundings, grabbing a handful of cake to shove into his mouth. The cake was indeed delectable, and he was utterly tempted. However, Bo Yancheng seized his wrist firmly, preventing him from indulging. Tang Erbao attempted to defy him, but his strength paled in comparison to Bo Yancheng's. Frustrated at being unable to reach the cake that was so tantalizingly close, the little fellow pouted, calling him a villain. Bo Yancheng frowned, but chose not to engage with Tang Nuanning, instead standing at the sink to clean the cake off his hands. Just as he finished washing his face, Tang Nuanning looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Uncle. Bo Yancheng turned his head, and the child continued, I need to pee. I'm about to burst. Then go, Bo Yancheng replied curtly. But I can't undo my zipper. Could you please help me? Before Bo Yancheng could respond, Tang Nuanning dramatically lamented. Oh no, I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to wet my pants. Uncle, please help me. Bo Yancheng frowned again. He was not fond of conversing with strangers, even if they were children. Yet, seeing the resemblance to deep Bao in the little one stirred paternal instincts within him, and he found himself unable to refuse. He stepped over, crouched down, and assisted Tang Nuanning with his zipper. As the zipper descended, an unexpected torrent erupted forth. A stream of freshly produced urine cascaded upon the visage, torso, extremities, and footwear of Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng. A fleeting expression of triumph flickered across Tang Nuanning's countenance. This is for mistreating my mother. You shall be drenched in my urine. The diminutive fellow reveled inwardly, yet outwardly feigned trepidation. Forgive me, sir, I couldn't restrain myself. You wouldn't strike me, would you? Benevolent individuals do not harm children. Glimpsing an entrant from the corner of his eye, Tang Nuanning emitted a plaintive wail. I did not intend to, sir. I truly did not intend to urinate upon your face in person. Allow me to cleanse you. Allow me to cleanse you. As he spoke, he feigned an attempt to retrieve discarded paper from the refused receptacle. Bo Yancheng's gaze intensified, and he recoiled several paces with abruptness. You, what ails you, sir? Do you not require my assistance in cleansing yourself? I do not. Very well, then, cleanse yourself. I shall take my leave. Oh, and do not neglect to rinse your oral cavity. I believe I observed droplets of urine entering your mouth. Bo Yancheng. Zhou Xing entered, bearing fresh attire, accompanied by He Jingsheng, Shang Yu, and several others. Subsequently, the eyes of all widened in unison. Before they could utter a word, Tang Nuanning addressed them with pitiable dejection. I did not intentionally cause him to ingest my urine, nor did I intentionally urinate upon his face. I am, in fact, a well-bred and virtuous child. The assembly murmured. Chapter 41. He dared to strike my mommy? Upon uttering these words, Tang Nuanning departed, his countenance undergoing an immediate transformation as he exited the lavatory, now beaming with unparalleled elation. Nuanning, when did you slip out? Initially, Tang Nuanning felt little apprehension at Tang Nuanning's impromptu departure. However, the mere thought of a certain individual's presence sent a jolt of anxiety through her. What if he were to stumble upon the child, thereby discovering his existence? Tang Nuanning's eyes widened as she admonished. In this unfamiliar place, how could you venture out on your own? You. Before she could complete her reprimand, Tang Nuanning approached her and planted a tender kiss upon her cheek. The little one punctuated his gesture with a series of playful winks. Tang Nuanning was rendered speechless, her intended scolding dissolving into silence. Tang Nuanning possessed an innate understanding of how to manipulate her emotions. Abandoning her rebuke, Tang Nuanning inquired with palpable apprehension, Did you, by any chance, encounter someone resembling you while you were out? Tang Nuanning surmised precisely whom she alluded to. Indeed, I encountered them, sabotaged their cake, and even relieved myself upon him. Yet, harboring these thoughts, Tang Nuanning feigned innocence, responding with utmost seriousness, No, I didn't. The only one who resembles me is my elder brother, isn't it? And he remained inside the private room. Relief washed over Tang Nuanning, and she exhaled softly. Gently pinching Tang Nuanning's cheek, she cautioned, henceforth, refrain from acting without prior consultation. Before embarking on any endeavor, seek guidance from an adult. Understood? Yes, yes. Feigning deafness, Tang Nuanning, his actions belying his words, placated Tang Nuanning and settled down beside Tang Nuanning. As the server entered to serve the dishes, and while Tang Nuanning and Xia Tiantian were engaged in conversation, Tang Nuanning whispered to Tang Nuanning, I just vented my anger for mommy. I urinated on that scum Bo right in his face. Tang Nuanning's brow furrowed slightly, and he first glanced at Tang Nuanning to ensure she wasn't paying attention. Then, he quietly inquired, Bo Yancheng? Yes. Tang Bao Hapfim. Earlier, I saw Mommy chatting with that scum, Bo, and she seemed very unhappy. He must have upset Mommy again. Just as someone was delivering a birthday cake to his room, I placed a small explosive device inside and detonated the cake. Then, while that scum, Bo, was in the restroom washing his face, I seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation and successfully urinated on his face. It was truly cathartic. Tang Bao frowned, casting another glance at Tang Nuanning. The injury on Mommy's neck, did Bo Yancheng inflict it? Did you witness him laying a hand on Mommy? No, I merely saw them conversing, and their expressions were not pleasant. Mommy appeared very unhappy, and he seemed quite fierce. He must have been intimidating our Mommy. Did he recognize you? No, I was wearing a mask. Then, is he aware that you acted intentionally? Certainly not. They believe someone played a prank by detonating their cake. Tang Bao remained silent for a few moments before excusing himself to the restroom. Upon entry, he secured the room by bolting the door and swiftly activated his modified smartwatch. Ostensibly, it appeared to be an ordinary child's communication device, yet its internal mechanisms were far from conventional. With utmost haste, he infiltrated the establishment surveillance system, procuring a duplicate of the surveillance footage before proceeding to expunge the original recordings. Cognizant of Mr. Bo's formidable capabilities, he was resolved to safeguard Bao from detection. Is something amiss, elder brother? Tang Bao inquired in hushed tones, seemingly perceptive of an anomaly. Tang Bao responded gravely, let us partake in our meal first. We shall converse this evening. Xia Tian, disinclined to part from Tang Nuanning, adamantly insisted on sharing her sleeping quarters, avowing her intent to impose upon her hospitality for the night. Tang Nuanning, reciprocally desirous of confiding in Xia Tian, was equally disinclined to separate. We shall have to inconvenience you for this evening, as you must reside with us in our rented dwelling. Inconvenience? Nay, the environment here is exceedingly pleasant. It exudes an aura of opulence. Abruptly confronted with this topic, Bao experienced a surge of disquietude. He had personally selected this locale, a secluded, high-end two-bedroom suite, the nightly tariff of which was in the 5-figure range. However, he had conveyed to Tang Nuanning that the cost was a mere pittance of slightly over 100. Tang Bao promptly clarified, this locale is typically quite exorbitant, but due to the landlady's particular fondness for us, she extended a discounted rate, amounting to slightly over 100 per night. Upon hearing this, Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in astonishment. Slightly over 100? Remarkable. Observe. We are now firmly entrenched in an era of preferential treatment based on physical appearance. Were I would willingly grant you lodging gratis. The three of you exude an aura of auspiciousness, and your presence here shall undoubtedly imbue the dwelling with good fortune. Haha. Tang Daba's lips twitched slightly, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. It seems that Mommy's good friend is not particularly astute. Mommy, you and Godmother should rest now. We too shall retire, for we are weary. Sleep early, came the reply. All right, good night, Mommy. Good night, Godmother. Tang Daba hastily opened his computer, his expression turning grave. Observing this, Tang Bao immediately inquired, what is the matter, brother? Meanwhile, Tang Sambao, with wide, curious eyes, leaned in closer. As Tang Daba navigated the computer, he explained, today, I erased their surveillance footage at the restaurant to prevent Bo Yancheng from discovering you, and I also copied the restaurant's recordings. Mommy was hurt today, and I need to ascertain whether it was Bo Yancheng's doing. Tang Bao's eyes widened in alarm. Mommy was hurt? Where is she injured? I only saw her looking upset. I didn't witness any altercation. Are you suggesting that Bo Yancheng struck Mommy? Tang Sambao, equally distressed, chimed in. Did someone hit Mommy? Who would dare? Is Mommy in pain again? In contrast to his younger siblings, Tang Daba remained composed. Do not fret just yet. Mommy's injuries are not severe. Let us examine the footage first. It may not be him. The three little ones huddled together, their heads nearly touching as they peered at the screen. Soon, they discovered the video of Shun Hai attacking Tang Nuanning. Incensed, Tang Bao's fury ignited instantaneously. He dared to strike his mother. He dared to assault my mother. Brother, who is this decrepit old reprobate? Little Sambao, witnessing the video of Tang Nuanning being throttled, burst into tears, exclaiming, "Villain! A dreadful villain! He's mistreating my mommy, wah! He's a dreadful villain!" Tang Nuanning, his lips pressed into a firm line, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, refrained from an immediate response. His small hands danced across the keyboard for a moment, and soon, Shenhai's personal information materialized on the screen, replete with scandalous headlines. Chapter 42. Tang Nuanning. No one shall mistreat my mommy. Shenhai, the second master of the Shun family, a quintessential scoundrel. Repulsive in appearance, lecherous, and deficient in vigor. He leverages his kinship with the illustrious star Shan Jiuyue and his connection to the Bo family to assert dominance in Jincheng. Upon encountering an attractive woman, he invariably attempts to coerce her into amorous pursuits. Should she resist, he resorts to insidious methods to compel her compliance. Devoid of virtuous deeds, he has indulged in a litany of transgressions. Tang Nuanning was consumed with rage. He is, in fact, one of the individuals shielded by that Bo. No wonder mommy intends to divorce that Bo. If he is capable of protecting this reprobate who engages solely in malevolence, then he is unequivocally a reprobate himself. Bo Yancheng, he was mercilessly berated by his own son. And this woman, is she not the one who harassed little Sanbao at the airport? Birds of feather flock together, a nest of vipers. None of them are virtuous individuals. I cannot allow mommy to be assaulted with impunity. I shall seek retribution from mommy from them forthwith. Tang Nuanning, acting with alacrity, turned to depart and settle accounts with Shenhai. "Hold your horses," implored. "How can I possibly remain composed?" retorted, his eyes brimming with distress. "My heart aches for mommy. Did you witness his treatment of her? Our cherished mommy, our precious mommy, whom we cradle with utmost care, as if she were made of the most delicate glass, is being subjected to such abuse. He dared to lay his hands on her throat. Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? I'm going to sever his wretched claws this instant." S. brow furrowed in consternation. "Is connected to, I am aware," interjected. "I fear no one, least of all anyone with the surname. No one is permitted to mistreat my mommy. It's not a matter of fear," clarified. "It's that if this escalates, mommy's past will be dredged up. Until we uncover the truth behind the allegations of mommy's marital infidelity and unchaste behavior, reopening old wounds will only subject her to further torment from those online trolls. Their vitriol, while not physically lethal, can be emotionally devastating. It was precisely that which drove mommy to abandon the city she once held dear, was reluctant to escalate the situation prematurely, as the full details of the past remained shrouded in mystery." Stamped his foot in frustration. "So what are we to do? Are we to stand idly by while this villain mistreats mommy, offering no intervention? While we may not be able to exact immediate retribution for the past, are we to disregard mommy's current suffering? Of course, we must intervene," asserted. "I shall avenge today's grievance. Trust me, I will not allow mommy's suffering to go unaddressed." He preferred to handle himself, shielding from involvement, as impulsive nature invariably led to significant repercussions. The intricacies of the situation between Bo Yancheng and mommy remain unresolved, and now Shenhai is under Bo Yancheng's protection. Any action against Shenhai could easily alert Bo Yancheng. He has been investigating the events of that year and had discovered that Bo Yancheng was abroad for 2 years after marrying mommy, during which they never met. During those 2 years, he treated mommy well, ensuring she had everything she needed. However, he later accused mommy of infidelity and forced her to leave without any financial settlement. There must be a misunderstanding. Moreover, how could they have had 3 children if they never met? Tang Nuanning furrowed his brow and rapidly typed on the keyboard. After a while, he suddenly stopped. "I know." What do you know?" They must not have seen each other clearly when they were intimate at the airport, so they didn't realize who they were with. Thus, the misunderstanding arose. Tang Nuanning and Xiao Sanbao looked at Tang Nuanning, their eyes indicating they didn't understand at all. Tang Nuanning continued. "That's why Bo Yancheng amended the divorce agreement, and mommy silently accepted everything because she didn't know she had been intimate with Bo Yancheng. She thought she had truly committed adultery because she didn't know what Bo Yancheng looked like. He was just her husband in name." "Are you suggesting?" Tang Nuanning inquired. His mind still clouded with sleep, that mommy perceives Bo Yancheng and our daddy as two distinct individuals, when in reality they are one and the same? Precisely, came to reply. Likewise, Bo Yancheng remains unaware that mommy is, in fact, his legally wedded wife, and further oblivious to the fact that she was the woman with whom he shared that intimate encounter. From his perspective, her actions would indeed appear to constitute marital infidelity. Yet, how can it be that they remain ignorant of each other's identities, despite having brought us into existence? Perhaps the encounter occurred under conditions of insufficient illumination, obscuring their ability to discern each other's visages. Furthermore, your act of obliterating Bo Yancheng's vehicle with a sophisticated explosive device has likely engendered a misconception in his mind, leading him to believe that mommy is a formidable individual who is intentionally seeking to capture his attention, driven by ulterior motives. What? Is he not being rather narcissistic? It is often the case that individuals of significant financial means tend to overthink situations to a greater extent than their less affluent counterparts. This is due to the heightened level of peril and the increased number of adversaries that accompany wealth, leading to a state of heightened sensitivity. How do you know this? Tang Nuanning responded with equanimity, because your brother is himself a man of means. Are you also prone to suspicion, frequently harboring the belief that someone seeks to cause you harm? Not at all. Why is that? Because I'm a discreetly wealthy individual. Aside from you and Sambao, no one else is privy to my financial status. Consequently, no one would have reason to wish me ill. In the eyes of others, I am merely an innocent. Tang Nuanning. No wonder Mother often says that one should remain low-key. There is indeed wisdom in her words. Concealing one's wealth is also a manifestation of humility. Tang Nuanning remarked. Although Mother may not possess high intelligence, she is a kind and upright individual. Her teachings hold significant value, and we ought to heed them. Indeed. So, should we seek vengeance against Bo Yancheng? Yes, regardless of the circumstances, he has caused Mother distress, and that is inexcusable. Absolutely. He feared that his elder brother might suddenly decide against avenging their mother. Nonetheless, he was resolute. Anyone who brought sorrow to their mother would face retribution. However, before pursuing revenge, we must first clarify a crucial matter. Bo Yancheng clearly does not harbor feelings for Mother, and he was the one who initiated the divorce back then. Why then does he refuse to let go? This is a significant issue that warrants thorough investigation. Tang Nuanning mumbled, setting aside the reasons if Mother desires a divorce. Why not compel him to comply? He still preferred to resolve matters through force. This approach is acceptable, but not advisable. We should refrain from such methods until we fully comprehend the situation. For now, we must devise a plan to alleviate Bo Yancheng's misconceptions about Mother, preventing him from incessantly bothering her and causing her distress. How shall we proceed? Tang Nuanning furrowed his brow, adopting a mature demeanor, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, I have a solution. Chapter 43. Tang Nuanning's I am but a baby. What method? Do not concern yourself for now. Heed my words and await the good news. Tang Nuanning's comforted Bao and Sambao, then instructed them to wash up and sleep. Meanwhile, he busily tapped away at his keyboard. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon Bo Yancheng searching for information about him on the dark web. Requesting assistance in identifying the individual who had usurped Bo Yancheng's business and successfully breached his security systems. Nuanning narrowed his eyes. Was Bo Yancheng truly asking him to investigate himself? Was he jesting? How audacious! Tang Nuanning was the elusive top hacker who only revealed himself in shadows. The unwavering support of Ning Baobei. Initially inclined to decline, he hesitated upon discovering the connection between Bo Yancheng and Bo Yancheng. If Bo Yancheng sought to manipulate him against Bo Yancheng, could he not turn the tables and use Bo Yancheng against Bo Yancheng as well? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though he could never forge a friendship with Bo Yancheng, there was no harm in leveraging the situation. I can assist. But first, let's see if your terms can entice me. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tang Nuanning was blissfully unaware that her beloved sons had turned her affairs upside down. She handed her nightgown to the freshly washed Xia Tian. The attire was a tad snug, appearing somewhat small. Xia Tian remarked, You have borne 3 children, yet I still weigh more than you. How is that fair? Tang Nuanning chuckled. That is not called being overweight. That is merely baby fat. Xia Tian is the quintessential chubby girl. A typical northern version of the southern little potato. She is petite and charming, exuding a delightful cuteness. As Xia Tian nestled in her blankets, she confessed, I simply cannot control my appetite. I refuse to restrain myself. My motto is, Xia Tian is a true foodie, and I am not fond of exercise. Tang Nuanning joined her on the bed, chuckling, with your insatiable appetite, you ought to treat Xiao Sanbao well, for his culinary skills are exceptional, and associating with him will surely be a blessing. At the mention of the little one, Xia Tiantian's interest peaked. I know. He showed me the photos on his phone yesterday, and my goodness, they looked so appetizing. Moreover, he can create perfumes. How could someone so young be so talented? Fashion-wise, he certainly does not follow in my footsteps, Tang Nuanning mused, acknowledging her own lack of fashion sense. Xia Tian then inquired, They say giving birth is akin to undergoing a trial. Did it hurt when you gave birth to them? Tang Nuanning shrugged and replied, Honestly, I never had the chance to feel it. I don't even recall how the child was born. I awoke to find it had already happened. So I neither experienced the pain of childbirth nor captured their first moments in photographs. Xia Tian, puzzled, remarked when you fainted after work. One would assume that if someone rescued you, they would take you to the hospital, not to the depths of the mountains. If one were to assert that you have encountered malevolence, it would be to say that no harm has befallen you or your child. Rather, you have merely been abandoned in the depths of a remote forest. It appears as though there is an intention for you to fend for yourselves. Yet it does not entirely convey that sentiment. Should there have been a desire to inflict harm, there would have been no necessity to allow the birth of your child, let alone perform a surgical procedure to ensure your recovery post-delivery. During a stroll today, the topic of childbirth arose, and in a moment of distraction, Tang Nuanning inadvertently mentioned the wilderness. However, she refrained from discussing the identity of her savior or the experience of living in the forest, instead referring to a village at the foot of the mountain. Tang Nuanning found this perplexing, as this matter had been a source of consternation for her. The individual who left her in the wilderness did not seem to wish her harm, nor did they appear to be genuinely aiding her. It was rather peculiar. Did that person leave any clues behind? Tang Nuanning shook her head, indicating there were none. Subsequently, did he ever reappear? No, he did not. How curious. Xia Tian pondered for a moment and remarked that it was best to set aside the mystery for now. The truth would eventually reveal itself in due course. Tang Nuanning nodded in agreement, for many matters unfold in such a manner. One may ruminate endlessly, yet clarity often dawns when least expected. Speaking of which, enough about me and the children. Let us discuss your experiences with Wan over the years. I am eager to listen. Xia Tian replied, I remain quite unchanged. Just an ordinary person with ordinary matters. If I were to be candid, my greatest source of vexation at present is my mother. Can you believe that an intellectual like her has taken to orchestrating marriage proposals? She is verging on becoming a matchmaker, incessantly urging me daily. There exists a she and my aunt. My goodness, I dread encountering both of them. Each time they appear simultaneously, I feel as though the heavens are about to collapse. Tang Nuanning could not suppress her laughter, surprised that even teacher he was urging her towards matrimony. The current teacher, he is no longer the person you once knew. I suspect she has been influenced by my aunt, who not only wishes for my marriage, but desires it to be to a wealthy family. Tell me, with my average looks, mediocre physique, and ordinary education and job, which affluent family would deign to marry me? It is utterly ludicrous. Xia Tian mercilessly ridiculed herself before turning her critique towards her mother. In the past, her mother would often be exasperated by her perceived lack of intelligence, even to the point of tears, constantly lamenting why she and her father, both high achievers, would produce such a seemingly foolish offspring. At times, she even entertained the notion that I might not be her biological child, had it not been for our striking resemblance. She might have whisked me away for a paternity test. She would incessantly bemoan the fact that 2 scholars had given rise to 1 academic underachiever, a true case of positive yielding a negative. Were it not for their advancing age and demanding jobs, they might have considered having another child for practice. After I entered the workforce, her nagging ceased, but who could have predicted that the pressure to marry would resurface? It seems all her scholarly accomplishments have been wasted as she has transformed into a matchmaker. Tang Nuanning remarked, "You have graduated for several years now. It is indeed the age for seeking a partner. I have no desire to find one. I am quite content living alone. Why would I seek a partner? I genuinely cherish my current lifestyle, which includes work, social engagements, and my beloved circles. To revel in conviviality when the mood strikes, to embrace solitude in tranquil moments, to embark on spontaneous sojourns, and to luxuriate in the warmth of one's bed without censure. A monthly income of 4,500 suffices for personal sustenance, affording the purchase of desired indulgences. To contemplate matrimony is to potentially shoulder the burden of another, jeopardizing even the modest pleasure of acquiring potato crisps, a truly harrowing prospect." The sentiments expressed by Xia Tiantian are not devoid of merit. Marriage, indeed, presents a dichotomy. Union with a virtuous spouse heralds a flourishing existence, while entanglement with a reprobate precipitates lamentation. The crux of the matter lies in the often imperceptible nature of a man's true character. Xia Tiantian, with an air of insouciance, declares, "Bother with that. Life is fleeting. One must seize the day and derive joy from one's own existence. Furthermore, can affairs of the heart be coerced? I am not averse to matrimony. Rather, my Prince Charming has yet to materialize. Upon his arrival, no prompting will be necessary. I shall clamor for marriage myself." Xia Tiantian pivots the conversation, inquiring, "And you? What are your thoughts? Will you seek companionship in the future?" Tang Nuanning demurs, having tasted the bitterness of matrimony. "I harbor no desire to remarry. Moreover, I am already blessed with a child. Loneliness shall not be my fate in old age." Drawing closer to her, Xia Tiantian chuckled amiably, "What's yours is mine. From this day forward, I, too, have children. I shall not languish in solitude in my twilight years. Should I remain unattached, I shall cling to you and your 3 little ones in our dotage." As the words left Xia Tiantian's lips, her stomach began to rumble audibly. "I must partake of a late-night repast," she declared. "Glutton," she jested, "I shall prepare something for you. Nay, it is quite late. I shall procure sustenance via delivery. I shall ascertain whether the 3 little ones are yet slumbering. If not, I shall order in abundance." The 3 little ones were already fast asleep. Xia Tiantian ordered grilled skewers and libations. The 2 friends dined and imbibed in the bedroom, their laughter echoing as it had in their university dormitory. Bo Yancheng had sought out Tang Nuanning upon hearing of his desire for her to treat Shun Bao's dysphoria. Tang Nuanning had not prevaricated. She truly did not recognize Bo Yancheng. Their encounter at the bar that day was purely coincidental. He had dispatched emissaries to the bar, and they had learned that Tang Nuanning had registered for a part-time position as a wine purveyor that afternoon. He, however, had made an impromptu decision to seek out Heir Jinsheng at the bar that evening. Ergo, prior to registering to vend wine, Tang Nuanning was entirely unaware of his impending arrival at the bar. He had misconstrued both of these events. However, the matter of the smoke grenade rescue in the cellar, the inability to ascertain her location, the usurpation of his business, and the breaching of his security system to issue a warning missive regarding his mistreatment of a young lady remained unresolved. Could it be that the young lady in question was not Tang Nuanning after all? Mistreatment of a young lady. Nay, that cannot be. The only individuals he had mistreated were Tang Nuanning and his yet-to-be-met wife. He had been exploiting their marital bond to placate Shun Jiaoyue. However, with the recent prospect of divorce looming at her behest, he remained resistant to the dissolution. Could it be that this individual poaching deals was acting on her behalf, seeking retribution? A shadow of consternation fell over Bo Yancheng's countenance. Disregarding the hour, he retrieved his mobile device and initiated a call to the Imperial Garden residence, instructing them to contact her and arrange a rendezvous for the morrow. He resolved to personally confront her, endeavoring to ascertain whether she was indeed backed by such formidable forces. The subsequent day, Tang Nuanning was roused from her slumber by the insistent peal of her cellular device. It was Lin Dong on the line. tendering an explanation for his silence the previous evening, attributing it to inebriation. He inquired about her well-being, questioning whether Shanghai had once again subjected her to harassment. Tang Nuanning assuaged his concerns, affirming that all was well. Nevertheless, Lin Dong remained insistent on ascertaining her whereabouts, expressing his intent to visit her. Upon terminating the call, Xia Tiantian inquired whether Lin Dong was en route. Indeed, Tang Nuanning responded with a smile. He mentioned bringing Wanwan to see me. Neither of the close confidants entertained further speculation. Anticipating the imminent arrival of a male guest, they promptly arose to perform their ablutions. Unbeknownst to Tang Nuanning, the Imperial Garden residents had attempted to contact her the previous night. Her mobile device bore no record of unanswered calls. In her inebriated state, the mere thought of matters pertaining to the Imperial Garden had agitated her. In a fit of pique fueled by alcohol, she had summarily blacklisted their number. Now, with the effects of the alcohol having dissipated, she had completely expunged the incident from her memory. Consequently, the Imperial Garden's calls remained consigned to the abyss of her blocked contacts. A mere half-hour elapsed before Lin Dong arrived. Tang Nuanning, positioned at the threshold, extended a cordial welcome, ushering him into the abode. Neither of the two noticed that someone nearby was capturing photographs with a camera. Soon, this image materialized before Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng informed Bo Yancheng, "This is a photograph taken of Lin Dong, in accordance with your instructions to follow him. No wonder we could not previously ascertain Miss Tang's address. It turns out she resides at the Wheatfield Inn. The innkeeper's son is a hacker, albeit not widely known. Yet he is acquainted with several formidable hackers, and the inn's network security system is exceptionally robust. With such advanced security, one can only presume the costs are steep. Bo Yancheng remarked, "Isn't she rather impoverished? How could she afford such a fine place? The innkeeper's wife offers special treatment. She charges merely over 100 yuan per night." Zhou Sheng replied, Miss Tang's 3 sons are particularly favored by the innkeeper's wife. If it weren't for her concern that Miss Tang might overthink, she would not charge a single dime." Bo Yancheng looked at him with skepticism. Zhou Sheng insisted, "I assure you, if you doubt it, you may inquire personally." Unbeknownst to Bo Yancheng, this was all part of a meticulous arrangement orchestrated by Tang Daba. He pressed on with another inquiry. "Have you uncovered the nature of the relationship between Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning?" Chapter 45. Bo Yancheng. "Have I truly misjudged her? We have indeed discovered that she and Lin Dong's wife, Nan Wan, are close friends and former university classmates. Lin Dong is her senior, and the 3 share a deep camaraderie. Additionally, we managed to unearth some personal information about Miss Tang. It appears she once resided in Jin City. Miss Tang, a fostered child of the Tang family, was consistently treated with disdain. Nevertheless, she was remarkably self-motivated and achieved exceptional academic results from a young age, entering Jin University with a score exceeding 100 points above the threshold. Her performance at the university was also outstanding. Her teachers and peers alike praised her virtues, describing her as gentle, kind, helpful, and diligently ambitious. Had she not abruptly withdrawn from her studies to marry, she would undoubtedly have had a promising future. Following her marriage and subsequent abrupt departure from university, she was embroiled in a scandal involving alleged impropriety in her private life. She was caught in flagrante delicto of marital infidelity by her husband, who promptly divorced her, leaving her with nothing. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace for 6 years. Marital infidelity, left with absolutely nothing. The thought of his wife, whom he had never met, suddenly crossed Bo Yancheng's mind. However, it was improbable that Tang Nuanning was this woman, as Tang Nuanning was already divorced, whereas his own marital status remained unresolved. Furthermore, their names were dissimilar. Uncertain, Zhou Sheng responded, shaking his head. Bo Yancheng paused in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any clandestine relationship between Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning?" Zhou Sheng was taken aback. This question, it is unlikely. Lin Dong and his wife have a very affectionate relationship. He is widely regarded as an exemplary husband. Bo Yancheng's lips moved slightly as he shifted the subject. "Is there any connection between Lin Dong and Bo Changshan?" No evidence has been found, although Lin Dong has been actively seeking to ingratiate himself with you for business reasons. He attended Qin Xiao's birthday celebration last night with the intention of meeting you, and he went to great lengths to establish connections. A trace of disdain flashed across the corner of Bo Yancheng's eyes. Zhou Shun continued, "Are you suspecting a collaboration between Lin Dong and Bo Changshan? However, I find it rather improbable. Even if Lin Dong and Bo Changshan pooled their resources, they wouldn't possess more than 1 billion, whereas those who previously usurped our business ventures possessed tens of billions at their disposal. Lin Dong is a son-in-law of the Nan family, and while the Nan family is vast and prosperous, and Nan Wan is a prominent A-list celebrity, Lin Dong possesses negligible personal assets. His current role as general manager of the Nan Corporation is merely an executive position, with the true decision-making power resting with the Nan director, Bo Yancheng. Investigate potential collaborative projects with Lin Dong and afford him an opportunity, if any arise. This opportunity is extended in consideration of Lin Dong's connection to Tang Nuanning. Although his suspicions towards Tang Nuanning have diminished, they haven't been entirely dispelled. His desire for her to care for Shun Bao is intertwined with his intention to ascertain her true nature. Thus, he is attentive to the individuals and matters surrounding her. Bo Yancheng, upon hearing this, once again raised his eyelids to regard Zhou Sheng, the sole daughter of Professor Xia. Indeed, my investigation confirms that Miss Tang, Miss Xia, and Miss Nan were an inseparable trio during their academic years, sharing a close bond. Bo Yancheng. Professor Xia Chunyang and his wife are esteemed figures whom he greatly admires. His interest in ancient culture aligns with their expertise in the field, leading him to visit them on numerous occasions. Furthermore, Xia Chunyang's wife, Heir, was a close confidant of his late mother. He was aware that Xia Chunyang had an only daughter, but he had never met her nor knew her name. He did not anticipate that Tang Nuanning will be close friends with Xia Chunyang's only daughter. Are Professor Xia and Professor He still in Jiangchen? Observing the profound expression on Bo Yancheng's face, Zhou Shun commented that there should be no need to fret about Miss Xia's safety. She and Miss Tang were genuine confidants. When the scandal of Miss Tang's extramarital affair surfaced years ago, while acquaintances were condemning her, only Miss Xia and Miss Nan retorted, berating those who criticized Miss Tang. Consequently, they endured cyberbullying and faced considerable censure. Fortunately, the Nan family, being affluent, invested heavily to suppress the trending topics, extricating them from the situation. And Miss Tang's affair was thus relegated to the past. First, investigate what Tang Nuanning was up to in the countryside during those years. She was once a student of excellent character and scholarship. Who knows if she might have deteriorated? People are always subject to change. Bo Yancheng, thinking of his wife, then inquired, "Have you still not been able to reach her at Royal View Manor?" The calls remain unanswered. Zhou Sheng, aware of Bo Yancheng's thoughts, remarked, however, "I believe that the recent events are unlikely to be related to her. If the person who is seizing our business was truly acting on her behalf, then they would have been incensed when you refused a divorce the next day and would have taken further action. But as you can see, many days have passed. The divorce has not occurred, and that person has not caused any further trouble." Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng's words held merit. But if it wasn't Tang Nuanning, nor his wife, then to whom did the young lady refer? Yancheng. Liu Bei had arrived at the hospital for work. Attend to him. I'll be leaving now. If anything arises with him, call me. Liu Bei, aware that he had watched over Shun Bao all night, reminded him, to which Bo Yancheng responded with a perfunctory upon entering the car, immediately directed them to the office. His thoughts were consumed by Shun Bao and his work relentlessly. Even the most resilient constitution would falter under such strain. He instructed them to head to the company first, then closed his eyes to steal a moment of rest. Zhou Sheng, filled with resignation, sighed softly in his heart and started the car. Outsiders often portrayed Bo Yancheng as cold and ruthless, a heartless being. However, this was a misinterpretation. He was in essence a man of reserved demeanor, but with a warm heart. He was the quintessential devoted father. Upon arriving at the company, Bo Yancheng was about to power on his computer when it automatically sprang to life. A line of large characters appeared on the screen. Before Bo Yancheng could react, Zhou Sheng rushed in, exclaiming, "Sir, someone has invested 5 billion into our new project. This was a clever stratagem devised by Tang Nuanning to dispel Bo Yancheng's misconstrued perception of Tang Nuanning. A mere misunderstanding, coupled with a substantial investment of 5 billion, would suffice to exonerate Tang Nuanning of any suspicion. Zhou Sheng approached and, upon seeing the words on the screen, was even more astounded. He invested the money? A misunderstanding? Does that imply that his earlier accusation of you mistreating the young lady was merely a misunderstanding? Then haven't we also misunderstood Miss Tang? Bo Yancheng remained silent. Chapter 46. Who exactly is her husband? Meanwhile, on Bo Changshan's side, there was palpable excitement. You've actually made contact with him? Yes, he mentioned that he's willing to assist, but he wants to know what conditions we're offering. Furthermore, I've been informed that the individual in question publicly apologized to the young master today, attributing previous allegations of the young master mistreating the young lady to a misunderstanding. As a gesture of goodwill, they've invested 5 billion into the young master's new venture. How much? 5 billion. Bo Changshan exclaimed, taken aback. This is an affluent individual with substantial capital. Indeed, but given that they've already apologized and proactively ingratiated themselves with the young master, even if we were to locate them, would they be amenable to collaborating with us? Bo Changshan sighed deeply. That's not an act of ingratiation. It's a preemptive attempt at reconciliation, knowing that Yin Shun has been searching for them, possessing both wealth and capability. This is a rare and invaluable ally. Their prowess is likely on par with Yin Shen's, with them on our side. We won't have to worry about suppressing Bo Yancheng. As long as we can find them, we can offer them sufficient incentives to ensure their cooperation. But this Baobei's #1 backer is requesting a demonstration of our sincerity. What do you propose we offer them? If we were to offer monetary compensation, what sum would be appropriate? They don't covet money. If they did, they would have specified an amount directly. Then what do you surmise they desire? Bo Changshan furrowed his brow. They likely already know that the item in question is in my possession. The confidant was taken aback, aghast. How could they possibly know, given the level of secrecy? Don't forget their profession. They're a top-tier hacker. What could possibly be concealed from them? Are you implying that they desire that particular item? Bo Changshan paused in silence for a moment before making the call. If he could locate the individual I seek, I would reward him with that item. My lord, that is unthinkable. For many years, the young master has been searching for that object. Should he discover this, the consequences would be dire. We shall act in secrecy. He need not be informed. Observing the perplexed expression on his confidant's face, Bo Changshan remarked, that item is invaluable. Yet I cannot take it with me upon my demise. At my advanced age, how much longer can I expect to live? Rather than hoarding that possession, it would be wiser to leverage it for my future. My sole desire now is to reclaim my former position. Everything else pales in comparison. I understand. I shall attend to it immediately. At the Wheatfield Inn, did you make a special trip to purchase breakfast from a Jinping hotel? And you bought such a variety? Xia Tian exclaimed. Can it be anything less than delectable when a single bun costs 800 yuan? Tang Nuanning gasped in astonishment. How much? Xia Tian gestured with her petite hand. 800. Is it truly that exorbitant? Indeed, one would scarcely dare to imagine. That fellow, Bo Yancheng, knows how to make money, a quintessential representative of capitalism. The Jinping Hotel is an establishment under Bo Yancheng's ownership. Tang Nuanning's expression shifted, especially upon the mention of her husband. The 800 yuan buns, Lin Dong had purchased 6, along with 3 servings of nutritious porridge and an array of over 10 side dishes. A single breakfast cost nearly 10,000 yuan. After composing herself, Tang Nuanning addressed Lin Dong, expressing her gratitude. You really shouldn't have gone to such expense. We're friends. There's no need for such formality. Please, sit down and partake before it cools. I presume you haven't eaten either? Join me. Very well, he responded. The trio then engaged in conversation over their meal, reminiscing about their time in Nanwan and discussing Tang Nuanning's life over the intervening years. Lin Dong gazed at her, his eyes filled with heartfelt sympathy. Upon learning that Tang Nuanning was still married and that her husband had been evading her, Lin Dong frowned. If it's amenable to you, perhaps you could confide in me as to his identity? I could intercede and seek clarification from him. If there's no affection remaining, It would be best to expedite the divorce. Xiao Tian turned her gaze towards Tang Nuanning as well. Even now, she was still unaware of the identity of Tang Nuanning's contemptible husband. Tang Nuanning, however, demurred, "Please, do not trouble yourselves over this matter. I shall handle it myself." Firstly, their marriage was a closely guarded secret, bound by a confidentiality agreement barring disclosure. More importantly, given Bo Yancheng's current influence, she dared not involve Xiao Tian and Lindong. Should Bo Yancheng become incensed, he might retaliate against them. She could not allow them to become innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. Seeing Tang Nuanning's reluctance to divulge the information, Xiao Tian and Lindong refrained from pressing her further. Lindong then shifted the subject. "Should you encounter any difficulties in Jin City, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Please, do not stand on ceremony with me." "Understood," she replied. After further conversation, Lindong took his leave. Subsequently, he made a phone call. "Investigate the identity of Tang Nuanning's husband for me. If you're unable to ascertain it through conventional means, then inquire with the Tang family. Expedite the process. Upon successful identification, I shall remit an additional 100,000 to you. Moreover, have you accomplished everything I entrusted to you last night? Ensure you have thoroughly cleaned yourself. We cannot afford to leave any incriminating evidence, or we shall both face dire consequences." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Lindong leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in contemplation, gazing at the inn before him with a complex expression. He had not anticipated Tang Nuanning's reappearance. He was equally taken aback to learn that she had not divorced. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that she had chosen to bear the children within her, and they were triplets. After a considerable pause, Lindong finally exhaled deeply, starting his vehicle and departing. While driving, he placed a call to Jinping Hotel, requesting 3 servings of children's breakfast to be delivered to Building 1 of the Wheatfield Inn, specifying the most expensive option. Chapter 47. Am I to get my hands dirty while he stands idly by? Just as Lindong had left, the 3 little ones awoke. The youngest, Sambao, glanced at the clock on the nightstand, his face paling in alarm. "Oh no, it's already past 10. This is bad. Mommy and godmother must be starving." The little one threw off the covers and dashed out of bed in his pajamas. The older siblings, Debao and Erbao, also sat up. "Mommy and godmother have already eaten. An uncle brought us breakfast." Upon hearing this, Debao and Erbao chorused, "Which uncle?" "I have no idea." Without freshening up, the 2 hurried to inquire with Tang Nuanning, intrigued by the sudden appearance of a man beside their somewhat foolish mother. Tang Nuanning elucidated with a smile that he was the spouse of one of your godmothers, as well as a senior alumnus of Mommy's, who had come to see us upon learning of our arrival in Jincheng, and incidentally brought breakfast. Upon hearing this, the elder and younger treasures were relieved. Lindong bore several appellations: of impoverished origins, son-in-law of a wealthy family, an ambitious youth, a business elite, a kept man, and the universe's best husband. The elder treasure detected nothing amiss, and only then did he shut down the computer to perform his ablutions. Regardless of his occupation, as long as he posed no threat to his mommy, all was well. Within the drawing room, Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens, Shanhai is reaping the consequences." Upon hearing Shanhai's name, Tang Nuanning inquisitively drew closer, inquiring, "What has befallen him?" However, owing to his association with Bo Yancheng, no one dared to discipline him. Now, a nameless hero had emerged. Tang Nuanning had heard Lindong speak of the connection between Shanhai and Bo Yancheng the previous evening, as she was intrigued. Who possessed such audacity as to deal a severe blow to Shanhai? Did they not fear Bo Yancheng avenging Shanhai? Simultaneously, upon beholding the disreputable photographs of Shanhai circulating online, she experienced a touch of schadenfreude. Deservedly so. It was all retribution. She possessed neither the bowels of a bodhisattva nor the heart of a saint. It was impossible for her to wish him well after the manner in which Shanhai had treated her. Xiao Tiantian's voice carried, reaching the ears of Tang Debao as well. Indeed, one never knows until one investigates, and the investigation was startling. He had not yet taken action, yet someone had preempted him. "Brother, did you do this?" Tang Erbao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Tang Debao shook his head, replying, "Not I. I have yet to make a move." "Then who is responsible?" "I am uncertain. He has offended so many individuals. Anyone who has been harmed or bullied by him is a potential suspect. Regardless of the perpetrator, he is a great hero in my eyes." Having eliminated a scourge for the people. Having finished breakfast, Xiao Tian proposed taking the 3 children out for a day of shopping and a movie. The group of 5 cheerfully departed. Tang Nuanning did not dwell on the matter of Shanhai. However, this event stirred up quite a commotion. Shanhai was a contemptible and loathsome nobody, but he was a member of the Shun family, representing the entire clan, which in turn had the backing of Bo Yancheng. Thus, in a cascading effect, striking Shanhai was tantamount to slapping Bo Yancheng in the face. In this world, someone actually dared to offend Bo Yancheng, causing an uproar across the internet. People speculated about who was audacious enough to provoke Bo Yancheng. However, those close to Bo Yancheng were aware of his attitude toward Shanhai. Shun Jieyue was the lifesaver of Shun Bao, and he was grateful to her, extending his care to the Shun family, but only in business matters. As for Shanhai, to put it bluntly, Bo Yancheng did not regard him as a person. Otherwise, he would not have been publicly humiliated by being forced to run naked last time. He Jingxing called, "Did you do it?" Bo Yancheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the president's office, a cigarette between his fingers, overlooking the entire city of Jin. "Why not ask your sister?" Upon seeing the news of Shanhai's incident, he vaguely felt that it was inseparable from Tang Nuanning. Presently, owing to the actions of Fu Zixuan, the Fu family harbors gratitude towards Tang Nuanning. It is not implausible that they might avenge her by castrating Shanhai. He Jingxing remarked, "It wasn't them. My sister just contacted me, inquiring if you were responsible. She conveyed her profound gratitude for your vindication of Miss Tang. Should you be the one behind it?" "I am not at leisure for such matters," he retorted. "That is rather peculiar. Over the years, numerous individuals have sought Shanhai's demise, yet desisted out of deference to you. Now that he has abruptly met with misfortune, circles within the community suspect he offended you, prompting your personal intervention." "My personal intervention? He is hardly worthy," he scoffed. "Indeed." Upon concluding the call, Zhou Xing approached. "Sir, I've just conducted an inquiry. A professional assassin was contracted to target Shanhai, with the principal placing an order on the dark web. The stipulation was merely to castrate Shanhai, not to claim his life. Orders placed on the dark web render tracing the principal's information exceedingly difficult." Bo Yancheng inhaled from his cigarette, unconcerned with Shanhai's predicament, given the multitude he had offended and the numerous individuals seeking to harm him. Zhou Xing added, "A call was also received from Royal View Garden, indicating contact has been established with Madam. This time, Madam proactively reached out to them, inquiring as to when you will be available to proceed with the divorce." Upon mention of his spouse, Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow in vexation. "Inform her that if she wishes to avoid causing herself further complications, she should refrain from harassing me. I will initiate contact at my discretion when I am prepared to dissolve our union." Having relinquished his suspicions regarding her, he no longer harbored a desire to see her. His yearning to see her yesterday stemmed from the erroneous belief that she was the young lady implicated in usurping his business. Now that individual has clarified the misunderstanding, absolving them of suspicion, much like Tang Nuanning. A subtle shift crossed Bo Yancheng's countenance as Tang Nuanning came to mind. What was Tang Nuanning occupied with? Word has it she's accompanying Miss Xia on a shopping excursion with the children. Bo Yancheng remained silent. Zhou Xing then inquired, "The itinerary for today includes an inspection of Wancheng. Shall we proceed?" "Affirmative. Adhere to the scheduled itinerary." Wancheng is a chain of shopping centers under the Bo Corporation's umbrella. Bo Yancheng makes it a point to visit annually, a discreet fact-finding mission that forms part of his duties. Coincidentally, Tang Nuanning was also at Wancheng at that very moment. Chapter 48, Unpardonable Offense. Truly unpardonable Tang Nuanning was still browsing the shops when she received the news from Royal View Garden, and she was livid. What did he mean by divorcing only when he felt like it? Did that imply that if he never felt like it, the divorce would never happen? Unbelievable. Tang Nuanning, hands on her hips, massaged her forehead, cursing inwardly. It was only upon arriving at the mall that she remembered to call Royal View Garden to inquire about the divorce proceedings. She then discovered that she had blacklisted their phone number. Upon learning that Bo Yancheng had taken the initiative to contact her the previous evening and had even scheduled a meeting for today, she was ecstatic. However, to her dismay, the situation had taken another turn. She couldn't ascertain whether Bo Yancheng was displeased that she hadn't been reachable the night before. All she knew was that she was intensely frustrated with herself. Perhaps, had she answered the call last night, they would have already obtained their certificates at the Civil Affairs Bureau today. Alas, alcohol leads to missteps, monumental missteps. Given the current circumstances, it seems that her persistent pursuit has been thwarted. He explicitly stated that any harassment would be met with consequences. A peaceful discussion is futile, and relentless persistence is equally ineffective. How, then, can she secure divorce? Her path to divorce is proving to be more arduous than Xuanzang's pilgrimage. A sudden shriek pierced the air in the arcade. Little Sanbao had been forcibly pushed off his small motorcycle by another boy, landing heavily on his bottom. The boy then mocked Sanbao before mounting the motorcycle and riding away imperiously. Tang Nuanning, never one to tolerate such behavior, retaliated with a forceful shove, sending the boy sprawling onto the ground. "How dare you bully my brother?" he exclaimed. The boy, intimidated by Tang Nuanning's ferocity, burst into tears, crying out for his mother. A well-dressed woman rushed over, scooping him up in her arms. "Oh, my darling, where did you fall? What does it hurt? My bottom hurts. My bottom hurts," he wailed. The woman, filled with both concern and anger, pointed at Tang Nuanning and scolded, "You little wretch. How dare you strike my son? Do you have a death wish?" Tang Nuanning, with his head held high, retorted, "You're the wretch. Your whole family are wretches. You dare insult me? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." The woman thrust the boy into the arms of a nanny and, raising her hand, attempted to strike Nuanning, only to have her wrist seized by Tang Nuanning. Clutching her youngest child with one arm, Tang Nuanning seized the woman's wrist, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" The woman retorted, "What am I doing? He shoved my son. Are you blind? You're a parent. How do you raise your children? Utterly devoid of manners. This is a public play area. The attractions are for everyone. Why shouldn't my son be allowed to play?" Incensed, Tang Nuanning countered, "Who pushed whom first? My youngest was playing peacefully until your son shoved him. Whose child lacks upbringing here?" The affluent woman, flushed with indignation, retorted, "Do you have any idea who I am, daring to speak to me like this?" "I have no need to know your identity," Tang Nuanning retorted. "We're all experiencing life for the first time, and I have no obligation to indulge you. I'm not your parents. Your son initiated the conflict by pushing mine. The fault lies with you, not us. Just try laying a finger on my son." With that, Tang Nuanning shoved her aside. The woman, teetering on her high heels, nearly stumbled, saved only by her nanny's support. "You dare strike me? I'll beat you to death, you wench." "Who's the wench?" "You're the wench." Tang Nuanning retorted. "Think you're superior just because you have some stinking money? Try laying a hand on me, and I'll fight you to the bitter end." Realizing that neither Tang Nuanning nor Xia Tiantian were pushovers, the woman huffed, "Just you wait." With that empty threat, the woman departed with her son and nanny. Tang Nuanning swiftly inquired of her youngest, "Sanbao, are you hurt?" The youngest of the three children shook his head, tears welling up, clearly frightened. Unlike his older siblings, he was naturally timid, gentle, and prone to tears. There, no need to fear. Mommy and your godmother have already driven the villains away. Does your bottom still hurt?" "It does. Mommy will rub it for you." Summer Sweet coaxed him, "Sweetie, there are milkshakes for sale over there, sweet and delicious. How about your godmother takes you to buy one?" The little one blinked, intrigued. However, when Summer Sweet reached to hold him, he clung to Tang Nuanning's neck, unwilling to let go. Although he knew Summer Sweet was an ally, he was more attached to Tang Nuanning due to their longer acquaintance. Having just suffered, he was even more reluctant to part from her. Summer Sweet relented. "Then you wait here with Mommy, and your godmother will go buy them for you, all right?" Snuggled in Tang Nuanning's embrace, the youngest nodded between sobs. Noticing the displeasure on the faces of the elder two, Summer Sweet took each by the hand, coaxing them towards the milkshakes. Tang Nuanning cradled the youngest in the rest area, soothing him tenderly. Just as she had managed to calm him, the affluent woman from before suddenly reappeared, accompanied by several haughty women. Each was adorned in designer brands, carrying expensive handbags, and strutting in towering heels their appearances meticulously polished. Observing their aggressive approach, Tang Nuanning anticipated trouble. She shielded the youngest in her arms, glaring fiercely at the approaching group. Chapter 49. Chun-gu, a chivalrous rescue? A group of women approached, their faces marked with disdain as they scrutinized Tang Nuanning and the little treasure. Is it really them? The little treasure trembled in fear, yet defiantly declared, "You must not bully my mommy." The women, arms crossed, regarded the little treasure for a moment, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable admiration. The little treasure's beauty would undoubtedly stand out even in the vast realm of entertainment. He was a remarkable presence, unlike his siblings, Bao and Heir, who exuded a more robust aura. The little treasure emanated a gentler charm. Were he to exist in ancient times, he would undoubtedly fall into the category of a delicate young scholar, captivating all who beheld him with his striking visage. After a prolonged gaze, the women finally retorted, "You little brat, go away. Be careful, or I might give you a slap." The little treasure's breath quickened in fear, yet he remained steadfast, for he was timid but resolute in protecting his beloved mommy. She was the most cherished person in his life, and he would not allow anyone to mistreat her. Tang Nuanning felt a surge of emotion as she shielded the little treasure behind her, her gaze landing on the wealthy woman who had appeared earlier. "What do you intend to do?" she demanded. "What do you want? Allow me to show you the consequences of offending me." Beside her stood a young woman in her early 20s, bearing a resemblance to the wealthy matron, who inquired, "Sister, is it this mother and daughter duo that have been bullying you in Shaola?" The affluent woman alleged that her son was responsible for pushing Shaola off his motorcycle, resulting in a bruise on Shaola's knee. Furthermore, they did not acknowledge their wrongdoing or offer an apology, exemplifying the boorish behavior of uncouth individuals lacking refinement and upbringing. The young woman, known as Su-han, possessed a face of ethereal beauty, yet her gaze was filled with venom. She glared at Tang Nuanning, remaining silent, but promptly retrieved her mobile phone to make a call. Her voice, saccharine and cloying, dripped with affected sweetness as she spoke. "Jingsheng, please come to Wancheng Shopping Mall immediately. My sister and I are being bullied, alas." Upon terminating the call, she instantly adopted a different expression, directing her attention to Tang Nuanning, proclaiming, "You are finished." Tang Nuanning realized that she had encountered a manipulative and deceptive individual. "We are all adults. Refrain from fabricating falsehoods at will. Your child initiated the incident by pushing my child." Everyone present witnessed it. Onlookers in the vicinity exchanged glances, hesitant to interject. Coincidentally, Bo Yancheng was present, conducting an inspection. Concealed behind a mask, he observed Tang Nuanning from the rear of the crowd, his expression inscrutable. Zhou remarked, "It is Miss Tang. What felicitous coincidence. I was aware that she had departed with Miss Xia for a shopping excursion. It appears Miss Tang is encountering difficulties. Shall we intervene? Do you aspire to play the role of a knight errant?" Zhou was taken aback. He desired Bo Yancheng to perform an act of gallantry. Ever since Tang Nuanning kissed Bo Yancheng, Zhou had harbored the belief that this young woman possessed potential. After all, in all these years, she was the only one who had managed to kiss him. If she could enable Bo Yancheng to obliterate the memory of Shun Bao's biological mother and resume a semblance of normalcy in his life, then Tang Nuanning would be deemed worthy of the highest honor by his brothers. They empathized with Bo Yancheng, unwilling to see him embitter his existence over a woman whose fate remained uncertain. "You harbor affections for her?" Bo Yancheng interjected abruptly. Zhou was taken aback. "Brother Chun, that jest is in poor taste. Should you desire her, I would gladly intercede on your behalf." Zhou lips twitched uncontrollably. "Brother Chun, you might as well dispatch me directly." The individual in question spoke with undue magnanimity, yet Zhou was on the verge of protest. "Are you not merely seeking a face-saving measure? Having previously misjudged her so severely, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, you seek to ingratiate yourself. Seeking reconciliation is commendable, the correct course of action, but this rationale is untenable." He sought to unite Tang Nuanning and Bo Yancheng, harboring no untoward intentions toward Tang Nuanning himself. "Do not act rashly. I hold no affection for her. I may have been somewhat effusive, but it was solely for your sake. Indeed, Zhou Sheng's lips moved imperceptibly. Aware that Bo Yancheng currently held no affection for Tang Nuanning, he refrained from further elaboration, merely stating, "Did she not stabilize Fu Zixuan's condition? I believe she could be of assistance to our Shenbao." Bo Yancheng cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes narrowed, and remained silent. Meanwhile, a clamorous dispute had erupted on Tang Nuanning's side. Several women, boisterous and haughty, exclaimed, "What if we jostled your son? We have already shown leniency by not expelling him from the playground outright. Indeed, were it not for the desire to allow Xiaola to experience the quotidian existence of common folk, do you presume you would have gained entry here today? You and your daughter ought to prostrate yourselves in gratitude, thankful that Xiaola did not insist upon reserving the entire establishment. Furthermore, a word of caution to you, madam. Henceforth, prior to engaging in any altercation, ascertain the true standing of your adversary. The mere bruise upon Xiaola's person is sufficient to deplete your entire fortune, and even that would prove inadequate." Tang Nuanning, with furrowed brows, glared at them. It is said that birds of a feather flock together, and she had discerned that these women, akin to the aforementioned matron, were all unreasonable and devoid of manners. One of the women, adopting an arrogant demeanor, proclaimed, "You had best kneel down and kowtow thrice to Sister Li," followed by delivering 10 self-inflicted slaps to your face to ascertain whether Sister Li will deign to forgive you. Tang Nuanning retorted in a frosty tone, "And what if I decline to do so?" "Decline? It seems you prefer to be coerced into compliance." Tang Nuanning cast a scathing glance upon them and retrieved her mobile phone with the intent of summoning the authorities. Recognizing her intention, one of the women seized her phone, casting it violently upon the floor, attempting to summon the constabulary. "Are we? You're truly deranged. Do you comprehend the gravity of your offense today? Xiaola's maternal uncle is none other than the illustrious young master, he of Jincheng. Even the police would only apprehend you." The woman then attempted to stomp upon the phone, but Tang Nuanning forcefully shoved her aside, exclaiming, "You lunatic!" Chapter 50. A spectacle to behold. Tang Nuanning uttered the epithet and bent down to retrieve her phone. As soon as she had it in her grasp, her hair was abruptly seized from behind, and the assailant tugged with such force that she winced in agony. "Before we even laid a hand on you, you dare to strike first. You truly deserve a beating, you wretch." The women cursed and began to assault her together. Tang Nuanning was incensed. If she weren't trying to avoid trouble, she would have given each of them a few acupuncture treatments. She planted her foot squarely on the toe of the woman who was grabbing her hair. The woman instantly released her, howling, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. My foot." Wah. Even without needles, these women were no match for her. It is said that motherhood makes one strong, and since having children and becoming a mother, she was no longer the pushover she once was. Moreover, after so many years in the mountains, with daily medicinal herb gathering and wood chopping, her body was quite robust. These hothouse flowers were no match for her. Although they were numerous, they gained no advantage. Seeing this, Su Han frowned and turned her attention to Little Sanbao. She walked over and kicked Little Sanbao to the ground. "You dare to compete with our Xiao Lu for toys. You deserve a beating." Little Sanbao was frightened and cried, "Mommy, mommy, wah." Seeing this, Tang Nuanning was enraged. She lashed out with several slaps and fierce kicks. Managing to subdue all the women, she rushed over, grabbed Su Han, and delivered several blows to her face. Then she shoved her far away, picked up Little Sanbao, and said, "Sanbao, don't be afraid. Mommy is here." The youngest of the 3 children clung tightly to Tang Nuanning's neck, crying, "Mommy, mommy." While Tang Nuanning was comforting her child, the other women were far from idle. Upon seeing Su Han's fall, they rushed to assist her, asking with concern, "Henin, are you all right? Are you hurt? Did you have a painful fall?" Now that Su Han was romantically involved with He Jingcheng, she had become the most esteemed woman in their circle. Although everyone knew of He Jingcheng's philandering ways, changing girlfriends as frequently as clothes, why were so many women still eager to be with him? And why had none of his numerous ex-girlfriends ever spoken ill of him? Firstly, despite his reputation, He Jingcheng was known to be monogamous during his relationships, focusing on one person at a time. Secondly, his immense wealth played a significant role. Every woman who had been with him undeniably benefited, with their status elevated substantially. Moreover, He Jincheng was renowned for spoiling his girlfriends, treating them like royalty during their relationships. Therefore, even if Su Han were to eventually part ways with He Jincheng, her reputation as his former girlfriend would elevate her status considerably. Furthermore, she was currently in a relationship with him. If Su Han were to simply express her grievances to He Jincheng, he could easily have Tang Nuanning imprisoned for years. Thus, upon hearing that Su Han's nephew had been bullied, they eagerly rushed to confront Tang Nuanning, seeking to avenge Su Han. In their minds, even if they were to publicly beat Tang Nuanning and her children to death, with Su Han's influence, He Jincheng could ensure their impunity. Stumbling, Su Han sprained her ankle and fell to the ground. Covering her face, she glared resentfully at Tang Nuanning. "How dare you strike me?" Tang Nuanning protectively clutched the three little treasures in her arms, her face etched with fury. "We're all adults here. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. What kind of accomplishment is it to bully children? I thought you were just a common gold digger, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. To even strike a child, you're utterly inhuman. You. Tang Nuanning's voice trembled with rage. "I'm warning you. You'd better not test a mother's limits. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my children will have to contend with my life." Tang Nuanning was truly incensed. She wouldn't mind if these women argued or fought with her, but her children were her bottom line. The other women, having witnessed Tang Nuanning's combativeness, didn't dare to approach rashly. They urged Su Han, Xiao Han, keep calling He Xiao and have him come and deal with her. She must have a death wish to dare strike you. Yes, call He Xiao to come. Swambi Therlip, glaring fiercely at Tang Nuanning before picking up her phone to call He Jincheng. As soon as the call connected, she wailed, "Jincheng, I've been beaten. Please come quickly, sob sob sob." Seeing this, Tang Nuanning frowned. She knew that the person they were calling must be someone of considerable status and that the situation would soon turn against her. Tang Nuanning immediately grabbed her phone and called the police. As a vulnerable individual, she was powerless against those with influence. The only thing she could rely on was the police. Zhou Sheng stood behind the crowd, marveling at Tang Nuanning's audacity, effortlessly taking on multiple opponents. Presently, a wave of sentimentality washed over him as he mused upon her virtues as a mother, so fiercely dedicated to safeguarding her offspring. Her companions were summoning reinforcements via telephone, beckoning the arrival of young Master He. The woman in question was presumably his latest paramour, during the throes of courtship. Young Master, he was renowned for his subservience to his beloved. It seemed Miss Tang's predicament was rapidly escalating toward an unfavorable conclusion. Having delivered his assessment, Zhou Sheng turned his gaze toward Bo Yancheng. Solely based on her fervent defense of her child, he posited, "Surely we cannot stand idly by. She embodies the essence of a devoted mother. Moreover, is it not plausible that she could render assistance to our Shinbao?" Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow slightly, lost in contemplation. The image of Tang Nuanning shielding the little third treasure in her arms undeniably stirred his emotions. If Shun Bao were to receive such ardent protection from his own mother, what immeasurable joy would he experience? Observing Bo Yancheng's silence, Zhou Sheng surmised that he was disinclined to intervene. However, before Zhou Sheng could initiate a telephone call, Bo Yancheng interjected, "No further investigation is required." The culpability of any party was immaterial. The paramount concern was his growing aversion to Su Han and her coterie of women. In particular, Su Han's act of striking the child was, in his estimation, a transgression meriting severe condemnation. "No further investigation?" Zhou Sheng inquired. "Shall we, therefore, engage in discourse with young Master He?" "Unnecessary," came the rejoinder. "Upon our arrival, did you not mention having sighted He Jinglian?" He Jinglian, the elder sister of He Jincheng and mother of Fu Zixuan, also known as Madame Fu. "Indeed, I did observe her presence," Zhou Sheng affirmed. "However, we were masked, and it is improbable that she recognized us. Dispatch an emissary to inform her that Tang Nuanning is being subjected to mistreatment in this vicinity." Zhou Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but then a spark ignited in his eyes. "Brother Chun, you truly excel at orchestrating such affairs." Bo Yancheng, with a darkened expression, retorted, "Jincheng's eyes are growing increasingly blind. He can pick any woman. He ought to have his sister cleanse his vision." Zhou Sheng silently scoffed, thinking, This isn't about cleansing one's vision. It's akin to applying eye ointment. Tang Nuanning, after all, was a benefactor of the Fu family. Yet she was being bullied by He Jingsheng's girlfriend. One could only imagine how Mrs. Fu would react. If they intervened, it would likely result in merely punishing those women. But if He Jinglian took action, He Jingsheng would not escape unscathed. An intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 51. The suppression of bloodline from a biological sister. Before long, Mrs. Fu arrived in haste. She was selecting clothing for Fu Zixuan when she heard that Tang Nuanning was present and had been wronged, prompting her immediate arrival. Miss Tang, MRS. Fu, MRS. Fu, astonished, exclaimed, "It truly is you. I thought I was mistaken when I merely saw your silhouette." She inquired, "What has transpired?" Tang Nuanning felt a tinge of embarrassment, having encountered some unpleasantness with them. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fu's brow furrowed, and she cast an unhappy glance at Su Han and her companions. Among those present, only Su Han was aware of Mrs. Fu's esteemed identity, causing her to shudder in fear. The others, unfamiliar with Mrs. Fu, observed her refined demeanor. Yet emboldened by Su Han's association with He Jingsheng, they brazenly exclaimed, "What? Are you this little wretch's savior? I must inform you that today, even the Almighty cannot save that wretched girl. Her fate is sealed." Upon hearing this, Su Han's pupils dilated in shock, and she hastily pulled her sister aside, urging her, "Please, refrain from saying more. Why do you fear her? So what if she belongs to an affluent family? I refuse to believe there exists anyone in Jin City who would intimidate He Xiao. You are currently He Xiao's girlfriend. There is no need for trepidation." Upon the mention of her brother, Madame Fu regarded Su Han with a frigid countenance, her eyes brimming with derision. "You are He Jingsheng's current girlfriend?" The woman beside Su Han immediately retorted, "Indeed. Are you frightened now? Let me enlighten you. Our Han-in is cherished by He Xiao, the apple of his eye. Should you dare to bully her, just wait and see how He Xiao will deal with you. Prepare to weep. The apple of his eye? Nonsense. I recall that just yesterday morning, his girlfriend did not appear as such. Was she newly changed in the afternoon or the evening?" This remark dripped with sarcasm, prompting the woman who had just spoken to erupt in fury. "Who are you mocking? When did their relationship become official? Right now, Han-in is indeed He Xiao's girlfriend." He Jinglian furrowed her brow, warning, "Try uttering another insult. I shall indeed insult. I shall. Damn it. Suan quickly stooth." Hastily covering the woman's mouth, and with a forced smile directed at He Jinglian, she implored, "Sister, who is your sister? My mother bore only me and Jingsheng. I have no sister. Spare me your insincere overtures. Release her. Allow her to unleash her invective. Once she has exhausted her tirade, her tongue shall be forfeit. My mother bore only Jingsheng and myself." A chorus of bewildered voices arose. "Excuse me, Xiao Han. What is she insinuating? Is there something between her and young Master He?" Su Han, her face flushed crimson, bit her lip and clutched at her garments, a picture of wounded innocence, as though she had suffered a grave injustice. "Sister, I apologize. My acquaintance was unaware of your identity. Refrain from addressing me as sister. Your words are sickening. This has nothing to do with knowledge of my identity. You are scarcely of age, yet you have already mastered the art of wielding power through association. You aspire to exploit the influence of the He family, but the crucial question is whether the He family deigns to have you as its lackeys." He Jinglian was not one to be trifled with. Su Han and her entourage of women lowered their heads, trembling with trepidation. Su Han's eyes welled with tears. "Suan." He Jingsheng arrived in haste, evidently having rushed to the scene upon receiving a distress call from his paramour, his breath coming in ragged gasps. During their courtship, he proved to be a most devoted suitor. Catching sight of Su Han's distressed visage from afar, He Jingsheng frowned and strode purposefully toward her. Su Han promptly raised her gaze, and upon beholding He Jingsheng, her sense of grievance intensified. Jingsheng, her lips parted, and a torrent of tears streamed down her face, a poignant display of her anguish. He Jingsheng, his countenance darkened with displeasure, advanced toward Su Han, but before he could reach her side, He Jinglian's voice halted him in his tracks. "Halt." He Jiecheng was taken aback to discover that his elder sister was also present. Stunned, He quickly forced a smile and exclaimed, "Sister, what brings you here?" He unabashedly acknowledged, "This is my girlfriend." "Your girlfriend? Have you lost your mind, or perhaps donated your eyesight? What kind of riffraff are you bringing home? Are you collecting scrap? Let's converse calmly. Why are you getting so worked up? Anger is detrimental to your health. Be cautious of aging rapidly." Silence. If our parents were here today, you would certainly drive them to despair. In our He family, when seeking a daughter-in-law, we do not prioritize lineage or background, but we do demand a sound moral compass and kindness. Just look at what you brought home. Even before stepping through the door, her group of friends has already begun to insult me. What will happen if she actually enters? Will they not dare to lay hands on me? My worth is inconsequential. What matters is the reputation of the He family. It is already evident that power is being misused, and once she steps inside, it will only escalate. That's nonsense. You are the most important. Stop with your insincere flattery. You're no longer a child. Instead of settling down and finding a suitable wife, you waste your days with these dubious women. What a disappointment. Truly a disappointment. In her frustration, He Jillian slapped He Jicheng twice. He felt a wave of embarrassment and wished for a hole to hide in. Yet he could only appease her. "Please show me some respect. After all, I am your own brother. Were you not my brother, I would have already ensured you met a watery end." He Jicheng's lips twitched involuntarily. "Can we please just talk this out? What is really going on? Was Suhan the cause of your displeasure?" Mrs. Fu disregarded him, turning her gaze towards Tang Nuanning. "Miss Tang, please elucidate the matter at hand. Do not be apprehensive of them. With my support, speak freely." It was at this juncture that He Jingcheng noticed Tang Nuanning, his eyes narrowing, a peculiar glint flickering in their depths. Subsequently, he greeted her with a jovial demeanor. "Miss Tang, what a serendipitous encounter." Tang Nuanning. She had not anticipated that the women's benefactor would be him. She did not recognize He Jingcheng, yet she knew of him. The previous evening at the Jinping Hotel, in her attempt to evade Shanghai, she inadvertently trespassed into a private room, where he and that paramour were present. Realizing their acquaintance, Tang Nuanning immediately furrowed her brow, her aversion to He Jingcheng manifestly apparent. He Jingcheng discerned this, his amorous eyes narrowing as he feigned innocence. "Miss Tang, please do not harbor such animosity towards me. Although Suhan is my girlfriend, I assure you I will not be biased towards her. Speak your mind without reservation." Mrs. Fu, observing her younger brother smiling at Tang Nuanning, chided him, "Step aside. Maintain a distance from Miss Tang. Cease this ostentatious display for anyone you encounter. Miss Tang finds you undesirable." He Jingcheng. In all likelihood, she was the sole sibling in existence who deemed her brother unworthy of a married woman with a child. "Miss Tang, proceed with your account." He Jinglian supported her. Tang Nuanning composed herself, recounting the preceding events in their entirety. He Jinglian was incensed. Indeed, a person of unrefined origins, truly deluded in their self-importance. Upon concluding his statement, He Jingcheng, under the guise of your influence, engaged in flagrant abuse of power, thereby aiding and abetting the evildoer. How do you propose to rectify this? If you fail to provide Ms. Tang with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall strike you dead. Chapter 52. My actions are not born of fear, but of affection. He Jingcheng turned his gaze toward Suhan and her companions. His peach blossom eyes remained narrowed, conveying an image of harmlessness and amiable disposition. However, the atmosphere surrounding him had palpably chilled. Suhan's coterie of sisters was already petrified, standing aside in trepidation, quivering with fear. He Jingcheng, addressing Suhan, adopted a tone of utmost gentleness. "Speak your mind. If you are without fault, even if my sister were to strike me dead, I would still defend you. However, refrain from prevarication." Suhan vehemently denied the allegations. "She is the one who is fabricating falsehoods. It was manifestly her son who shoved my sister's child, and furthermore, he refused to offer an apology. I merely sought to obtain redress for my sister's child, yet she responded with such ferocity. Surely there are surveillance cameras present here. Let us review the footage," Tang Nuanning interjected, cutting short her theatrical display. Upon hearing this, Suhan recoiled, trembling violently. She immediately altered her narrative. "I merely relayed what my sister conveyed to me." Sister, you speak. She deflected the blame onto her elder sister, seeking to preserve her own safety. The woman of high society burst into tears. It is true. My son initiated the altercation by shoving her son. However, her son retaliated by pushing my son as well. Woe is me. He Jingcheng emitted a scornful laugh and summoned the security personnel. Escort them all to the police station and allow the esteemed officers to impart some education upon them. Upon hearing this, the women were seized with terror. Having personally escorted them inside, their egress becomes a daunting prospect. Panic-stricken, they dare not implore He Jingcheng for leniency, instead turning to Su Han for succor. Henin, beseech He Shao on our behalf. We cannot bear incarceration. Henin, aid us. We acted today solely for your sake. Suan, equality smuth, had not anticipated such a reaction from He Jingcheng. As she was about to speak, He Jingcheng interjected, You shall be spared imprisonment. Consider it recompense for our separation. Su Han's eyes widened in disbelief. She had invested considerable effort in cultivating a relationship with He Jingcheng, only to have it dissolve after a mere day. Jingcheng, hear me out. I was wrong to heed my sister's account. I shall apologize to Miss Tang. I love you. I do not wish to part ways. Suan Separi, however, seemed to absolve herself of any culpability. He Jingcheng, displeased, retorted, Clinginess is unwelcome. Do not make yourself a nuisance. Further entreaties may provoke me to include you among those incarcerated. Su Han, crestfallen, collapsed onto the floor. With the cacophony of wailing women now silenced as they were led away, the shopping center regained its tranquility. He Jingcheng then turned to Tang Nuanning, offering an apology. I am sorry, Miss Tang. I bear some responsibility for today's events. Was the child harmed? Should we seek medical attention? Before Tang Nuanning could speak, He Jinglian interjected, Leave. Leave. We do not require your concern. Go back to where you came from. Do not linger here and obstruct our view. She was unwilling to allow He Jingcheng to flaunt himself before Tang Nuanning. Deep down, she feared that He Jingcheng might develop an infatuation with Tang Nuanning and persistently pursue her. She was acutely aware of her brother's character and harbored genuine gratitude towards Tang Nuanning. Thus, she did not wish to witness her plunge into a perilous predicament. In the eyes of Madame Fu, whoever He Jingcheng took a liking to would bring misfortune upon that young lady, with the exception of those of dubious repute. He Jingcheng could only think, what a true sister. Just as he was about to utter something, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone watching the commotion from the second floor. He Jingcheng was taken aback and excused himself from He Jinglian. Seeking out Bo Yancheng. Upon their meeting, he lamented, Why didn't you lend a hand beforehand? If you had dealt with it earlier, my sister wouldn't have had the chance to scold me. Bo Yancheng was unrepentant. It was I who summoned your sister, so she could enlighten you. You? What's your game? Are you deliberately stirring trouble to see me humiliated? Is this amusing to you? Quite entertaining, I must say. Your misfortunes make for delightful viewing. You're no brother of mine. I am your elder. Elder my foot. What do you mean by that? Just to defend that Miss Tang. You've dragged me into this mess as well. She has nothing to do with this. I simply found it displeasing to watch Su Han discipline a child. He Jingcheng is indeed questionable. If he truly harbors feelings for her, he should express them directly. Being hesitant is hardly manly. As for manliness, at least I do not fear women. Spare me the sarcasm. Your lack of fear is simply because you have no sister. I take pride in my sister's affection for me. That is not fear, but rather pampering. Although He Jinglian often bickers with her brother, her love for He Jingcheng is genuine. Throughout their lives, there have been several instances where he nearly lost his life due to her protective nature. Thus, He Jingcheng feels both fear and affection toward He Jinglian. Bo Yancheng cast him a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him. He lowered his gaze to observe Tang Nuanning downstairs, then glanced at the little sandbow she cradled in her arms, lost in contemplation. Zhou Sheng muttered a few words under his breath, to which Zhou Sheng shot him a disapproving look. Isn't that inappropriate? If you proceed like this, Miss Tang will undoubtedly be angered. Have you not noticed how fiercely she protects her child? Bo Yancheng, displeased, retorted, What I deem appropriate is appropriate. Zhou Sheng continued, The person who breached our security system has already approached us, claiming it was a misunderstanding and even offered 50 billion. Why do you still harbor doubts about Miss Tang? Bo Yancheng snapped. Enough with the nonsense. Zhou Sheng, feeling helpless, thought to himself that he truly was a man of impulsive actions. If he were to provoke Tang Nuanning like this, she would certainly be upset. What if he developed feelings for her later? Wouldn't that lead to a fiery pursuit of reconciliation? Chapter 53. Bo Yancheng, prepare for the pursuit of reconciliation. Downstairs, He Jinglian dispersed the onlookers and found a secluded spot to converse with Tang Nuanning. She regarded Tang Nuanning as a benefactor and a sister. In the metropolis of Tianjin, both the He family and the Fu family possess a certain degree of prominence. Should you ever encounter any tribulations, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you in seeking redress. Indeed, thank you profoundly. Please refrain from such formality. You have assisted Zixuan on numerous occasions, and yet you decline our remuneration. If we were able to reciprocate in some manner, it would alleviate our sentiments. Tang Nuanning expressed her helplessness regarding this matter. Her assistance to Fu Zixuan was devoid of any expectation of recompense. However, Mr. Fu presented her with a check for 1 million yuan that day. 1 million yuan. The magnitude of this figure was overwhelming. Had they offered a token of gratitude in the range of 3,000 to 5,000, she might have acquiesced, given her current financial straits. After all, she was cognizant of their affluence, while she herself was impoverished. However, their magnanimity in offering 1 million was simply too daunting. Thus, she dared not accept the sum. What constituted a profound act of benevolence for the Fu family was merely a minor act of assistance for her, not warranting such a substantial sum. He Jinglian, a woman of profound sentimentality, recounted the agonizing experiences of recent years with tear-filled eyes. Duetu Fu Zixuan. Her life had been one of utter desolation and disarray. As a fellow mother, Tang Nuanning comprehended her anguish. Her own 3 children, now 5 years old, had endured numerous illnesses throughout these past 5 years. Each instance of fever or ailment filled her with trepidation, causing sleepless nights and unwavering vigilance at their bedside. Until their recovery, her heart remained in a state of perpetual anxiety. If one were to inquire of mothers worldwide as to their greatest fear, they would undoubtedly respond: the illness of their children. Moreover, Fu Zixuan's condition transcended ordinary ailments, encompassing self-harm and suicidal tendencies. Thus, the tribulations endured by He Jinglian over these years are readily imaginable. Furthermore, He Jinglian mentioned, "You wouldn't believe that after your conversation with him that day, he suddenly called me mommy. I was so touched I could have cried. Later, he even asked for my homemade noodles. I, overwhelmed by emotion, she couldn't help but shed tears. Such sentiments are universally understood by mothers. Women empathize with women, but mothers understand each other most profoundly." After their parting, the youngest of the 3 treasures innocently inquired, "Mommy, will you be visiting Annie's baby at the hospital later?" He Jinglian had asked her upon leaving if she could make another trip to the hospital to check on Fu Zixuan. However, they were uncertain if he had been discharged yet, so they sought her assistance to inquire. She had agreed to He Jinglian's request to visit later that evening. Tang Nuanning responded, "Auntie's son is still resting. Mommy will visit him at the hospital tonight." "Yes, Mommy, please help her. That auntie is quite pitiable. One can only hope her life improves from here on out. She is a kind person, and kindness is often rewarded. Indeed, she is a good auntie. We are especially grateful for her support today." That's right, so it's important to consistently do good deeds. One never knows when one might encounter difficulties and require assistance from others. Performing a good deed each day cultivates virtue, and helping others is akin to helping oneself. Had she not assisted Fu Zixuan that day, she would not have met He Jinglian. Consequently, He Jinglian would not have stood up for her today. The youngest of the 3 treasures nodded obediently. Sanbao will heed Mommy's words and aspire to be a benevolent and helpful person when he grows up. With a tender smile, Tang Nuanning gently pinched his cherubic cheeks. "My dear Sanbao is always so well-behaved." Little Sanbao then declared, "Auntie is distressed because her son is unwell. In the future, my brothers and I will certainly take care of ourselves and never cause Mommy such grief." Tang Nuanning's heart melted completely. Although Sanbao might not possess the same intellectual prowess as his elder brothers, and their bond was unique, his affection for her was undeniable. Tang Nuanning refrained from explaining the unpredictable nature of illness to the child, simply stating, "It's a promise then. Sanbao and your brothers must remain healthy and strong. Always." Yes, the matter was thus resolved. "When we see your godmother and brothers later, let's not mention this incident, all right?" She wished to spare Xia Tiantian, Debao, and Erbao any anger over past events. Little Sanbao furrowed his brow slightly, but nodded in reluctant agreement. He had harbored a desire to inform his elder brothers, hoping they would devise a plan to avenge their mother. However, at his mother's request, he would remain silent, obediently adhering to her wishes, determined to be a good boy. Tang Nuanning chuckled and playfully tapped Sanbao's nose. "Sanbao is the best. Mommy needs to visit the restroom. Would you like to accompany me?" "I don't want to." "Then, would you mind waiting with Mommy?" "I'm afraid you might get lost." "No, embarrassing. I'll wait for Mommy outside." "Very well, but promise me you won't wander off." "Yes, yes." Little Sanbao stood patiently outside the restroom door as Tang Nuanning entered the ladies' room. Fortunately, she was able to fend them off, avoiding any facial injuries, though her scalp was slightly tender. After washing her face and restyling her hair, there were no visible signs of the altercation. Phew! Tang Nuanning exhaled at her reflection, smiling to herself. A smile can rejuvenate you. Life is still beautiful. Keep going. She encouraged herself before stepping out, only to discover a dire situation. Chapter 54. Mr. Bo, you're doomed. The youngest of the three treasures was missing. The youngest? Noticing the absence of the little one, Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat. The youngest? The youngest? The youngest? Her calls went unanswered, and panic set in. She frantically grabbed nearby people, asking, "Excuse me, have you seen a little boy? About this tall, 5 years old, wearing a beige sweater and black sweatpants, with delicate features?" As she spoke, she scrolled through her photo album, showing people a picture of her youngest. "He looks like this, so adorable. He was just waiting for me near the restroom. Haven't seen him. Haven't seen him." After a fruitless search, Tang Nuanning burst into tears. "The youngest, where are you?" "The youngest," boo-hoo. Between sobs, she reached for her phone to call the police. Her initial thought was that the women were retaliating, and they had kidnapped the youngest. Her second thought was that he had fallen victim to human traffickers. Before she could dial the emergency number, an unknown call came through. She inadvertently answered, and a cold, unfamiliar male voice filled her ears. "Your son is in my custody. If you want him to live, you'll do as I say." She had never heard this voice before. It sounded distorted, menacing. Tang Nuanning held her breath, her heart pounding fiercely. "What did you say?" The voice of the youngest of the triplets came from the other end of the line. "Let me go. Let me go. Bad people. I want Mommy, Wah. I want Mommy." Tang Nuanning's heart leaped in her throat. "Sanbao, Mommy's here. Sanbao, where are you?" "Sanbao, he's in our hands, temporarily unharmed." Tang Nuanning gasped. "Who are you?" "We want. Don't hurt my son." Tang Nuanning was trembling with fear. "Tell me. I won't lie. I promise I won't lie." The person repeated impatiently. "What is your purpose in repeatedly appearing around a certain man?" "Man? What man?" Tang Nuanning thought anxiously, suddenly realizing. "Are you talking about Shenbao's father?" "Yes." Tang Nuanning was on the verge of tears. "It's him again. I don't know why he keeps suspecting that I'm deliberately trying to get close to him, and I don't know why you all suspect me, but I'm not lying. If I'm lying, may I die a horrible death. I really don't know who he is. Even now, all I know is that he's Shenbao's father. I don't even know his name." Tang Nuanning was crying her heart out. In this moment, Zhou Sheng felt a pang of compassion as he observed Bo Yancheng, who solemnly remarked, "Brother Chun, she does not seem to be acting. There may indeed be a misunderstanding." Bo Yancheng furrowed his brows, pressing further. "Are you certain? If you dare to lie, your son will truly perish." Her pursuit of divorce from Bo Yancheng was merely an attempt to swiftly sever ties and secure a stable future for her children. That was her singular ambition. Regardless of whether Shenbao's father was that rogue man, she had contemplated seeking him out, never intending to condemn or retaliate against him. Nor did she desire any form of alimony. Though she had harbored resentment and animosity towards him, the birth of her children rendered those feelings insignificant. The arrival of her offspring filled the void left by hatred and grievance. She simply yearned for a tranquil life with her children. I am but an ordinary single mother, wishing to lead a simple life with my child. I have not wronged anyone, nor have I incurred any debts to anyone. Why do you persist in doubting me? If you refuse to believe anything I say and perceive me as a wicked woman, I implore you, do not harm my son. If you harbor grievances towards me, direct them at me instead. Please release him. He is merely 5 years old, innocent of any wrongdoing. He is so delightful and pitiable. He does not deserve to be continually hurt, sob, sob, sob. Tang Nuanning's love for her youngest son transcended the ordinary affection a mother holds for her child. She cherished a Bao and Heir Bao as well, yet her feelings for San Bao encompassed not only love but also deep compassion and sorrow. She felt for him. Bo Yancheng gazed at the woman on the surveillance screen, who appeared nearly on the verge of collapse, his brow knitted in concern. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her phone, her frail frame appearing exceedingly delicate, trembling as if on the verge of collapse. He perceived with absolute clarity that she was not being truthful. Her profound affection for her son would preclude any fabrication. Therefore, she had not deliberately sought his acquaintance. Chapter 55, Tang, the little wildcat, displays her might. A thought occurred to him, and Bo Yancheng inquired further, if you had no intention of approaching him. What about Shunbao? Did you befriend Fu Zixuan to get close to Shunbao? Tang Nuanning vehemently shook her head. My assistance to Fu Zixuan was purely accidental. I encountered him in distress on the road and instinctively helped him. Later, when the Fu family issued a search notice, I was concerned about his well-being and visited him in the hospital, which led to our acquaintance. I was completely unaware of Shun Bao's existence prior to this. Subsequently, Shun Bao's father took the initiative to bring me into Shun Bao's life. Had he not done so, I would have remained ignorant of Shun Bao's existence, let alone meeting him. You are welcome to investigate the veracity of my statements. I have not uttered a falsehood. Bo Yancheng regarded her with vexation. After a moment, he impatiently instructed, have her fetch the child from upstairs. Zhou Sheng promptly interjected, your son is currently near the entrance of the game room on the 3rd floor. You may retrieve him yourself. The call was terminated. Tang Nuanning, her eyes scarlet, stumbled towards the 3rd floor. Upon spotting the little 3 treasures near the game room entrance, her heart welled up with emotion. With a burst of speed, she rushed forward to embrace the little 3 treasures, bursting into uncontrollable sobs. Mother, mother, my dear little one, you terrified me. I thought I had lost you. Oh, I am so sorry. It is my fault for not taking better care of you. Are you hurt? Did anyone harm you? The little one quickly shook his head, explaining that a gentleman had suddenly picked him up. He had resisted fiercely, yet the man claimed to have mistaken him for someone else and insisted that I would come to find him, urging him to wait and not wander off. What kind of gentleman was he? Tall and slender, very kind, and even bought me some candy. However, I remember what you said about not accepting treats from strangers, so I did not eat it. You were such a good child, my little one. Were you frightened? Fortunately, that gentleman did not harm me and was not angry. He was quite gentle. Tang Nuanning held the little one tightly, still feeling a sense of unease. She said, we are on the 3rd floor. How did you end up on the 3rd floor? We took the express elevator straight to the 7th floor. We were supposed to meet at the cinema entrance on the 7th floor. All right. Tang Nuanning steadied her nerves and gently told the little one, since the gentleman did not harm you, he may have truly made a mistake. Let us keep this matter between us and not involve your elder brothers. Okay. The little one nodded obediently. Good child. Just as Tang Nuanning was about to carry the little one upstairs, she suddenly spotted He Jingsheng. He Jingsheng donned a floral shirt paired with a white suit, deliberately leaving 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing his collarbone and hinting at his chest. Exuding a certain disreputable charm, coupled with his alluring peach blossom eyes, which narrowed playfully, he radiated an unmistakable air of roguish elegance. He was undeniably a strikingly handsome rogue. Tang Nuanning harbored no fondness for such men. It wasn't that she despised them, but rather she felt an intrinsic reluctance to engage further, sensing a lack of seriousness in their demeanor. In contrast, she found herself more inclined towards the likes of Lin Dong and Liu Bei. Zhou Sheng was also commendable. as his gaze conveyed purity and sincerity. As for Xin Bao's father, well, she preferred to dismiss that altogether. He seemed to carry the burdens of a discontented past, perpetually wearing a frosty expression, akin to a walking freezer, spreading chill wherever he went. However, out of respect for He Jinglian, Tang Nuanning refrained from showing any disdain towards He Jingsheng. Instead, she politely inquired, "Is there something you need?" He Jingcheng squinted, grinning mischievously. "Don't be nervous. Today's incident was instigated by my ex-girlfriend. I truly had no knowledge of it. Look, I even took the moral high ground and sent them all to the police station. That should prove I am quite a decent person. Wouldn't you agree?" Tang Nuanning remained silent, her expression unchanging. He Jingxing added, "I assure you, I am a good man." Tang Nuanning felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. How could a good man speak in such a manner? A respectable individual would never articulate such claims. His words only served to cast doubt on his character. Tang Nuanning wished to curtail the conversation. The events of the day had already been resolved. "Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, then goodbye." "Well, I do have a few more things to address. You jested just now. It was only Ah-Chun playing a trick on you. No one has taken the child. So do not be afraid or overthink it, and there is no need to involve the authorities." Tang Nuanning, what do you mean? Are you speaking literally? The child was taken away by Ah-Chun. He was merely amusing you. Tang Nuanning's breath became erratic. How do you know? I have been with him the entire time. However, I did advise him not to scare you like that, but he did not heed my warning. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. Why should I believe what you say? Do I appear to be lying? If you doubt my words, you can inquire with him. There, he is currently in the private room of the CAF and has not left yet. Tang Nuanning clenched her jaw and cast a glance at the CAF, not uttering a word, before turning away while cradling Lil San Bao. Instead of seeking out Bo Yancheng, she entered the elevator to the 7th floor to find Xia Tian. "Mommy, are you upset?" Little San Bao asked cautiously. "No, I was just worried when you suddenly disappeared. It made me anxious." At that moment, her entire body trembled with anger. She knew it. She had an inkling. All the inquiries were about that wild man, undoubtedly linked to him. After arriving on the 7th floor, Tang Nuanning entrusted little San Bao to Xia Tian and whispered softly to her. Seeing Tang Nuanning's distress, Xia Tian promptly inquired, "Is something wrong?" "Yes, if anything happens, call me." "Understood." Tang Nuanning descended the stairs while Xia Tian led the children into the cinema. Tang Nuanning proceeded directly to the cafe. He spoke of barging into the private room. Bo Yancheng and Zhou Sheng were both present, as was He Jingsheng. Tang Nuanning, clenching her small fists, resembled a furious wildcat, glaring intently at Bo Yancheng. "Was it you who took the triplets away earlier and interrogated me over the phone?" Bo Yancheng frowned. "Don't play possum. If you're a real man, admit it. What kind of man doesn't own up to his actions?" Bo Yancheng's countenance turned ashen, while He Jingsheng wore an expression of amusement. Zhou Sheng glanced at He Jingsheng, instantly understanding. Utterly speechless, Bo Yancheng had He Jinglian scold him, and now he's seeking revenge so quickly. No need to ask. One could tell from his expression that he was the one who told Tang Nuanning. He claimed to be going to the restroom earlier. What a true brother. Stabbing him in the back. Zhou Sheng quickly intervened, attempting to smooth things over. "Miss Tang, please calm down. It's a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? So you admit to your actions? Is this the extent of your abilities, only daring to act imposing from behind the scenes? Coward villain." Bo Yancheng flared up. "I did it, so what? What do you intend to do?" Tang Nuanning, seeing him admit it and with such justification, grew even angrier, her breathing becoming erratic. She clenched her fists, panting, staring fixedly at Bo Yancheng. "It was you. Very well." Tang Nuanning trembled and suddenly lunged towards Bo Yancheng. Chapter 56. "Oh dear, Yancheng, are you being molested?" Bo Yancheng's eyes widened, and he hastily seized Tang Nuanning's wrist. However, as he instinctively worried about burning her due to the cigarette held between his fingers, he reflexively moved that hand aside. In that moment, Tang Nuanning seized the opportunity. With one wrist firmly grasped by Bo Yancheng, she retaliated with her other hand, striking, clawing, and even biting like a ferocious tigress. Zhou Sheng and He Jingcheng were taken aback by this unexpected scene. left momentarily dumbfounded. After several seconds, Zhou finally remembered to intervene, saying, "Miss Tang, please calm down. We can discuss this rationally." "Mind your own business. This does not concern you," Tang retorted. He Jingcheng stood up, pulling Zhou Sheng towards the exit. "What are you doing?" "This is between Brother Chun and Miss Tang. Stay out of their private matters," he replied. Zhou Sheng was left speechless. After dragging Zhou Sheng outside, he Jingcheng amiably closed the door behind them and offered Zhou Sheng a cigarette. "Brother Yancheng is a man, a true gentleman. He is not afraid of women. He can surely handle the situation. Don't worry. Come, share smoke with me." Zhou Sheng remained silent. "Brother Chun called Mrs. Fu to discipline you, and you retaliate against him through Miss Tang? Aren't you two brothers? Why are you being so petty?" "Your words betray an obvious bias," Zhou Sheng countered. "Bo Yancheng is your brother, yet I am not?" "That's certainly different," Zhou Sheng replied. "Bo Yancheng is not only his brother, but also his boss, bound by a deep friendship." He Jingcheng retorted, "Besides, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Isn't he the one who mocks my fear of women? Let him understand the strength of a woman. Given Mr. Chen's volatile temperament, I fear Miss Tang may suffer." "Huh? Do you perceive Miss Tang as someone easily subdued? Furthermore, while Mr. Chun may be irascible, he is just. In this matter, he is unequivocally in the wrong, and he will undoubtedly bear the brunt of it." Zhou Sheng pursed his lips. "So, in essence, you merely wish to witness Mr. Chen's discomfiture. Look at you, so artless as to utter such candid truths." Within the private room, a furious Bo Yancheng had restrained Tang Nuanning, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? Who has lost their senses? Shame on you, a grown man resorting to such tactics. Are you not concerned about losing face? Do you not fear retribution?" Today, when he Jinglian spoke of her years of hardship and tribulation, she genuinely thought of him. He Jinglian has her husband to accompany her, while he is utterly alone, with no one to confide in regarding his suffering. Thus, for a fleeting moment, she felt sympathy for him. Now, even that meager trace of compassion has vanished. To coerce her into divulging what he deems the truth, he resorts to abducting a 5-year-old child. To confront a woman, a mother, in such a manner is simply unconscionable. It defies all moral boundaries. I caution you, do not push me, for even a cornered rabbit will retaliate. If you drive me to desperation, I will perish alongside you. It is your dubious nature that invites suspicion. You are not unjustly suspected. Although the individual in question proactively approached him today, claiming it was a misunderstanding and invested 5 billion, he still felt the situation was fraught with suspicion. Perhaps that individual acted deliberately to allay any suspicion towards Tang Nuanning, thus prompting him to take the youngest of the triplets for a final verification. "Huh," Tang Nuanning retorted, her amusement tinged with indignation. "So, in your estimation, you were justified? You wrong someone and then blame them? You cat, I'll beat you to death." Enraged, Tang Nuanning attempted to strike him again, but this time, both her hands were seized, rendering her efforts futile. Unable to strike him, she resorted to biting. Tang Nuanning bit down with considerable force, causing pain to register on Bo Yancheng's face. His expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered, pinning Tang Nuanning onto the sofa. With one hand, he secured her wrists above her head, while the other pinched her chin to prevent further biting. "Are you canine?" he exclaimed. "Only biting villains." Bo Yancheng glared at her, incensed by her audacity. In all his years, he had never been physically assaulted by a woman in public. However, acknowledging his culpability in the matter, he found himself at a loss as to how to discipline her, his frustration mounting. He was aware that using the children to frighten and threaten her was dishonorable, but he felt compelled to do so to completely dispel any suspicion towards her. Shun Bao's condition was worsening, and he was eager to utilize her expertise. Yet he harbored concerns that she might harm Shun Bao. With limited time to prove her innocence, he was forced to resort to such measures. Bo Yancheng scowled at her for a moment before glancing at his wrist. "You've drawn blood." Tang Nuanning, caught off guard by his statement, moved her lips and retorted. "Serves you right. Who authorized you to bite me?" "I authorized myself. Consider yourself fortunate that I didn't sever anything. My teeth are exceedingly sharp." As she spoke, She even nipped at Bo Yancheng's teeth. Her 2 rows of pearly whites were perfectly aligned, with a pair of pointed canines resembling tiny tiger teeth. Bo Yancheng teeth continue to snarl, and I might just extract those teeth. There's no need for you to be vexed about today's events. Although you were startled, your name has been cleared of suspicion. You should be grateful. Oh, should I express my gratitude to you then? There's no need. No need for your grandfather. I'll thank your entire family. Thank your ancestors. I've seen shamelessness, but never have I encountered such brazen behavior as yours. Are you even a man? Release me. Release me. Tang Nuanning struggled vehemently, shaking her head and thrashing about, attempting to free her hands and kicking her legs. Helpless, Bo Yancheng could only restrain her, clamping her legs between his own, rendering her immobile. Their bodies, separated by 2 layers of fabric, were pressed tightly together. Both hearts pounded vigorously, their breaths mingling on each other's faces. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in fury, her face flushed with mortification. You vile scoundrel! Get away! Pervert! Bo Yancheng, realizing the proximity, and feeling the softness beneath him, as if he were pressing against a cloud, stirred. He abruptly stood up, releasing her. Tang Nuanning, leave it. Her face as red as blood, lunged at him, ready to strike. Bo Yancheng coldly warned, keep your distance from me. You, Tang Nuanning Cuspet. Suppressing her towering rage. You're the one who should keep your distance from me. Maintain your distance from me and, more importantly, from my children. Provoke me again, and you'll face consequences. You despicable scoundrel. You absolute beast. You utter disgrace of a human being. With that, Tang Nuanning hurled a cushion at Bo Yancheng and stormed out of the room. She wouldn't allow him to push her too far. If pushed to her limits, she was fully capable of rendering him incapable of fathering children or incapacitating him to the point of being bedridden. All those years of acupuncture studies would not go to waste. He Jingsheng and Zhou Sheng were still standing by the entrance. Upon seeing Tang Nuanning emerge, He Jingsheng quickly greeted her with a smile. Miss Tang, farewell and goodbye. Tang Nuanning scowled at him, offering no response. He was no better than his friend. Her aversion to one man extended to those in a circle, a case of transference of dislike. Zhou Sheng had already entered the private room. Brother Chun, Bo Yancheng was still standing in place, clutching the cushion that Tang Nuanning had thrown at him, his face a frightening shade of dark. He Jingsheng, with a mischievous grin, observed, "Oh my, what's that mark on your face? I thought you were fearless around women. Why didn't you retaliate? How did she manage to land a hit? Your face is so flushed. Did she dare to take liberties with you?" Bo Yancheng seized the cushion in his grasp and flung it. Not satisfied, he then grabbed a coffee cup from the table and hurled it as well. He Jingsheng easily evaded the projectiles and snapped several photos with his phone. "The next time you contemplate stabbing me in the back, remember what I have in my possession. This is irrefutable proof of you being assaulted by a woman. If I were to share this in our group chat, I wonder how you'd ever hold your head high again." The illustrious president of the Bo family conglomerate, the wealthiest man in Asia, was unexpectedly struck by a mere woman. Huh. He Ji-chung, with a smirk, hastily fled before Bo Yancheng could retaliate. Bo Yancheng's chest heaved with indignation as he muttered, "He Ji-chung, if you possess any courage, do not let me lay eyes on you again." Zhou Sheng observed in silence, though the scratches on his neck appeared pitiable. Who could be blamed? Knowing well that the child was Tang Nuanning's lifeline, he still dared to use the child as leverage against her. Was that not a form of self-torture? While it was somewhat unfortunate that Tang Nuanning had scratched him, it was hardly deserving of sympathy. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Tang Nuanning refrained from seeking out Xia Tian and the trio of small children. Instead, she sat alone in the cinema's lounge, her heart aching with frustration. That scoundrel! He truly is despicable. Fortunately, her self-control remained intact. Had she been a mother lacking such composure, the mere thought of her child being kidnapped could have been enough to send her into a panic. He is utterly reprehensible. Despite her repeated declarations of having no intention of getting close to him, he simply would not believe her. There is a limit to everything. This is the final straw. If he dares to utter another word next time, I shall show him no mercy. During these years in the mountains, apart from studying child psychology, her primary focus had been traditional Chinese medicine. She possesses the ability to heal, but she can also bring ruin. Do not push her. While Tang Nuanning was lost in her thoughts, Xia Tian suddenly appeared. Ning Ning, why are you sitting here? Where have you been? What about the children? Rest assured, we're in a private suite, a VIP one I reserved. It's just us here, and there are attendants at the door ensuring no outsiders intrude. The children are occupied with cartoons and won't be wandering out. I was concerned about you seeking out that philanderer and intended to call you. What's amiss? What transpired? Tang Nuanning exhaled deeply, lamenting, I should have consulted an almanac before venturing out today. It's been a calamitous day. Not only did I encounter a gaggle of contemptible women, but he also accosted me. A gaggle of contemptible women? He accosted you? Elaborate. Tang Nuanning recounted the incident involving Su Han and her entourage, causing Xia Tiantian's eyes to widen in disbelief. Don't fret. I didn't suffer any indignities. I'm not the pushover I once was. Motherhood has transformed me. A mother's resolve is formidable. However, in this day and age, mere pugilism is insufficient. Alas, capital reigns supreme. Even with the dominance of capital, there's still a path for us common folk. The government is increasingly supportive, ensuring our voices are heard. And fortunately for me, I encountered Mrs. Fu Zixuan's mother, who graciously intervened on my behalf, averting potential complications. Fu Zixuan, the one with the manic condition? Indeed. Good heavens, you become entangled with that family. The Fuss are veritable royalty, their family enterprise amassed over generations, a bastion of strength. And Mrs. Fu is a member of the He family, another true dynasty. Fu Zixuan's maternal uncle is none other than He Jingqing. It was also brought to my attention today that Xia Tian remarked, I've heard that the child is quite pitiable. 2 years ago, they were kidnapped and suffered psychological trauma, and since then, they have lived in fear. It's no wonder such a young child, constantly afraid day and night, would fall ill. Speaking of which, the child is pitiable, but so are the adults. The former Mrs. Fu was a renowned beauty in Tianjin, but after giving birth, she gained weight up to 200 pounds, which she couldn't seem to lose. However, when Fu Zixuan had an accident, she lost over 100 pounds in 2 months. I heard she spent her days in tears. When a child is sick, it's not just the child who suffers. The adults suffer along with them. Tang Nuanning. Someone's figure flashed through her mind again. In families where a child has psychological issues, the adults are all pitiable. Shenbao also has psychological issues, and his mother is not by side. Mrs. Fu is heartbroken, but she has Mr. Fu by her side to confide in, and the couple can find solace in each other's embrace. But that person has to bear all the suffering alone, acting as both father and mother. However, what does it matter? He deserves it. This time, when Tang Nuanning thought of him, she no longer felt sorry for him. Instead, she felt a burning resentment. There's a saying that's very true. A pitiable person must have some detestable aspects. Xia Tian was surprised. The missing person noticed that the Fu family issued last time. Was it actually looking for you? Yes, over the years. I've read a lot of books and case studies on child psychology, so I'm considered a semi-professional. She added, after all, without a degree or certificate, I can only be considered half of one. Xia Tian immediately gave her a thumbs up. You're amazing, my dear. Where's that wild man? And how has he caused trouble this time? Upon mentioning this, Tang Nuanning felt a surge of anger and recounted the incident to Xia Tian with fervor. Xia Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so despicable as to kidnap Xiao Sanbao to intimidate you? Although they did not harm Xiao Sanbao, I am still furious. Of course, I am enraged. Scaring someone can be lethal. If it were me, I would have been terrified to death. Ning Ning, this cannot continue. I believe that wild man, much like your husband, is not someone to be trifled with and has latched onto you. If you ask me, you should disclose their identities to either me or Lin Dong. We could devise a plan to handle them. Tang Nuanning let out a quiet sigh, contemplating. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. If there is another incident, I will seek your assistance. She refrained from discussing the wild man. Firstly, because she was uncertain whether he was indeed the child's father. And secondly, she genuinely wished to avoid excessive entanglement with him to protect the child's identity. As for not revealing Bo Yancheng, it was because she did not want Xia Tian and Lin Dong to offend the Bo family because of him. Sigh. You see, we will never pressure you to speak. However, You must understand that we are always by your side, ready to support you when you need us. Tang Nuanning smiled, expressing her affection for them. Xia Tian gently caressed her cheek, reassuring her that it was all right and that she need not be disheartened. Indeed, today has not been a loss. I even managed to scratch that wild man a few times earlier. He was too cowardly to retaliate. I should have scratched him more to vent my frustrations. Tang Nuanning smiled again, saying, "You go ahead and keep an eye on the three of them. I'll just pop in the restroom to wash my face and join you shortly." All right. She entered the restroom, splashed some water on her face, and tidied her hair once more. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. It seemed that misfortune had not yet abandoned her. Even a simple outing could lead to so many complications. Suddenly, she overheard a conversation nearby. Chapter 58. Is President Bo keeping a pretty boy? One glance is enough to shock. The rumor has it that Xiaotian fears nothing but his sister. I thought it was a hoax, but it turns out to be true. If only I could be Xiaotian's sister. I don't want to be his sister. I want to be his girlfriend. Haha. Stop laughing. It's not our turn. He Xiao is the second young master of Jin City. His status is beyond our reach. Some of the sisters, not fully understanding, asked, why is he referred to as the second young master of Jin City? And what about the first young master? Oh, the first young master is Bo Yancheng. They're the pride of our Jin City. I've heard that President Bo is even more handsome than He Xiao. He Xiao is charming, but President Bo is strikingly handsome. Upon hearing the name Bo Yancheng, Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat. She had intended to leave, but found herself unable to resist lingering at a distance, pretending to wash her hands, eager to hear more. A woman continued, "What a pity they are both men. Just imagine if they were a man and a woman together, and had a child. It would be so beautiful." Were you pondering? If He Xiao were truly a woman, it is likely that Bo Zong would cease his association with him. It is rumored that, despite Bo Zong's striking appearance, he possesses an aversion to women. Is that true? I cannot ascertain its veracity. Haven't you explored the internet? Such claims proliferate online. Previously, Shenji Yue consistently rode on Bo Zong's coattails, resulting in an ambiguous relationship between them. At that time, some speculated that Bo Zong remained silent to utilize her in silencing the public's gossip. Later, Bo Zong personally clarified his relationship with Shenji Yue, prompting speculation that it was due to a scandal brewing in his personal life. A scandal? A woman whispered, "I have heard that Bo Zong is keeping a young male lover who disdains the rumors surrounding Shenji Yue and him, thus compelling him to clarify." What? A young male lover? Is he a man? Indeed, another woman remarked, "I have also heard this." And there are even paparazzi reports suggesting that Bo Zong and He Xiao represent two extremes in their treatment of women, yet they maintain a close friendship, possibly even having an affair behind closed doors. Tang Nuanning. Was she hearing? Is this information available without cost? Regarding the notion that Bo Yancheng favors men, she had previously encountered such discussions online. She was certain it was mere gossip. Yet now, a different thought began to take root in her mind. The idea that Bo Yancheng might be inclined towards men was not without its clues. Perhaps his reluctance to divorce her was a strategy to silence the incessant chatter of the public. Should his proclivity for men become a matter of public discourse, he could readily silence the wagging tongues with the shield of matrimony. Tang Nuanning couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. What age was this, that one should still fear the revelation of one's affections? To fancy a man was no transgression of the law. Bo Yancheng and He Jingsheng. This certain someone and He Jingsheng. Alas, it seemed she had stumbled upon a novel discovery. This certain someone and Bo Yancheng shared a mutual acquaintance. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in the possibility that, should Bo Yancheng indeed be entangled with He Jingsheng, could she not, through He Jingsheng, expedite her divorce from Bo Yancheng? Access to Bo Yancheng eluded her, but He Jingsheng was within her reach, being the maternal uncle of Fu Zixuan. Tang Nuanning felt as if she had unearthed an escape, a beacon of hope in the darkness, and her spirits soared. She cast a glance upon her reflection in the mirror, inwardly bolstering her resolve. First, to win over He Jingsheng, and then, through He Jingsheng, to conquer Bo Yancheng, a flawless scheme. Having convinced herself that she had conceived a brilliant plan, Tang Nuanning's entire countenance underwent a transformation, radiant with joy and brimming with elation. Something to celebrate? Tang Nuanning merely responded that she had overheard a jest in the lavatory, which she found amusing. What just could be so mirthful as to make you bloom like a flower? Pray, share it, that we too may revel in the merriment. The three little ones gazed at her with curiosity. In the presence of the children, Tang Nuanning deemed it inappropriate to divulge the affair between Bo Yancheng and Heir, and thus fabricated a tale to placate their curiosity. After a day of unbridled revelry, the three little ones succumbed to weariness by late afternoon. Should you have other matters to attend to, you may leave them at their abode and depart without concern. They shall not wander astray. Immediately, Xia Tiantian retorted, "It's Sunday today. I'm not required at work, and I have no paramour demanding my attention. What pressing matters could occupy my time? I shall attend to them here while you see to your affairs." She added, "The Fu family is known for their integrity and sterling reputation. Cultivating amicable relations with them might prove advantageous should you ever find yourself wronged by a scoundrel." Tang Nuanning offered no rebuttal, simply smiling and assenting. Previously, her ministrations to Fu Zixuan were purely altruistic. This instance, however, was tinged with ulterior motives, as she contemplated leveraging his maternal uncle. Though the precise manner of exploitation remained nebulous, her intent to do so was resolute. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Tang Nuanning imparted a few words of advice before parting ways with Xia Tiantian and the three little ones. As she entered the hospital, a familiar figure caught her eye, causing her to pause in momentary surprise. Soon, Lin Dong also noticed her, and he, too, seemed taken aback. After exchanging a few words with the young woman beside him, he approached Tang Nuanning with a cordial greeting. "Nuanning, what brings you to the hospital? Is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm here to visit a friend," she replied, her gaze drifting towards the young woman in the distance. The girl had long hair, an oval face, and fair skin, and possessed a striking beauty reminiscent of a college student. However, the look she cast at Tang Nuanning was far from amicable, causing the latter to furrow her brow slightly. The girl remained seated, quietly awaiting Lin Dong's return. "That's my cousin. She was attending university when she unexpectedly became pregnant. Without my aunt's knowledge, she took a leave of absence. Recently, she had a falling out with her boyfriend, and there were complications with the pregnancy, necessitating a termination. However, she's afraid to confide in my aunt, so she turned to me. When I was a child, my family struggled financially, and my aunt provided considerable support, even covering my high school expenses for several years. Consequently, I have a strong bond with my aunt's family. Although she's my cousin, I consider her akin to a sister. She doesn't want to inform her mother, and being unfamiliar with Jean City, she has no one else to rely on but me." Tang Nuanning glanced at the girl again. "Such a significant matter. Are you not planning to disclose it to your mother?" "I do want to tell her, but what good would it do besides causing her distress? The deed is already done. Her anger won't change anything. My aunt's health is fragile. She would be devastated if she found out. Indeed, the past cannot be altered, and her mother's knowledge would only lead to anger and sorrow. Judging by her abdomen, she appears to be over 5 months pregnant. What's wrong with the baby?" Chapter 59. Lin Dong's child cousin? The doctor said it's deformed and advised termination. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. So late in the pregnancy, they only discovered the deformity now? "Yes, I just found out today." Tang Nuanning couldn't help but cast another furtive glance at the girl, her expression a mixture of emotions. The girl was regarding her warily. Their eyes met, and the girl frowned, averting her gaze. Tang Nuanning was suspicious. Where did her hostility towards her stem from? They had never met her before, nor did they know her. Why, then, was there such palpable animosity upon their first encounter? Surely, she had not provoked her in any way. "She is in a foul mood today. It would be wise not to engage with her," Lin Dong remarked, seemingly reading her thoughts. Having suffered the hardships of being uneducated, she was acutely aware of the difficulties that awaited one in society without a degree. "Well, you should promptly take her to see a doctor. We can converse later," she suggested. "All right, I will contact you by phone." "Good." Bidding farewell to Lin Dong, Tang Nuanning continued her journey toward the hospital ward. while Lin Dong escorted his cousin to the obstetrics and gynecology department. As she entered the elevator, Tang Nuanning found herself lost in thought. The way that girl had looked at her was peculiar, as if she had encountered a rival. But Lin Dong was her cousin, was he not? And she was unfamiliar with the girl's boyfriend. From where did this animosity stem? Had she overthought the situation? Or perhaps misjudged? Might it be that the girl's foul mood was the true source of her hostility towards her? If there were indeed something between her and Lin Dong, he would not appear so indifferent, would he? Moreover, what could possibly exist between them, given their familial ties? Convinced that she was overthinking, Tang Nuanning resolved to clear her mind of such distractions and seek out Fu Zixuan. Meanwhile, the girl gazed at Lin Dong with reddened eyes and, in a fit of emotion, exclaimed, "It's her, isn't it?" Lin Dong frowned. "Let's first see the doctor." The girl forcefully shook off his arm, her agitation palpable. "I'm asking you a question. It is her, isn't it?" Her voice rose, drawing the attention of onlookers, who regarded the scene with varied expressions. Lin Dong cast a glance at the girl, his expression inscrutable, leaving one uncertain whether he was angry or indifferent. His tone was neither warm nor cold. "If you do not wish for my company, I shall call your mother immediately." This statement seemed to touch a sensitive nerve within the girl, causing her to tremble suddenly, silencing her completely. She even refrained from crying out loud. Lin Dong handed her a tissue without offering any explanation, as if she had never posed a question. It was evident that the child could not be saved. She wiped her tears, waiting for the doctor to call her name. The girl lowered her head to accept the tissue, daring not to meet his gaze, tears streaming down her face incessantly. In Fu Zixuan's hospital room, he beamed upon seeing Tang Nuanning. Sister. Tang Nuanning chuckled. "I'm much older than Xian. You should call me Auntie." "Hey, Auntie." Yes. "How was your day today, Xian?" Happy. Happy indeed. Was there something in particular that brought you joy? Share it with Annie, so she may also find happiness, all right?" Annie comes happy. Tang Nuanning smiled. "Seeing you brings me joy as well." The little one beamed even brighter, his eyes sparkling with vitality. He Jiaoyan felt a rush of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, knowing that Xian truly adored her. He only brightened when in her presence. "This proves that Xian and I are fated, don't you think, Xian?" Yes, fate." With a tender caress upon his cheek, she addressed Mr. He. "I require a moment alone with Zixuan. Would that be amenable to you?" Of course. "I shall await you just outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me." As Mr. He departed, she extended her hand before Zixuan's gaze, her fingers splayed. "Zixuan, focus on my hand. Let us count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With a snap of her fingers, Zixuan drifted into unconsciousness. 20 minutes elapsed before she emerged from the room. Mr. He hastened to inquire, "How is he? Is there any improvement? Is discharge imminent?" "Indeed, I have just conducted a session of hypnotherapy, venturing into the depths of his subconscious. The child's inner world has undergone a profound transformation, now adorned with sunlight, verdant fields, and a feline presence. Did he harbor an affinity for cats in the past?" Mr. He's heart ached with sorrow. "He did, yes. He once cherished one. It was during the search for that very cat that he was abducted. Both he and the cat were lost. I see. If circumstances permit, perhaps acquiring another feline companion would be beneficial. Cats possess a therapeutic quality capable of aiding Zixuan's recovery. I understand. His improvement is already a blessing beyond measure. Prior to your arrival, we had succumbed to despair. You are a benefactor to the Fu family. Should you ever encounter adversity, I implore you to confide in me. Your assistance at the mall today was greatly appreciated, and I am deeply grateful. However," remarked with a slight sniff, "this is different. Profound gratitude requires no verbose expression. Suffice it to say, from this day forward, consider yourself as my own sister. Should anyone dare to mistreat you, they will have me to contend with." Responded with a smile. "By the way, would you care to join us for dinner this evening?" Before it could decline, interjected, "My intention in inviting you to dinner extends beyond mere gratitude. Ever since incident, he has remained confined, either at home or in the hospital. I wish to seize this opportunity, while you are here, to encourage him to venture out and breathe some fresh air. He must take that initial step, wouldn't you agree? Without your presence, he would undoubtedly refuse, and we wouldn't dare to take him out ourselves. Unable to refuse, acquiesced. While remained asleep, she contacted to inform her of the dinner plans, assured her that the triplets were still sleeping and that she would take care of them upon their awakening. Upon concluding the call, felt a warmth in her heart. To encounter such a remarkable confidant in this life is truly a blessing, and are her guardian angels. The thought of suddenly reminded of and his cousin, as well as the look she received from the cousin, a look of rivalry that stirred a sense of unease within her. After hanging up, acting on impulse, found herself at the obstetrics and gynecology department, and his cousin were nowhere to be found, so she sought information from a physician. The doctors here are remarkably tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge any patient information. She understands that this is part of their professional duty and refrains from expressing her discontent. Just as she is about to leave, she fortuitously encounters Liu Bei, who is preparing to finish his shift. Chapter 60. Is Mommy dead? Liu Bei, surprised to see her in the obstetrics department, inquires, Miss Tang, what brings you here? Are you feeling unwell? No, I came to see Fu Zixuan. I happened to run into a friend, and having not had the chance to properly greet them before, I thought I would check in now that I have a moment. A friend? Where are they? I'm not sure where they went. I couldn't locate them. What is your friend's name? I can help you find out. Lin Dong. Liu Bei takes the initiative to inquire, and with confidence, he retrieves the information, as he is, after all, a minor stakeholder in the hospital. The attending physician explains that Lin Dong accompanied his cousin for an abortion due to complications with the fetus that posed a risk to the mother's life if not addressed. Tang Nuanning quickly interjects, I noticed she appeared to be 4 or 5 months pregnant. Why was this issue only discovered at this stage? The pregnancy had been progressing well until yesterday, when complications arose. The expectant mother is allergic to peanuts and consumed a considerable quantity yesterday, which jeopardized the fetus. Tang Nuanning frowned, questioning, was she not aware of her peanut allergy? She was aware. She mentioned that she was unsure of the presence of peanut butter in the food she consumed yesterday, deeming it an unfortunate accident. Liu Bei admonished, that is exceedingly careless. Indeed, she came unaccompanied yesterday, exhibiting a resolute and unyielding demeanor, adamantly refusing any surgical intervention and insisting on carrying the pregnancy to term. Regrettably, we were compelled to contact her family. Only today did her family accompany her, and she has been admitted for a surgical procedure scheduled for tomorrow morning. Tang Nuanning inquired further, has the male relative been her constant companion from the inception of her pregnancy until today? No, she previously attended appointments alone. It was only today, upon our hospital's contact, that she arrived with a family member. Tang Nuanning acknowledged, I understand. Thank you. Upon departing the consultation room, Liu Bei questioned her. Are you well acquainted with this individual named Lin Dong? Yes, he is a senior colleague and the husband of my confidant. Liu Bei promptly comprehended. Do you suspect him of some transgression against your friend? Tang Nuanning offered a self-conscious smile. No, my friend and her spouse share a harmonious relationship. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. I see. Following Tang Nuanning's departure, Liu Bei immediately contacted Bo Yancheng. I encountered Miss Tang in the obstetrics and gynecology department earlier. With Shun Bao discharged, Bo Yancheng was at home. He had intended to go to the office, but due to the scratches inflicted on his face by Tang Nuanning, he was compelled to work from home. Upon hearing Tang Nuanning's name, Bo Yancheng retorted acrimoniously, her fate is of no concern to me. Do not mention her in my presence. Having concluded the call, Mr. Bo cast his cellular device onto the writing desk and tugged vehemently at his cravat. Verily, the mere utterance of her appellation incites ire within him. Devoid of any inclination towards labor, he arose and proceeded towards the chamber of Shun Bao. The young Shun Bao remained seated by the fenestration, doubtless, in anticipation of his maternal figure. Mr. Bo, with a heart laden with empathy, composed himself and approached Shun Bao. Shun Bao. Mr. Bo knelt, his tone gentle. Art thou feeling peckish? I shall prepare thee a repast. Shun Bao remained taciturn. Mr. Bo, with a heart heavy with sorrow, continued. Upon the mention of his maternal figure, Shun Bao finally evinced a reaction, turning his gaze towards Mr. Bo, and abruptly queried, has the maternal figure perished? Who hath spoken such words? Should he affirm her demise? He was unwilling to utter it, unwilling to accept her death. Furthermore, should he speak thus, Shun Bao would undoubtedly be grief-stricken, perhaps even experiencing a traumatic reaction. I comprehend, Shun Bao suddenly declared. Mr. Bo hastily inquired, what is it that thou comprehend? The maternal figure has perished. Shun Bao, gazing towards the direction of the portal, stated woodenly, she has assuredly ascended to paradise. I wonder if she shall experience solitude? Upon hearing these words, Mr. Bo was seized by a profound sense of alarm. Did he harbor intentions of accompanying his maternal figure to paradise? Mr. Bo detected an ominous aura, and swiftly, in a stern and severe tone, proclaimed, Shun Bao, cease such frivolous musings. Thy maternal figure has not perished. She thrives exceedingly well. How dost thou know? I have unearthed intelligence pertaining to her. Under duress, Bo Yancheng dissembled before his son, his countenance grave. The moment is not yet opportune. Exercise patience. Shun Bao frowned. Are you deceiving me? Bo Yancheng, steeling himself, responded. Then, shall I be reunited with her? Soon. Tomorrow, perhaps? Not feasible. The day after? Likewise, not feasible. Observing Shun Bao's furrowed brow once more, Bo Yancheng offered, perhaps in the spring. Shun Bao regarded him, and after a pause, acquiesced, very well. I shall await the advent of spring. Seeing that he was convinced, Bo Yancheng surreptitiously exhaled in relief. Then, conduct yourself obediently, attend to your well-being, nourish yourself adequately, and repose soundly. Very well. That evening, Shun Bao was exceedingly compliant, consuming his meal dutifully and retiring to bed without protest. Bo Yancheng sat by his bedside, beset by a severe headache. Shun Bao's condition was demonstrably deteriorating. His words that day betrayed a suicidal inclination. Should he conclude that his mother had perished, he would undoubtedly seek her in the afterlife. He had managed to placate him with a falsehood that day, but if Shun Bao were not reunited with his mother by the time spring bloomed, the repercussions would be dire. Time was running short. He must devise a means to ameliorate Shun Bao's condition before spring's arrival, or at the very least, stabilize it. Bo Yancheng gazed at Shun Bao for a protracted period, tucked him in securely, and departed. Uncle Yang stood at the doorway. Has the young master retired? Indeed. Refrained from entering and disturbing him. Very well, very well. Alas, when shall the young master recover? I see that the young master of the Fu family is recuperated. He's even dining out now. Ah, you mean Fu Zixuan? Yes, it's all over the internet. Today, Mrs. Fu and Mr. Fu took their young son to Jinping restaurant. The young master was carried by the family's nanny and appeared to be in high spirits. Mrs. and Mr. Fu were beaming, clearly overjoyed. Even the venerable old Mr. Fu made a rare public appearance. In recent years, the Fu family has been under a cloud due to the young master's illness, and the old man has been perpetually furrow-browed, seldom seen in public. Many have been gossiping about the Fu family behind their backs, but today, the fuss have finally emerged triumphant. In this day and age, there are many who are afflicted with envy. Because the Fu family is a prominent one, they have attracted no shortage of envious onlookers. After Fu Zixuan fell ill, those who coveted the Fu family's wealth began to make disparaging remarks. What good is all that money if the child is just sickly? The Fu family must have committed some egregious sin in their past life to have Fu Zixuan afflicted with this illness. It's divine retribution. Heaven is fair, after all. They deserve to weep every day for making so much money. Some even went so far as to declare that Fu Zixuan's illness was incurable and that he wouldn't live past the age of 10. Chapter 61. Because you owe me money, and yet, today, the Fu family took Fu Zixuan to Jinping restaurant for a meal. What does this signify? It indicates that Fu Zixuan's condition has improved significantly. He is no longer withdrawn and can now venture out like a normal child. This is a resounding slap in the face to those green-eyed individuals. Bo Yancheng was quite taken aback. He took out his phone to check the news. Indeed, the news of Fu Zixuan dining at the Jinping restaurant has surged to trending status. Although the photos circulating online have obscured Tang Nuanning's face, Bo Yancheng recognized her at a glance. It is evident that Fu Zixuan's courageous first step was largely due to Tang Nuanning's influence. Today, Tang Nuanning visited Fu Zixuan at the hospital. Hmm. Yes, what of it? Did you not expressly forbid me from mentioning her in your presence? Why then do you inquire so willingly? Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened as he shifted the subject. Fu Zixuan is already able to dine out. His recovery is astonishingly swift. Indeed, it is all thanks to Miss Tang. I've always maintained that she is remarkable, yet you remain skeptical. Bo Yancheng. Liu Bei interjected. Just wait and see. Soon the Fu family will extend a lucrative offer to Miss Tang. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow and ended the call. He pondered for a moment, his expression grim, before seizing his car keys and stepping outside. Before his return, Xia Tiantian had already messaged her, informing her that she had canceled the homestay and moved all her belongings to her home. Xia Tiantian had arranged accommodations for them and even organized schooling for the three little ones. As a kindergarten teacher, she had arranged for them to temporarily attend her school. Tang Nuanning felt a surge of gratitude towards Xia Tiantian as she walked towards the community. Who could have anticipated that just a few steps later, she would encounter someone? He was seated in his car, smoking, the window rolled down, allowing her to glimpse his handsome visage and the hand that held the cigarette outside the window, along with the marks on his chin that she had inadvertently caused. Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat. How could he be here? What is his purpose for coming? To Bao and Heir Bao reside in this neighborhood. No, that cannot be. If he had discovered a Bao and Heir Bao, he would not be lingering outside alone. He must have already taken them away. Even if he were uncertain about their identity, with an 80% resemblance, he would seek a paternity test with the children. Thus, he has not found a Bao and Heir Bao. So what brings him here? Is he searching for her? She just moved in tonight. How could he possibly know she resides here? Perhaps he is unaware of her presence? Maybe he is merely here to meet other friends, not in search of her. As Tang Nuanning pondered this, she quickly retrieved a mask from her bag, donned it, and lowered her head as she approached the community, feigning ignorance of his presence. The closer she drew to him, the more anxious she became. As she neared him, she silently pleaded, "Do not see me. Do not see me. Do not see me. Stop." Tang Nuanning guspet. She shrank her neck, pretending not to hear, and continued walking forward. Someone, displeased, demanded, "Do you want me to ask you to get in the car?" Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. "What do you want? Get in the car." Bo Yan's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as ice. Tang Nuanning's heart raced once more, realizing her vulnerable position before him. She had no choice but to comply and enter his vehicle. Once inside, she immediately declared, "I have already warned you today. If you provoke me again, I will fight back." Note that 2 security guards are stationed at the entrance of the residential complex. These guards are quite formidable. Should you attempt any impropriety, I shall raise an alarm. Cast a disdainful glance in her direction and stated directly, "Be at my residence tomorrow." To care for Shun Bao. Blinked, somewhat bewildered. "What do you mean?" Flicked ash from his cigarette, the scent mingling in the air, causing to cough. Frowned, displeased, yet extinguished the cigarette nonetheless. "Liu Bei mentioned your proficiency in child psychology and some medical skills. You are acquainted with Shun Bao's condition. He suffers from bipolar disorder. Commencing tomorrow, you shall serve as his caregiver." His doubt had dissipated, and Shun Bao's condition was deteriorating, precluding further hesitation. Hence his visit today. Upon hearing this, was taken aback. Was he soliciting her assistance? Astounding. Was this his manner of entreaty? She had anticipated a more hostile encounter. Now aware of his purpose, adopted a firmer tone. "I empathize with your sentiments. Any parent in such a predicament would exhaust all avenues to ameliorate their child's condition. However, I cannot accede to your request." "I," interrupted her impatiently, "I have not come to beseech you, but to command you." Retorted, "Command? On what grounds do you presume to command me?" Replied casually, "On the grounds that you are indebted to me." Tang Nuanning. Her spirits plummeted as if struck by frost, instantly deflated. The newfound confidence she possessed vanished. Her lips quivered as she muttered, "That 50 million. Didn't I mention before that your girlfriend assaulted my son first, which led to him scratching your car? Shouldn't that offset the debt? Consider it even." A hint of derision flickered in Bo Yancheng's eyes. He refrained from elucidating his relationship with Shan Jiayue, simply stating, "Seek restitution from whoever harmed your son. As your son damaged my car, I am seeking recompense from you. If you have objections, we can settle this in court." Tang Nuanning. She glared at him, her small mouth tightly pursed, harboring an urge to strike him. Bo Yancheng, with his handsome countenance, glanced at her and added, "Either repay the debt now, or commence your duties as a nanny in my residence tomorrow. The choice is yours." Tang Nuanning retorted indignantly. "You are fully aware that I lack the funds to repay you, yet you present me with a choice? Do I truly have an option? Very well. Then you shall commence your duties as a nanny at my residence tomorrow. What if I refuse to comply? I shall seek intervention from the authorities. I must say, you are taking advantage of me. Do you not realize that? I am oblivious to that. All I am cognizant of is the fundamental principle of debt repayment. In my domain, you shall not evade your obligations." Tang Nuanning. Bo Yancheng lowered his gaze to his watch, initiating the countdown. Tang Nuanning's heart palpitated in sync with the ticking of the second hand. As the minute drew to a close, she hastily exclaimed, "I'm coming. I shall visit your home tomorrow." Bo Yancheng's expression remained impassive. He was not the least surprised by her proclamation. Starting the car, he issued a dismissive command, "I shall send someone to fetch you in the morning. Get out." Tang Nuanning, her cheeks puffed in indignation, bit her lip to preserve her last shred of pride, replying, "I tend to be grumpy upon waking. Please do not disturb me before 8:30. Bo Yancheng cast her a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore her. The moment Tang Nuanning's feet touched the ground, the car shot away with a swift whoosh, splattering her with snow. Chapter 62. Tang Nuanning, "My husband favors men." The moment Xia Tiantian laid eyes on her, she remarked. Tang Nuanning let out a soft sigh, temporarily refraining from elaborating, and countered with a question, "Where are the children?" "They are asleep." "Still asleep? Quite well then. The Fu family holds me in high regard." "They certainly do, for Fu Zishuan is the sole heir of the Fu clan. After his illness, the family was deeply troubled, and with the rumors circulating outside, his recovery must have brought them immense joy. Your dinner together made it to the trending topics today." "Really?" Xia Tiantian smiled. "Do not fret. I am aware of your preference for discretion. You did not reveal your face," they blurted out. Tang Nuanning exhaled in relief. "That is reassuring. You appear quite weary. Do wash up quickly. We shall share a bed tonight." "Very well." Tang Nuanning first went to check on the three little ones, then freshened up. As soon as she lay down, she asked, Tian, "Are you going to work tomorrow?" "Yes, tomorrow is Monday." "Why?" "If you have something to do, I could take a day off. Our principal is quite accommodating." "I do have something to attend to. Could you take the three little ones to kindergarten to help them adjust?" "Of course, that's easy. I'll take them tomorrow." "What do you need to do?" Sighing, Tang Nuanning felt overwhelmed. She recounted the events that had transpired at the entrance of the community. Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. "He actually threatened you to work as a nanny at his home? What does he mean by that? Could it be that he has taken a liking to you?" "Absolutely not. Have you not seen how he treats me? It's quite terrible." "Then, does he really want you to be a nanny for his son?" "It seems so. His son also suffers from bipolar disorder, and perhaps he saw how I assisted Fu Zishuan and felt intrigued." Sighing again, she continued, "Honestly, I wouldn't mind helping Shen Bao. I just wish to avoid any contact with him. If he truly is the biological father of De Bao and Heir Bao, the more I interact with him, the more likely I am to expose De Bao and Heir Bao." Xia Tian nodded in understanding. "So what should we do now?" I really don't know. The best solution would be to repay that 50 million. Otherwise, I could discuss it with Lin Dong. I could ask my parents for part of it and borrow a portion from Lin Dong, finding a way to gather the 50 million to return to him. That way, he won't keep bothering you." Tang Nuanning immediately demurred. 5 million was an astronomical sum. Although she knew Xia Tiantian's parents and Lin Dong were affluent, such a sum would be a significant burden for them. She didn't want her presence to disrupt their peace. "I'll visit Shenbao tomorrow first. By the way, do you know if Lin Dong has a cousin? The one who studies dance." "I recall Wan mentioning her before, but I've never met her." "What about her?" It's impolite to gossip, but Tang Nuanning felt Xia Tiantian wasn't an outsider. So she confided, "I saw Lin Dong at the hospital today when I went to visit Fu Zishuan. He was accompanying his cousin for an abortion." "Oh?" Xia Tiantian exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't his cousin still in university? How did she get pregnant and have an abortion?" Lin Dong mentioned she had a boyfriend at school, an unplanned pregnancy. Then she suspended her studies. Subsequently, they broke up, and there were complications with the child. The doctor advised that the child couldn't be saved and recommended a termination. Xiao Tian was taken aback. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment. Does Wan know that girl well? I'm not sure. Wan rarely mentions her, perhaps once or twice. Why? I saw her at the hospital today, and I found her gaze unsettling. Tang Nuanning didn't explicitly say it seemed like the look of a rival in love, but instead stated there was hostility. Have you two met before? No. I'm certain I've never seen her. Why does she harbor animosity towards you? I am uncertain. Have you inquired with Lin Dong? I have not, but Lin Dong has also sensed it. He mentioned that it is due to the girl's melancholic state and advised me to avoid her. That could very well be the case, for a miscarriage is indeed a sorrowful affair. Nonetheless, even in sorrow, one should not exhibit hostility toward strangers. Such behavior is quite irrational. In truth, if her demeanor is merely a reflection of her own struggles, it matters little. The crux of the matter lies in the way she regards me with the eyes of a rival, which stirs unease within her. I have heard whispers that my husband shares a connection with He Jinsheng. She refrained from directly uttering Bo Yancheng's name. What? Is that true? How can that be? He Jinsheng is known for his attraction to women. It is common knowledge that he changes girlfriends with remarkable frequency. He is indiscriminate in his affections, while my husband is inclined towards men. This, Xiao Tian still found it hard to believe. Tang Nuanning Zima? I too only learned today that his reluctance to divorce me is not an act of revenge, but rather a means to utilize our marriage to silence public gossip. After all, our nation remains relatively conservative. The notion of a man loving another man is rather rare, and should it come to light, it would invite unwarranted scrutiny and judgment. Xiao Tian responded, and you should not feel sorrowful about this revelation. If he truly intends to use you to quell others' tongues, he would certainly refuse to divorce you, making your desire for separation all the more difficult. Tang Nuanning remarked, however, I can leverage He Jinsheng to exert pressure on him. Since they are entangled, He Jinsheng certainly wouldn't want him to have any association with me, right? After all, He Jinsheng and I are rivals in love. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment and found some merit in her words. Tang Nuanning felt exhilarated, as I just so happen to have connections with He Jinsheng's sister, which means I have an opportunity to get closer to He Jinsheng. What do you intend to do? I haven't formulated a concrete plan yet, but at least there is a path forward. He called me today and tried to cut off all my avenues, but now it seems there is hope ahead. However, that He Jinsheng is not an easy opponent. Whether you oppose him or seek to utilize him, it can be quite perilous. Untroubled. I have his sister backing me. Indeed, he fears his sister. Tang Nuanning chuckled. That's why I'm so delighted today. That is truly a reason to celebrate. Yes. Tomorrow you'll help me look after the 3 little ones while I visit Shinbao. Then I'll strategize my next steps. All right. The two friends exchanged banter, conversing for quite some time before drifting off to sleep. The next day, before dawn, Tang Nuanning's phone erupted with sound. The insistent ringing pierced the silence like a deafening thunderclap, startling Tang Nuanning awake and nearly sending her soul soaring. Chapter 63. A wild man arrives at the door. She hastily grabbed her phone to check, only to find an unfamiliar number calling, and with a huff, she hung up abruptly. As a result, the caller immediately rang again. Tang Nuanning, displeased, answered the phone. Who is it? Call me downstairs. You have 10 minutes. A cold voice emanated from the other end, and with that, the call was abruptly terminated. Tang Nuanning felt a surge of energy. It was that insufferable man calling. Who is it? Xiao Tian, roused from her slumber, inquired while stifling a yawn. Tang Nuanning suppressed her anger, replying, It's nothing, go back to sleep. It's only 5 o'clock. Oh. Xiao Tian, still half asleep, drifted back into slumber. Are you out of your mind? Didn't I tell you not to come so early? Just look at the time. Disturbing others' sleep will bring retribution. Do you know that? You might be struck by lightning. 8 more minutes. If you don't come down, I'll come up to find you. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth, muttering, You're relentless? She angrily hung up the phone and hurried to freshen up. Subsequently, she checked on the children, giving each a quick kiss before rushing out the door. Upon reaching the community entrance, she noticed the absence of a luxury vehicle. While scanning her surroundings, she heard a honk. It was a modest Volkswagen parked by the roadside. She glanced at it and quickly averted her gaze. That man was affluent. He typically drove luxury cars, never a Volkswagen. "Come here," Bo Yancheng called out, lowering the car window with an intimidating tone. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. He indeed had arrived in a Volkswagen. Wasn't he quite wealthy? Why was he driving this humble car today? She approached, opened the rear door, and got into the vehicle, immediately launching into complaints. "Are you deliberately tormenting me? Even the roosters are asleep at this hour." Disregarding her, Bo Yancheng ignited the engine and steered the vehicle away from the residential complex. Tang Nuanning, gazing at the back of his head, pouted slightly and reiterated, "We didn't fully articulate our terms last night. Let's clarify them today. I am willing to care for your son, but I cannot guarantee a fixed duration. I don't intend to reside in Jincheng indefinitely and might depart at any moment. You cannot impede my departure should I choose to leave. Moreover, I'm not your family's full-time caretaker. I have my own child and personal affairs, precluding me from being at your beck and call around the clock. I must be allowed to leave by 6 p.m. each evening, and I must retain the liberty to leave at a moment's notice should urgent matters arise during the day." Bo Yancheng remained impassive, preoccupied with driving. Tang Nuanning, gritting her teeth, declared, "If you remain silent, I shall interpret it as tacit agreement. Furthermore, I cannot work gratis. You must compensate me with a salary to offset the debt, and the rate cannot be paltry, a minimum of 200 yuan per day. 10,000 a day if you perform admirably." Bo Yancheng interjected abruptly. Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon Bo Yancheng. "How much? 10,000. 10,000? 10,000 a day?" Bo Yancheng offered no response. Tang Nuanning, astounded, swallowed hard and scrutinized him anew, suddenly finding him less objectionable. Were it not for the suspicion that he was the philandering rogue, she might have embraced his robust thigh without any intention of relenting. This was a veritable cornucopia. Tang Nuanning cleared her throat delicately, reiterating, "You did stipulate 10,000 a day, with bonuses for exceptional performance." Bonuses as well? Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in astonishment. If you can stay in front of Shun Bao for 10 minutes today, I will reward you with an additional 10,000. Cash, no offsets. 10 minutes for a reward of 10,000? It feels like finding money. Are you certain? Indeed. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you dare to go back on it, you shall be deemed untrustworthy. Bo Yancheng pursed his thin lips, ignoring her. Concerned, Tang Nuanning asked again, 10,000 cash means you will give me the money directly, without offsets? Yes. Ha! Tang Nuanning laughed aloud at that moment. Bo Yancheng shot her a disdainful glance. She had been as volatile as gunpowder when they got into the car, yet upon the mention of money, her demeanor shifted to one of delight. Truly, she was a money enthusiast. Realizing she had expressed her joy too overtly, she cleared her throat softly and turned to Bo Yancheng, her gaze softening considerably. However, Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, stating, "I sought you out to care for Shun Bao, not to foster any familiarity between us. I find women without self-awareness exceedingly bothersome." Tang Nuanning was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Bo Yancheng glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Do not entertain thoughts of seducing me. My heart belongs to another." Tang Nuanning's good mood evaporated in an instant, and she retorted, "What is wrong with you? Who is trying to seduce you? Do you think you are universally adored currency? You're delusional. Don't forget, it was you who sought me out, not the other way around. I was about to ask if you were using your son to ensnare me." He scoffed with a chilling tone, dripping with derision. "I'm seducing you? How dare you utter such words?" The vehicle glided into a dilapidated neighborhood, halting before the final apartment building. Extinguishing the engine, he noticed her lingering resentment and remarked, "I was merely cautioning you." With ill-concealed annoyance, she retorted, "I, too, was offering a word of advice. It had slipped my mind, but let's set the record straight. Should you dare to make advances, you'll face my wrath. Rest assured, I shall never entertain such notions toward you. You had best adhere to your word. My intention in allowing you to be near Shun Bao is for companionship, not harm. Should you dare inflict pain upon him, I shall ensure your demise is agonizing." His tone remained even, yet each syllable cut like shards of ice. His gaze, unnerving, surpassed even the spectral in its dreadfulness. An abyssal depth from which one feared some ghastly entity might emerge. Startled, she averted her gaze. With a visible gulp, she responded, "We share no animosity. Why would I wish to harm him? Furthermore, it was you who sought me out. If apprehension gnaws at you, simply bid me farewell." He scrutinized her for a moment before suppressing his malevolence. "For now, I shall extend my trust. Should you prove worthy, you shall be duly rewarded." With that, he disembarked from the vehicle. She gasped for breath, the man's displeasure proving truly terrifying. For a moment, she questioned his humanity, suspecting him of being a specter. Best to avoid such individuals. She genuinely desired to distance herself from him, yet escape proved elusive. With a sigh, Tang Nuanning braced herself and exited the vehicle, her eyes widening in bewilderment at the sight before her. She had envisioned that Bo Yancheng, with his reputed wealth, would undoubtedly reside in a grand mansion. Instead, she found herself in a dilapidated locale, its surroundings inferior even to Xia Tiantian's neighborhood. Dilapidated tricycles, bicycles, and modest sedans were scattered about, making Bo Yancheng's Volkswagen seem comparatively opulent. "Is this your abode?" "Indeed. But why would you reside here? And why shouldn't I?" Bo Yancheng strode purposefully into the building's entrance, ascending the staircase on foot, as no elevator was present. Chapter 64. "You are Bo Yancheng?" Tang Nuanning was perplexed. "Aren't you quite affluent? With vehicles costing tens of millions, one would expect your residence to be equally lavish. Yet, the conditions here are rather substandard. Have you perhaps become insolvent?" Tang Nuanning inquired, her surprise evident. "Does that displease you?" "No, but how could you declare bankruptcy so casually? When did this occur?" "Last night." Tang Nuanning was taken aback. To safeguard his identity, Shun Bao had been transported here following his discharge from the hospital the previous evening. This was Bo Yancheng's maternal family's former residence, where his mother had resided prior to her departure abroad. Given the magnitude of this event, I fail to perceive any profound distress on your part, Tang Nuanning cautiously observed. Typically, individuals encountering such circumstances would experience a period of despondency, with some potentially remaining mired in it indefinitely. However, observing him, one discerns no vestige of the sorrow one might anticipate following a bankruptcy. "How can you ascertain that I am not distressed?" queried Bo Yancheng, retorting. "I have not perceived it," she responded. "You are not of my concern. Why should I exhibit my sorrow before you?" Tang Nuanning. There appears to be a modicum of validity to that. Seized by an inexplicable impulse, Tang Nuanning proffered a word of solace. Life is devoid of unremitting smoothness. The vicissitudes of fortune are commonplace. One must cultivate equanimity. Loquacious, he retorted. "I am extending my concern." "Unnecessary." Tang Nuanning. "Like casting pearls before swine. A fitting recompense for bankruptcy." Bo Yancheng ascended to the 6th floor, halting before the portal of 601. This antiquated residential complex comprised merely 6 stories, the 6th being the uppermost, devoid of an elevator. A single staircase served 2 residences per floor, their counterparts residing at 602. Tang Nuanning instinctively cast a glance toward 602, where a crimson character of felicity adorned the door, and the doormat bore the imprints of frequent use, evincing habitual occupancy. Unlike the abode of Bo Yancheng, which lacked couplets upon the door, and the doormat appeared pristine, indicative of recent relocation. "Pray, what is the appellation of your son?" Tang Nuanning inquired. "Bo Yancheng, affectionately known as Shun Bao." "Bo, your surname is Bo?" Bo Yancheng pivoted, regarding her with a meaningful gaze, his eyes narrowed slightly. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened, reflecting a modicum of astonishment. Others addressed him as a Chun, and his surname was Bo. Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng, noting the increasing dilation of her eyes, expressed his aversion. "If you have aught to say, speak forthwith." Once acquainted with Shun Bao, one is afforded no opportunity for idle chatter. Tang Nuanning made a swallowing gesture. What is your name?" Bo Yancheng narrowed his striking eyes. "It is not unreasonable for me to inquire about your name, considering you asked me to care for your son," Tang Nuanning replied awkwardly. Bo Yancheng's tone was indifferent. "Bo Chin." He omitted the character yin from his name, wishing to conceal his identity from Tang Nuanning. It was now clear that she had no intention of approaching him deliberately and was purposefully hiding his identity to prevent her from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. After all, the name Bo Yancheng carried an allure that was hard to resist. While outsiders might remain unaware of his appearance, none were oblivious to the name Bo Yancheng. Typically, women found it difficult to resist the wealth and power associated with such a name. Should she discover it, she would likely seek ways to entice him. Tang Nuanning was still in a daze. Bo Qin? Not Bo Yancheng? Surely not. Bo Yancheng is disabled and has been confined to a wheelchair for years, whereas you possess two long, healthy legs. Perhaps she was overthinking it. A single character made all the difference in their identities. If your parents had included the character yin in your name, you would share a name with the richest person. She remarked. Bo Yancheng shot her a glance, but did not respond. Tang Nuanning then inquired, "Could you possibly have any relation to Bo Yancheng?" "I am Bo Chun, and he is Bo Yancheng. That is the extent of our relationship." Tang Nuanning. Bo Yancheng extracted an antiquated key to unlock the door. Before entering, he cautioned, "I've brought you here to cheer him up, not to antagonize him. If he becomes irascible, you must exercise forbearance and refrain from uttering anything provocative, particularly concerning his mother." "Why? Just why? Why must I endure his outbursts without retort? Alas, I am presently unable to contend with him myself, and my son is but 5 years of age. What recourse do I have?" Tang Nuanning, having placated herself, suppressed her discontent and inquired, "What manner of person was his mother? Why did she abandon her home? Was there discord between you as a couple?" Bo Yancheng immediately furrowed his brow. "Refrain from inquiries that are not your concern." Tang Nuanning. Is it not standard procedure to ascertain the circumstances before attending to a patient? "I." Enter. Tang Nuanning entered the residence with considerable exasperation. She realized that she was utterly incapable of engaging in a proper dialogue with him. He was simply not a person amenable to normal communication. Upon entering, Tang Nuanning surveyed the premises. The abode was of considerable size, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, appearing to encompass approximately 120 square meters. The overall aesthetic was rustic, featuring wooden floors, a wooden shoe cabinet, a wooden dining table and chairs, and even a wooden coffee table. These furnishings bore the unmistakable hallmarks of antiquity. Only the large LCD television mounted on the television wall appeared to be a contemporary addition. The interior was meticulously maintained and exuded a sense of warmth. The wooden furnishings, coupled with white curtains and towering potted greenery, suffused the room with a cozy ambience. She never anticipated that such a seemingly indifferent man would transform his home in such a manner. She had assumed that his perception was limited to shades of black, white, and gray, devoid of the healing hues of natural wood. Bo Yancheng had already changed into his slippers and proceeded directly to a guest room. Opening the door and gazing inside, Tang Nuanning deduced that he was likely observing their son, so she lowered her head to change her shoes. The shoe rack displayed only a single pair of women's slippers, brand new and clearly prepared for her. Thus, she refrained from inquiring further and slipped them on. Just as she intended to follow him, Bo Yancheng closed the door behind him. Curiosity piqued, she wondered, where is Shun Bao? Still asleep. He hasn't awakened yet? No. Then why did you summon me so early? She had presumed Shun Bao was already awake, which prompted him to drive and fetch her. With the child still asleep, was he merely inviting her over to exchange glances? There are ingredients in the refrigerator. Go prepare breakfast. Bo Yancheng stated this rather brusquely before shutting the door. Whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, Tang Nuanning could have sworn she heard the sound of him locking the door from the inside. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He certainly was not being courteous, suggesting she prepare breakfast as if she owed him something. Yes, she indeed owed him a staggering 50 million. Reflecting on the money, Tang Nuanning suppressed her irritation and stormed off to the kitchen. Since she was already there, she might as well make herself comfortable. She opened the refrigerator, which was impeccably organized, filled with a variety of fresh and abundant ingredients. What should she prepare? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Nuanning turned and knocked on Bo Yancheng's door, seeking to inquire about Shun Bao's preferences. She harbored a distinct aversion for the man. Yet she acknowledged the child's innocence and desired to cater to Shun Bao's preferences. She rapped gently, receiving no response. She repeated the action, still met with silence. Tang Nuanning persisted, knocking several times with increasing urgency. "Open the door," she implored. "I have something to say." A moment later, Bo Yancheng opened the door, his formal attire exchanged for sleepwear. He furrowed his brow, his countenance displaying evident impatience. "What is it?" he questioned. Tang Nuanning faltered, momentarily taken aback. "You summoned me early this morning to prepare a meal, only to retreat to slumber?" Bo Yancheng's brow remained furrowed, offering no rejoinder. His thoughts were consumed by his mother, Shun Bao's illness, and the woman who occupied his heart. He had endured a sleepless night, which explained his early morning pursuit of Tang Nuanning. Unaware of the circumstances, Tang Nuanning felt a surge of indignation at the perceived inequity. "Is this how you conduct yourself?" she exclaimed. "If you were fatigued, you should have waited until you were rested before seeking me out. Instead, you summoned me only to return to sleep. What do you take me for?" "Very well," she continued, her voice laced with sarcasm. "You are capable. You are competent. You are formidable. You are the ultimate authority, are you not? Bo Yancheng retorted. If you harbor resentment, settle your debt." Tang Nuanning erupted in indignation. "Who said I harbor resentment? Which of your eyes perceive my resentment? I am entirely compliant. I am utterly submissive. If you are compliant," he countered, "then mind your tone." "You," she seethed, momentarily overcome with the urge to strike him. "What is it that you require of me?" he inquired. Suppressing her ire, Tang Nuanning inquired, "What are the breakfast options? What am I to prepare?" "It is you who will be preparing it, not I. Decide for yourself," he retorted. "How would I be privy to your predilections? Spare me your attempts to ingratiate yourself. They are futile and merely serve to irritate me." "Who is attempting to ingratiate themselves with you?" she retorted. "I merely sought to ascertain Shun Bao's preferences." Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow. Shun Bao harbors no particular predilections, save for his mother. He evinces little interest in anything else. Use your own discretion. With a resounding slam, Bo Yancheng closed the door. As Tang Nuanning was about to retort, the door reopened, and he issued a warning. "I intend to slumber for another hour. Refrain from disturbing me." Tang Nuanning was rendered speechless, gnashing her teeth in vexation. She pondered, how does one assuage the impulse to inflict physical harm? I am seized with the desire to dispatch him forthwith. Can anyone proffer a stratagem by which one might terminate his existence without incurring legal repercussions? Your prompt counsel is earnestly solicited. Tang Nuanning stood at the threshold, consumed by indignation, yet remained bereft of a viable solution. Resignedly, she sought solace in self-consolation. "Suppress your ire, for illness induced by anger is borne by oneself alone. I shall not succumb to wrath, for a princess does not yield to such base emotions." As she prepared breakfast, she intoned a mantra in her mind. Unfamiliar with Shun Bao's culinary inclinations, she resolved to prepare egg pancakes. At present, she was vigorously whisking the eggs, as if the object of her agitation were not eggs, but a certain individual. An hour later, Tang Nuanning had just completed the preparation of breakfast when the adjacent doors simultaneously swung open. Father and son, disparate in age, emerged from their respective chambers in unison. Shun Bao resembled an emotionless automaton, were it not for the occasional malady or unforeseen event. He invariably awoke at precisely 6:30 each morning. With the passage of time, Bo Yancheng had grown accustomed to waking up naturally at this hour. He gazed at Shun Bao with tenderness, greeting him softly. "Shun Bao, good morning." Shun Bao remained silent, his expression impassive, stoic, and aloof. The little one began to make his way toward the bathroom, but as he took his first step, he suddenly became aware of activity in the kitchen. His brow furrowed, and his countenance underwent a rapid transformation. He glanced at Tang Nuanning's figure, then turned his head sharply toward Bo Yancheng, his eyes filled with anger. Bo Yancheng elucidated. "Shun Bao, this is an Annie that your Uncle Lu helped us find. Daddy's work keeps him busy, and I can't always be by your side. We need someone to cook and take care of the household chores. Leave. Make her leave." Shun Bao was instantly enraged, his entire body trembling intensely. Bo Yancheng quickly knelt down, holding his shoulders. "Shun Bao, calm down. Listen to what Daddy has to say. Leave, leave, leave. Shen Bao. Just as Bo Yancheng was about to speak, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the house. Both father and son turned their heads simultaneously. Tang Nuanning was staring in their direction, her eyes wide with astonishment. Bo Yancheng, fearing that she might agitate Shen Bao, reprimanded her with displeasure. What's all the commotion? Tang Nuanning stared directly at Shen Bao, utterly frightened. She locked the door in one swift motion. Before Shen Bao could speak, she lowered her voice and questioned, Heir Bao, how are you here? Speak. Why are you here? Did you come with Mommy? Deep treasure. Didn't Team Mommy tell you last night that today she would accompany Godmother to kindergarten? Who allowed you to follow along? Deep treasure furrowed his brow. Tang Nuanning, in a state of frantic agitation, exclaimed, are you trying to drive me to the brink of madness? At this moment, her heart was lodged in her throat. The second treasure had been exposed. That despicable man would undoubtedly vie for custody of the child. Even though he was bankrupt, he still possessed more wealth than she did. At least he had a car and a house, while she was left with nothing. Moreover, she was married. If the first and second treasure stayed with her, it would imply the presence of a stepfather, and the courts would certainly lean towards him in matters of custody. What did she do? What could she possibly offer to contest against him? Tang Nuanning tugged at her hair in distress, pacing back and forth, close to losing her mind. Tang Nuanning, open the door. Bo Yancheng called from outside, his tone heavy with authority. In a state of confusion, Tang Nuanning rose and approached the window, throwing it open, only to be met by a chilling gust of wind. She shivered violently, momentarily jolted back to reality. Peering outside, she shivered again. She had initially contemplated escaping with the children through the window, but from such a height, jumping down could lead to disaster. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Go out. Deep Treasure suddenly spoke up. Go out. He repeated, his face darkening. Though merely a child, his gaze bore the icy chill of winter, sending shivers down her spine, reminiscent of Bo Yancheng's fury. Tang No, that's not right. Tang Nuanning locked eyes with Deep Treasure and finally recognized the unsettling truth. Although the second treasure was mischievous, he had never looked at her with such intensity before. Her spirits were invariably lifted by the presence of Heir Bao, his countenance perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. Observing his attire and noting the absence of Shen Bao in the room, a realization dawned upon her. This was not Heir Bao, but Shen Bao himself. The resemblance between Shen Bao and Heir Bao was uncanny. Still reeling from the revelation, Tang Nuanning witnessed Shen Bao fling open the door, cast a fierce glare at Bo Yancheng, who stood at the entrance, and storm into the dining area. With a resounding crash, he began hurling dishes to the floor. Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed as he rushed forward, exclaiming, Shen Bao, aghast at the sight of Shen Bao's destructive outburst. Her breath hitched and her pupils dilated. Shen Bao, leave. Shen Bao seized a plate and shattered it at her feet. Tang Nuanning held her breath, cautiously approaching Shen Bao. Shen Bao, calm down. Please just calm down. Suddenly, in a threatening gesture, Shen Bao brandished a fork against his own neck. Will you leave or not? Leave? Tang Nuanning gasped, frozen in place, afraid to move. Bo Yancheng, witnessing the scene, bellowed, get out. She leaned against the doorframe, gasping for air. The striking similarity between Shen Bao and Heir Bao had momentarily disoriented her, causing her to lose her composure. Instinctively assuming the role of a mother, she was overcome with anxiety and fear, momentarily forgetting her professional identity as a physician. Consequently, she failed to apply her medical expertise to effectively pacify Shen Bao, as she had done with Fu Zixuan. A wintry wind swept through Jincheng, sending a chill through the air. Standing at the threshold, trembled, whether from the biting cold or palpable fear, her entire being quivering intensely. She dared not venture far, acutely aware that if condition persisted, a crisis might erupt. Thankfully, before long, tranquility descended upon the interior. She surmised that its emotional state had stabilized, and with stability came the assurance of safety. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Yet, the mere recollection of his countenance sent a jolt of renewed tension through her. Fortuitously, Her phone nestled within her pocket, and she swiftly dispatched a message to Sweetie. And with you? An image promptly arrived in response, depicting the trio still slumbering soundly. Reassured that was not in the company of, found a modicum of solace. At least, and had eluded his detection. Upon further reflection, the resemblance between and was hardly astonishing, given that was, after all, the offspring of that scoundrel. After another interval, the door creaked open and emerged. Noticing the violet tinge of her lips from the cold, he furrowed his brow, retrieved her coat from the rack, tossed it to her, and motioned for her to change her shoes. Hastily donned the down jacket and cautiously entered the dwelling, her gaze scanning for. The floor lay in disarray, yet to be tidied. The living room offered no sign of. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Turned to, poised to speak. But he silenced her with a stern look. Tang Nuanning understood and could only swallow her words, quickly changing her shoes before exiting the room. Bo Yancheng closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. Tang Nuanning hurriedly followed, asking, "Are you really going to leave Shun Bao alone in the room?" Bo Yancheng remained silent. Tang Nuanning pressed on, "He just got angry. What if he becomes ill and no one is around? That could be perilous." She continued, "Why did he react so strongly upon seeing me? Did you not inform him of my arrival beforehand? Is he unaware that I was coming? His tendency towards self-harm has become quite apparent, and his condition is far more severe than Fu Zixian's. He cannot remain at home at this time. How could you have allowed him to be discharged?" Tang Nuanning bombarded him with questions, but Bo Yancheng maintained his silence, opting to ignore her. In desperation, as soon as they stepped outside, she grasped his arm and insisted, "Speak to me." Bo Yancheng glanced at her small hand that clutched his, frowned slightly, and brushed it away. This time, he opted for the passenger seat to facilitate their conversation. Just as Tang Nuanning was about to voice her concerns, he spoke first. "Aren't you well versed in child psychology? Aren't you able to soothe Fu Zixian? Why is it that you cannot do the same for Shun Bao? Are you intentionally neglecting him?" Tang Nuanning found herself at a loss for words. Unable to explain that Shun Bao resembled the Bao and Heir Bao so closely that she momentarily lost her bearings, leading to her excessive worry and concern. Her anxiety had thrown her into disarray. "Do you harbor resentment towards me, thus transferring your anger onto the child? You do not wish to attend to him. You wish to witness his downfall?" Tang Nuanning was left utterly speechless. "Are you out of your mind? Suspecting someone does not entail this manner of doubt. If I truly wished to disregard him, I would have left after he expelled me. Is it necessary for me to endure the cold outside? Yet, how is it that you can soothe Fu Zixian, yet fail to calm him? When I inadvertently encountered Fu Zixian in a state of distress, he resembled a patient, while I took on the role of a doctor. However, your Shun Bao is not afflicted today. He is merely enraged. Anger is a universal emotion that can evoke illness. It is not a disease. It is not an ailment. Thus, a doctor cannot treat it. Doctors are not omnipotent, especially considering. I am not even a doctor." Bo Yancheng glared at her, his gaze lingering for a considerable duration before he averted his eyes. He retrieved a cigarette from the armrest compartment, lit it, and smoked in silence. The smoke made Tang Nuanning cough. She detested the odor. Nevertheless, she recognized her inability to control him and could only endure. "If you genuinely desire my assistance for Shun Bao, it will be prudent for you to divulge every detail regarding him, should you choose not to share. I regret to inform you that I lack the capability to care for your son." Bo Yancheng turned his head once more to glance at Tang Nuanning. She met his gaze unwaveringly. As an adult, you must comprehend the significant impact of a familial environment on a child's development. Disharmony between parents, frequent disputes, or instances of domestic violence profoundly affect a child's mental and physical growth. Bo Yancheng. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, and this time it was Bo Yancheng who faltered first. He averted his gaze, took a drag from his cigarette, and spoke. "Shun Bao has never known his mother. She vanished after giving birth to him, so there are no familial conflicts in his upbringing, as you mentioned. The only thing he lacks is maternal love, and he harbors an obsession with his mother. But many children grow up in single-parent households. Why is his obsession so profound?" Tang Nuanning struggled to comprehend. In this world, Not every child is nurtured under the warmth of both paternal and maternal love. Some children grow up without fathers, others without mothers, and some are orphans from birth. Yet, the majority of children still manage to thrive and grow up happily. The environment they are raised in is crucial. In Shun Bao's presence, he appears to be a good father. Logically, Shun Bao should not have turned out this way. Just like our own children, De Bao, Heir Bao, and San Bao, who have never tasted paternal love, yet still grow up blissfully. Are you certain that his psychological issues stem solely from his obsession with his mother? Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. He was not much of a conversationalist, but the only topic he willingly engaged in was about his mother. He often dreamed of her at night and had seen numerous psychologists, all of whom agreed that Shun Bao's psychological afflictions were rooted in his deep obsession with his mother. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow, deep in thought. She felt that something was amiss. Has he undergone a comprehensive medical examination? Yes, he has annual checkups twice a year. Where is the examination report? Let me examine it. Chapter 67. She has 3 fine sons, of whom she is immensely proud. Suddenly, Mr. Bo lifted his gaze to regard her. I understand that you previously studied design at Jean University, a discipline unrelated to medicine. How is it that you suddenly possess medical skills? Ms. Tang was taken aback. You have investigated me? Mr. Bo stared directly at her, openly admitting his actions without a hint of remorse. Ms. Tang's heart leaped in her throat. What have you uncovered? Do you harbor secrets that you fear others might discover? Certainly. She dreaded his discovery of her eldest 2 sons. Ms. Tang inquired, You have also investigated my children? Knowing her concern for her children, Mr. Bo refrained from using them to provoke her this time, stating truthfully, No, I have not. Truly not. Mr. Bo, would you prefer that I do so? Absolutely not. They are merely children. Why would you investigate them? I fear that you might harm them, given your past actions. She deliberately brought up the incident that occurred at the mall yesterday to divert his attention. Mr. Bo frowned. Yesterday was an accident. My actions were directed at you, not your son. I did not harm him. That he could so openly admit to targeting her. Ms. Tang glared at him, inwardly relieved that he had not investigated her children. A moment later, she protested. Are you unwell? Why would you investigate me? Do you not realize that this constitutes an invasion of privacy? Bo Yancheng was displeased, retorting that if one's conduct is upright and irreproachable, there would be no apprehension regarding scrutiny. How am I not upright and irreproachable? I have not transgressed any laws. He rebuked her impetuosity in abandoning her studies for marriage and her alleged marital infidelity. Tang Nuanning's breath hitched, and her face flushed crimson. In the subsequent moment, her eyes welled with tears. She fixed her gaze upon Bo Yancheng, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her breathing becoming labored. Did he truly believe she was impetuous? Was it her volition to forsake her education for marriage? Was it her choice to be unchaste and engage in extramarital affairs? While the coerced marriage was not his fault, whose fault was it that she was unchaste and had an affair? Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, biting her lip, her gaze unwavering as she regarded Bo Yancheng, her anger igniting within her. Bo Yancheng perceived her emotional shift, his face darkening. Tang Nuanning looked at him, allowing her sense of grievance to consume her. Anyone could criticize her, but he, of all people, had no right. It was he who had shattered her fidelity, he who had ruined her life. And yet, he had the audacity to admonish her to maintain her chastity. You are devoid of humanity. Having uttered these words with sorrow and indignation, Tang Nuanning alighted from the car, slamming the door shut with force, and strode towards the entrance of the residential complex, braving the biting wind. Bo Yancheng, seated within the vehicle, watched her, his countenance as black as thunder. She dared to insult him? Was he mistaken in his assessment? Her own scandalous behavior was to blame, and yet she resented being called out for her shameless acts? If she wished to avoid criticism, why engage in such reprehensible conduct? Gaining admission to Jean University was akin to achieving half of one's life goals. Upon graduation, securing a desirable job would ensure a comfortable and secure existence, regardless of the financial rewards. As one observes her current predicament, it becomes evident that a promising hand has been recklessly squandered. Gazing upon a woman who appears both lovely and immaculate, one discovers, upon closer inspection, that she is marred by numerous blemishes. The blame should rest squarely upon her own shoulders, rather than on others. Tang Nuanning trudged through the icy wilderness, tears streaming down her cheeks. And as the biting wind lashed against her face, it felt akin to blades slicing her skin, each gust a painful reminder of her plight. Had these words been uttered by another, perhaps they would have stung less. Yet it was he who spoke them, as she seethed within, questioning his audacity to judge her. She grappled with his right to do so. Was he not the architect of her suffering? Simultaneously, uncertainty lingered regarding whether he truly was that wild man, leaving her feeling inadequate in her reproach. If she had misjudged him, it would seem that her condemnation would render her at fault. This internal conflict, fraught with confusion, gnawed at her insides, making her feel perpetually culpable. Her marriage to Bo Yancheng had not culminated in divorce. Yet she found herself entangled with a man who likely fathered her child, devoid of evidence yet rife with suspicion, and their paths had inevitably crossed, leading her to owe him $50 million. Years later, their reunion should have ignited a tempest of fury within her, compelling her to deliver a few resounding slaps to vent her frustrations. Instead, she found herself ensnared by his grasp. To be ensnared was one thing, but to have him mock her for her infidelity, for her lack of propriety, was another blow entirely. Her life, a dismal tableau, had seen no transformation. 6 years had passed with her aspirations thwarted. As Tang Nuanning cried, she unexpectedly burst into laughter, seated in a deserted corner, oscillating between tears and mirth, resembling a fool. Ding, ding, ding. Her phone rang. It was a video call from Heir. Swiftly, Tang Nuanning wiped her tears and composed herself before answering. Mummy, mummy. 3 cherubic, fair-skinned faces jostled before the lens, each vying for Tang Nuanning's attention, lest they be overlooked. Tang Nuanning's heart melted instantly. Where you up to? My little ones? We just finished breakfast, and Godmother says she's taking us to kindergarten. Very well. Listen to your godmother. Where are you, mummy? Are you sitting outside, all alone? Tang dabao in witkin poseptino. Tang Nuanning swiftly responded. Yes, I'm outside waiting for the car. Is it very cold? Your face is flushed and your eyes are red. Tang Nuanning mustered a smile. Mummy has sensitive eyes that tear up easily in the wind. And then Mummy rubbed them, so they're red. You needn't worry. The car is almost here, so Mummy must go. Listen to your godmother at kindergarten. And Mummy will come to see you when she's finished with work. Be good, all of you. Yes, Mummy, you don't need to worry about us. I'll look after Heir and Sanbao. The Bao is such a good boy. I'm good too. Dan Aza Bao in Dozet. Little Sanbao, unable to compete, flushed with frustration. Me too. Tang Nuanning smilet radiantly. You're all good. All of you. The Bao is good. Heir is good, and little Sanbao is good. You're all Mummy's precious darlings. The 3 little ones grinned, each more brightly than the last, like 3 little suns, warming Tang Nuanning's heart. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning's vexation dissipated. What does a twist of fate matter? What does a tragic life mean? So what if I don't have a leading lady script? She has 3 wonderful sons, and she takes great pride in them. Chapter 68, Manipulotningen, Kushingen. A video call from her sons rejuvenated Tang Nuanning, and once she was fully revitalized, her thoughts immediately turned to Bo Yancheng. He had mentioned not wanting her to disturb him, but surely a phone call to inquire wouldn't T be considered harassment? She was T pursuing him in person. With her spirits adjusted, Tang Nuanning dialed the number for Yujinjuan. Adopting a humble demeanor, she timidly asked, "May I inquire if Mr. Bo is available today to finalize the divorce?" The response she received was relatively courteous. No. If Mr. Bo were available, he would reach out to you. Just wait for his call. There is no need for you to call him. After that, the line went dead. Tang Nuanning pouted, thinking to herself, how long must she wait for that call? Must it be an eternity? She still believed that leveraging He Jingsheng to pressure Bo Yancheng would be the most effective approach. However, He Jingsheng was neither a pushover nor foolish. Figuring out how to utilize him posed a dilemma. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Tang Nuanning was lost in thought, her phone rang. It was Lin Dong calling. Nuanning, are you free today? Lin Dong's voice carried a hint of despondency. What's wrong? If you're available, could you come to the hospital? and help persuade Xiaona? Xiaona? Your cousin? Yes. What's going on with her? She attempted to take her own life, cutting her wrists. Thankfully, the nurse discovered her in time. Otherwise, she might not have survived. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Was it because of the child? Perhaps, although I am his cousin, I am still a man, and there are certain sentiments that are rather inconvenient to express. My thoughts are not as delicate, and I am uncertain how to counsel her. Moreover, Wanwan is not in Jin City, leaving me at a loss as to whom I might enlist for assistance. Have you not yet reached out to her family? She forbids it, asserting that if I dare to contact her aunt, she will immediately leap from the building. Tang Nuanning, I am free today. I shall go over shortly. Lin Dong seemed to find a glimmer of hope, exhaling in relief. Very well. Do you require me to fetch you? No need. Stay with her at the hospital. I will take a taxi. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. She had always harbored doubts about Lin Dong's cousin, and today presented a perfect opportunity to meet her. Half an hour later, Tang Nuanning arrived at Huai Hospital, where Lin Dong awaited her at the entrance. Upon spotting her, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold?" This morning, in her haste, she had donned only a lightweight down jacket, which indeed appeared insufficient for the chill. As he spoke, Lin Dong had already removed his mid-length coat, intending to drape it over her shoulders. A flicker of unease crossed Tang Nuanning's eyes as she promptly declined. "I am fine. You should wear it." "How is your cousin faring?" At that moment, Lin Dong realized he had been excessively enthusiastic, and even in the best of friendships, a measure of distance must be maintained, for there remains an undeniable distinction between the sexes. Having donned his attire, Lin Dong furrowed his brow, a testament to his distress. Since the operation, she had abstained from sustenance and hydration, and had attempted self-harm on 2 occasions. A caregiver was now vigilantly attending to her, ensuring she was never left unattended. Could she be grappling with depression? Mused. It was not uncommon for women to succumb to postpartum depression, and though she had not carried the child to term, her predicament was arguably more dire. Terminating a pregnancy in its nascent stages tends to elicit a less pronounced reaction from the expectant mother, as the conceptus is merely an embryo, and a maternal bond has yet to solidify. However, undergoing an abortion after more than 5 months can be profoundly traumatic for the mother, both physically and emotionally. Lin Dong demurred, "I am uncertain. I shall summon a physician to assess her condition later." Very well. Together, they entered the patient's room, a private chamber that was both immaculate and well-lit. Reclined in her hospital gown, gazing out the window, while a caregiver sat quietly at her bedside. Upon their arrival, the caregiver promptly rose to greet them. "Mr. Lin." Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. "You may take a respite. We shall watch over her." "Understood." The caregiver then excused herself, turned her head, and upon catching sight of her countenance metamorphosed into one of animosity, as if she were beholding an adversary. Her lips were tightly compressed, her brow furrowed, and her respiration gradually accelerated. Lin Dong, detecting her antagonism, issued a disapproving admonition, fixed her gaze upon Lin Dong, biting her lip, a hint of aggrievedness in her expression. Lin Dong elucidated, "I was the one who invited. She is here to keep you company." Shauna glanced at Tang Nuanning once more, her animosity diminished compared to before, though not exactly amicable. This time, she merely cast a fleeting look at Tang Nuanning, immediately averting her gaze. Tang Nuanning grew even more perplexed. Women are inherently perceptive, and Shauna's hostility towards her seemed unrelated to her mood, as if ingrained in her very being. Yet, she did not even know her. Where did this animosity originate? Tang Nuanning resolved to ascertain the truth. "Lin Dong, please excuse us for a moment. Allow me to converse with her privately." Lin Dong promptly nodded, "Certainly. Have you had breakfast yet? I shall procure some for you." "Yes." Before departing, Lin Dong cast a meaningful glance at Shauna. Tang Nuanning drew a chair and sat beside the hospital bed, cutting straight to the chase. "Have we encountered each other previously?" "No, we have not." "Have I, in any way, offended you?" Shauna bit her lip, her eyes reddening. "Your expression implies that I have indeed offended you in the past. However, I must apologize, as I am unaware of the specifics. I do not know you, nor have I ever met you before. Is it possible that you have mistaken me for someone else? Or is there a misunderstanding between us? Shauna, biting her lip, suddenly uttered, even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. Tang Nuanning. Then it is not a case of mistaken identity. However, I genuinely cannot recall what transpired between us. Please elaborate, so that I may recollect. Shauna, however, lapsed into silence once more. Tang Nuanning was not incensed. She regarded her calmly and said, I am your cousin Nanwan's confidant and also your cousin's classmate. They are well aware of my character. I would never bully anyone without cause. Are you implying that I am falsely accusing you? Shauna interrupted her, visibly agitated. Tang Nuanning shook her head and replied, I am suggesting that you articulate the issue candidly. If I am truly at fault, I will certainly offer an apology. An apology? Bah, who covets your apology? Is your apology so valuable? Do you believe that a mere apology can rectify the harm inflicted upon me? I detest you. I detest you. Why don't you just die? Aren't you Nan Wan's close confidant? Aren't you deeply affectionate with each other? Why didn't you perish alongside her? May you all die. Shauna suddenly erupted into a frenzy, vociferously yelling and pounding the bedsheets with force. The commotion was so pronounced that it alerted the doctors and nurses. A cohort of them hastily rushed in, administering a sedative to Shauna before Tang Nuanning could utter a single word. Hello, are you a relative of the patient? The doctor inquired. Tang Nuanning sat before the hospital bed, her eyes wide with astonishment, her countenance reflecting utter shock. Shauna's preceding words had startled her profoundly. Hello, you. As the doctor attempted to continue, Tang Nuanning abruptly rose, firmly grasping Shauna's arm. Clarify yourself. What do you mean by why didn't I perish alongside Nan Wan? What has happened to Wan Wan? Get up. Speak. Speak. Chapter 69. Astounding revelation. Nan Wan is dead. This time, it was Tang Nuanning's turn to descend into a frenzy. Shauna's words drained the color from her face, her heart pounding rapidly. The doctors and nurses were bewildered. One patient after another exhibiting erratic behavior so early in the morning. Two nurses firmly restrained Tang Nuanning. Miss, please compose yourself. She has just been administered a sedative and is currently unconscious. You won't be able to rouse her. Wake her up. She must awaken. I have questions for her. I have crucial questions to ask her. She will not be conscious for some time. If you have inquiries, they must wait. You must first regain your composure. If you continue in this manner, we will be compelled to administer a sedative to you as well. Tang Nuanning finally quieted down, collapsing into a chair, her gaze fixed on Shauna, her face ashen. Lin Dong, observing Tang Nuanning's expression and the presence of the doctors and nurses, appeared astonished. What's wrong? What has occurred? The attending physician quickly interjected. Mr. Lin, is this young woman a friend of yours? Indeed, she is my junior from university and a friend. She came to visit my cousin. What's the matter? What has transpired? We are uncertain ourselves. We were alerted by the sound of a commotion. Upon our arrival, your cousin was exhibiting extreme agitation, shouting incessantly. Fearing she might harm herself in her heightened state, we administered a sedative. However, just as your cousin began to calm down, this young woman became agitated. Lin Dong, his brow furrowed, regarded Tang Nuanning intently. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. I will inquire into the situation. Very well. Take care of it first, and once you are done, come to my office. I suspect your cousin may be suffering from depression and requires further examination. With that, Lin Dong set the breakfast atop the nightstand, casting not a single glance at Shauna, and hurried to Tang Nuanning's side. He crouched down, foregoing inquiries about the situation, instead assuring her, Nuanning, do not be afraid. I am here. What happened to Wan Wan? He asked, his expression bewildered. Tang Nuanning, with reddened eyes, pointed at Shauna and exclaimed, She said I am Wan Wan's closest friend. Why would I not accompany Wan Wan to her end? Lin Dong's brow furrowed instantaneously, his gaze filled with anger and disdain as he glanced at Shauna, then turned to comfort Tang Nuanning. Do not heed her nonsense. You heard what the doctor said. It is highly likely that she is suffering from depression. Even if she is depressed, she should not utter such words. Speak to me with honesty. Has Wan Wan gone abroad to film? Or has something happened to her? I speak the truth. I want to hear the truth. Do not deceive me. I demand the truth. Tang Nuanning bit her lip, trembling all over tears streaming down her face. Lin Dong, flustered, raised his hand to wipe her tears, but she swatted it away, stamping her foot in frustration. Speak. Just say something. Gasping, Lin Dong replied. She truly went a film. She is not in any danger. If you remain incredulous, you may inquire with her parents. She is the sole daughter of the Nan family, and should any misfortune befall her, it is inconceivable that her parents would be unaware. Tang Nuanning, gasping for breath, fixed her gaze upon him. Lin Dong added, Nuanning, I can swear upon my life that if I utter a falsehood, may I suffer a wretched demise, struck down by a vehicle this very day. Wan, has nothing truly occurred? Lin Dong nodded emphatically, his voice resounding with unwavering conviction. No, she has merely departed to engage in filming. Yet, why would Xiao Na make such claims? Lin Dong furrowed his brow, sighing deeply. Prior to Wan's departure abroad, a discord arose between her and Xiao Na. Indeed, Wan held a dim view of Xiao Na's paramour, deeming him of dubious character, and implored Xiao Na to sever their ties. Xiao Na, being infatuated, grew resentful towards Wan. Subsequently, Wan, in an attempt to reveal the scoundrel's true nature, enlisted someone to feign seduction, and as anticipated, the scoundrel's true colors were exposed. However, rather than blaming him, Xiao Na confronted Wan, creating a scene. She accused Wan of meddling, of being petty and unable to bear the happiness of others, and even derided Wan as a disgraceful actress. Tang Nuanning frowned. Is she so imprudent that you do not intervene? I did intervene. I nearly struck her in the heat of the moment, but Wan restrained me. I rebukes here for here incatitul. To which she responded tearfully, what am I to do if I am in love with him? It's not that he can't live without me. It's that I can't live without him. Tang Nuanning. Lin Dong continued. She's a textbook case of being lovesick. My aunt's family isn't well off either. They're still receiving subsistence allowances. Xiao Na has a younger brother who dropped out of school early and is almost of marrying age, but my aunt's family is still living in their old tile-roofed house. Wan and I were aware of their financial strain, so we covered Xiao Na's tuition and living expenses for university. However, because of this, I suspended her allowance. She was angry but didn't dare to argue with me, so she blamed Wan. I tried to explain it to her, but she wouldn't listen and insisted on criticizing Wan. That's why she cursed Wan to die and showed such hostility towards you. Because she knows you're Wan's close friend, hating the crow on account of the roof it perches on. Tang Nuanning. Lin Dong stated, Wan is a major celebrity, a public figure. If something really happened to her, do you think the online outcry could be contained? Tang Nuanning sighed inwardly, temporarily accepting Lin Dong's words. She thought there was merit in what he said. If something would happen to Wan, it would be impossible to suppress. With her anxiety subsiding, Tang Nuanning composed herself and looked at Xiao Na again, frowning as she said, if what you're saying is true, then isn't she just an ungrateful wretch? To put it mildly, she's an ungrateful wretch. To put it harshly, she's a dog that can't be trained. Lin Dong did not rebut. Noticing her complexion had finally regained some color, he felt a slight sense of relief. I am indeed quite angry with her. My care for her is solely out of respect for my aunt. I have mentioned before that my high school tuition and living expenses were entirely covered by her, and I'm grateful to my aunt, which is why I tend to Xiao Na. Tang Nuanning frowned and remarked, your aunt has cared for you, and you should appreciate her. However, she has not extended the same kindness to Wan. Wan owes nothing to their family and should not be subjected to their curses. Tang Nuanning stood up for her friend, exclaiming, what kind of situation is this? Lin Dong nodded, stating, once Xiao Na awakens, I shall have a serious conversation with her. Tang Nuanning continued, you're fully aware of her relationship with Wan, yet you still ask me to visit her. From her perspective, isn't that just adding to her troubles? What are you truly thinking? Chapter 70, Brother Chun. Your prejudice is quite pronounced. Lin Dong's lips moved as he contemplated. I did not anticipate her animosity towards Wan would be so intense, such that she harbors disdain even for those around Wan. He added, if you genuinely wish to comfort her, it would be wiser to seek out her close friends. Since she is studying in Jin City, she undoubtedly has female classmates and friends who could offer her better counsel than I could. I had suggested this before, but she refused. She fears that others will mock her, She does not want her classmates to know about her pregnancy and subsequent miscarriage. Then let her family come. It is not sustainable for you to keep this secret. She is currently exhibiting suicidal tendencies. If anything were to happen, how would you explain it to her family? Lindong nodded. I'll find an opportunity to speak with Annie later. He then looked at Tang Nuanning with sincerity and a hint of contrition. I'm truly sorry, Nuanning, for seeking your assistance and inadvertently causing you distress. It is indeed distressing, she thought, especially with Zoina's remarks about Nan Wan, which continued to agitate her. Were Zoina not currently indisposed, she would undoubtedly confront her, perhaps even engage in a physical altercation. At the very least, a heated exchange would ensue to vent her frustration. I'm all right, she replied, and I haven't been of much help. It seems I can no longer assist in this matter. Please take good care of her. I must take my leave. As Tang Nuanning rose to depart, Lindong promptly stood up and said, There's no need. Please stay and accompany her. I'm not hungry. In that case, allow me to escort you downstairs. The doctor has administered a sedative, so she won't be waking up anytime soon. Seeing his insistence, Tang Nuanning did not decline. As they descended the stairs together, Lindong reiterated his apologies profusely. Tang Nuanning harbored some resentment, but it was not directed at him. Rather, it stemmed from her anger towards Zoina. Unwilling to dwell on the matter of Zoina, she steered the conversation in a different direction, inquiring. Lindong shrugged helplessly. I'm not certain. When she departed, she advised me to prepare myself, stating that her absence could last anywhere from a year to 2 or 3 years. Such a prolonged absence. As you well know, Wan is a formidable woman with a strong drive for success. She has always been incredibly dedicated to her acting career. Couldn't you attempt to contact her agent for information? Even with a confidentiality agreement in place, as her husband, surely you can still express some concern for Wan's personal affairs? After a moment's contemplation, Lindong responded. I previously attempted to reach her agent, but to no avail. I will explore other avenues and inform you immediately should I receive any news regarding Wan. Understood. Lindong then turned his gentle gaze towards Tang Nuanning, inquiring, Has your divorce been finalized? Tang Nuanning shook her head in resignation. I haven't been able to meet with him. Lindong furrowed his brow. Is he deliberately avoiding you? Tang Nuanning hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Bo Yancheng's refusal to divorce stemmed from his predilection for men. He was merely using her to appease public opinion. However, she could not divulge this to Lindong and instead offered, He is excessively occupied with work and unable to find the time. Lindong demurred. That is implausible. Even the most demanding schedules allow for divorce proceedings. Or could it be that he harbors lingering affections for you and is unwilling to dissolve the marriage? That is even more improbable. You are well aware of his attitude towards me. Lindong conceded. Indeed, his accusation of infidelity back then caused immense suffering for Tang Nuanning. After a pause, he suggested, perhaps you should disclose his identity to me, and I will negotiate on your behalf. Since their departure from the bed and breakfast that day, he had dispatched individuals to investigate Tang Nuanning's husband. Yet they were unable to uncover any information. Tang Nuanning shook her head. There's no need. I will handle it myself. A peculiar glint flickered in Lindong's eyes, but he refrained from further comment and steered the conversation towards a different subject. What are your plans for the future? I have yet to make a decision. I shall take it one step at a time. I certainly will not leave the city before the divorce. Moreover, if the marriage cannot be dissolved, the children will be unable to register their household. And where could she possibly go? Without household registration, the children would face numerous inconveniences. School enrollment, medical insurance, all of these require proper registration. Tang Nuanning smiled politely at him, acknowledging his words. Just then, this smile caught the attention of Bo Yancheng. After calming Shun Bao, he summoned Yang Bo, as he needed to head to the company. At that moment, they happened to pass by the hospital entrance. With a red light ahead, there remained over 40 seconds to wait. Through the car window, Bo Yancheng observed the two individuals at the entrance engaged in lively conversation, and he let out a cold snort. Zhou Sheng, seated in the driver's seat, followed Bo Yancheng's gaze and spotted Lindong and Tang Nuanning. Why is Miss Tang at the hospital again? Bo Yancheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't it obvious she's here to meet someone? Didn't she claim that her relationship with Lindong was merely platonic? The investigation revealed that Lin Dong was indeed a senior of Miss Tang, as well as the son-in-law of the Nan family. His wife, Nan Wan, was the only daughter of the Nan family and a close friend of Miss Tang, which explained their amicable rapport. How delightful it is to have such a close friend. His tone dripped with mockery, as if insinuating that Tang Nuanning had been secretly courting Lin Dong behind Nan Wan's back. Zhou Sheng, however, failed to perceive any romantic undertones. Being friends, meeting privately did not seem inappropriate, especially considering that Miss Nan was not in the city. Had she been present, it would likely have been a trio. Bo Yancheng's words dripped with disdain, revealing an unrepentant lack of shame that seemed destined to remain unchanged throughout his life. Zhou Sheng, bewildered, pondered the origin of such sentiments. Chengge, do you harbor some prejudice against Miss Tang? I can't help but sense hostility towards her. Is it because she kissed you? The mere mention of this incident ignited Bo Yancheng's ire, leaving him with an unsettling sensation, as if he had been wronged. Zhou Sheng continued, after all, Miss Tang kissed you. You stand to gain from it, being a man and she a woman. In response, Bo Yancheng seized the newspaper in his hand and struck Zhou Sheng on the back of the head. Have you been living too comfortably lately? Do you wish to take a trip to the border town? Zhou Sheng felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retorted. Just consider my previous words as mere nonsense. I said nothing at all. Who would want to visit the border town, surrounded by nothing but a pile of broken stones? Look at Xiao Wu. After just half a year there, he has turned into a sun-baked figure, resembling a refugee from Africa. Finding a wife will be a challenge upon his return. Bo Yancheng cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Sheng before turning his attention back to Tang Nuanning, only to find that she had vanished from the hospital entrance. Keep an eye on her, he commanded. By the way, I heard that yesterday Miss Tang suggested buying a cat for Fu Zixuan, and Mrs. Fu complied, making him quite delighted. Should we consider getting a cat for Shen Bao to cheer him up? Shen Bao doesn't like cats. Zhou Sheng interjected. It seems Shen Bao isn't particularly fond of Miss Tang either. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, observing Fu Zixuan's fondness for Tang Nuanning. He had assumed that Shen Bao would share the same sentiment. Unexpectedly, Zhou Sheng remarked sheepishly, after you upset Miss Tang today, do you think she'll still be willing to care for Shen Bao? A frown furrowed Bo Yancheng's brow. Her willingness is inconsequential. It's not her decision to make. Zhou Sheng amended his query. Then, shall we still have Miss Tang come to the house tomorrow? Bo Yancheng hesitated, the question lingering in his mind, unanswered. Chapter 71. A postpartum escape? Meanwhile, upon leaving the hospital, Tang Nuanning sought out Xia Tiantian. Firstly, to visit the kindergarten and check on the children, as she felt a motherly apprehension on their first day. Secondly, she harbored lingering unease regarding the Xiaona incident. Xia Tiantian listened intently, her emotions oscillating between surprise and indignation. Wanwan has been so kind to Lin Dong's cousin, and yet she dares to curse Wanwan's demise behind her back. A true ingrate. And to extend that animosity to you as well. How audacious. It just proves the adage, pity the pitiful, for they are often pitiable for a reason. It's easy to feel sorry for her now that she's lost a child, but considering her attitude towards Wanwan, frankly, she deserves it. Tang Nuanning sighed. She's quite an odd character. Old? No, she's simply devoid of conscience. Tian, is Wanwan truly filming a movie? Tang Nuanning in Guit. Her brow furrowed with concern, finally voicing her deepest apprehension. Despite Lin Dong's clear explanation, she remained unconvinced. Yes, she spoke to me privately before leaving. And Lin Dong is right. Wanwan is a public figure. If anything untoward had occurred, word would have spread like wildfire. It's impossible to conceal such a thing. Hearing Sweetie's affirmation, Tang Ning's anxieties dissipated entirely. Sweetie continued, lamenting Lin Dong's indiscretion. That Lin Dong is such a nuisance, fully aware of your unfamiliarity with Fiona. Yet he dragged you over to console her, only to burden you. But enough about them. Where are the children? They're in the classroom, look. Having a grand time. Sweetie accessed the classroom surveillance feed for Tang Ning's viewing. Observing the gleeful trio, Tang Ning's spirits lifted. Children, it seemed, preferred the company of their peers. Reveling in such joy, Sweetie concurred. Once they reach kindergarten age, they ought to attend school, While they may not acquire extensive academic knowledge, it significantly aids their development. Indeed, Tang Ning responded. Noticing the office's solitude, she inquired in hushed tones, their household registrations remain unresolved. Can they still enroll? Certainly, private kindergartens have relatively lenient admission criteria. Phew, it's a relief they can attend. Oh, don't fret over the boys' schooling. You have me. If you desire, they can accompany me daily from now on. Tang Ning chuckled, expressing, having a best friend who's a kindergarten teacher is truly wonderful. Sweetie, however, pouted, only you think so? My parents are nearly distraught over me. Two renowned intellectuals. They anticipated nurturing a postdoctoral scholar, only to end up with a kindergarten teacher. Tang Nuanning smiled once more, a sight that epitomized the essence of Xia Tiantian's family. Born to erudite parents, Xia Tiantian was, in contrast, an academic underachiever. Her admission to Tianjin University was facilitated through a special enrollment program. Otherwise, her grades would have been insufficient. The fact that she managed to obtain a kindergarten teacher certificate was quite unexpected, given her academic inclinations. Nevertheless, she wholeheartedly admired Xia's parents' approach to education, believing that they had succeeded in raising their child. A child's worth and success, in her view, should not be determined solely by academic credentials. Values, character, and disposition are of greater importance. Xia Tiantian possessed a carefree and resilient nature, never looking down on others due to her parents' accomplishments, nor feeling inferior due to her academic struggles. Her principles were sound, her heart was kind, her sense of right and wrong was clear, as she never engaged in self-doubt. She was content with herself, leading a simple and joyful life. Having children of her own, she now understood the sentiments of parents. The most important thing was that her children were healthy and of good character. If her 3 children could approach life with the same attitude as Xia Tiantian, she would be overjoyed, optimistic, positive, simple, and fulfilled. Will you be going to see them during the lunch break? Xia Tiantian inquired. Tang Nuanning considered it for a moment and replied, No, I won't. I'll let them adjust to kindergarten life without interference. All right, then wait for me. Let's go out for lunch. It's time to eat. Are you able to go out? Yes. The 2 women left the kindergarten and dined at a nearby snack street, indulging in their favorite dish, skewers. Over a leisurely meal, Xia Tiantian inquired, Did your early departure today involve a visit to that paramour's residence? Indeed, she replied, and I must convey to you, were you to behold Shun Bao, you would be utterly astounded. His resemblance to the Bao and Heir Bao is uncanny. Had I not been absent from Jincheng during childbirth, it would be inconceivable for my offspring to have fallen into his possession. I genuinely suspect Shun Bao to be my own progeny. In all candor, while I harbor antipathy towards that libertine, the sight of Shun Bao evokes a sense of profound empathy, particularly when he succumbs to fits of pique and smashes objects. He appears so forlorn. Xia Tiantian posited, that likeness may be the cause. The sight of him may subconsciously remind you of De Bao and Heir Bao. Indeed, I concur. Tang Nuanning, zet ponde. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he will seek me out again, given the discordant events of today. What transpired? Did he subject you to hardship? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Nuanning elucidated, Shun Bao's affliction is more severe than that of Fu Zixuan. As I mentioned last night, while both suffer from bipolar disorder, the etiology differs. Fu Zixuan's condition stems from the psychological trauma of childhood kidnapping, whereas Shun Bao's condition is rooted in an excessive yearning for his mother. Consequently, Fu Zixuan's case is more amenable to treatment, as similar cases occur annually, and medical science has developed a relatively comprehensive treatment protocol for such children. However, Shun Bao's case is unique. His psychological malady stems from an obsession with his mother, a condition I have never before encountered. Xia Tiantian remarked, When you mentioned it last night, I found it difficult to comprehend. There are so many children raised in single-parent households, and some are even orphans. Yet, I have never heard of anyone falling ill due to excessive longing. However, the phrase longing to the point of illness must have some basis. There are likely similar cases that we are simply unaware of. Indeed, it may be rare, but that does not imply it does not exist. Xia Tiantian then inquired, What about the child's obsession with his mother? What of her? The reply came, It is unknown. The man said she vanished after giving birth to Shun Bao and has remained missing ever since. Did she really abandon her child right after birth? Why? Could it be that she was driven away by that man? Who can say? Regardless, with his cold demeanor, it seems no one could endure his company for long. He perpetually wears a stern expression, as if everyone owes him a vast fortune. Shun Bao's mother is undoubtedly a formidable woman for having the audacity to engage with him and bear a child. Impressive. Xia Tian continued. If he is indeed handsome and wealthy, why would a woman choose to flee? The issue must lie with him. I share that sentiment. It's truly unfortunate for Shun Bao. I still have not had the opportunity to communicate with him and remain uncertain whether his ailment stems from a profound fixation on his mother. Chapter 72. Still unable to let go of him, Xia Tian was taken aback. Did you not just meet the child this morning? How is it that you have yet to engage in conversation? Tang Nuanning sighed heavily and recounted the incident of Shun Bao's outburst. Xia Tian was taken aback. Does he have violent tendencies? Bipolar disorder can lead to impulsivity, and during episodes, individuals may indeed exhibit violent behavior. They might not only destroy objects, but also inflict harm upon themselves. Xia Tian remarked. Although I frequently interact with children, they are all healthy, and I have yet to encounter such a situation. Of course, you and T come across it. Children with psychological disorders typically do not attend kindergarten, as they are mostly withdrawn and unwilling to communicate with others. Alas, I sincerely hope for the well-being of all children. Tang Nuanning sai sopti, acknowledging that Shun Bao's situation was quite dire. What does the wild man say now? His son doesn't allow you to approach. Does that mean he will no longer seek you out? I believe so. After I left, he has not contacted me again. He probably thinks I am incapable of assisting Shun Bao and has given up on me. Xia Tian replied. It might be for the best that he has abandoned you, as you are not keen on maintaining close contact with him. Tang Nuanning nodded in agreement. However, despite her words, she felt an odd sensation within. She clearly wished to distance herself from him, yet his silence left her somewhat restless. Thinking of Shun Bao, she felt a wave of unease. Xia Tian continued. The competition in the architectural design industry is exceedingly fierce. There are far too many designers and not enough projects. Many design firms have gone bankrupt and are unable to pay their employees. It is almost a miracle to find a job that does not come with a pay cut. I suggest that you consider pursuing a career in early childhood education or working with children with special needs. It will be far more rewarding than the design industry. Undoubtedly, acquiring certification is paramount, as educational institutions and parents alike predicate their trust upon it. From a career-oriented perspective, perhaps relinquishing your position in Yancheng was not the most judicious decision. Fu Zixuan served as an impetus, potentially facilitating access to a plethora of resources. Tang Nuanning comprehended Xia Tian's implication. In every locale, there exists a cohort of children, akin to Fu Zixuan and Shun Bao, grappling with psychological ailments. These families often form interconnected networks, fostering communication and mutual support. The amelioration of Fu Zixuan's condition has, in effect, enhanced her reputation. Consequently, Shun Bao sought her expertise, and it is anticipated that more parents will follow suit. While her aspiration is for the well-being of all children, the reality is that numerous individuals require assistance. Her ability to aid these children can also provide her with a livelihood, akin to a physician attending to patients. Were she to remain in Yancheng, her professional trajectory would theoretically ascend. However, the absence of certification constitutes a significant impediment. Furthermore, she harbors reservations about raising her children in this urban environment. Tang Nuanning zetlet. Shaking her head, I still harbor the desire to depart from Yancheng and establish a life in another city. Xia Tian responded with understanding. I wholeheartedly support your endeavors. With the advent of advanced transportation, your place of residence is inconsequential, as I can readily visit you. Tang Nuanning smiled and affirmed, indeed. Upon arriving home, Tang Nuanning immediately powered on Xia Tian's computer, requested the password, and logged in. She commenced an extensive online search for cases related to Shun Bao. She could not shake her concern for him. The very thought of his current predicament sent her into a state of anxiety. At the slightest provocation, he acted impulsively, even threatening others with a fork pointed at his own neck. This indicated an increasingly profound awareness of self-harm within him. If he did not receive prompt treatment, dire consequences could ensue. She hoped to assist him before her departure, not necessarily to cure him, but merely to stabilize his condition and prevent further deterioration. Regrettably, she scoured the internet from dawn until dusk and found not a single useful piece of information. Rising, she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time her eldest and 2 younger children returned home, Tang Nuanning had already finished cooking. The 3 little ones excitedly shared amusing anecdotes from kindergarten, each more delighted than the last. Their joy brought her happiness in return. Do you like kindergarten? Yes. Their only lament was the day's separation from their mother. They wished she could attend kindergarten with them. Tang Nuanning playfully pinched Tang Heir Bao's little nose, saying, "You go to kindergarten to study. What would mommy do there? The teachers would hardly want to teach mommy. Mommy could be a teacher, just like godmother. Not everyone could be a teacher like your godmother and work in kindergarten." Why not? Because being a teacher requires education and certification, which mommy does not possess. Does godmother have those qualifications? Of course. Otherwise, how could she work in kindergarten? The twins gazed up at Xia Tiantian with adoration, exclaiming in unison, "Godmother, you're so amazing." Xia Tiantian was overjoyed, as this was the first time anyone had praised her. The academic underachiever. Stay composed, she thought. This is nothing. Your godmother has many more talents. Would you like to hear about your godmother's heroic deeds and legendary life? Yes, yes. The twins' attention was instantly drawn to Xia Tiantian, their eyes wide with anticipation. Finally seizing the opportunity, Xia Tiantian enthusiastically began to boast. The eldest, being precocious, wasn't particularly interested in Xia Tiantian's legendary life. He inquired of Tang Nuanning, "Mommy, are you preoccupied?" I see you're burdened with worries, as if you're concealing something." Tang Nuanning responded with affection, "Indeed, you're the most observant, my dear. Mommy is troubled. Today, Mommy encountered a young boy who greatly resembles you and your siblings and is of a similar age. However, he appears to be quite unhappy. Why? Because he doesn't have a mommy. He misses his mommy so much that he has become ill with longing, developing psychological issues. He is irritable, prone to anger, withdrawn, and even exhibits self-harming tendencies." Tang Debao furrowed his brow. Then where is his mommy? Uncertain, when mother encountered him today, she initially intended to assist him, hoping he could find joy akin to yours. However, he harbors an aversion to strangers and reacted negatively towards her. Thus, she was unable to extend her help. Mother pondered how she might aid him, yet no effective strategy came to her mind. "I have an idea," declared Tang Daba in Chapter 73. Tang Nuanning, "Have I lost favor?" Surprised, Tang Nuanning responded, "You possess a solution? What is it?" Tang Daba explained, given his irritable and withdrawn nature, coupled with his resistance to unfamiliar faces, you must refrain from making a bold entrance before him. Instead, allow him to perceive you as a benevolent presence, one who poses no threat, thereby cultivating a sense of fondness towards you before you draw closer. Tang Nuanning contemplated this advice seriously, recognizing its validity. Yet, she questioned, "If I do not meet him, how can I convey to him that I am a good person, subtly assist him, or take the initiative to befriend him by providing him with things he enjoys, food or activities, and have his family relay them to him? But I'm unaware of his preferences in food or play," she lamented. His family mentioned that apart from matters concerning his mother, he shows little interest in anything else. Fear not. The aim of your overtures is to demonstrate that you harbor no animosity towards him and will not cause him harm. This is the pathway to gradually approaching him. I find your suggestion feasible. I shall contemplate the specifics of its execution. Indeed, to forge a connection with another soul requires not only thoughtful consideration, but also the investment of time. Is mother planning to reside here for the long term? Are we not leaving? Tang Nuanning replied, "Certainly, we must depart. However, it is not feasible at the moment." Why is that? Is it because mother's affairs remain unresolved? Indeed, Tang Daba knew that the matters were unresolved due to the pending marriage. So, is mother anxious to leave? If she is in a hurry, he would need to take action. Tang Nuanning neither nodded nor shook her head. She was somewhat anxious, but mother has other matters to attend to now. And since the schooling issues for the three of you have been addressed, she is not particularly pressed. Tang Daba. As long as she is not too anxious, then he need not act for the time being. Does Daba wish to leave quickly? Tang Nuanning sudeli gao de. Tang Daba shook his head. I can be anywhere, as long as I am with mother. Tang Nuanning my. Her eyes filled with joy as she gently patted Daba's little head. Mother feels the same. As long as we are together, it matters not where we are. Meanwhile, Xiaolantian was still boasting to Bao and Sanbao, the two little ones occasionally gasping in awe, completely transformed into little admirers. Tang Nuanning watched the trio with a smile. Appreciating their lively spirits, one dared to speak, while the other two believed wholeheartedly and offered their enthusiastic support. Tang Daba glanced at the trio and then turned to Tang Nuanning, asking, "Does mother envy godmother's job?" No, my dear. Your mother does not possess a kindergarten teacher certificate and is therefore unqualified for such a role. Moreover, she does not harbor a keen interest in it. Thus, she does not envy that profession. However, I do find myself envious of your godmother's employment. Your mother yearns to work, indeed. Having a job not only allows one to earn money, but also to provide for you all. Tang Daba's expression turned earnest as he stated, "We can support ourselves." Tang Nuanning chuckled, "But you are still quite young. How can you earn a living?" "We can make money," he retorted playfully. "Oh really? How so?" she inquired. "Through stock trading, investments, and business ventures. All can yield profits." Yet, Tang Daba hesitated to elaborate, fearing it might alarm his mother. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Becoming a little star could also bring in money. I have seen children online who, before even reaching a year old, are already making money. When others see me, they say I resemble a little star. I believe I could also become one." Tang Nuanning queried, "Do you wish to be a little star?" "Not particularly." Tang Daba zipli, as his true interest lay in business. Nevertheless, he added, "I could become a little star to earn money and support you and my younger brother." Tang Nuanning's smile radiated even brighter. Her son was so understanding that it was impossible not to smile. With tender affection, she pinched Tang Daba's cheek, saying, "Our Daba may not seek the limelight, but should he choose to, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling child in the world, swiftly rising to fame across the land as a top little star. However, it is my duty and responsibility to care for you both. Having brought you into this world, I shall surely see to your upbringing. Rest assured," she said, "though our current circumstances may be humble, I shall endeavor to improve our lot through diligent work and earning, ensuring a more comfortable life for us all." To elevate her 3 children to a state of modest prosperity was her aspiration. The eldest child sighed inwardly, contemplating relinquishing his own funds to aid his mother, yet she afforded him no such opportunity. "Why that expression? Do you doubt my capabilities?" He shook his head vehemently. "Nay, mother, in our eyes, you are a veritable heroine, immensely capable, and assuredly able to guide us to a better life." With unwavering confidence, she avowed, "Fear not, I shall not disappoint you." She firmly believed that perseverance invariably yields reward. Despite her lack of formal education, she was not unintelligent, and held high hopes of providing a comfortable existence for her 3 children. The eldest observed her for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Indeed, mother, my godmother mentioned your proficiency in special needs education and how you once aided a child in distress. Proficiency is perhaps an overstatement. I merely possess some knowledge in the field." "Why do you ask?" "I overheard a child at kindergarten mention that her mother earns a considerable sum writing articles. Might you not also pen articles on special needs education to supplement our income?" Upon hearing this, she pondered, for she had not previously considered such a venture. If feasible, it would be most advantageous. Crafting articles from the comfort of her abode afforded her both autonomy and the ability to tend to her 3 little ones, rendering it an unequivocally ideal vocation. Indeed, Tang Dabao illuminated a promising path for Tang Nuanning before excusing himself to the lavatory. Perched upon the commode, he activated his child's timepiece and initiated the dissemination of solicitations for literary contributions online, proffering generous remuneration. Having fortuitously discovered a propitious means of providing funds to his mother, He was determined to maximize the offering. In the evening, Xia Tiantian, upon reclining, exclaimed, "Today was truly exhilarating. I felt a semblance of being a celebrated luminary." Tang Nuanning responded with an indulgent smile. "Congratulations on acquiring two diminutive admirers. Avid devotees indeed. Did you not observe the gazes of adoration from Erbao and Sanbao? Were Debao not exhibiting such composure, I might have surmised myself to be a veritable queen, endowed with extraordinary capabilities." Tang Nuanning jested. "Debao is precocious. He too holds you in high esteem." Xia Tiantian, basking in self-satisfaction, inquired of Tang Nuanning, "Has the enigmatic gentleman contacted you?" Tang Nuanning responded with a shrug and a negative shake of her head. "No." Is he truly resolved to relinquish you?" "Affirmative." "Remarkable. You have so swiftly become his cast-off. Congratulations. Henceforth, you need not devise methods to contend with him. You may finally sever ties." Tang Nuanning responded with tacit agreement. Yet her heart was not filled with elation. Rather, she harbored grievances toward a certain individual. What is the meaning of this? Has he truly discarded her after a mere day? While she genuinely desires to avoid contact with said individual, she nonetheless feels a profound attachment to Shenbao. The child who bears an uncanny resemblance to Debao and Heir Bao has become an obsession for her. Chapter 74. President Bo is showing goodwill not akin to seduction. Meanwhile, at Sunshine City Community, Bo Yancheng sat beside Shenbao, engaging in conversation. "You didn't like the auntie you met this morning?" "I didn't. However, she was brought by your Uncle Lu, who put in considerable effort to find her. You know how much Uncle Lu cares for you. Can we not, for Uncle Lu's sake, allow her to take care of you for a few more days?" "No. You are so quick to send her away. Uncle Lu will be saddened." Shenbao furrowed his little brows and looked at him, questioning, ultimately, is it Uncle Lu who will be upset? Or is it you? Was it Uncle Lu who brought her here? Or was it you? Bo Yancheng. Suddenly, Shenbao asked again, "Do you like her?" Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. "I do not." "Then why are you so kind to her?" "Kind to her? This morning, you even went to see her off. Annie Shun is my savior. Yet she always departs on her own. You never see her off." Bo Yancheng, after soothing Shun Bao that morning, he took the opportunity to bring Tang Nuanning downstairs to discuss matters concerning Shenbao. It was evident that Shenbao had misunderstood. Bo Yancheng clarified, "I was not sending her away. I was discussing your situation with her." "What situation do I have?" Bo Yancheng furrowed his brows, refraining from directly stating that he was unwell. Shenbao never acknowledged his ailments. To do so would surely provoke his ire. Bo Yancheng could only mention that Shenbao had accidentally spilled the breakfast she prepared, startling her in the process. "What should I say?" "Simply that it was unintentional." "You lie. It was indeed deliberate." Bo Yancheng remained silent. Shenbao, with a frown, continued, "You once declared that you only have affection for my mother." "Indeed. Then you ought to maintain your integrity and distance yourself from other women." "You misunderstand. Inviting her to our home was not due to any fondness on my part. It was merely because I was apprehensive about your being alone at home. I needed someone to keep you company and assist with household chores. Uncle Yang has other commitments and cannot come here, hence my arrangement." Shenbao inquired, "Was she chosen by you or by Uncle Lu?" "By Uncle Lu." "Call him, and I can clarify that I harbor no feelings for that woman and do not require her care." Bo Yancheng, feeling vexed, replied, "No need. I can speak to him directly." Shenbao pressed further, "How is my mother faring? Have you managed to communicate with her? When will we be able to see her?" Bo Yancheng's lips moved slightly, indicating that discussions were still ongoing. Shenbao furrowed his brow and chose to ignore him. Bo Yancheng sighed internally, departing the bedroom. The initial encounter between Tang Nuanning and Shenbao left him profoundly disheartened. However, he was reluctant to concede defeat. Although the ailments afflicting Shenbao and Fu Zishuan were indeed distinct, they were not entirely dissimilar, possessing certain similarities. If Tang Nuanning could assist Fu Zishuan, it stood to reason she could also aid Shenbao. Perhaps with a little more time, everything would unfold favorably. Yet, Shenbao was adamant about not wanting to see her again. Alas, he had even entertained the ludicrous notion that Tang Nuanning might be Shenbao's biological mother. If that were the case, their reunion should not have transpired in such a manner. Bo Yancheng reviewed Tang Nuanning's phone number repeatedly, countless times contemplating whether to call her and insist she come over the following morning. Yet, recalling the resolute look in Shun Bao's eyes, he hesitated. Ultimately, the call went unmade. The following day, at 5:30 in the morning, Bo Yancheng's phone suddenly rang, jolting him awake. Frowning, he reached for the device on his nightstand, assuming it was an urgent work matter. To his surprise, the screen revealed it was a call from Tang Nuanning. Instantly, his drowsiness dissipated. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, scrutinizing the screen with suspicion. His mind raced, pondering whether she was sleepwalking or had dialed by mistake. As he contemplated, the ringtone ceased, only to sound again moments later. Continuous calls certainly indicated she was neither sleepwalking nor mistaken. With a furrowed brow, Bo Yancheng answered. He remained silent, but Tang Nuanning spoke first, instructing come downstairs. Huh, he replied, perplexed. I said come downstairs. I'm outside your building. What brings you to my building? Descend now, before Shun Bao notices. Bo Yancheng lifted the covers, alighted from the bed, and stood by the window, gazing downward. From his vantage point, he could discern the scene below. Tang Nuanning, enveloped in a voluminous down coat, stood in the snow-covered ground, stamping her feet, occasionally raising her gaze toward the building. Her delicate face was flushed crimson from the cold. Bo Yancheng, perplexed by her actions, hesitated for a few moments before venturing outside. Upon observing him exiting the building's entrance, Tang Nuanning hastily approached him. Noting his attire of sleeping trousers, she couldn't help but remark, "You've come down in such frigid weather dress like that? Aren't you cold?" Her unexpected solicitude caused Bo Yancheng a degree of unease, his countenance darkening as he inquired, "What do you want from me?" Tang Nuanning produced a thermal container from within her coat. "Take this to Shun Bao." Bo Yancheng regarded her with suspicion. "What is it?" "It's a breakfast I prepared for Shun Bao. Give it to him, but don't disclose that I made it. If you do, you most likely won't eat it." Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning elucidated. The deeper his fixation on his mother, the more resistant he becomes to other women. My sudden appearance has likely led him to overthink things. He might assume you're trying to find him a stepmother, so I can't risk seeing him directly. If I were to appear today, his reaction would undoubtedly be even more intense than yesterday. Therefore, it's best if you give him this meal and gauge his preference. Bo Yancheng. What is it? A display of goodwill? Indeed, a proactive gesture of conciliation. As Bo Yancheng's expression shifted, Tang Nuanning hurriedly interjected, "Please don't overthink it. My intention is merely to extend goodwill, not to seduce. Moreover, my kindness is directed not at you, but at Shun Bao. This meal is prepared for him." Why, after being so reluctant yesterday, did she now seek him out so readily? Tang Nuanning's lips quivered as she confessed. "I pity him." Bo Yancheng replied. "He has no connection with you. Why do you feel pity for him? Are you a saint? Feeling compassion for every child? Not quite. Sigh. Please don't question me further. In any case, my desire is purely to assist him, devoid of ulterior motives. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Should you suspect otherwise, feel free to discard this meal. However, let me caution you, your son's condition is quite serious. If we do not act swiftly to treat it, grave consequences may ensue." Tang Nuanning gazed up at him earnestly before turning away. Bo Yancheng observed her frail silhouette, his expression a tapestry of complexity. It was only when she vanished from sight that he glanced down at the insulated box in his hands. After a moment of silence, he carried the box into the apartment building. Chapter 75. Thoughts of Tang Nuanning. What does it mean to extend goodwill? Is there a distinction between genuine kindness and seduction? What is this woman truly after? She had prepared 2 plates of light dishes, a golden egg pancake, 6 delicate buns, and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. The dishes appeared vibrant and fresh. The pancake glimmered with a golden hue. The buns were soft and tender, and the porridge exuded a comforting allure. It was truly appetizing. Bo Yancheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to sample each dish, conducting his own test of the food's safety. While he failed to ascertain any poison, he inadvertently indulged himself, consuming more than half of the meal. Had he not curbed his appetite in time, he might have devoured Shun Bao's portion as well. Sleep eluded him, leaving him to lie on his back in bed, his hands clasped behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. His thoughts were consumed by Tang Nuanning, wondering what her intentions might be, which only fueled his restless imagination. At 6:30 in the morning, Shen Bao rose promptly and went out to freshen up. Bo Yancheng had already arranged the remaining breakfast on the dining table, eagerly awaiting Shen Bao's return. As Shen Bao surveyed the modest spread before him and then glanced at Bo Yancheng, his eyes reflected his puzzlement. Previously, Shen Bao's breakfast had been crafted from exquisite ingredients, an elaborate array of dishes. In contrast, today's offerings appeared rather meager. The stir-fried potato strips, in particular, had never graced Shen Bao's table before. Even when the family chef prepared potato strips for him, they were transformed into intricate floral presentations, rendering the essence of potato strips unrecognizable. Yet now, it was unmistakably a simple dish of potato strips. Bo Yancheng discerned Shen Bao's confusion and offered an explanation. "I prepared this myself." Shen Bao regarded him skeptically, replying, "You've never made these before." Bo Yancheng responded, "Precisely because I have never made them, I thought I would try my hand at preparing something for you to taste. Something I recently learned. Let's see how it turns out." As he spoke, he placed a small bun filled with mushroom and meat, accented with a hint of carrot, onto Shen Bao's plate. "Do give it a try, and let me know if it suits your palate." Deep Bao, without much contemplation, fixed his gaze upon the steamed bun, took a bite, and delicately savored it. Bo Yancheng, seated across from him, observed him intently. After a brief interlude, Deep Bao uttered a succinct, delicious, "Bo Yancheng." A subtle glimmer of elation flickered in his eyes, and the apprehension that had weighed upon him dissipated. He exclaimed with delight, "If it pleases your palate, partake further. These two are also intended for you, and do sample the egg pancake as well." Deep Bao remained silent, consuming his breakfast with quietude. Bo Yancheng, observing him meticulously devour each item before him, was deeply moved. His progeny was finally partaking in nourishment with gusto. However, in the ensuing moment, an unexpected query arose. "Is there more?" Deep Bao, lifting his gaze towards him, inquired with hopeful anticipation. Bo Yancheng paused, taken aback. Deep Bao articulated, "I am not yet satiated. I desire more sustenance." Bo Yancheng's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. "Alas, there is none remaining." Deep Bao questioned, "Is it feasible to prepare additional portions?" Were Bo Yancheng the artisan behind the repast, he would have undoubtedly already hastened to the kitchen. Provided his son evinced a penchant for the fare, he would willingly rouse himself from slumber in the dead of night to fulfill his culinary desires. However, such was not the case. He had not crafted the repast, and thus he was incapable of replicating it. Even were he to exert himself to the utmost, the resultant flavor would undoubtedly diverge from that of Tang Nuanning's creation. A shadow of disappointment flickered across Deep Bao's countenance. Bo Yancheng's heart was assailed by a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, jubilation intertwined with regret. He rejoiced in Deep Bao's newfound interest in matters beyond his mother, his proactive solicitation of the comestibles attesting to his fondness thereof. Yet, he lamented the missed opportunity to delve into Deep Bao's predilections and afford him a sumptuous breakfast. As the repast was not of his making, he was unable to gratify Shen Bao's palate. Nevertheless, the fact that Shen Bao enjoyed Tang Nuanning's cooking was, on the whole, a propitious sign. He promptly summoned Uncle Yang to attend to Shen Bao, and then he departed. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had just bidden farewell to the three little ones. As they were to have their breakfast at the kindergarten, they had set off early with Xia Tian. Tang Nuanning busied herself with household chores, glancing at her mobile phone every so often. She felt the urge to call Bo Yancheng to inquire whether Shen Bao had enjoyed her cooking and whether he had eaten yet. However, she hesitated, fearing that Bo Yancheng might be with Shen Bao, and a call from her would give her away. Thus, she could only fret anxiously. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Tang Nuanning immediately thought of Bo Yancheng. With the swiftness of an arrow, she rushed over and picked up the phone from the coffee table. Discovering that it was indeed him, she was overcome with excitement. Her heart pounded rapidly. "Hello," she said. "When you have the time, make some more small steam buns. Shen Bao relishes them." Bo Yancheng stated his request as if issuing a command. However, despite the cold tone, he could not conceal his elation. He was in good spirits at the moment. feeling rather pleased. Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning was also delighted. Really? Did he say anything? He didn't have enough. Not enough. Does Shun Bao have such a large appetite? Bo Yancheng was embarrassed to admit that he had consumed the majority of it. He hummed in affirmation and added, "Make more later." Tang Nuanning didn't give it much thought. All right, when else might he want to eat? Perhaps tonight or tomorrow morning. Very well. I will prepare it for him this afternoon and present it at his dinner table. I will contact you once I've finished. As Tang Nuanning was about to end the call, she suddenly heard Bo Yancheng say, "Let's talk in person." I'll come downstairs to find you in 10 minutes. What do you want to see me about? To discuss Shun Bao. Hearing this, Tang Nuanning lowered her guard. All right, I'll see you downstairs later. Okay. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning felt elated. She wasn't sure why, but the fact that Shun Bao enjoyed her cooking made her incredibly happy. It was as if she had taken the first step in a long journey. As long as she kept moving, success wouldn't be far off, would it? She didn't know when she would be leaving Jincheng, but before she did, she sincerely hoped that Shun Bao would recover. Tang Nuanning put down her phone and went to the bedroom to change into outdoor attire. Just as she had changed, the doorbell rang. Thinking it was Bo Yancheng, she opened the door directly. However, standing outside were two unfamiliar men. Tang Nuanning was suspicious. "Who are you?" In the next moment, the men suddenly rushed forward, covering her mouth and forcefully dragging her into the elevator without a word. MMPH. Tang Nuanning struggled desperately, but she was no match for the two men. She was forcibly taken to the garage, stuffed into a car, and whisked away from the residential area. The car traveled for an unknown duration before finally stopping at an abandoned building in the suburbs. Tang Nuanning was even more panicked when she got out of the car. To bring her to such a desolate locale, does he intend to murder her? Chapter 76. Lo and behold, a drenched allure. Tang Nuanning was impelled into the derelict building by two men. Several other men awaited her inside. Upon seeing her, they immediately grinned with ill intent, their gazes lewd and their words unrestrained. Haha, this task we've undertaken is truly rewarding. This lass is exceptionally comely. I'd gladly pay to have her. Busted bosom, curvaceous hips, damn, she's flawless. Ameu, onsihe, bound and immobile. She's as uninteresting as a lifeless fish. It's far more stimulating and amusing when they're lively and vociferous. Tang Nuanning's heart soared into her throat. She did not recognize them, but their intentions were unmistakably malevolent. Upon gaining her freedom, she kicked Heir Mao and attempted to flee. However, she was seized by her hair from behind and dragged back. Her entire body submerged in a water tank. Damn you, daring to retaliate. We'll teach you who's in charge. MMM. The water in the tank was frigid, nearly freezing Tang Nuanning's blood. She struggled and resisted desperately, but to no avail. Each time she surfaced for air, she was forced back under. Only when she was on the verge of suffocation was she pulled from the tank. Tang Nuanning gasped for breath, drenched and shivering. The men were gleeful. Lo and behold, a drenched allure. I knew this when she had a fine figure. With her clothes clinging to her, she's even more alluring. I can hardly contain myself. Go on then. Your trousers are about to burst. Tang Nuanning trembled, glaring at them fiercely, akin to an agitated little beast, panting, "You better not push me." Huh? Who are you warning? What did you possibly do to me? Do you really think that today you could be as fortunate as before and be rescued by He Jinglian? Dream on. Upon hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Tang Nuanning abruptly turned towards the sound. She saw Su-Han. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. "It's you?" "Indeed, it is I. You have ruined my idyllic life, and do not expect to fare any better." Su-Han gritted her teeth, her face twisted with malice. Tang Nuanning was both furious and speechless. Had she truly destroyed Su-Han's blissful existence? How audacious of her to label others with such a tarnished reputation. Without engaging in a debate, Tang Nuanning frowned and stated, "Have you forgotten how He Xiao and Madame Fu warned you?" "Of course I remember, but I am unafraid." The trouble initiated with Tang Nuanning was not entirely of her own volition. Someone had sought her out. Had it not been for the backing of another, she would not dare to act so recklessly. Though her disdain for Tang Nuanning was palpable, she was merely known as He Jincheng's ex-girlfriend, and that was all. The Su family, while affluent in Jincheng, barely grazed the periphery of high society. At the slightest warning from He Jinglian, she would not dare to act foolishly. However, the individual who sought her out was different. They hailed from the pinnacle of Jincheng's elite. Even He Jinglian was beneath their notice. That person had declared their loathing for Tang Nuanning as well, offering to support her and take revenge on her behalf, assuring her that no matter how tumultuous the situation became, they could handle it. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. She intends to orchestrate a scenario in which Tang Nuanning is violated by multiple individuals, thereby irrevocably tarnishing her reputation. Tang Nuanning's elegant prose furovetically. Are you not intimidated by the He family? Do you not comprehend that you are currently engaged in self-destruction? Arranging a kidnapping and sexual assault carries severe legal repercussions. Are you ignorant of the law? I'm certainly not ignorant of the law, but I am also without fear. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, questioning if she had descended into madness or was genuinely ignorant of legal principles. Su Han, with an air of haughty arrogance, proclaimed, "Let me assure you, my backing is substantial. Even if I were to cause your demise, I could extricate myself unscathed. No backing, regardless of its strength, can supersede the law. Is that so? Then I shall reveal that my benefactor is none other than Bo Yancheng, the president of the Bo Corporation." Tang Nuanning, in utter disbelief, exclaimed to Chapter 77. Bo Yancheng instructed you to harm me? Su Han, observing Tang Nuanning's stunned countenance, assumed she was frightened. With a conceited expression, she reiterated, Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning stared intently at her for an extended period before inquiring, "What is the nature of your relationship with Bo Yancheng? That is inconsequential to you, but it is undoubtedly more intimate than the relationship between you and him." Tang Nuanning did not refute her assertion. "Bo Yancheng directed you to seek me out and humiliate me." Su Han hesitated, refraining from a direct admission, as it was not Bo Yancheng himself who had sought her out. "You need not concern yourself with such details. Suffice it to say that today marks your utter downfall. This is the consequence of offending me." Having uttered those words, she directed her gaze towards the men, exhorting them to revel in the moment without restraint, assuring them of impunity for any transgression short of homicide. The men responded with obsequious laughter, vowing to meet her expectations. Tang Nuanning, her voice laced with resentment, denounced Su Han's malevolence and imprudence, warning of inevitable regret should she persist in her actions. Tang Nuanning, having spent 5 years immersed in the study of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, possessed the ability to both heal and harm, concoct remedies, and synthesize poisons. So unscoffed, advising her to focus on pleasing her captors, as their brutish nature precluded any gentle treatment. With Su Han's departure, the men, now emboldened, leered at Tang Nuanning. They approached her with crude remarks and lascivious gestures. Tang Nuanning, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, warned them to maintain their distance and avoid provoking her. Despite her capacity for self-defense, she harbored no desire to inflict harm, having dedicated her medical skills to healing rather than violence. Her acupuncture needles remained untainted by malice. Undeterred, the men persisted, attempting to coerce her into submission with vile propositions. They advanced upon her, their intentions clear. Tang Nuanning, her resolve hardening, declared that they had forced her hand. When Bo Yancheng arrived, he found Tang Nuanning prostrate on the ground, a man lying unconscious atop her. A group of men stood around, their faces etched with astonishment, trepidation, and disbelief as they gazed upon her. Bo Yancheng called out, "Tang Nuanning, who the hell are you?" Before the words could fully form, a piercing scream erupted. Having dealt with the group, Bo Yancheng rushed to Tang Nuanning's side, confirming that the man on top of her was merely unconscious. He forcefully shoved him aside. Although Tang Nuanning's clothing remained mostly intact, the fact that it was drenched and the collar had been torn, exposing her collarbone, rendered her form alluring. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, removed his own garment, and draped it over her. "It's all right now. I'll take you to the hospital." As he reached to embrace her, Tang Nuanning seized his wrist with a fierce grip. Initially consumed by rage, Tang Nuanning's emotions underwent a seismic shift upon seeing Bo Yancheng. It was he who had forcibly taken her that day, stealing her innocence and branding her with the stigma of impropriety. She became synonymous with the vilest of epithets, forced to bear the weight of these accusations. She had left her home and toiled tirelessly while carrying his child. Even in her 8th and 9th months of pregnancy, she endured judgmental stares as she washed dishes. He was the root of all her suffering. A resounding slap echoed through the air like a thunderclap. Bo Yancheng stared at her, dumbfounded by the blow. "What are you doing?" Chapter 78. Bo Yancheng, you owe me. Tang Nuanning trembled, her emotions in turmoil. "You will be punished. Retribution will find you," thundered Bo Yancheng, his face a mask of dark fury. To be met with such ingratitude, with blows, with curses, after rescuing her. It was the second time her hand had met his face. Was his countenance such a trivial thing, to be struck at her whim? What impudence emboldened her so? Bo Yancheng, surmising she was addled by the ruffians, suppressed his ire and declared, "Do not mistake my intentions. I am endeavoring to save you." "Save me?" she scoffed, tears mingling with her laughter, which soon dissolved into sobs. "Who entreated your intervention? I have no need of your rescue. My life, my very existence, has been rendered a catastrophe because of you. Do you fancy yourself my savior, expecting my effusive gratitude? You," she choked, "you are indebted to me, beyond any recompense in this lifetime." "Indebted? What debt do I owe?" "You owe me an apology. You owe me a past that can never be amended." Bo Yancheng stared at her, incredulous, the accusation a preposterous imposition. Grasping her wrist, he demanded, "If you seek my apology and restitution, elucidate this debt. What do I owe you?" "You owe," she paused, then cried, "I require neither your apology nor your restitution. Leave, begone. I cannot bear to look upon you. Leave." Tang Nuanning averted her gaze. Reason prevailed over emotion as she considered her child. The events of that bygone era would remain unspoken. Bo Yancheng insisted, compelling her to speak. "Speak. It must be made clear today. I have nothing to say to you." Tang Nuanning and Bo Yancheng raised their voices, staring fiercely at one another, one seething with rage, the other stubbornly biting her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhou Sheng watched in utter astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding drama, struggling to comprehend why Bo Yancheng had rescued someone yet still faced hostility. Was Tang Nuanning truly the unreasonable one? Had he missed something crucial? It appeared that today, it was Bo Yancheng who was tormenting her. Fortunately, he had accompanied Bo Yancheng. Otherwise, he might have misjudged him entirely. As the ambulance arrived, Zhou Sheng steadied himself and approached. "Brother Chun, perhaps we should take Miss Tang to the hospital first?" Bo Yancheng glanced at the hurried doctors and nurses, clenched his jaw in frustration, released Tang Nuanning's wrist, and uttered dismissively, "Ungrateful wretch." Tang Nuanning bit her lip tightly, glaring at him in silence. After she was taken away by the medical staff, Zhou Sheng turned to Bo Yancheng, saying, "The matter has been clarified. It was Su Han who kidnapped Miss Tang, and we have already apprehended him. I have also contacted young Master He, and he is likely to arrive shortly." No sooner had Zhou Sheng finished speaking than He Jingqing arrived, looking weary yet determined. At that moment, Su Han was kneeling at the entrance of the abandoned building, and upon seeing He Jingqing, she cried out as if he were her savior. "Jingqing, save me, please. Help me." He glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to Bo Yancheng, perplexed. "What is it? What has transpired?" Bo Yancheng, already in a state of vexation, cast a frigid glare. "Control your woman. I don't want to see her again." His voice, though not loud, carried a palpable fury that could deafen the ears. Those who knew him understood that he was genuinely incensed, consumed by great anger. He stared blankly at Bo Yancheng's departing figure, stopping Zhou Sheng to inquire. Zhou Sheng responded with resignation. "Your former girlfriend abducted Miss Tang and even hired a group of men with malicious intent. It so happened that today, Brother Chun was seeking Miss Tang for a matter. Upon arriving at her residence and being unable to reach her, he investigated and discovered the incident. Alas, your former girlfriend is truly..." Zhou Sheng cast a glance at Su Han, shook his head, and departed. Although half of Bo Yancheng's towering rage stemmed from Tang Nuanning's earlier slap and her inexplicable accusation, the matter originated with Su Han. Had she not suddenly committed this act, Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning might not have quarreled. He turned his head to face Su Han, his expression seemingly devoid of joy or anger. Yet his beautiful eyes were filled with icy disdain. I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have the audacity to do such a thing. Was it because of that incident at the mall that you retaliated against her? Su Han sobbed. You broke up with me because of her. I couldn't bear it. What? Did I break up with you because of her? Was it not due to your own actions? Jing City, I'm giving you an opportunity to elucidate. Focus on the salient points. Su Han hastily responded, yes. It was Shen Jiayue. She proactively sought me out and instructed me to do this. She claimed that Tang Nuanning had castrated her second uncle, which incensed her, and she sought retribution. She assured me that even if the heavens were to collapse, I need not fear, as President Bo would bear the burden. Hence, I dared to... Wah, Shen Jiayue? Yes, I am not prevaricating. You may investigate. Everything I've stated is the truth. I implore you to assist me, to aid me. Appealing to me is futile. You fail to comprehend whom you have offended. Not even divine intervention can salvage you this time. The temperature has dropped. It's time for the Su family to face bankruptcy. Commencing today. Su Han was petrified, her pupils dilated, and she fainted on the spot in terror. Tang Nuanning was conveyed to the hospital, where she underwent a comprehensive examination. She was unharmed, save for some superficial abrasions. However, she exhibited a profound aversion to Bo Yancheng. Indeed, she reached a point where she could not bear to even glance at him, demanding his departure upon sight, and incessantly labeling him a scoundrel. Chapter 79. President Bo. I am merely a dupe. Liu Bei and Zhou Sheng were perplexed, finding the situation abnormally bizarre. Typically, after a heroic rescue, the damsel is effusively grateful. Bo Yancheng, however, after saving her, was met with accusations of being a scoundrel. Liu Bei couldn't resist inquiring, Yancheng, what exactly did you do to Miss Tang that elicits such an intense reaction upon seeing you? Bo Yancheng felt unjustly aggrieved and resentful, perceiving himself as a mere dupe. Tang Nuanning seemed to have unleashed all the malice she harbored against those men who sought to bully her onto him. I did nothing. No, I foolishly intervened to save her. Yes, I foolishly intervened. Let it spread, let it spread. The esteemed President Bo has been driven to utter profanities by his wife. Liu Bei was bewildered. Why did she harbor such animosity towards him after he saved her? How would I know? Bo Yancheng bullet. Liu Bei. Calm yourself. Miss Tang likely perceives you as a scoundrel who has violated her. She was clearly awake when I rescued her. Is that so? That raises a point of intrigue. Under such circumstances, she ought to feel overwhelming gratitude upon seeing you. I do not seek her profound gratitude. If she could merely harbor appreciation and wholeheartedly care for Shun Bao in the future, that would suffice. Yet she, the dog-biting Eldongbin, unable to recognize good intentions. Bo Yancheng was utterly incensed, tremendously furious, and exceedingly enraged as he departed the hospital. Tang Nuanning felt equally helpless. That day 6 years ago was a nightmare, an abyss. The nightmare resurfaced, and her emotions spiraled completely out of control. Fear, frustration, and anger made her unable to bear the sight of his face. Seeing him only ignited her fury. Seeing him was vexing. Seeing him brought forth feelings of grievance, leading to her breakdown and loss of control. Ning, Xia Tian suddenly appeared. Tang Nuanning hurriedly wiped her tears. Sweetie, what brings you here? I received a sudden call saying you were in trouble. I was terrified. What happened? Tang Nuanning took a breath, steadied her emotions, and succinctly recounted the events to her. Xia Tian was taken aback, filled with a mix of anger and heartache, her eyes reddening with emotion. Damn that wretched person. Ning. Let us take legal action against her and ensure she serves her time. I will call my parents immediately to enlist their help in finding a lawyer. We cannot let her escape justice. I have already reported this to the authorities. Su Han will undoubtedly face legal consequences. All I desire now is to swiftly finalize the divorce and take my child away. This morning, she cheerfully prepared breakfast for Shun Bao and braved the biting wind and snow to deliver it to Sunshine City. She had initially felt little urgency to leave, but at this moment, she could not bear to stay another second. She yearned to escape, to flee to depart immediately, rather than seeking revenge on Su-han. Her primary wish was to leave Jin City as quickly as possible. This city had instilled fear in her. However, how could she divorce when her husband was unwilling to even meet her? If she chose not to divorce, would she simply walk away? Tang Nuanning shook her head resolutely. No, I must finalize the divorce before leaving. But, do you have any effective means to facilitate the divorce? Tang Nuanning contemplated deeply, her brow furrowing as she spoke. He Yancheng. Su-han was his ex-girlfriend. Despite their breakup, the situation had arisen because of him. I could leverage this matter to discuss with him. Moreover, he has a connection with my husband, and he would surely prefer our divorce. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment, sensing a glimmer of possibility, though uncertain of its success. Whether it could succeed or not, one must first attempt to see the outcome. This marriage must be dissolved without delay. Chapter 80. This marriage must end. Even as Tang Nuanning was contemplating a divorce, Bo Yancheng had already arrived at the Shun residence, having discovered Shun Jiayue's instigation of Su-han to harm Tang Nuanning. It transpired that Shun Hai, during his predicament, had been threatened to stay away from Tang Nuanning, with a warning that any further harassment would result in dire consequences. Upon learning this, Shun Jiayue was incensed, further fueled by her suspicion that Tang Nuanning was seducing Bo Yancheng, leading her to use Su-han to discipline Tang Nuanning. At that moment, Bo Yancheng, though displeased with Tang Nuanning, was even more infuriated with Shun Jiayue. Su-han's actions against Tang Nuanning were motivated by He Yancheng, while Shun Jiayue's were because of him. As a principal instigator, Bo Yancheng felt implicated in Tang Nuanning's misfortune. Consequently, he reasoned that Tang Nuanning's anger and reproach were justified. Furthermore, Bo Yancheng was exasperated by Shun Jiayue's failure to heed his warning against provoking Tang Nuanning, blatantly disregarding his words. Observing Bo Yancheng's arrival with excessive enthusiasm, Shun Jiang greeted him. Yancheng, why didn't you inform us beforehand? I would have eagerly awaited your arrival at home, sparing you the wait. Bo Yancheng, with a frigid countenance, responded, there's no need. I came to see Shun Jiayue and to check on Shun Hai. Shun Jiang, a seasoned strategist, sensed Bo Yancheng's displeasure and felt a tinge of unease. He forced a smile, inquiring, looking for Yaya? Has she upset you again? Bo Yancheng remained silent. Shun Jiang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he hastily added, that girl has been excessively spoiled by me, leading her to become unruly and daring to anger even you. Seemingly critical of Shun Jiayue, Shun Jiang's words were, in essence, a subtle reminder to Bo Yancheng that Shun Jiayue was, after all, the savior of Shinbao. Bo Yancheng, astute enough to perceive the underlying message, maintained a stoic countenance as he waited for Shun Jiayue. Shun Jiang, with a nervous gulp, reached for his phone to call Shun Jiayue. Yancheng, what brings you here today? Do you have some spare time? Shun Jiayue was shopping with a group of socialites, eagerly awaiting news from Su-han. Having heard that Su-han had successfully kidnapped Tang Nuanning, she was overjoyed. With a generous wave, she treated her companions to tea and dinner. As she reveled in her triumph, she received news that Bo Yancheng was looking for her. Her companions were green with envy. Oh, Jiayue, you are so fortunate. We can't even catch a glimpse of President Bo, yet he seeks you out. Indeed, Jiayue, tell us honestly, when President Bo clarified that you weren't a couple, was it just a lover's quarrel? Is there any need to ask? It's obviously a lover's game. They break up in anger, but now, President Bo is personally seeking reconciliation. Perhaps he will soon announce online that Jiayue is his fiancée. Oh, Jiayue, your fate is truly enviable. The position of Mrs. Bo is undoubtedly yours. If you attain wealth and status, don't forget us, Jiayue. If you become Mrs. Bo, remember your sisters. Shun Jiayue, basking in their flattery, was ecstatic. It was as if Bo Yancheng was indeed seeking reconciliation, as if she were truly about to become Mrs. Bo. Before Bo Yancheng could respond, Shun Jiayue inquired, Yancheng, I am in exceptionally high spirits today. Would you be amenable to accompanying me on a shopping excursion, if your schedule permits? Bo Yancheng frowned, casting a frigid glance in her direction. Shun Jia, the witless dolt, remained oblivious to Bo Yancheng's displeasure, still reveling in her own elation. Yancheng, Refrain from staring at me so intently. It is rather disconcerting. If you have something to articulate, please do so. Bo Yancheng stated coldly. Did you proactively seek out Suhan? Shun Jiayue's heart skipped a beat, her expression undergoing an instantaneous transformation. Yancheng, what are you alluding to? I have made it known that I harbor a disinclination for those who engage in slyness and manipulation in my presence. I'm only here by virtue of the fact that you once rescued Shin Bao. Shun Jiayue was flustered. Bo Yancheng pressed further. I shall pose the question to you one last time. Did you, of your own volition, seek out Suhan? I. Shun Jiang, still unaware of the precise nature of the situation, observed that Bo Yancheng was in earnest and promptly admonished his daughter. Speak plainly. Speak the truth. Shun Jiayue demurred. I did seek out Suhan. To what end? Shun Jiayue met Bo Yancheng's frigid gaze, her face contorted as she uttered. I had heard that that vile woman, Tang Nuanning, had caused Suhan and young master he to part ways. As we are akin to sisters, I merely sought to console her. And then I merely advised her not to fear Tang Nuanning. So you conceive the notion for her to abduct Tang Nuanning, and further, to have her gang raped. It was at that moment that Shunji realized Bo Yancheng had come to castigate her. She hastily explained, I didn't instruct Suhan to have her assaulted. It was Suhan's own scheme. I was simply indignant that Tang Nuanning, that vile woman, seduced my second uncle first, and yet she caused him so much misery. That despicable woman. Is she as despicable as you? Bo Yancheng interjected abruptly. Shun Jiayue was taken aback. Shun Jiang was equally stunned. Although Bo Yancheng held a position of great power and influence, he had always been a gentleman in their presence, speaking with courtesy and never resorting to vulgar language. Thus, Shun Jiayue initially believed she had misheard him. Yancheng, what? What did you just say? Bo Yancheng frowned, enunciating each word with precision. I asked, is Tang Nuanning as despicable as you? If she is a vile person, what does that make you? Shun Jiayue's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Yancheng, you. If she is a vile person, you don't even measure up to that. You are unworthy. Yancheng, what are you saying? Shun Jiayue burst into tears on the spot, overwhelmed with indignation. Shun Jiang was dumbfounded, not daring to interject. Only Bo Yancheng would dare to come to his home and humiliate someone in such a manner. Anyone else would have been beaten to a pulp. Bo Yancheng continued. Are you not aware of your second uncle's depravity? Does he possess the allure to be seduced by others? With his character, any woman who isn't repulsed by him is already exhibiting remarkable fortitude. To seduce him? What woman would be so misguided? Do you truly believe that saving Shun Bao grants you the liberty to act recklessly before me? I'm grateful. Yet I am not foolish enough to overlook your transgressions. Suhan has now been apprehended. Observe the news closely to witness the unfolding consequences. It is only due to her lack of direct evidence against you that the police have not yet taken you into custody. Should you find yourself arrested, do not expect my assistance. While I can provide financial support to the Shun family, I will not aid in wrongdoing. You are an adult. Adults must face the repercussions of their actions. Society is unforgiving. We are all navigating this world for the first time, and no one will indulge you without cause. Today, I will make myself unequivocally clear. Tang Nuanning, should you dare to lay a finger on her, you will face my wrath. With that, Bo Yancheng coldly concluded and rose to depart. Shun Jiayue collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Shun Jiang, witnessing this, stood in shock before hastily pursuing him. Yancheng, please calm down. It was Ye's ignorance. If she's indeed so ignorant, then keep her at home and educate her properly until she learns better. We cannot allow her to wreak havoc upon others. Xinjiang's face flushed with embarrassment. Bo Yancheng continued, the failure to educate one's child is the parent's fault. I believe Mr. Shun has not adequately guided his offspring, rendering them unfit for collaboration with the Bo Group. I will immediately inform the relevant parties to suspend all current partnerships between the Bo Group and the Shun Group. Mr. Shun, perhaps it is time to set aside work and focus on the proper upbringing of your children. Xinjiang gasped, his eyes wide with shock. All collaboration suspended? This is devastating for the Shun family. Xinjiang hastily pursued him. Yin Shun, listen to me. I will certainly discipline Ye properly, but the collaboration cannot be ceased. If this collaboration is terminated, our Shun family will. Bo Yancheng had already entered the vehicle, not even sparing him a glance. Zhou Sheng intercepted Shun Jiang, maintaining a courteous demeanor, yet his gaze was exceedingly aloof. President Shun, cease your pursuit. Brother Chun is disinclined to converse at this juncture. Even if you were to exhaust your vocal cords, he would not utter a word. Instead of exerting yourself in vain, you might as well engage in a thorough discussion with your daughter. The actions of Miss Shun are truly beyond description. If she is not properly managed, I fear a major incident may occur in the future. Zhou Sheng sighed dejectedly as he concluded, then entered the vehicle. Shun Jiang watched helplessly as Bo Yancheng's car departed from the Shun residence, stamping his foot in exasperation. Shun Jiaoyu. Chapter 82. Protecting his wife. Dare to lay a finger on her and see what happens. Zhou Sheng, while driving, observed Bo Yancheng continually massaging his temples through the rearview mirror and advised, do not be so vexed. At least Miss Tang was unharmed. Am I vexed because of her? What do I care whether she is harmed or not? Bo Yancheng retorted immediately, and do not be vexed on account of Miss Shun. At most, she can be considered a femme fatale. Are you blind? Someone like her being called a femme fatale? Zhou Sheng's lips twitched slightly. Not called that. She can only be considered a jinx. Someone as malicious as her is not worthy of being a jinx. Indeed. Indeed to what? Do you merely echo whatever I say, lacking any personal opinions of your own? Zhou Sheng lamented. Oh heavens, let me vanish into thin air. Whatever I say is wrong. I might as well be invisible. He chose to fall silent, pretending to be unresponsive. Yet, Bo Yancheng remarked, am I truly so overbearing that you dare not utter a single word? No, no, your temperament is quite commendable. Zhou Sheng thought to himself, feeling close to tears. How could he assert that Bo Yancheng had a good temperament without risking a fierce explosion of anger? Clearing his throat, Zhou Sheng mustered the courage to speak. Brother Chun, perhaps you should take a moment to calm down. Regarding today's incident, Miss Shun is undoubtedly the primary culprit. Of course, Miss Tang, as the victim, has her own faults as well. You saved her. You are her benefactor. Yet she not only struck you, but also cursed you. This behavior is rather ungrateful. Bo Yancheng scoffed, a dog biting Eldongbin, unable to recognize a good soul. Indeed. However, I believe we can somewhat understand Miss Tang's actions. She was bullied today and nearly faced a dire situation. Naturally, fear and despair would overwhelm her, leading to heightened emotions. In such a state, upon seeing you, her first reaction might not be to appreciate your kindness, but to recall your previous demeanor towards her. My previous demeanor towards her? It was not favorable, as there were misunderstandings before. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. Her unfavorable disposition was indeed her own doing. Yes, it must be your fault. You are certainly without blame. Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng chuckled, then hastily added, what I meant to convey is that, irrespective of whose fault it was in the past, your image in Miss Tang's eyes is undoubtedly less than favorable. Hence, following today's incident, she vented all her discontent and ire upon you. Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened, as if to say, does she perceive me as someone easily bullied? Not quite, Zhou Sheng continued. It's merely a confluence of unfortunate events. Bo Yancheng remained silent, his brow furrowed as he lit a cigarette. Though he found Zhou Sheng's explanation somewhat dubious, he grudgingly conceded it was plausible. After all, his past behavior towards her had been far from exemplary. She already harbored grievances against him, and today's incident merely provided an opportunity to unleash them all at once. Bo Yancheng never considered that Tang Nuanning might be the girl from 6 years ago. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, have someone thoroughly investigate who is responsible for harming Shanghai. Upon this topic being broached, Zhou Sheng's expression turned grave. I'll make the call immediately. After visiting the Shun family today, Bo Yancheng had specifically sought out Shanghai to inquire about the situation. Shanghai himself stated that the assailant had made it clear that the reason he was targeted was because he had mistreated Tang Nuanning. Furthermore, he threatened that if he were to harass Tang Nuanning again, his life would be forfeit. Terrified, Shanghai pleaded with the assailant, offering 10 times the amount he had been paid, begging him to spare him. I'm not solely motivated by money. Not just anyone with wealth can hire me. Remember this. Stay away from Tang Nuanning in the future. In essence, Shenhai's castration was a direct consequence of Tang Nuanning. Someone is avenging her. Either the perpetrator knows Tang Nuanning and harbors deep affection for her, secretly retaliating against Shenhai after learning of his repeated harassment, or a patron commissioned the act, acquainted with Tang Nuanning. Furthermore, the perpetrator and the patron share a profound bond, leading the perpetrator to seek retribution on behalf of the patron. However, after prolonged observation, they have almost ascertained that Tang Nuanning is merely an ordinary woman. Her most notable acquaintances are Nan Wan and Xia Tiantian. Yet Xia Tiantian, hailing from a scholarly family and possessing a gentle disposition, is unlikely to commit such a heinous act as castrating Shenhai. Therefore, the enigma remains: who is avenging her? This individual undoubtedly holds deep affection for her, considering Shenhai's sensitive status and his public declaration of kinship with Bo Yancheng. Without profound affection for Tang Nuanning, one would not dare to act. Considering the previous breach of the Bo Corporation security system, the subsequent invitation, and the overnight seizure of a multi-billion-dollar business deal, Bo Yancheng now suspects that Tang Nuanning has a benefactor, possibly unbeknownst to her. It is also conceivable that she is aware of this person's existence, but is unaware of their actions. In essence, Bo Yancheng seeks to unravel this intricate web of events. Chapter 83. Not a wife, but a cherished ideal. Investigate Lin Dong meticulously. You suspect Lin Dong? But he is well aware of Shenhai's connection to us. Would he dare to harm Shenhai? Bo Yancheng flicked his cigarette ash and retorted, there is nothing he would not dare to do. If Shenhai transgressed his boundaries, he would not hesitate to castrate him or even kill him. Are you suggesting that Miss Tang is Lin Dong's ultimate boundary? Bo Yancheng inquired, his brow furrowed slightly, offering no immediate response. Zhou Sheng was taken aback, observing that Lin Dong and Miss Tang did not appear to share such a profound bond. And she was certainly not his wife. Not his wife, perhaps, but she could be his ethereal muse. Huh? That seems improbable. Rumor has it that Lin Dong is deeply in love with Miss Nan, their romance blossoming from school uniforms to a wedding gown. They are said to be utterly devoted to each other. Miss Nan is his true muse. That which remains unattainable is what we term an ethereal muse, once acquired. It hardly qualifies as such. That is indeed a truism. But how did you discern Lin Dong's affection for Miss Tang? Intuition. Intuition? We've observed them together roughly the same number of times. How is it that I perceived nothing? You're both blind and dense. Zhou Sheng. We're engaged in conversation here. Why the personal attacks? Can we not converse civilly? Bo Yancheng's phone suddenly chimed. It was Butler Yang calling, typically indicating a situation involving Shen Bao. What is it? Bo Yancheng asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Yang Bo was elated, his voice brimming with joy, almost to the point of tears. Bo Yancheng's lips twitched uncontrollably. His son's suddenly desiring sustenance was cause for joy, immense joy. However, the steamed buns and side dishes were prepared by Tang Nuanning. Considering Tang Nuanning's current disposition toward him, Bo Yancheng felt a throbbing headache. Not only would she not prepare food for Shen Bao, but she also couldn't bear to look at him. If she couldn't bear to look at the father, how could she possibly care for the son? Having concluded the call, Mr. Bo promptly contacted Mr. He. The young master, Shen Bao, desires a meal prepared by Ms. Tang. Should you prove incapable of arranging this, prepare to face the consequences. Mr. He exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Bo immediately terminated the call, thus placing considerable pressure upon Mr. He. Upon Mr. He's attempt to redial, he discovered that Mr. Bo had blocked his number. Mr. He, in a state of considerable consternation, reluctantly contacted Mr. Zhou. What transpires? What is the significance of this? Mr. Zhou responded sheepishly. This morning, Ms. Tang prepared breakfast for Shen Bao, which he enjoyed immensely. Yang, the butler, telephoned earlier to inform us that Shen Bao had expressed a desire to partake in the same dishes as he had this morning. What? Shen Bao has proactively requested sustenance. This signifies progress. It denotes an amelioration of his condition. It is indicative of his fondness for the repast. Indeed. Hold. Ought not Mr. Bo be elated? Why does he adopt such a truculent demeanor? Mr. Zhou, evidently Mr. He only registered Shun Bao's proactive request for sustenance and failed to apprehend the remainder of the information. Mr. Zhou reiterated, however, the dishes that Shun Bao wishes to consume are those prepared by Ms. Tang. Currently, Ms. Tang is unable to visit Mr. Bo, ergo, it falls to you to devise a solution. Only then did Mr. He comprehend the entirety of the situation. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "What solution am I capable of devising? I am uncertain. I say, had your former paramour not displeased Ms. Tang, thereby causing Mr. Bo to suffer the repercussions, Mr. Bo would have personally sought out Ms. Tang to discuss the matter." Having concluded the phone call, He Jingcheng ran his fingers through his hair, a gesture repeated countless times today, as if he might soon render himself bald. Could Tang Nuanning ever regard him favorably, when she couldn't even bear the sight of Bo Yancheng? If he sought her out, might she not simply strike him down? After all, Su-Han was not Bo Yancheng's former paramour, but his own. Alas, here he lay, an innocent bystander, as blame descended upon him from above. Was he not, in truth, a fool, utterly undone by a woman? He Jingcheng lamented to himself. He must carefully consider how to apologize to Tang Nuanning, and how to persuade her to prepare some nourishment for Shun Bao once more. Should he fail in this endeavor, he would not only face the wrath of Bo Yancheng, but would also be unable to face Shin Bao. His godson had, with great effort, requested something to eat, only to be denied because of him. How could he ever face the child again? How could he, in good conscience, allow Shan Bao to call him godfather in the future? If he failed to set things right, his conscience would be forever burdened. But how to proceed? He Jingcheng pondered, racking his brain, exhausting every last vestige of thought. Yet no solution presented itself. Thus, he could only brace himself and, with trepidation, bring gifts to Tang Nuanning. At this moment, Tang Nuanning was alone in the hospital room. As the school day drew to a close, Tang Nuanning had asked Xia Tian to collect the children from the kindergarten. The police had just finished taking her statement and had departed. Upon seeing He Jingcheng, Tang Nuanning instinctively furrowed her brow. He Jingcheng offered an awkward smile and a brief greeting. Tang Nuanning regarded him warily, offering no reply. He Jingcheng cleared his throat self-consciously, placed the expensive gifts down, and took a seat beside the hospital bed. Like a child who has erred, I find myself apologizing today. I truly did not anticipate that Su-Han could be so troublesome. I acknowledge my fault and extend my apologies. Upon witnessing his sincere demeanor of remorse, Tang Nuanning's expression softened slightly. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. After all, it was Su-Han who erred, not him, and there is no need for excessive scrutiny. Moreover, Su-Han is merely He Jingcheng's former girlfriend. Should He Jingcheng perceive this matter as unrelated to him, I have no further remarks to make. Legally speaking, this situation bears no connection to him. Furthermore, I have matters to discuss with him. Perhaps my marriage to Bo Yancheng relies entirely on his assistance for a divorce. Thus, given He Jingcheng's commendable attitude in admitting his mistake, Tang Nuanning also expressed that this issue was not his fault, but rather Su-Han's. Chapter 84. Does President Bo aspire to be his son-in-law? Upon hearing this, He Jingcheng immediately began to flatter her effusively. Miss Tang, to speak earnestly, you are undoubtedly the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, but you are also remarkably understanding. I greatly admire your kind of character. He Jingcheng observed Tang Nuanning's face, which was filled with wariness and distaste, leaving him speechless. Heaven knows how many girls are fond of him. However, he understands that he cannot aspire to Tang Nuanning. Firstly, because his sister would never permit it, and secondly, because Tang Nuanning belongs to Bo Yancheng. One must not deceive a brother's wife. He Jingcheng clarified. I admire you, truly. What I mean is admiration. I hold you in high regard. Rest assured, with my sister present, I would not dare entertain any notions. Tang Nuanning's lips moved slightly. I reported the incident today. The police just arrived to take my statement. I hope you won't cover for her. She was concerned that He Jingcheng might protect Su-Han, fearing that if he did, Su-Han could evade responsibility. He Jingcheng immediately reassured her, rest assured. I will handle this matter, but I will not shield anyone. A sudden silence enveloped the room. Tang Nuanning pondered how to broach the subject of Bo Yancheng, while He Jingqing contemplated how to inform her that Shun Bao wished to have dumplings. They both spoke in unison. He Jingqing quickly interjected, "You go first." "Ladies first." Tang Nuanning unreservedly said, "I heard that you know Bo Yancheng." Huh? This revelation left He Jingqing bewildered. He had known Bo Yancheng all along. She had seen them together before. What did she mean by heard? "I wish to meet him. Could you assist me in arranging a meeting?" Tang Nuanning requested. He Jingqing appeared even more perplexed. "Did you not just see him? Zhouxing mentioned earlier that you couldn't meet Bo Yancheng because you were unwilling to see him. How is it now that?" Noticing the confusion on He Jingqing's face, Tang Nuanning assumed his thoughts wandered due to the mention of Bo Yancheng. She quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I do not have feelings for him. I won't compete with you for anyone. I need to discuss something important with him, but due to his esteemed status, I have been unable to reach him. I heard you know him well, and I would like to trouble you to help me set up a meeting." Was it possible she truly remained oblivious to Mr. Bo's identity? Mr. Yi inquired, piqued by the revelation. "Are you acquainted with the strikingly handsome gentleman who escorted you to the hospital? Deep Bao's father, perhaps?" "Indeed," Miss Tang responded, a slight furrow creasing her brow. "I was unacquainted with him until recently. His name is Bo Chun. However, it is Bo Yancheng whom I seek." Mr. He chuckled inwardly. Bo Chun, indeed. How audacious of one to claim, and the other to believe. Sensing Mr. Bo's desire for anonymity, Mr. He refrained from exposing the truth. "And what is the purpose of your seeking Mr. Bo Yancheng?" he inquired. "A private matter. I'm afraid," she demurred. She had initially intended to confide in Mr. He, seeking his assistance in facilitating a divorce from Mr. Bo Yancheng. However, upon reflection, she deemed it imprudent. The clandestine marriage and the confidentiality agreement bound her to secrecy. It would suffice if Mr. He could arrange a meeting with Mr. Bo Yancheng. Once face-to-face, she was confident she could persuade him to dissolve their union. "Mr." He pondered for a moment. "Very well. I shall bear this matter in mind and inform you immediately should any news arise." "Thank you in advance," she replied. "Think nothing of it. As it happens, I also have a favor to request." Deep Bao expressed a desire to once again savor your delectable steamed buns. "Would it be convenient for you to prepare another batch?" Ms. Tang paused, taken aback. "Deep Bao." Mr. He offered an apologetic smile. "Mr. Bo was supposed to broach the subject with you, but I understand you are reluctant to meet with him. Therefore, I took the liberty of coming myself. Disregard Mr. Bo for the moment. Simply consider Deep Bao's request. Although the child's father is a scoundrel, the child is indeed a good one. Shun Bao is rather pitiable, as he seems to care for nothing but his birth mother. It was truly unexpected for him to take the initiative to ask for food this time. After all these years, this marks the first time he has spoken up. So, might you lend a helping hand? I understand that mentioning money may seem crass, but if you're truly irked, you could demand money from a chun. Feel free to be audacious and extort him, as a means of venting your frustration." Tang Nuanning replied, "I am not so avaricious as to take advantage of a bankrupt person." "Bankrupt?" "Yes. I am aware that he is indeed in such a state now. My assistance to Shun Bao is not motivated by financial gain. It is purely for Shun Bao's sake." As soon as Tang Nuanning finished speaking, her phone rang. It was Xiao Tian calling. She glanced at He Jingqing and said, all right, rest assured. I will keep the matter concerning Yin Chen in mind. Thank you for your efforts." He Jingqing smiled with his charming, slanted eyes and then departed. As He Jingqing descended the stairs, he spotted Bo Yancheng, who was sitting in the car, smoking. He Jingqing opened the car door and entered, preempting any chance for confrontation by stating, "The task has been successfully completed. Xiao Tang mentioned she would prepare food for Shun Bao later." "Xiao Tang." Bo Yancheng shot him a cryptic glance and took a puff from his cigarette. Then, he discreetly exhaled a breath, genuinely concerned that Tang Nuanning might neglect Shun Bao out of anger. He Jingqing, in high spirits, remarked, "I heard you've changed your name and have gone bankrupt." Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked, "Did you reveal my identity to her?" "I did not disclose it to her." "So does that mean you owe me a meal?" Bo Yancheng pursed her lips and cast him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him. He Jingqing chuckled, saying, "You need not treat me to a meal. As long as Su Han's matter is resolved, that suffices. She got into trouble, and I helped you conceal your identity while shamelessly requesting her to prepare food for Shun Bao. So we are even, right? Bo Yancheng maintained an air of aloofness. Remaining silent, He Jingsheng inquired, "What are you truly thinking? Concealing your identity is one thing, but why inform her of your bankruptcy? Are you attempting to elicit sympathy to become a son-in-law? However, I have heard that Xiao Tang's situation is not favorable. She lacks power and influence. With 3 sons to support, she has no spare resources to pity you." Bo Yancheng retorted, "A dog cannot utter ivory." Chapter 85, Success. Arranging a meeting with Bo Yancheng, He Jingsheng was unfazed and laughed. "Then tell me, what is your actual intention?" Bo Yancheng remained silent, prompting He Jingsheng to speculate. "You cannot possibly be worried that revealing your identity might attract her interest, can you? Do not flatter yourself. She mentioned to me today that she does not fancy you." Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. "Why would she tell you about me?" "She asked me to arrange a meeting with you." "You did not mishear. She requested me to help set up a meeting with Bo Yancheng, not Bo Chun." "What does she want to meet me for?" "I do not know. I asked her, but she did not say, only that she has something important to discuss with you." Engrossed in contemplation, a cigarette smoldering between his fingers, Bo Yancheng was perplexed, unable to fathom the purpose behind Tang Nuanning's summons. "Did the two of you ever cross paths in the past?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bo Yancheng shook his head. "I've investigated. There's no record of any prior interaction." "That's exceedingly peculiar. If she has no acquaintance with you, what could be her motive for seeking you out?" Bo Yancheng remained taciturn. "By accepting this invitation, you risk unveiling your true identity." Bo Yancheng continued to smoke in silence. Then, after a prolonged pause, he declared, "Arrange the meeting." "Indeed? You intend to accept the invitation?" "Affirmative." "Have you thoroughly considered the implications? Are you not concerned about exposing yourself? Your loquacity is excessive." "Huh, you." He Jingsheng's jesting was cut short by the shrill ring of He Jinglian's telephone call. He Jingsheng's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. "This is disastrous. It's undoubtedly regarding the matters of Su Han and Tang Nuanning." Bo Yancheng's eyes gleamed with derision. "Retribution has arrived." He Jingsheng remained speechless. Shortly thereafter, Tang Nuanning received confirmation. Bo Yancheng had proposed a rendezvous at noon the following day. "Is it truly so?" Tang Nuanning exclaimed with excitement. He Jingsheng replied, "Indeed, it's confirmed. Would you prefer to select the venue, or shall we defer to his preference?" "I'm amenable to either option. I shall yield to his decision." "Very well. I shall inquire and relay the location to you once it has been finalized." "Understood. I extend my gratitude." Shall he? He Jingsheng was overwhelmed by the display of gratitude. "It is of no consequence. However, should my sister contact you, I implore you to speak favorably of me. I genuinely did not anticipate the situation with Su Han." Upon terminating the call, a surge of elation coursed through. The prospect of seeing by midday tomorrow filled her with fervent conviction that she could persuade him to dissolve their marriage. With a divorce, she could register her children, ensuring their permanent departure from this contentious locale. With buoyant spirits, completed the discharge formalities from the hospital. Having sustained no physical injuries, merely a psychological perturbation, she felt her equilibrium restored, perceiving the matter as concluded. Standing at the hospital entrance, hailed a taxi, intending to make a stop at the supermarket. Given its predilection for her culinary creations, she resolved to prepare an ample and diverse repast for the evening. Moreover, having successfully arranged a rendezvous with, the occasion warranted a celebration. She telephoned, informing her of her discharge and her intention to visit the supermarket, inquiring about the culinary preferences of and the children, so she could procure the necessary ingredients. Inquired, "You've been discharged already? I thought you were okay. Did you tell the children?" "As you advised, I haven't. They're currently in the living room, while I'm taking the call from the bedroom." "Good that you didn't say anything. Every cloud has a silver lining. I have settled my husband's matter." "Really? Agreed to help?" "Yes, it's all arranged. I'm meeting my husband tomorrow at noon. Is quite efficient. This is cause for great celebration. Shall I bring the little ones to meet you?" "Yes, that'll be fine. Let's meet at supermarket." "All right, should I come pick you up?" "No need. Just bring the children directly. I'll take a taxi from the hospital." "All right, my sons, prepare yourselves. We are off to the supermarket to fetch your mother." prior to knowing whether Tang Nuanning would be discharged. Xiao had already taken the precaution of preparing them. Your mother has completed her tasks and is in high spirits, expressing her intention to buy you some delicious treats for a grand dinner tonight. Wow. The three little ones squealed with excitement. Tang Nuanning, holding her phone, listened to the joyous laughter of her children, unable to suppress a smile. The sound of her children's voices is the most delightful melody in the world. This smile was witnessed by He Jinsheng and Bo Yancheng. After Tang Nuanning completed her discharge procedures, Bo Yancheng followed her out. Perhaps it was due to the longing for the meal she prepared, but he stayed close to her. Her laughter was enchanting, akin to that of blooming flowers. He Jinsheng, seated in the car, expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Upon finishing his words, Bo Yancheng shot him a glare. He Jinsheng raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why are you glaring at me? You don't even like her." Bo Yancheng retorted with a glance, indulging in his cigarette. He Jinsheng teasingly inquired, "If you are a man, then be bold and admit. Do you have feelings for her?" "Not at all," Bo Yancheng replied without a moment's thought. "Really? How boring." He Jinsheng chuckled. "Honestly, you two seem quite compatible. At least in terms of looks, there's nothing to criticize. Furthermore, both of you are single and raising children alone. If you could truly form a family, it would be rather perfect." He Jiecheng shared the same sentiment as Zhou Sheng. Rather than languishing in anticipation of a woman who may never appear, it would be far wiser to forge a new family with Tang Nuanning. After all, Tang Nuanning is not only beautiful, but also possesses an admirable physique, making her a fitting companion for him. Admittedly, she may be somewhat impoverished and ordinary, but what does that matter? Bo Yancheng does not require the support of a woman's power. Throughout the years, Tang Nuanning has uniquely captured Bo Yancheng's interest, setting her apart from all other women. Consequently, both He Jiecheng and Zhou Sheng have been discreetly attempting to bring them together. However, Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened, and he retorted, "Get lost." He Jiecheng, exasperated, pressed his lips together in silence, commenting, "You see, this is rather unamusing. Are you saying that Miss Tang is unworthy of you? I believe if she were to be with you, it would be you who is fortunate. Just look at your age, an older bachelor. You should be less choosy. Honestly, I sense that you harbor feelings for Miss Tang. You must be fond of her." Bo Yancheng interjected. "Should I contact Sister Lian and inform her of your interest in Tang Nuanning?" "Damn, you're spreading rumors." He Jiecheng exclaimed. "If you can spread rumors, why can't I?" Bo Yancheng quipped back. He Jiecheng responded, "You can't use my sister to threaten me. That's beneath you. I'm your superior." Bo Yancheng shot back. He Jiecheng, cursing under his breath, exited the vehicle. He resolved to distance himself from Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning to avoid any potential conflict with his sister. During their phone call earlier, she had nearly berated him to death. He was grateful they hadn't met in person, for she might have truly harmed him. Following He Jinsheng's departure, Bo Yancheng ignited another cigarette, observing Tang Nuanning in silence. Zhou Sheng, seated in the driver's seat, overheard their conversation with clarity. He couldn't help but remark that Miss Tang possessed a certain beauty, her smile captivating, and her disposition agreeable. He mused that another woman, having undergone the day's ordeal, might have succumbed to prolonged grief and trepidation. Yet, she seemed to have recovered in a matter of hours, either due to prior exposure to tumultuous events, rendering the present incident insignificant, or owing to an inherently optimistic outlook on life. Alternatively, she might simply be naive, lacking in emotional depth. Zhou Sheng retorted that they might endeavor to accentuate her virtues. Chapter 86. President Bo takes to the streets having concluded her call with Xiao. Tang Nuanning promptly received a call from He Jinglian, who explained she had been shopping and was en route to the hospital when He Jinsheng informed her of Tang's discharge. Tang Nuanning responded with a smile, confirming her recent departure from the hospital and assuring her that she was unharmed, merely shaken, and had since recovered. He Jinglian lamented her belated discovery of Su Han's audacity, expressing disbelief at her lack of remorse. She recounted that He Jinsheng had refrained from pursuing the matter in the shopping mall out of consideration for their former relationship, treating it as a severance package. However, Su Han had proven ungrateful. He Jinglian regretted not having taken more decisive action that day, expressing relief that Tang was unharmed and contemplating the potential consequences had she been injured. Tang Nuanning reassured her that she was fine and that the incident was in the past. I just called and reprimanded Yancheng thoroughly. Day by day, he engages in discussions with any woman, and now it has culminated in trouble. I have yet to see him, but once I do, he shall face my wrath. This incident has caught He Xiao off guard as well. Considering she is an ex-girlfriend, He Xiao is not entirely at fault. Is he not at fault? He is the one who instigated this situation. Had he not pursued a romance with Su Han, the affair at the mall would not have transpired, nor would we be facing the current predicament. Upon hearing He Jinglian's voice, one can discern her considerable anger. Tang Nuanning sought to comfort her, stating that He Xiao had already come to apologize today and had even rendered her significant assistance, for which she felt quite grateful. He ought to apologize. Furthermore, should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to approach him. If he dares to refuse assistance, I shall deal with him. Tang Nuanning chuckled softly in response and continued her conversation with He Jinglian, arranging to meet again soon before ending the call. At that moment, she felt a warm glow in her heart. He Jinglian had been quite kind to her and could be considered her benefactor. Were it not for He Jinglian, He Jincheng might not have so readily acquiesced to her requests. Today, He Jincheng had approached her in a most humble manner at the hospital to apologize, and she believed this was also due to He Jinglian's influence. He Jincheng, fearing reprimand from He Jinglian, hastened to offer his apologies. However, this was not entirely accurate. The primary reason for He Jincheng's visit today was largely attributed to Bo Yancheng. The roar that Bo Yancheng let out at the abandoned construction site nearly terrified someone to death. If He Jincheng did not placate her, Bo Yancheng would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Putting away her phone, Tang Nuanning glanced around. It had been over 20 minutes, yet she still hadn't managed to hail a cab. During the rush hour, the hospital was bustling with people, making it difficult to catch a ride. Tang Nuanning checked her navigation app. The distance to the supermarket was not too far, merely a 20-minute bike ride. Without hesitation, she took a few steps forward and scanned a yellow bike, setting off on her journey. Zhou was left dumbfounded. Brother Chun, should we still follow her? He asked. Yes, follow her, came the response. Zhou pondered, but how do we follow her? If she were driving a sports car, I wouldn't be afraid. But she's on a bicycle. How can I keep up? How do I control the acceleration? If I pedal too hard, I'll pass her. If I pedal too lightly, the bike might not even move. And even if it does, I'll be easily spotted. After a moment of bewilderment, Zhou turned to Chun and suggested, why don't you also grab a yellow bike? It's the safest option. With a mask, she won't recognize you, and you can ride slowly behind her. Otherwise, if I just drive behind her, it's bound to be noticed. Bai Yanchen's expression darkened. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Zhou lamented inwardly, but had no choice but to start the car. Tang Nuanning pedaled slowly along the bike lane, while Zhou drove his luxury car, keeping a low speed in the dedicated lane behind her. Soon, the vehicles behind him began to honk. At this pace, I might as well be walking. The honking attracted Tang Nuanning's attention, and at the red light, she turned her head to glance back. Zhou swiftly lowered his head, and even Bo Yancheng instinctively averted his gaze, fearing that Tang Nuanning, who was diagonally in front, wouldn't notice him. Fortunately, the traffic signal transitioned to green after a mere glance, and she cycled away. Zhou then asserted, Brother Chun, this simply won't do. Miss Tang is not naive. She will undoubtedly discern our actions. Not only will your charade of being impoverished while still possessing a luxury vehicle be exposed, but you will also incur Miss Tang's wrath. She is already incensed with you. Discovering that you are also trailing her will only exacerbate her anger. What if in a fit of pique, she refuses to cook for Shenbao? Either heed my counsel and pursue her on a bicycle, or we should cease this pursuit altogether and allow Zhou to take over. Bo Yancheng, his face darkened with displeasure, remained silent for a moment before exiting the car. By this juncture, a considerable traffic congestion had formed behind their vehicle. Bo Yancheng, clad in an expensive, bespoke suit and adorned with sunglasses and a mask, strode to the roadside in full view of the public and commandeered a shared bicycle. The onlookers watched as he extended his long, straight legs and pedaled away on the bicycle. The crowd was utterly bewildered. Passers-by exclaimed, Good heavens, which celebrity has emerged to cause a sensation? Is this a film shoot? I didn't see anyone filming, so it's not a movie. Could it be a scion of wealth experiencing the common life? I witnessed him alighting from a luxury car. His demeanor is not that of a typical nouveau riche. He exudes the aura of an autocratic CEO. Good heavens, have I been transported into a novel? My domineering CEO has materialized. Those legs, that physique, that presence, I am utterly enamored. I must accompany my CEO brother in experiencing life. I, too, shall ride a share bicycle. Where you riding? The house is just ahead. I don't care. I want to ride. I wish to accompany the CEO brother on a leisurely stroll down the street. I want to join as well. Thus, a throng of young girls fervently rushed to seize the shared bicycles, following closely behind Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng observed the vast entourage trailing Bo Yancheng and rubbed his temples in exasperation. Is it absolutely necessary to follow today? Even if so, must he take the lead personally? Isn't he the one who detests making appearances in crowds? Today, not only did he show up, but he also rode a share bike. Goodness, it's utterly eye-catching. Moreover, what compels him to follow this individual? To this moment, Zhou Sheng remains oblivious to Bo Yancheng's true intentions for shadowing Tang Nuanning. He quietly retrieved his phone, snapped a photo, and discreetly shared it in the group chat with his brothers. Instantly, the chat erupted with lively chatter, with both the garrulous and the reticent contributing. The term grass was rapidly inundating the conversation. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning remained unaware that her mere presence had ignited a bicycle craze. She arrived at the entrance of Jiafu's supermarket, parked her bike in the designated area, and dismounted. While heading toward the supermarket, she called Xia Tiantian. Tiantian, have you arrived? We're still stuck in traffic. Have you reached? Yes, I rode over. I told you, during peak hours, 2 wheels are faster than 4. We'll likely need another 10 minutes. It's cold outside, so please head in first. I'll call you when we get there. All right. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning pushed a shopping cart and entered the supermarket. Having extricated himself from the throng of admirers, Bo Yancheng followed into the supermarket. His presence was immediately noted, drawing gazes from every corner. Even the cleaning lady by the entrance couldn't help but admire him, remarking with a smile on his handsome looks. Bo Yancheng's face darkened at the compliment. Unlike most who would be pleased, he felt as though he was being teased, and his displeasure was evident. The cleaning lady, sensing his discomfort, moved away to another area. With a scowl, Bo Yancheng entered the supermarket. It had been years since he last visited one, and the bustling atmosphere made him frown. He preferred tranquility to commotion, but he endured it for the sake of following Tang Nuanning. He emulated Tang Nuanning by grabbing a shopping cart, mirroring her purchases. When she selected bananas and durian in the fruit section, he did the same. However, the pungent smell of durian nauseated him. Nevertheless, he suppressed his disgust and placed a large one in his cart. As Tang Nuanning proceeded to the vegetable section, he trailed behind her. She chose cabbage, and he followed suit. She picked broccoli, and so did he. Tang Nuanning then moved to the condiment aisle, with him in close pursuit. After a while, Tang Nuanning noticed something amiss, feeling constantly watched. The other shoppers in the supermarket seemed to glance at her intentionally, making her wonder if there was something amiss with her appearance. In reality, they were primarily observing Bo Yancheng. His exceptional handsomeness, impeccable physique, and remarkable demeanor inevitably draw attention. Furthermore, his conduct is quite peculiar. He persistently shadows the attractive woman ahead, mirroring her purchases. It is indeed an unusual way to navigate a supermarket. One might assume acquaintance, yet he refrains from any interaction. Conversely, if they're strangers, why does he replicate her selections, even following her to the feminine hygiene aisle? The saleswoman attending to the sanitary products discreetly inquired of Tang Nuanning. "Excuse me, miss, is that gentleman your husband? Have you two perhaps had a disagreement?" There's no need for embarrassment. Marital disputes are commonplace. Disagreements in the bedroom often resolve by morning. Don't be overly fastidious, especially considering how handsome your husband is. You must have noticed the bevy of young women casting longing glances his way since he entered. Should you sever ties today, declarations of affection would undoubtedly ensue. While you are also quite lovely, securing such a handsome partner is a rare feat. The majority of men available are rather unsightly. In my 30-odd years, I've seldom encountered such striking features. "You are truly fortunate, miss." Tang Nuanning was bewildered. "Husband? Disagreement? No one is following me. There must be some misunderstanding." "No misunderstanding. Everyone has observed him trailing you, duplicating your purchases. He's currently concealed behind the shelving, presumably seeking an opportune moment to apologize, albeit bashfully." Frowning slightly, Tang Nuanning bid farewell to the elder sister and steered her shopping cart to the opposite end of the shelf. Only then did Bo Yancheng emerge. Noticing Tang Nuanning's absence, he furrowed his brow as well. He approached the spot where she had been standing moments before and, without regard for the items, selected several packages and placed them in his cart. The elder sister couldn't resist striking up a conversation. Handsome, handsome. Buying these for your wife, are you?" Appeasing her after a quarrel. "I can tell you're a good man. Let me help you. Don't buy that one. Get this one. This is the best-selling item in the supermarket right now. Although it's a bit pricier, the quality is excellent. Your wife is so beautiful. This one is more fitting for her. Trust me, buy this one." The elder sister hoped to increase her sales, but Bo Yancheng was only interested in the same brand that Tang Nuanning had chosen. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, the elder sister simply added a few more packages to his shopping cart. Bo Yancheng didn't clarify his relationship with Tang Nuanning. After purchasing the sanitary napkins, he went to find her. As he looked up, he spotted her at the end of the shelf. Without him needing to search, she had revealed herself. Seeing her fierce expression, Bo Yancheng felt as though he had been caught stalking her, and his brow furrowed. He stood rooted to the spot, momentarily paralyzed. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. Although he was wearing a mask and sunglasses, she recognized him instantly. Damn it! How dare he stalk her? Tang Nuanning pushed her shopping cart toward him, her aura menacing. Seeing this, Bo Yancheng felt an inexplicable urge to flee. However, his masculine pride held him captive, unmoving. Drawing nearer, Tang Nuanning observed that the contents of his cart mirrored her own with uncanny precision, igniting her ire. She deliberately rammed her shopping cart into his with considerable force. "What do you think you're doing?" Thin Yin Shun furrowed his brow, retorting. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you stalking me?" She demanded. "I am not stalking you." He countered. "Then how do you explain buying the exact same items as me?" She challenged. "The supermarket is not your personal domain. I shall purchase whatever I please. If anything, I should be the one accusing you of imitation," he retorted. "Are you some kind of pervert?" she exclaimed. Bo Yancheng's face darkened. "Mind your tongue. After your behavior today, you dare to tell me to mind my tongue? Can you honestly claim that the items in your cart were not purchased in imitation of me?" The formidable CEO, Bo, adopted a defensive stance, stubbornly denying any wrongdoing, daring her to prove otherwise. "They were not. You deny it, do you? Then tell me, why would you purchase the same sanitary napkins as me? Is there some manufacturer's decree that only you are permitted to buy them? My point is, I buy sanitary napkins for my own use. What do you need them for?" "I use them," he declared. Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Seeing her at a loss for words, Bo Yancheng, presuming he had gained the upper hand, retorted, "Is it your contention that only you are permitted to use them? Your concern is unwarranted." With that, he proceeded to grab several more packets from the shelf, adding them to his cart. "I have been using this brand for quite some time," he stated, casting a mocking glance in Tang Nuanning's direction. Tang Nuanning stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting her anger as she gazed at him in disbelief. How could a grown man possibly need this? Who decreed that only women can use it? This is a feminine product. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, and he quickly cast a furtive glance at the item, in his haste to follow Tang Nuanning. He hadn't clearly seen what it was, mistakenly assuming it to be toilet paper. "Are you a pervert?" Tang Nuanning shot back. "I grabbed the wrong one. I've always used this brand of tissue," he lied. "That's a falsehood. This brand exclusively manufactures sanitary pads, not tissues. Do you dare to claim you weren't shadowing me while shopping? If you were a real man, you would admit it openly. Don't make me lose respect for you." Bo Yancheng felt as though his face was being ground into the dirt. With a glance around at the onlookers, he abandoned the shopping cart and pulled Tang Nuanning behind a nearby shelf. This particular shelf housed bedding items, such as comforters and quilts, and was currently devoid of other shoppers. "Let me go. Let me go," Tang Nuanning protested as she struggled against him. Bo Yancheng pulled her into the secluded space. pressing her against the shelf to prevent her escape. Chapter 88. Tang Nuanning. Let's clarify this. Both of their breaths were slightly labored, charged with frustration. "Get off me," Tang Nuanning exclaimed. Her face flushed as she attempted to push him away. Bo Yancheng remained steadfast, feeling akin to a cat pawing at his chest. "Behave. If you don't move aside, I'll call for help. You scoundrel, move away." She attempted to break free, but Bo Yancheng seized her wrist, raising it above her head. When she kicked, he pressed his body forward, rendering her immobile. Tang Nuanning, flustered and furious, cried for help. "Oh!" Bo Yancheng silenced her with his other hand, stifling her voice. "Be quiet. I admit I followed you today, but not for your sake. It is for Shun Bao. Shun Bao enjoys the meals you prepare, and I wish to observe the ingredients and seasonings you utilize." He had been shadowing Tang Nuanning all day for this very reason. Tang Nuanning shook her head, desperate to escape his grasp, but Bo Yancheng issued a warning. "I can release you, but if you dare to scream, I will cover your mouth again." He loosened his grip, and Tang Nuanning refrained from calling out, instead venting her frustration. "Are you insane? If you wish to know what ingredients and seasonings I use, why not just ask me? Don't you have a mouth? If you prefer silence, you could at least message me." Bo Yancheng was even angrier than she was. "If I ask you, will you respond? The moment you saw me, you told me to scram. Why would I tell you to leave? Don't you have any self-awareness?" "What self-awareness? I merely acted impulsively to save you. Are you accusing me of ingratitude? Why do you have to criticize me? Let me tell you, considering the incident at the unfinished building, I showed you mercy by not killing you on the spot. I refrained from doing so because I thought Shun Bao would be left if not to rescue you. Why else would I venture there? I had no need of your rescue." A fit of pique seized Bo Yancheng, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He had encountered unreasonable women before, but never one so utterly unappreciative. Had he known, he would have left her to a wretched fate at their hands. "You," Tang Nuanning retorted, her eyes brimming with tears. "I was not left to a wretched fate by them, but by you. I have already perished once. What more do you desire? You perish at my hands? You shall elucidate that statement." Tang Nuanning's eyes welled up with tears of indignation. Were it not for the sake of her children, she would have laid bare the events of that fateful year, confronting him directly, face to face, to settle the matter once and for all. "Cease your feigning. You shall not depart until you have clarified your words." Bo Yancheng glared at her, as a parent would chide an errant child. He believed he had committed no unforgivable act against Tang Nuanning. Initially, he had harbored suspicions about her motives for approaching him, but it was not as grave as she portrayed. Desecrated? Should those words reach the ears of others, they would assume he had subjected her to some unspeakable act. Tang Nuanning bit her lip, glaring at him with simmering resentment, wanting to speak but daring not to, left only to fume in impotent rage. Just as she was at a loss for a solution, her phone abruptly rang. She knew it must be Xia Tian arriving with the three little ones. The thought of Debao and Erbao caused Tang Nuanning's eyes to widen, her heart leaping into her throat. Bo Yancheng, observing her reaction, narrowed his eyes and reached for the phone. Tang Nuanning shook her head, shaking it vehemently. The more she protested, the more convinced Bo Yancheng became that the call held some significance. He directly reached into her pocket. Tang Ning erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What do you think you're doing? Don't touch me." He also retrieved her phone in the process. 3 words emblazoned on the screen caught Bo Yancheng's attention as he enunciated, "Paramour. Paramour, precious. Release me, you brute. What gives you the right to access my phone without my consent? How boorish and ill-mannered. Return it to me." So flustered. "If you wish to keep a secret, you must first keep it from yourself. Now that you've dared to seek a lover, are you afraid of others finding out? Paramour, is there perhaps a little lover as well? None of your business. Give me back my phone." How utterly shameless. Whether I am shameless or not is entirely irrelevant to you. You dog of a man, dare to answer my phone, and I'll make you regret it. It was a video call, no less. If he were to swipe the answer button, Precious's face, an uncanny replica of his own, would appear on the screen. Subsequently, they would discover their connection. Unthinkable, utterly unthinkable to contemplate what would ensue. Fortunately, just as Tang Ning was consumed by anxiety, the call disconnected automatically. Tang Ning's body went limp as she gasped for breath. Alas, the next moment, the phone rang again. The screen displayed, Paramour number 2. The derision in Bo Yancheng's eyes was palpable to even the most unobservant. However, before Tang Nuanning could utter a word, he abruptly released her, tossing the phone into her hands. You are correct. Your sense of shame has nothing to do with me. My demands are rather simple. I merely wish for you to take care of Shen Bao. I am indifferent to your personal life, as long as you do not impart your vices onto Shen Bao. If you care for him well, you shall reap the rewards. Should you fail, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he uttered the final words, Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes brimming with threats and warnings. Yet, Tang Nuanning was too preoccupied to heed these warnings. She hurriedly cradled the phone to her chest, protecting it fiercely, fearful that Bo Yancheng might snatch it away. The second lover was Heir, and she could not afford to answer this video call just yet. After delivering his admonition, Bo Yancheng turned to leave, allowing her heart to finally settle. Yet, misfortune seldom comes alone. A glance revealed Tang Heir emerging from the end of the shelf. It was evident that the little one had spotted her as well, his eyes lighting up as he scampered towards her. Tang Nuanning was nearly paralyzed with fear. She grasped Bo Yancheng's arm just as he was about to turn away, disregarding the phone that fell to the ground. With 2 sharp slaps, the small hand struck Bo Yancheng's face simultaneously. This time, it was Bo Yancheng who was incensed. What on earth? Tang Nuanning caught a glimpse of the approaching Tang Heir, her tongue stumbling over her words. Why you? You should go that way. How do I go that way? He retorted. The shelf is against the wall. It's a dead end. Tang Nuanning was utterly at a loss, trembling with anxiety. Bo Yancheng detected something unusual. He sensed a small figure rushing towards him. As he turned to look, Tang Nuanning forcefully grasped his face, preventing him from seeing. The more she resisted, the stronger his desire to glimpse the source became. He pried her hands away, just as Tang Nuanning suddenly lunged at him. She stood on her toes, attempting to kiss him. Lacking a better way to divert his attention, she resorted to this method. Bo Yancheng was taken aback. In his moment of surprise, he stumbled backward into a shelf, causing it to topple over. As a result of inertia, Tang Nuanning followed suit and fell as well. Mummy! Tang Heir cried out in alarm, rushing towards them. Chapter 89. Mummy, are you in a relationship? In a critical moment, Xia Tiantian appeared. She noticed Tang Nuanning's wildly flailing arms and realized something was amiss, swiftly grabbing Tang Heir to pull him away. Tang Heir zesit et limin got mot. Mummy has fallen. It's all right. We'll check on her later. Look, that shelf is filled with blankets, soft and harmless. But I saw Mummy with a man, and they seem to be kissing. Xia Tiantian's eyes lit up. Really? Yes. Mummy was the one who initiated the kiss. Xia Tiantian exclaimed. Oh dear, such juicy gossip. I'm dying to know what happens next. But no, taking care of the children is far more important than indulging in gossip. If Nuanning is keeping the children away, she must have her reasons. I cannot hinder her efforts. Xia Tiantian pressed down her heart, which was wildly beating with a desire for gossip. Heir, put on your mask first. We must find a Bao and San Bao. However, there was no room for hesitation. Mommy will be fine. Trust your godmother. After declaring this, Xia Tiantian picked up Tang Heir and departed, denying the little one any chance to turn back. On this side, witnessing Xia Tiantian take away Heir, Tang Nuanning finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Her body weakened, collapsing onto Bo Yancheng's chest. He lay there, his back cushioned by soft blankets, while a certain someone clung to him with an endearing weight. Although he was unharmed, he was quite exasperated. What was this woman doing? Once again, taking advantage of him. How delightfully romantic it all seemed. Like a scene from a film. Being good-looking certainly has its perks. Knocking over a shelf appeared as if it were a moment from an idle drama. Captivating to the eye. Haha, aren't they the quarreling couple from before? Clearly, they've made up. In marriage, there is no lingering resentment. After a spat, a kiss and a hug suffice to reconcile. The onlookers chuckled, exchanging knowing glances. Bo Yancheng, who inherently detested being the center of attention, now found himself under scrutiny. Not only was he being watched, but rumors were also swirling around. To add to his frustration, Tang Nuanning had kissed him once more, though separated by a mask. His irritation was palpable. Lying on the blankets, he fixed a fierce glare at Tang Nuanning. His expression darkened. The anger caused the veins in his neck to protrude. He was rendered speechless, his beautifully thin lips pressed tightly together, eyes locked on Tang Nuanning, his chest rising and falling in agitation. Tang Nuanning only realized her situation after hearing others' discussions, discovering that she was unexpectedly leaning against someone. She hurriedly stood up, her cheeks flushed, and stammered an apology. Bo Yancheng, without uttering a single word, shot her a death glare filled with fury before rising and storming out. Tang Nuanning felt a sense of relief wash over her as he left, although the embarrassment lingered. The memory of having initiated a kiss still ignited a blush on her ears. Even with a mask covering her face, the intensity of the moment was undeniable. She had no alternative means to divert his attention. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to such a desperate action. A young saleswoman approached, momentarily neglecting her task of organizing the shelves to inquire, "Miss, is he your boyfriend or husband? He must be a big star, right?" Tang Nuanning's lips twitched in distress. "No." "Oh, don't be shy. You two are quite a match. It's such a pity he's wearing sunglasses and a mask. We can't see his face, but judging by his demeanor, he must be exceptionally handsome." Tang Nuanning could only manage a silent response. After apologizing to the saleswoman and assisting in tidying up the merchandise, she rushed to find Xia Tian and the three little ones. Upon meeting, the youngest of the trio asked, "Mummy, why is your face so red?" "Your ears are red too." Feeling embarrassed, Tang Nuanning explained, "I was helping the saleswoman organize the goods. It got a bit warm." The little one accepted this explanation, believing it to be true. Just as she was about to change the subject, Tang Erbao, the straightforward child, suddenly inquired, "Mummy, who was that uncle you kissed just now?" "Heavens!" Tang Nuanning exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. "I witnessed everything," Tang Erbao stated. Mommy initiated a passionate embrace, even rising onto her toes to kiss him. When that gentleman stumbled, he encircled Mommy's waist, just like the couples in television dramas. You were engaged in affectionate displays. Tang Nuanning was mortified. Such innocent candor. She wished the earth would swallow her whole. Not only were her face and ears flushed, but her neck was also crimson. Is Mommy involved in a romantic relationship? Not yet, she responded, unwilling to fabricate a falsehood. Just as she was at a loss for words, De Bao interjected, offering a solution. Bao, Mommy is a young woman. Such direct inquiries will only embarrass her. "Oh, how should I inquire then?" Tang Bao asked, his expression innocent. Tang De Bao glanced at his mother before replying, refrained from asking altogether. It is Mommy's personal secret. With that, he led Bao and San Bao toward the toy section, diverting their attention by engaging them in toy selection. De Bao is truly a considerate young man. So what is the situation? Who did you kiss? The man who could elicit such affection from you must be someone you truly admire. Tell me everything. I am eager to hear. Admiration? Nonsense. Tang Nuanning retorted, exasperated. It was Shun Bao's father. He has been stalking me, purchasing everything I buy. Unable to contain my frustration, I confronted him, only for him to deny it, resulting in a heated argument between us. Unexpectedly, Bao appeared. If he had seen Bao, it would have been disastrous. In a moment of desperation, I held his face. Cough. I only kissed him to divert his attention, and he was wearing a mask, nonetheless. Xia Tian was terrified. Could it be him? You thought otherwise? Goodness. I was fortunate to have reacted quickly and taken Bao away. You performed excellently. I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg tonight. Yet, Xia Tian remained apprehensive. Why is he following you and buying what you purchase? He claimed it was because Shun Bao enjoys my cooking and wanted to see what ingredients and seasonings I use. Wouldn't he just ask you? No, you cannot see him now. That reasoning does hold some water. Tang Nuanning pursed her lips, regardless of the circumstances. Letting Bao witness me kissing him today was far from ideal. It left me with a sense of inadequacy as a role model for my child. I must be more cautious in the future since the chances of an accidental encounter in the same city are significant. Tian remarked. Tang Nuanning nodded gravely indeed. Caution is necessary. Jin City is rather small, making chance meetings quite likely. She should hasten to seek a divorce from Bo Yancheng. She must leave this place with the children. Tomorrow, she would ensure Bo Yancheng accompanied her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Chapter 90. Want to pursue her? In the evening, Tang Nuanning prepared a lavish meal. She thoughtfully packed a portion separately for Shun Bao and contacted He Jingcheng to collect it at the entrance of the residential complex. He Jingcheng was deeply moved, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Ms. Tang. You've gone to so much trouble. Tang Nuanning disliked his casual address, Ms. Tang, as if they were well acquainted. However, she refrained from correcting him, as she wished to avoid unnecessary conversation. He Jingcheng presented her with an exquisite handbag, adorned with the Hermes logo, clearly a valuable item. This is a small token of my appreciation for your kindness in preparing delicious food for Shun Bao. Tang Nuanning declined the gift, stating there's no need. Your assistance in arranging a meeting with Bo Yancheng tomorrow will suffice. Rest assured, he replied. Everything is arranged. He will undoubtedly be there on time tomorrow. Tang Nuanning's heart was now at ease. He Jingcheng raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Has he been following you? Tang Nuanning offered no explanation. He Jingcheng, carrying the lunchbox, entered a limited edition Maybach parked by the roadside. Bo Yancheng was seated inside, smoking. Upon entering the car, He Jingcheng impishly inquired, "Have you been tailing her?" Bo Yancheng frowned, asking, "What did she say?" "She said you're trying to woo her." Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, becoming frighteningly cold. In an instant, he flung open the car door, as if to seek clarification from Tang Nuanning. He Jingcheng swiftly restrained him, exclaiming, "Can't you take a joke? I was merely teasing you." She didn't say that. However, she did mention that regarding matters concerning Shun Bao, you may contact her by phone and to refrain from following her. So, the surveillance has commenced, has it? Is this genuine affection burgeoning? Begone. Upon returning to Sunshine City residences, Mr. He and Mr. Bo ascended together. Young Shun Bao was still ensconced by the window, attended by Uncle Yang. Following Uncle Yang's departure, Mr. He approached Shun Bao with cordiality. "Greetings, young Shun Bao. Your godfather has come a visit." Shun Bao, however, remained aloof, treating him as if he were not there. As Mr. He attempted to touzle Shun Bao's hair, the boy deftly evaded him, casting a glare in his direction. "Mr." He was filled with a mixture of helplessness and compassion. Mr. Bo beckoned. "I've had your favorite dumplings prepared. Come, partake." At this, Shun Bao arose, cleansed his hands in the lavatory, and seated himself at the dining table. Mr. Bo arranged the repast, which included the morning's dumplings and egg pancakes, along with a portion of rice, 4 side dishes, and a soup, a diverse assortment, albeit in modest quantities. Mr. He remarked, "The presentation is indeed appealing, but where is yours?" It was evident that Ms. Tang had only prepared provisions for Shun Bao, omitting him. Mr. Bo cast a stern glance at Mr. He, bidding him to silence. Under the gaze of the two men, Shun Bao picked up a dumpling and consumed it, then proceeded to partake of the rice and side dishes. They watched with gratification. Shun Bao seemed particularly fond of the braised eggplant, frequently selecting it. Mr. He inquired, "Does Shun Bao have a fondness for this dish?" Shun Bao's eyes widened, utterly astonished. Regardless of his antics in Shun Bao's presence, the child had previously remained oblivious, treating him as if he were invisible. As He Jingxing departed, the two stood downstairs, indulging in cigarettes. It must be acknowledged that Tang Nuanning possesses a certain aptitude. Despite engaging numerous chefs to prepare meals, none could capture Shun Bao's palate, yet she succeeded. Why not simply invite her to the residence to care for Shun Bao? Bo Yancheng, with furrowed brows, flicked ash from his cigarette. She visited once, but Shun Bao took a dislike to her and dismissed her. Indeed, he favors her culinary creations, but not her person? Affirmative. That child likely perceives Tang Nuanning as too comely, instilling in him a sense of insecurity, presuming you and Tang Nuanning are to become involved. Bo Yancheng silently puffed on a cigarette. That is approximately the sentiment. Shun Bao has consistently disapproved of my interactions with other women. He is acting as a guardian on behalf of his mother. He, Jingqing suggested, endeavor to foster further interaction between them. Tang Nuanning represents an opportunity. Should Shun Bao develop an affinity for her cooking, he might also embrace her as an individual. Once he accepts her, subsequent developments will invariably progress positively. Affirmative. By the way, she inquired again today regarding the meeting tomorrow at midday. Do you genuinely intend to meet her? Have you resolved to disclose your identity? Bo Yancheng flicked ash from his cigarette, pensive. He Jingqing remarked, do not equivocate. I have assured her of your presence. Should you fail to attend tomorrow, how shall I account for your absence? Where shall I direct my countenance? Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow slightly. I shall meet her tomorrow. Excellent. Following He Jingqing's departure, Bo Yancheng ascended the stairs as well. Deep Bao has completely devoured the food on the dining table, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. Bo Yancheng, in astonishment, asked, finished already? Are you full? He gazed at the plates that appeared as if they had been licked clean by a dog for quite some time. Subsequently, he placed a call to the nutritionist to inquire about the maximum amount of food a child of Deep Bao's age could consume. Previously, Deep Bao had eaten delicately like a cat, but now he resembled a little tiger, voraciously consuming everything in sight. Upon learning that it was perfectly acceptable for Deep Bao to eat such a substantial amount, Bo Yancheng was engulfed in profound guilt. It dawned on him that it wasn't that Deep Bao was eating excessively today. Rather, it was that he had previously been deprived of enough nourishment. Deep Bao's previous portion sizes were akin to those of a 3-year-old, yet he was already 5. Bo Yancheng chastised himself for being an inadequate father, unaware of how much his child should eat, while simultaneously feeling a pang of compassion. However, looking at the empty plates on the table, he felt a flicker of solace. All things considered, it was a positive sign that Deep Bao could eat well now. Bo Yancheng rolled up his sleeves, gathered the empty plates and cutlery to wash them in the kitchen, and decided to prepare a bowl of noodles for himself. He had thought that Tang Nuanning might bring him a portion as well, but it seemed he was mistaken. Just as he finished his noodles, his phone rang. It was Liu Bei calling. Yancheng, that bald man has become a vegetable. Who? The bald man who fainted on Miss Tang today at the unfinished building. The police took him to the People's Hospital. My junior is there and just informed me. What caused this? The key point is that his subordinates claim he was rendered unconscious by Miss Tang. Bewildered, Bo Yancheng questioned Tang Nuanning. Chapter 91. Bo Yancheng, avoiding me, unwilling to meet? It is said that when the bald man was oppressing Miss Tang, she suddenly exploded, acting as if she were deranged, constantly claiming they forced her. Then, before anyone could discern her actions, the bald man abruptly fainted. Some underlings suspect that, unaccustomed to such pulchritude, he succumbed to a sudden excitement. That rationale lacks plausibility. Bo Yancheng inquired. Were there no toxins detected within his system? None. Instruct your junior to monitor him. Apprise me of any novel discoveries. Understood. Upon terminating the call, Bo Yancheng ignited a cigarette. Today, upon his arrival, the man was sprawled atop Tang Nuanning. How could an individual without pre-existing conditions suddenly lapse into a vegetative state? What actions did Tang Nuanning perpetrate? Could Tang Nuanning elude the gazes of the multitude and, before the very eyes of witnesses, reduce a grown man to a vegetable within moments? Her prowess would be formidable indeed. Bo Yancheng remained unconvinced. In his estimation, Tang Nuanning, while not entirely devoid of merit, certainly possessed a less than stellar intellect. A doltish woman, prone to tears rather than cunning. Meanwhile, the doltish woman, Tang Nuanning, had just concluded her evening repast and was tidying the kitchen. Xia Tian, having visited the restroom, hastily returned, brandishing her mobile phone. Ning, behold! Calamity has befallen the Su family. The Su family has abruptly declared bankruptcy, burdened by insurmountable debts, and has listed their Jean City villa and other properties for sale. Furthermore, their vehicles and even Madame Su's jewelry and handbags are being liquidated. Suhan has already gone abroad, purportedly driven mad, and sent away for treatment. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. This news was utterly unexpected. Indeed, it was quite sudden. Yet upon contemplation, it was not entirely surprising. Today, Su Han had created a significant debacle, incurring the wrath of He Xiao. When He Xiao was angered, anything could transpire. Tang Nuanning did not contest this. She too believed that the incident concerning the Su family was orchestrated by He Jingcheng. She felt no sympathy for Su Han. She was no saint, unable to wish well for someone who had wronged her. Instead, she was astonished by the power wielded by capitalists. The Su family, despite their wealth, had suffered such consequences from offending powerful interests. If ordinary citizens like herself were in their position, it could very well cost them their lives. Thus, it was far wiser to maintain a distance from such individuals. Avoidance would prevent any offense. Regardless, she resolved to finalize her divorce tomorrow and immediately thereafter leave the city and certain individuals behind. The following day, Tang Nuanning had initially planned to forego breakfast, but the image of the little figure of Shun Bao lingered in her mind. Consequently, she decided to prepare breakfast and deliver it to the Sunshine City community. She did not reach out to Bo Yancheng and carried the breakfast towards the entrance of the building. Her intention was to place the meal at the doorstep and then send a message to inform him, allowing him to collect it without any face-to-face interaction. She had no desire to see him at all. However, fate had other plans. Upon reaching the entrance, she was met with his presence. Tang Nuanning froze in place. It was barely 6 o'clock, and the community was still relatively deserted, with him being the sole occupant in her line of sight. He stood by the flower bed, clad in a black turtleneck sweater and a mid-length coat, a cigarette resting between his fingers, occasionally lifted to his lips for a puff. Against the backdrop of a snow-laden landscape, he resembled a black rose. However, likening him to a rose feels somewhat inappropriate. His features are distinctly chiseled, and when his brows furrow, he exudes an air of icy detachment, devoid of any floral delicacy. Only the coldness of indifference remains. Yet coldness aside, none could deny his striking handsomeness. He is undeniably attractive, standing at a height of 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. His long legs command attention, whether he is standing or seated, his posture always impeccably straight. His physique is admirable, and his features are beyond reproach. Otherwise, he would not be mistaken for a celebrity even during a mundane trip to the supermarket. It is evident that Bo Yancheng has also taken notice of her. He had suffered from insomnia the previous night, unable to find rest. He had hoped she would prepare breakfast for Shun Bao that morning. Yet the recollection of her affectionate gesture towards him at the supermarket ignited his frustration, leading him to desire solitude. This matter had tormented him throughout the night as he oscillated between reaching out to her and refraining from doing so. Ultimately, he chose silence, resulting in an entire night of sleeplessness. This morning, he found himself descending the stairs, unsure of the motivation behind his actions, yet he dressed impeccably. With no clear purpose in mind, he lit a cigarette. However, before he could finish smoking it, Tang Nuanning appeared. In that moment, it seemed as though he had descended specifically to await her arrival. They locked eyes, neither of them uttering a word or taking a step forward, standing a distance of 7 or 8 meters apart, staring at one another in silence. Time slipped away, and eventually a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Tang Nuanning to sneeze. Reluctant to take a taxi, she had ridden over on Xia Tiantian's electric scooter, which now rested at the entrance of the community. The invigorating chill of riding an electric scooter on a winter morning is a sensation only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Though she donned a mask and a hat, the biting cold wind pierced through her, leaving her feeling utterly chilled. Achoo! Tang Nuanning sneezed again, seemingly catching a slight chill. Observing this, Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, then extinguished his cigarette, taking the initiative to approach her. As Tang Nuanning noticed him advancing, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within her, compelling her to consider retreating. His frigid demeanor felt as though he were approaching her for confrontation. Gripping the thermos tightly, she stood her ground, straightening her back and forcing herself to remain resolute. After all, she had committed no wrongdoing. Why should she cower? If she showed fear, he would grow stronger. If she stood firm, he would weaken. With this thought, she cleared her throat, knitted her brows, and glared at him, silently proclaiming, "I am not afraid of you in the slightest." Bo Yancheng shot her a glance, halting before her. Upon noticing the thermos in her hand, he understood, and his tone inadvertently softened somewhat. Of course, this was only in relative terms. He remained colder than the average person. Bringing breakfast to Shenbao? He inquired. Why didn't you contact me in advance? I have other matters to attend to. I plan to leave the breakfast at the door and depart, she replied. Are you avoiding me? Unwilling to meet? Tang Nuanning blinked, looking at him with surprise. Is it really necessary to ask so directly? Bo Yancheng replied. I'm not a monster. As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, I will not act against you. I have no ulterior motives. However, I hope that the situation at the bar, as well as what transpired yesterday at the supermarket, will not recur in the future. Your personal affairs are of no concern to me, but do not set your sights on me. I shall not be ensnared in your affections. Tang Nuanning glared, taken aback. Ensnared in her affections? Was he implying that she was a siren, keeping a collection of handsome men? Tang Nuanning was about to retort, but he continued, I shall not be ungenerous in compensating you for delivering meals to Shenbao, as previously agreed, at 10,000 per diem. Upon the mention of money, Tang Nuanning swallowed her words. What? Do you mean, though you have not met Shenbao, he relishes the meals you provide, and that is to your credit. As per our prior agreement, each day shall offset 10,000 in debt. Once Shenbao accepts you, your commission shall be calculated separately. Tang Nuanning's eyes gleamed, and she instantly perceived the man as more magnanimous, even more handsome. Chapter 92, Aspiring to be a wife, not a nanny? Although she delivered meals to Shenbao out of genuine care, it would be imprudent to decline remuneration. 10,000 per diem, even as debt repayment, would make life more promising. Did he consume all of last night's dishes? Tang Nuanning Indeed, he devoured them. He was particularly fond of the stir-fried vegetables. Ah, the stir-fried vegetables. Very well. I shall prepare another serving for him at noon. Under the influence of his monetary prowess, Tang Nuanning's demeanor softened. Another gust of frigid wind swept through, causing her to twitch her nose. Her petite nose was flushed with cold. As he turned to head towards the apartment building entrance, Tang Nuanning quickly added, I shall refrain from entering, lest Shenbao awakens and becomes agitated upon seeing me again. He will not awaken until 6:30. It was just past 6 o'clock, and Tang Nuanning hesitated to enter. With Shenbao still asleep, the room was left with only the two of them, a man and a woman, which felt rather inappropriate. Bo Yancheng had already reached the entrance of the building, and noticing her still lost in thought, he frowned and suggested she go inside to fetch something. What should I get? He did not respond, instead striding up the stairs with his long legs. Tang Nuanning, after a brief moment of hesitation, followed him with a thermos in hand. As they ascended the stairs, they encountered an elderly couple descending from the opposite door. Upon seeing them, the couple greeted warmly, Oh, is this little Bo's wife? She is truly beautiful. Tang Nuanning zipli hu. No, that's not correct. Then who is she? Just a housekeeper, the elderly couple said, slightly embarrassed, before continuing down the stairs. Tang Nuanning could still hear their murmurs. Why aren't they a couple? Just look at them. They seem like a match made in heaven. A perfect couple. There are plenty of handsome and beautiful pairs. Not all are destined to be together, she thought to herself. You don't understand. If you were to compare their birth dates, you'd see they are indeed fated to be together, as if arranged by the heavens, inseparable. Tang Nuanning sighed. Let's go inside. Bo Yancheng had already reached the door and opened it. As she ascended the final steps, she couldn't help but mutter, I'm not your housekeeper. Would you prefer to be my wife instead? He teased. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed. Stop talking nonsense. With a detached demeanor, Bo Yancheng expressed his indifference, stating his lack of interest in her. Following this, he entered the house. Tang Nuanning's lips pursed slightly as her eyes widened in disbelief. Did he just imply that he deemed her unworthy? Did he presume that she held any regard for him? In a fit of pique, Tang Nuanning felt a surge of anger, contemplating emptying the insulated container over his head. However, the thought of her financial considerations tempered her impulse. Upon entering the house, she exchanged her shoes for slippers and placed the insulated container on the dining table. Still clad in her outerwear, it was evident that she did not intend to linger. Her initial intention was to retrieve an item, but upon entering, she found herself drawn to the room where Shun Bao resided. May I visit Shun Bao? She inquired. I haven't seen him recently, and I miss him quite a bit. Yes, Bo Yancheng replied without hesitation. Are you certain that Shun Bao is still asleep? Her primary concern was to avoid agitating him, lest it deter him from consuming the meal she prepared, thereby diminishing her chances of establishing a closer connection with him. Bo Yancheng cast a sidelong glance at the clock adorning the wall, noting that Shun Bao would awaken in 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning promptly pushed open the door and entered the room. The room was dimly lit, and she tiptoed towards the bed. Upon beholding Shun Bao's countenance, her heart skipped a beat. His resemblance to the Bao and Heir Bao was uncanny. The mere sight of him evoked memories of the Bao and Heir Bao. The little one lay supine, with the blanket drawn up to his chest, fast asleep. Tang Nuanning carefully sat down and couldn't resist caressing his delicate face. How could his mother bear to abandon such a beautiful and endearing child? What were her motivations? If it were her, she would never abandon him, not even at the cost of her own life. Even if she harbors no affection for the aloof father of her child and departure is inevitable, she would undoubtedly devise a strategy to abscond with her offspring. Withdrew her hand from his cheek, intending to palpate his pulse. Abruptly seized her wrist, exclaiming, "Mommy!" Was taken aback. Who was standing at the doorway, furrowed his brow slightly. Both individuals remained frozen in place, refraining from movement or sound, even their respiration becoming subdued. In the subsequent moment, abruptly opened his eyes, gazing intently at, was alarmed, holding her breath and refraining from even the slightest gasp, apprehensive that would erupt in fury in the ensuing moment. Scrutinized her for a fleeting moment before abruptly sitting up, his eyes brimming with elation. Mommy was utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in bewilderment as she glanced at, then hastily turned her head towards, seeking his assistance and guidance on how to proceed. Was evidently unprepared for this unforeseen circumstance. He strode towards the bedside, was effervescent. Observing his son's exuberant expression, was lost in contemplation. How long had it been since it smiled so radiantly? How long had it been since it had experienced such unadulterated joy? Witnessing his current state, experienced a surge of trepidation. After all, during their previous encounter with, he had erupted in a fit of considerable anger. Why, upon this occasion, had he suddenly mistaken her for his mother? Had his fixation on his mother intensified? Had his condition deteriorated further? Knitted his brow, his countenance etched with apprehension. Are you dreaming? I am not dreaming, am I? Daddy can't perceive Mommy? Look, Mommy is right here. Turned his head towards. His countenance bore a semblance of gravity. She had, at this juncture, regained her composure. She fixed her gaze upon for a protracted moment before uttering, in a gentle cadence, "Direct your gaze towards me, and enumerate with me, shall we?" Yes, shall heed Mommy's instructions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Snapped her fingers, whereupon abruptly collapsed upon the bed. Was on the cusp of advancing when he perceives condition, which gave him pause. He was cognizant that had induced a hypnotic state in. She, like other pediatric psychologists, had been assiduously seeking an opportunity to venture into psychological realm. However, the opportunity had remained elusive, owing to's heightened vigilance, excessive sensitivity, and aloofness, precluding others from drawing near. This juncture presented an opportunity. Dared not intrude, nor did he depart, remaining in situ to accompany them. He had heard tell that the psychological landscapes of children afflicted with mental disorders could reflect their inner thoughts and physical condition. He yearned to behold the nature of psychological world. Chapter 93. Would temperament permit you to coerce him? After a brief interval, S respiration abruptly quickened, and a fine sheen of perspiration beaded upon her brow. Furrowed his brow, exclaiming, S eyes welled with tears, his current state is dire. He held his breath, suppressing the tempestuous emotions within. What ails him? Bereft of inner illumination, hydration, or any semblance of vitality. His inner world was a desolate expanse of fog and sand. He lay prostrate in the barren desert, grievously wounded and on the verge of expiration. A jarring resonance echoed within Bo Yancheng's mind. On the verge of expiration? Elucidate. His spiritual self teetered precariously. Should he succumb, his corporeal form would what? Perish. Tang Nuanning elucidated. When his inner world is devoid of vigor and conviction, his corporeal self loses the will to persevere. He will seek any means of self-annihilation. A common denouement for children afflicted with severe psychological ailments. Impossible. I deceived him into believing that his biological mother had been located. Should he not be elated and anticipatory? Why then is he so grievously wounded? You deceived him into believing that his mother had been located? Affirmative. Bo Yancheng. Silence pervaded the room until the shrill of an alarm clock shattered the stillness. It was 6:30, Shun Bao's hour of awakening. Yet he remained dormant. Tang Nuanning explained, I induced a hypnotic state in him earlier. He requires further repose. Bo Yancheng remained mute. Tang Nuanning, too, was at a loss for words. Shun Bao persistently rebuffed her advances, precluding her from administering psychological guidance. Mental afflictions cannot be solely remedied through pharmacological intervention. After a considerable interval, perceiving that Shun Bao was on the verge of awakening, Tang Nuanning rose to depart. Bo Yancheng glanced at Shun Bao and followed Tang Nuanning out of the chamber. There's no need for you to escort me, she stated, noticing his intent to leave as well. Bo Yancheng remained silent, merely retrieving a muffler from the rack near the portal and tossing it to her. It was clearly a child's item, soft and adorned with a diminutive monster motif, presumably belonging to Shun Bao. Tang Nuanning paused, taken aback. You summoned me up here merely to proffer this? Bo Yancheng offered no rejoinder, closing the portal and descending the stairs. Tang Nuanning lingered for a moment, then followed suit. Bo Yancheng was still standing in his previous location, igniting a cigarette and smoking in silence. Observing him, Tang Nuanning felt a sudden pang of pity. Perhaps it was a shared experience of parenthood that allowed her to comprehend the sentiments of parents in the wake of a child's misfortune. However, she was unable to offer assistance at present. She could only offer, should Shun Bao exhibit any aberrant behavior upon awakening, you may contact me. If he becomes unusually irritable, administer the medication I previously provided. It's best to avoid sedatives for children if possible. Bo Yancheng, his countenance somber, smoked in silence, offering no words. Amidst the frozen earth and pristine snow, he stood alone, brows furrowed as he drew on his cigarette, evoking a sense of desolation. Had his demeanor been less rigid, more pliant, it would have been a portrait of utter devastation. Tang Nuanning frowned, her lips pursed, unable to articulate her feelings. Although she harbored no desire for his well-being, she found no satisfaction in the present moment. She had once encountered a case online where a father, unwilling to invest the necessary attention and effort into his child afflicted with bipolar disorder, heartlessly confined him with iron chains akin to a dog in a cage. When exposed, the little one was found curled up in a corner of the cage, covered in filth and ice cold, no longer breathing. Some are parents in name only, while others are veritable demons. While she harbored considerable animosity towards Bo Chun, suspecting him as the perpetrator of a past transgression, she acknowledged her unfamiliarity with his true character. He might not be an upright individual, but he undoubtedly possessed the qualities of a devoted father, evident in his concern for Shun Bao. Tang Nuanning approached the electric scooter, brushed off the snow, and after a moment's hesitation, donned the scarf he had given her before departing the residential complex. The scarf was soft and warm to the touch. No sooner had Tang Nuanning left than a photograph of her, surreptitiously taken while observing Bo Yancheng, was transmitted to Shun Juyue's mobile phone. Vixen, she dares to seduce Yancheng. Father accuses me of creating unnecessary drama, of being histrionic. Mother, can you see now that my suspicions are justified? Zhao Meiwan, Shun Juyue's mother, scrutinized the photograph with narrowed eyes, her gaze filled with ruthless intent. Despite being nearly 50, Zhao Meiwan was remarkably well-preserved, appearing no older than 40, a quintessential trophy wife. She was Shun Jiang's second wife, a classic case of a mistress successfully ascending to the position of spouse. In the second year of her affair with Shun Jiang, his original wife passed away. The year, she married Shun Jiang and gave birth to Shun Jiayue. Shun Jiang's son died. The intricacies of these events are too complex to be summarized briefly. Zhao Meiwan could be described as a formidable and intelligent woman, capable of ruthless actions. Speak to me, mother. Do you perceive innocence in the way she gazes upon Yancheng? Unacceptable. I must devise a plan to eliminate her. Shen Jiaoyu exclaimed, reaching for her phone. Zhao Meiwan intercepted her, seizing the device. I have implored you on numerous occasions to maintain composure in the face of adversity. Are you acquainted with this woman? Have you investigated the nature of her relationship with Yancheng? Shen Jiaoyu retorted vehemently. Is an investigation even necessary? It is evident that she is attempting to seduce Yancheng. Zhao Meiwan pursed her lips. To prevail, one must possess comprehensive knowledge of the adversary. If you confront her without sufficient understanding, you will be the one to suffer. Furthermore, how dare you contemplate direct action against her? Has the fate of the Su family taught you nothing? Have you disregarded Yancheng's warnings? Should you persist in this impetuous manner, the Shen family risks sharing a similar destiny with the Su family. Shen Jiaoyu's eyes widened. Impossible. I saved Shen Bao's life. I am his savior. Yancheng would never treat me in such a manner. Moreover, it was he Jingcheng, not Yancheng, who bankrupted the Su family. Nonsense. Fao Mei Huan counterth. He Jingcheng could not have acted so ruthlessly without Yancheng's tacit influence. Furthermore, refrain from incessantly proclaiming your life-saving benevolence toward Shen Bao. An unspoken act of kindness is a virtue, but to constantly reiterate it transforms it into coercion. Do you believe Yancheng, with his temperament, would tolerate being subjected to such pressure? Then what course of action do you propose? Shen Jiaoyu inquired. This contemptible woman, Tang Nuanning, is evidently prepared for anything. She has only been here for a few days, yet Yancheng already shields her so fiercely. If she is not dealt with promptly, they may very well become a couple. Rest assured, Yancheng is yours exclusively. I would never permit him to be with another woman. As Shen Meiwan uttered these words, her phone chimed, prompting her to glance at the screen, her eyes narrowing. Chapter 94. Nuanning. Am I a lecherous woman? Following an undisclosed conversation, Zhao Meijuan's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Understood. Upon terminating the call, she addressed Shen Jiaoyu. The investigation is complete. Yancheng harbors no affection for her. His association with her stems solely from Shen Bao. She possesses expertise in child psychology, and Yancheng seeks her assistance in treating Shen Bao's condition. What does this imply? She can cure Shen Bao. Panic ensued in Shen Jiaoyu. If she genuinely possesses the ability to ameliorate Shen Bao's ailment, Yancheng would concede anything, even his life. Zhao Meiwan remained composed. She is incapable. She lacks credentials and is merely a charlatan. Her fortuitous assistance to Fu Zixuan has instilled false hope in Yancheng. A charlatan? Are you suggesting she is exploiting Shen Bao to ingratiate herself with Yancheng? Affirmative. Then we must expose her forthwith. Unnecessary. If she can exploit Shen Bao, so can we. Mother, what course of action do you propose? Shen Meijuan's eyes gleamed with calculation. Bear in mind that we are not alone in our desire for that little bastard's demise. Certain members of the Bo family share our sentiment. Should we inform them that Tang Nuanning possesses the ability to save Shen Bao? How do you believe they will react? Shen Jiaoyu blinked, her eyes widening. They would undoubtedly assassinate Tang Nuanning. They would undoubtedly ensure that Shen Bao does not survive. Mother, are you attempting to wield a knife in a treacherous manner? Unbeknownst to Tang Nuanning, there lurked a sinister plot against her, one that sought her very life. She sat before her computer, diligently searching for relevant medical cases concerning Shen Bao. Perhaps it was due to the striking resemblance between Shen Bao and his siblings, or perhaps it was the way Shen Bao, in a moment of confusion, had called her mummy. But she felt an overwhelming desire to assist him. She yearned for him to recover, to live joyfully like a normal child. Tang Nuanning remained at her computer for over 3 continuous hours, rising only when it was time to prepare lunch. She felt a tinge of disappointment at her inability to uncover particularly useful information. To alleviate Shen Bao's condition, the most effective approach would be to immerse herself in his life, to observe him, understand him, and ultimately facilitate his transformation, helping him emerge from the shadows of his psyche. Yet, his volatile reactions upon seeing her left her pondering how to truly integrate into his world. Ding, ding, ding. Her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from He Jingsheng. It suddenly reminded her of her meeting with Bo Yancheng scheduled for noon. In her preoccupation with Shunbao, Tang Nuanning had nearly overlooked this significant engagement. She promptly answered, "Hello, Xiao Tang. We are meeting at the Londai CAF at noon today. Is everything all right on your end?" "Everything is fine. I will be there on time." "Great, I just wanted to confirm. Everything is set with Yancheng as well. So do enjoy your discussion over lunch." "Okay." After hanging up, Tang Nuanning glanced at the time, hastily washed her face in the bathroom to refresh herself, and then dove back into the kitchen. Having prepared lunch, she barely had time to take a bite before hastily packing it up and riding out on her electric scooter. Upon arriving at Sunshine Community, she sent a message to Bo Yancheng, stating, "I'm at the entrance of your community. Please come down." Quickly securing her scooter, she dashed over. However, in her haste, her foot slipped, causing her to tumble to the ground, with a lunchbox rolling away. The fall stung a bit, and as Tang Nuanning attempted to rise, she lost her balance once more and found herself sitting on the icy surface, which was thick and treacherous. After falling forward and then again, she remained seated, feeling both pain and anxiety, her face flushed with frustration. Dressed in a light-colored long down coat, adorned with a teddy bear hat gifted by Xia Tian, and a monster-themed scarf from Shunbao, she appeared both comically bulky and charming. Bo Yancheng observed her, akin to gazing at a light-furred bear. He approached and bent down to retrieve the lunchbox from the ground, saying nothing, merely casting his gaze upon Tang Nuanning. Seated on the ground, she tilted her face upwards, astonished by his lack of assistance, exclaiming, "Aren't you going to help me up?" After all, she had fallen while delivering lunch to his son. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. With his palm facing down, it was clear he was not offering his hand for her to grasp, but merely providing his arm for support. What was the meaning of this guardedness? Was she perceived as a predatory woman? Irritated, Tang Nuanning chose not to take his outstretched arm, instead lifting her small hand to grasp his pants in an attempt to rise. Bo Yancheng glared at her, but before he could express his annoyance, Tang Nuanning lost her footing again and found herself lurching directly towards him. Her eyes widened with trepidation as she instinctively reached for his tie. The moment her fingers grasped it, her heel slipped, sending her reeling backward. The momentum caused Bo Yancheng to stumble along with her. Realizing they were about to fall, Bo Yancheng swiftly caught her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Tang Nuanning gasped, narrowly avoiding a mishap. Bo Yancheng's breathing was slightly erratic as well. Suddenly, laughter erupted nearby. "Little Bo." It was the elderly couple from across the hall. Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning were mortified and quickly separated. Bo Yancheng subtly composed himself and greeted them. "Hello, Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu." The two seniors chuckled. "What's the young lady's surname?" Tang Nuanning, her face flushed, replied, "My surname is Tang." Her eyes widened as she hastily clarified, "No, you've misunderstood. Haha, you two enjoy yourselves. We'll be going." The elderly couple walked toward the building entrance, cutting off Tang Nuanning's explanation. As they strolled, they conversed. "I knew little Tang wasn't little Bo's nanny. What nanny would be so affectionate with their employer? Look how well they get along. But why are they unwilling to admit it? It's obvious they're shy. I bet they're just starting out. Not a married couple, but young lovers. How wonderful. I always said they were a match made in heaven." Tang Nuanning. Bo Yancheng. People get old, their eyesight dims. You can't discern a match made in heaven. Don't overthink it, Bo Yancheng remarked. Tang Nuanning, filled with indignation, thought to herself that it was he who should refrain from overthinking. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow and declared, "This is the last time." "What?" She retorted, "I have already made it clear that I look down upon you. Do not dare to play such tricks before me again." Tang Nuanning blinked, pondering his words. Could it be that he was insinuating her recent fall was an intentional attempt to seduce him? How absurd. She had witnessed many instances of narcissism, yet his self-obsession was unparalleled. "You, shameless, absurd." Before he could respond, she interjected, "I have spoken my piece, leaving you nothing to say." Indeed, Bo Yancheng found himself at a loss for words, his silence lingering until he finally retorted with indignation. "As a woman, You ought to understand self-respect and dignity. What do you mean? As a man, you are exempt from such understanding? You scoundrel. Bo Yancheng fell silent, having been misunderstood once more. However, Tang Nuanning chose not to dwell on it. She succinctly inquired, "How is Shenbao? Did he have any reactions upon waking?" As the conversation shifted to Shenbao, Bo Yancheng's demeanor softened, and he replied coolly, "He exhibited no unusual reactions upon awakening. He seemed in good spirits, mentioning a dream about his mother. He also finished the meal you prepared for him this morning. Is that so? That qualifies as good news. At least he is not exhibiting any erratic emotions. Make sure he has this. It contains his favorite dish, the 3 delicacies." Having concluded her remarks, Tang Nuanning hastily mounted her electric scooter and departed in a flurry. She hurried to the Blue Days CAF to meet Bo Yancheng. The ground was slick, and Tang Nuanning wobbled precariously on her electric scooter, barely managing to advance. Just then, she encountered an elderly gentleman emerging to dispose of his trash. Having resided in the area for many years and being well acquainted with Bo Yancheng's mother, he was no stranger to Bo Yancheng himself. He was quite loquacious, and upon spotting Bo Yancheng, he inquired, "She left early, didn't she? Left? How about you two move in together yet?" Bo Yancheng's lips twitched slightly. It was clear that Grandpa Liu had misunderstood. "I am not in a relationship with her." "Enough of that. At your age, you shouldn't be shy about dating. Let me tell you, I'm quite adept at reading faces. Little Tang has a good countenance. She is a person of fortune. Moreover, she possesses a prosperous aura. Whoever marries her will be blessed. Meeting her is truly your good fortune. Do ensure that no one else sweeps her away. You must hold on to this tremendous blessing tightly." Bo Yancheng could only respond with silence. As soon as he stepped through the doorway, a call from He Jingxiang came through. "Yancheng, it's almost noon. Are you ready? Don't forget your date with little Tang at 12. I'll head over shortly." After hanging up, he turned to Shenbao, who quietly made his way to the dining area and settled into a children's chair, waiting patiently. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow and cast a deep glance at Shenbao, instructing Uncle Yang, "Call me if anything comes up. Under favorable traffic conditions, a 4-wheeled vehicle can outpace a 2-wheeled one." Consequently, Bo Yancheng arrived at the CAF before Tang Nuanning. He awaited her in a private room on the 2nd floor, in the company of He Jingxiang. Observing Tang Nuanning's laborious arrival on her electric scooter through the expansive window, He Jingxiang remarked, "Is Xiao Tang daft? Why brave the frigid weather on a scooter instead of hailing a cab?" He added, "She may be impoverished, but she is also foolish. And you truly should consider purchasing her a car. Wouldn't you be distressed if she suffered from a cold?" Bo Yancheng cast a sidelong glance at him, inhaled from his cigarette, and resumed his observation of Tang Nuanning. She was in the process of shaking off the snow from her person, and thereafter she meticulously removed Shenbao's scarf, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her pocket. He Jingxiang then inquired, "What urgent matter could she possibly have to warrant such haste in meeting you? She hasn't even applied makeup, clearly indicating no intention of seduction." Bo Yancheng shared the curiosity. He was entirely unacquainted with her, and her request to He Jingxiang to arrange a meeting piqued his interest. What could her purpose be? Unaware of the scrutiny she was under, Tang Nuanning felt a surge of nervousness at the prospect of meeting Bo Yancheng. She stood at the entrance of the establishment, taking several deep breaths in succession before venturing inside. A man was seated at the designated booth. From her vantage point, she could only discern the back of his head, yet she vaguely sensed the presence of an accomplished individual. It must be Bo Yancheng, she surmised. Forcefully suppressing her trepidation, Tang Nuanning advanced, her hands clasped tightly together. "Hello, Tang Nuanning," Li Yuanting exclaimed, visibly surprised upon seeing her. Tang Nuanning, too, was taken aback, not anticipating an encounter with an old acquaintance in this setting. She hadn't the opportunity to greet him before hastily retrieving her mobile to verify the table number sent by He Jingxiang, cross-referencing it with the table before her. Confirming its accuracy, she was bewildered. "What are you doing here?" Li Yuanting responded with a smile. "I've arranged to meet someone." "Have you also?" Tang Nuanning nodded, still dazed. Li Yuanting inquired, "Has the person you're meeting not arrived yet?" "No, not yet, I suppose. Since neither of our parties has arrived, perhaps we could converse for a while." "Waiter, Li Yuanting gallantly ordered a coffee for Tang Nuanning. With some trepidation, Tang Nuanning sat down, utterly perplexed. Li Yuanting remarked, "It's been many years since I last saw you. How have you been?" "Well, thank you." Tang Nuanning sipped her coffee, attempting to compose herself. Li Yuanting, also an alumnus, was in the same year as Lin Dong. He harbored affections for Nan Wan, and, during their time at the university, frequently delivered treats to their dormitory in pursuit of her. In an effort to get closer to Nan Wan, he had been amiable with both Tang Nuanning and Xia Tiantian. Thus they were all acquainted with each other. Tang Nuanning collected her thoughts. "Have you been in contact with her recently?" "No, we've lost touch since she and Lin Dong became a couple. As you know, I pursued her, so I must avoid any appearance of impropriety, lest I cause her undue inconvenience. I recall you studied directing. You're a director now?" "Indeed." "Why do you ask? Then you must know Wan Wan's agent." "I am acquainted, but not closely, and I haven't been in contact. It's always necessary to steer clear of any misinterpretations. I heard from Lin Dong and Tian Tian that Wan Wan has gone to film a movie. She even signed a non-disclosure agreement, stipulating that she couldn't contact anyone outside the production team. It's been over a year since she left, and we haven't heard a peep from her. Do you have any news about her?" Li Yuanning was taken aback. "Out of contact for over a year? That's unusual. In our circle, we occasionally encounter non-disclosure agreements, but I've never heard of actors being barred from contacting their families. Even if the film needs to be kept secret, it shouldn't lead to complete isolation. Actors just need to refrain from divulging the script's content." Li Yuanting's words only amplified Tang Nuanning's apprehension. "Could you try to inquire about her? I'm getting worried since we haven't heard from her at all." Indeed, after they exchanged contact information, Tang Nuanning couldn't help but ask, "Did you reserve this table in advance for your meeting?" "Affirmative." "That's odd. I also made a reservation for this table." Li Yuanting paused, understanding dawning on him. "The person you're meeting is Bo Yancheng." "Indeed." Li Yuanting glanced instinctively towards the second floor, his lips twitching. "Well, the cat's out of the bag. He asked me to stand in for him for a meeting. Someone had something they needed to tell him, and he just wanted me to listen. Who would have thought that Bo Yancheng was trying to meet with Tang Nuanning?" Tang Nuanning also realized what was happening. She stared at Li Yuanting for a moment, then said through gritted teeth, "Did Bo Yancheng ask you to impersonate him for our meeting?" Li Yuanting, this. Tang Nuanning was instantly incensed, and she seized her phone to call He Jingsheng. He Jingsheng's phone suddenly blared, startling him into a violent tremor. "I'm done for. I've been exposed. You're setting me up. If you're going to find someone to impersonate him, at least find someone she doesn't recognize. Now what? How am I supposed to explain this?" Bo Yancheng remained silent. His face darkened with displeasure. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Nuanning would recognize Li Yuanting. Li Yuanting was a seasoned director with a background in screenwriting. Bo Yancheng figured that since he was seeking someone to act, it would be more fitting to find a professional, but little did he know. He Jingsheng's phone continued to ring incessantly, and he braced himself as he answered, "Hello. What exactly does Bo Yancheng mean by this?" He Jingsheng, adhering to the principle of sacrificing a friend to save himself, feigned ignorance. "Huh? What's wrong? Didn't Yancheng make it to the appointment?" "Chapter 10 Bao. He didn't come. He sent someone else in his stead." "Is that so? That's quite inconsiderate of him. Please ask him at once. Does he even consider himself a man? I've never seen anyone treat others so shabbily. He agreed to meet, yet he sent someone else to take his place. What is he implying? To break one's word is ignoble and can be deemed unscrupulous. He's too cowardly to even face a woman, timid as a mouse, unworthy of being called a man. I truly look down on him." Tang Nuanning unleashed a torrent of impassioned words, leaving He Jingsheng utterly bewildered. Even he wouldn't dare utter such words. Tang Nuanning is truly audacious. Not only played the audio aloud, but also thrust the phone in front of, ensuring he heard everything clearly. He wanted every word of Tang Nuanning's scolding to penetrate his ears, leaving nothing to waste. Tightly pursed his lips, his face as dark as a thundercloud. He snatched the phone from, disconnected the call, tossed it onto the table, and strode out. Hey, that's the latest model I just bought. Don't break it," lamented over his phone. Truly, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She genuinely believed she could divorce today, but alas, it's truly bewildering. She had even felt guilty towards him all this time, never once having cursed or resented him. He even causes trouble just to meet her. If he didn't want to see her, he could have refused directly. But he agreed to meet, only to not appear. Her current mood is akin to that of fans who bought tickets to see Messi play, only for Messi to remain on the bench. She feels cheated and deeply disgruntled. Yet, while the fans can vent their frustration by chanting refund, what can she do? Aside from contacting to unleash a few roars, she can't even get a glimpse of, at this moment, was utterly astonished, even beginning to question whether Tang Nuanning knew who was. If she did, would she dare to scold him like that? Before could finish speaking, suddenly appeared. His face was ashen, clearly enraged. As was about to speak, interjected with a curt move, quickly rushed over to pull away, not giving a single opportunity to utter a word. Upon encountering Mr. Bo, Ms. Tang was taken aback and queried with displeasure, "What brings you here? Is there something you require of me? Was it not you who requested my presence?" He would rather reveal his identity than allow Ms. Tang to accuse him of breaking his word and lacking integrity. However, Ms. Tang, seemingly absent-minded, failed to comprehend the situation. She knitted her brows and retorted, "Who asked you to find me?" "Wait, has something befallen Shenbao?" Just as Mr. Bo was about to respond, a call came from Uncle Yang, relaying that the eldest branch of the family, specifically Mr. Bo's aunt, the eldest among the Bo siblings, who had been eagerly anticipating Shenbao's demise, was involved. Mr. Bo's countenance darkened, and without uttering a word, he hastily departed from the CF. Ms. Tang, bewildered, called out, "Hey you!" By the time Ms. Tang pursued him outside, Mr. Bo had vanished. She was uncertain whether Shenbao was indeed in danger, though she vaguely recalled hearing Shenbao's name mentioned during the phone call. Temporarily setting aside Mr. Bo's breach of promise, she mounted her electric scooter and hurried towards Sunshine City. This year proved to be a harsh winter, with heavy snow falling incessantly. Ms. Tang stumbled several times en route, finally arriving at Sunshine City. As she approached the entrance of the building, she heard a woman's piercing scream, "Ah!" Before she could react, a woman dressed in opulent attire tumbled down the stairs, landing at her feet. "Ms. Tang!" exclaimed in shock. "Madam!" A man suddenly rushed forward, pushing Ms. Tang aside to assist the woman who had fallen. With considerable force, the man propelled Tang Nuanning backward a significant distance. On the verge of falling, a large hand seized her arm, forcefully yanking her upright. Tang Nuanning glanced at the man before her heart still pounding with lingering fear from her near fall. The woman on the ground, having twisted her ankle, was assisted to her feet with difficulty. Through tears, she rebuked Bo Yancheng. "This is outrageous. How dare you shove me down the stairs? Are you trying to kill me? I am your father's own sister. How could you treat me this way? Are you even human? You unfilial grandson. Woe is me." Bo Yancheng clutched Tang Nuanning's arm tightly, his grip unyielding. Tang Nuanning could feel his hand clench even tighter upon hearing the woman's words, as if attempting to crush her bones. She grimaced in pain, refraining from uttering a sound for the moment. Bo Yancheng glared at the eldest of the Bo family, his entire being radiating an icy aura. "You had best not test my limits. Should you dare to provoke Shenbao again, do not blame me for my actions." His words seemed to be forced out from between clenched teeth, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. Tang Nuanning cautiously raised her head to glance at him. He was staring at the woman before him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat. Previously, she had thought his gaze upon her was cold enough, but now she realized that he had been relatively gentle with her. The elderly woman was incensed. You are attempting to murder an elder. You will be punished sooner or later." "No, you are already being punished. Why is Shenbao in his current wretched state? He is your retribution." The severity of Shenbao's illness is a testament to the depth of heaven's punishment upon you. Just wait and see, for heaven, in its desire to deliver the harshest retribution, will surely take Shenbao away from your side, casting him into the depths of hell. Silence. Tang Nuanning could not restrain herself from interjecting. She was unsure why, but the woman's words regarding Shenbao irked her greatly. Boss Bo then directed his attention towards her. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" "My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the adult grievances should not involve the child, who is innocent." To curse a child with damnation is utterly malicious. Impudent. Who is this despicable wretch daring to address me so insolently? Have you grown weary of life? I am not weary of life. But you cannot curse Shenbao. You, wretched woman. Boss Bo reached out as if to strike Tang Nuanning, but Bo Yancheng seized her. Pulling her behind him and confronting Boss Bo, dare to lay a finger on her and see what happens. She is the very woman capable of saving Shenbao. Today, having received news from Shen Jiaoyu and her daughter, she specifically came to see Shenbao. She does not wish for Shenbao to survive. Lacking both qualifications and credentials, what do you expect of her? She is clearly a shameless woman who relies on her modest beauty, seeking to exploit Shenbao to entice you. How foolish of you to believe her. Boss Bo regarded Tang Nuanning with derision in his eyes. Before Tang Nuanning could erupt, Bo Yancheng had already spoken. If you dare to speak insolently to her again, I will sever your tongue immediately. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bo Yancheng, I have made myself perfectly clear. This is the last time. Leave. The woman, both frightened and enraged, retorted, all right, I'm leaving. Instead of threatening me, you'd better go and check on Shenbao. I saw him quite agitated earlier. He might not make it. With that, the woman stormed off, limping slightly from her earlier fall. As soon as she left, Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning rushed upstairs. They had barely reached the 5th floor when they heard Uncle Yang's weeping. Young master, don't scare me. Woe is me, wake up, please don't frighten me. You can't just leave like this. How will the young master live without you? Young master, please open your eyes. Woe is me. Bo Yancheng's expression shifted rapidly as he dashed into the room, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Shenbao. Chapter 9 Shenbao. I beg you to wake up. Tang Nuanning's heart pounded violently. She trembled uncontrollably and would have collapsed had she not been supporting herself against the wall. Her legs seemed to have a will of their own, refusing to move. When she rushed into the room, Bo Yancheng was performing CPR on Shenbao. Shenbao lay still on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, his face ashen, and his lips like white wax, devoid of life. Tang Nuanning's nose twitched with emotion, and tears streamed down her face. She collapsed by the bedside, kneeling on the floor as she felt for Shenbao's pulse. The pulse of Shenbao has ceased. A sudden buzzing filled Tang Nuanning's mind, as if a part of her heart had been violently excised, leaving her breathless with pain. Tang Nuanning muttered to herself, desperate to administer a shot to Shenbao. Yet, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions and anxiety, her entire body trembled uncontrollably, rendering her unable to steady the needle. In her urgency, tears streamed down her face, berating herself for her impotence. Impotence. She yearned to compose herself and promptly treat Shenbao, but her self-control eluded her, inciting her to scold herself in frustration. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the room as Tang Nuanning delivered a resounding slap to her own face. The vivid crimson mark instantly manifested on her fair cheek, a sight that pained her to behold. She was forcing herself to regain composure. This self-inflicted blow not only steadied her, but also calmed both Bo Yancheng and Yang Bo considerably. They stared at her for several seconds, before Bo Yancheng abruptly leapt off the bed, bending down to lift Shenbao for a trip to the hospital. Tang Nuanning intercepted him, exclaiming, "It's too late. Put him down and let me try." Bo Yancheng retorted. In his current state, he won't survive the journey to the hospital. Tang Nuanning shouted back, pushing him aside with force, stripping Shenbao of his clothing entirely. While she called for Yang Bo, she proceeded to administer the injection. "I have medicine in my pocket. Quickly, crush a pill and mix it with water to feed him." As Yang Bo was in the process of undressing Shenbao, Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow. In the next moment, Tang Nuanning shot him a cold glare, her fierce demeanor commanding. "What are you waiting for? Hurry! What remedy is this? A life-saving one. Cease your prattle, and do as I bid if you wish not to forsake Shenbao." Tang Nuanning, without so much as a glance in his direction, furrowed her brow and commenced acupuncture on Shenbao. Bo Yancheng dared not delay further, and with the medicine in hand, he hastened to the kitchen. Soon, he returned, bearing a small bowl. Tang Nuanning accepted the potion, pinched Shun Bao's chin, and forcibly administered the medicine down his throat, thereafter tenderly wiping his mouth with a tissue. Liu Bei arrived with physicians and nurses in tow. Tang Nuanning exclaimed, "Your arrival is timely. Quickly, convey him to the hospital." And so, in a flurry, they conveyed Shun Bao onto the ambulance, speeding towards the hospital. Before they reached their destination, Shun Bao abruptly coughed, eliciting astonishment from all present. Cough! Cough, cough! The violent coughing fit brought color back to the little one's countenance. Tang Nuanning's eyes shone with elation. She swiftly felt for Shun Bao's breath and took his pulse. She stammered in excitement. He lives. He lives. He has survived, perhaps overcome by emotion. Tang Nuanning rushed into Bo Yancheng's embrace, tears streaming down her face. He is well. He has awakened. He is the most resilient child in all the world. Sob, sob. Bo Yancheng, his eyes bloodshot, for the first time did not recoil from her touch. Instead, he clasped her tightly, allowing her to weep in his arms. Her elation was mirrored by his own. Had Shun Bao perished today, he would have followed suit. For without Shun Bao, there would be no Bo Yancheng. Yang Bo and Liu Bei were also shedding tears. Today had truly terrified them. After a flurry of activity at the hospital, once it was confirmed that Shun Bao had escaped the perilous phase, Tang Nuanning discreetly departed without a word. The snow fell heavily today, and the temperature was frigid. Yet due to her previous anxiety, she was drenched in sweat. She did not inquire about the affairs of the eldest brother, as she preferred not to delve into his family matters. Her sole concern was for Shun Bao. With Shun Bao safe, her heart found solace. As soon as Tang Nuanning left, Bai Changshan arrived at the hospital with a throng of people. Members from the first, second, and third branches of the family were present, along with several individuals from the neighboring courtyard. A crowd of dozens filled the corridor to capacity. "Yin Shun, how is Shun Bao faring?" Bai Changshan appeared anxious, his face etched with concern. Bai Yancheng stood before the railing, smoking a cigarette, gazing into the distance without acknowledging them or responding. His expression was dark, and the atmosphere around him was tense. Bai Changshan furrowed his brow and shot a fierce glare at the eldest brother. His men threw the eldest brother before Bai Yancheng. The clear marks of a slap were visible on the eldest brother's face, and his clothes were stained with blood. It was evident without question that Bai Changshan had resorted to physical punishment. Bai Changshan addressed Bai Yancheng. "I know you are sobbing uncontrollably. I acknowledge my mistakes, never intending to harm Shun Bao. Who could have foreseen that the child would become so sensitive, driven to madness at the mere sight of me? I never wished for his demise." The eldest of the Bo family wept bitterly, evidently shaken by Bo Changshan's fierce demeanor. Upon receiving the news today, Bo Changshan had stormed into her home, mercilessly beating her to the brink of death. Observing Bo Changshan's unyielding expression, she turned to her kin, pleading, "Please, help me. Intercede on my behalf." The other members of the Bo family, well aware that Bo Changshan and Bo Yancheng were truly enraged, felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Retreating into silence, too frightened to voice a word, they dared not step forward to plead for the eldest. Bo Changshan summoned them, a clear warning intended to intimidate. He was signaling that any who dared to harm the last bloodline of the Bo family would meet a similar fate. In this tense moment, everyone wished to distance themselves, fearing the consequences of standing up. Bo Changshan thundered, "Silence! What face do you have left to weep? As a member of the Bo family, how dare you inflict harm upon our sole bloodline? You must seek death." With that, he raised his cane and struck the eldest fiercely, causing blood to flow from her head. Overwhelmed with terror, the elder member of the Bo family disregarded the throbbing pain and tearfully implored Bo Yancheng for assistance. "Yancheng, I was wrong. Please forgive my aged folly. I shall never again provoke Shun Bao. Spare your aunt this once. Save me, please. Your grandfather is going to beat me to death. Woe is me." Bo Yancheng remained impassive. From the moment the Bo family members appeared, his countenance had not altered in the slightest. The more taciturn he became, the more the surrounding atmosphere seemed to compress, becoming almost unbearable. Just as everyone was on the verge of suffocating from the oppressive air, Bo Yancheng suddenly uttered, "Go back to whence you came, and do not loiter within my sight." It was unclear to whom he was specifically addressing. Having spoken, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and strode towards Shun Bao's hospital room. Yancheng, Bo Yancheng attempted to call out, but Zhou Sheng promptly intervened, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow. How is Shun Bao now? He is no longer in mortal danger. Upon hearing this, Bo Yancheng exhaled a sigh of relief, as did the eldest member of the Bo family. The expressions of the other Bo family members, however, varied. Within the entire Bo family, only Bo Yancheng did not wish for Shun Bao's demise, as he still intended to exploit Shun Bao to suppress the others. The rest, on the other hand, fervently wished for Shun Bao, the sole heir, to die as soon as possible, the sooner the better. The Bo family had passed down its lineage through a single heir for generations. Bo Yancheng could only have this one son, and the Bo family only had this one heir. If Shun Bao were to die, the position of heir would become vacant, and everyone's descendants could compete fairly, with each having an opportunity to ascend. The members of the Bo family possess an abundance of cunning, collectively harboring no fewer than 8,000 ulterior motives. Bo Yancheng cast a fierce glare at Bo Laoda, who nearly had his eyes pop out in shock. While kneeling at the ancestral hall was acceptable, seizing their projects would effectively spell doom for the main branch. Father, that is unacceptable. I can kneel at the ancestral hall, but you must not take away our projects. The Yin and Gao father-son duo can manage their own business, but those projects are our lifeline. If you take them from us, how are we to survive? He lamented. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. This is the consequence of one's own folly. Bo Yancheng let out a resentful snort, leaning on his cane as he departed. The others dared not speak, lowering their heads and hastily exiting the hospital. Bo Laoda was left in tears, utterly distraught. Once everyone had left, Zhou Sheng furrowed his brow and shot them a cold glare. He was astonished by the news he had received that day. Bo Laoda was truly audacious. According to Yang Bo, Bo Laoda had barged in unannounced, interrupting Shun Bao's meal. Shun Bao, startled, had an episode and instinctively began to throw things. Rather than offering reassurance or leaving promptly, Bo Laoda chastised Shun Bao for his lack of respect for elders and decorum. She cruelly informed Shun Bao that his mother had died long ago in a horrific manner. Shun Bao, believing her words, fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Tang Nuanning was present. Otherwise, the consequences for Shun Bao could have been dire. Currently, Shun Bao was unharmed, but should anything happen to him, not only would Bo Yancheng not spare them, but neither would the others let the main branch of the Bo family escape unscathed. Shun Bao had been raised before their eyes, to speak of him in elevated terms. He was akin to a beloved son, if not a true one. Stepping into the sterile confines of the hospital room, Zhou Sheng cast a gaze brimming with solicitude upon the still dormant figure of Xiao Shenbao, his voice lowered in deference as he addressed Bo Yancheng. The entire Bo family has departed. I've made the necessary arrangements to ensure that none of them gain access to the Sunshine City residential complex in the future. Bo Yancheng, his hand clasped firmly around Shun Bao's diminutive one, inquired with a detached air, what has Bo Yingao been occupied with of late? Bo Ango, the biological son of the Bo family's eldest branch, bore the surname of the eldest, thus rendering him a partial member of the Bo lineage. Investigate thoroughly. Should it be ascertained that he's indulging in narcotics, apprise Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's interventions were invariably consequential. Zhou Sheng comprehended instantly, nodding with vehement agreement. Indeed, as twilight descended, Shun Bao stirred from his slumber. Lu Bai, vitu dilei, contacted Tang Nuanning. Overjoyed upon hearing the news, Tang Nuanning, having prepared Shun Bao's evening meal, promptly packaged it and hastened out of her abode. For this journey, she eschewed her electric scooter, opting instead for a taxi. The prior incident had instilled in her a sense of trepidation, rendering her reluctant to ride. Moreover, the road was thick with snow, making it impassable. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tang Nuanning hesitated to barge into Shun Bao's room, choosing instead to observe from the threshold. Witnessing the little one clad in his hospital attire, seated serenely by the window, his gaze fixed upon the world outside, she was overcome with a mixture of solace and compassion. Liu Bei had previously recounted how Shun Bao was wont to sit by the window, awaiting his mother's return. Tang Nuanning could almost conjure the scene in her mind's eye. Shun Bao, in a paroxysm of elation, bolted from the room, stumbling headlong into his mother's embrace. One idyllic tableau. At that moment, Shunbao would undoubtedly have perceived himself as the most fortunate child in the world. Alas, one can only speculate as to the reasons that impelled that woman to abandon such an adorable offspring. Unbeknownst to her, her son languished, consumed by longing for her. Did she possess this knowledge? If she remained ignorant, so be it, but should she be aware, her heartlessness knew no bounds. Moments later, she emerged, cloaked in furtive movements. Recognizing her, an unusual glint flickered in Bo Yancheng's eyes as he rose to depart the ward. Tang Nuanning, upon seeing him, remarked, "I overheard Dr. Liu mention that Shun Bao awoke without tears or clamor, as if the preceding events had been erased from his memory." "Indeed," Bo Yancheng responded, accepting the proffered container. After a moment's hesitation, he uttered a thank you. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Was he truly capable of expressing gratitude? Before she could gather her thoughts, Bo Yancheng added, "Await my return. I have words to impart to you." "Understood," she replied. Bo Yancheng entered the room with the insulated container, its fragrant contents wafting through the air, eliciting a groan from his own empty stomach. He, too, had abstained from nourishment for the entire day, coupled with the depletion of energy from his earlier anxieties concerning Shun Bao, rendering him ravenous. Yet, it was evident that Tang Nuanning had not provided for him. The meager portion was intended solely for Shun Bao. He decanted a bowl of porridge, stirring it until it reached a palatable temperature before placing it on the small, round table before Shun Bao. "Shun Bao, partake of the porridge." Shun Bao cast a glance at the offering, as if sensing something amiss, and turned his gaze towards Tang Nuanning's direction. Tang Nuanning castidi con quelle herces, inadvertently striking her head in the process. She massaged the affected area, stifling any sound. Bo Yancheng vaguely discerned this subtle action, his expression undergoing a slight alteration. Yet he remained silent. This was not prepared by Daddy. "I find myself in a position where prevarication is untenable," Mr. Bo elucidated. "Since the young master's awakening, I have remained vigilantly by his side, leaving me with no opportunity to prepare a repast. Ergo, it was not I who prepared the dish. However, I assure you, the flavors are quite exquisite. I implore you to partake." The young master regarded the proffered porridge with marked hesitation, a moment that caused both Mr. Bo and Ms. Tang, who lingered just beyond the threshold, to experience a palpable elevation in their heart rates. Fortunately, the young master's reticence was fleeting. Without voicing any objections, he procured a spoon, ladled a portion of the porridge, and conveyed it to his palate. After a moment of contemplative savoring, he resumed consuming the dish with quiet diligence. Mr. Bo, observing this, felt a measure of relief wash over him. Similarly, Ms. Tang, stationed outside, expelled several measured breaths, cognizant of the potential ramifications should the young master reject her culinary offering, thereby further diminishing her prospects of cultivating a rapport with him. Subsequently, Mr. Bo emerged from the confines of the patient's chamber, leaving Mr. Liu to attend to the young master. "Shall we adjourn to the veranda for a discourse?" he proposed. "Is it not permissible to conduct our exchange within these walls?" "Ms. Tang inquired. Mr. Bo, declining to offer a verbal response, pivoted on his heel and proceeded with purposeful strides toward the aforementioned veranda. Ms. Tang, her countenance betraying a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, observed his erect bearing before dutifully following in his wake. Chapter 99. Tang Nuanning. "Do you seek my utmost devotion?" Mr. Bo ignited a cigarette, only for a gust of wind to disseminate the smoke, causing Ms. Tang to erupt in a fit of coughing. Observing her distress, Mr. Bo hesitated momentarily before deliberately extinguishing the offending article. Ms. Tang, seemingly involuntarily, cast an additional glance in his direction, noting a perceptible shift in his demeanor toward her. A sudden realization dawned upon her, causing her to adopt a posture of heightened alertness. Mr. Bo initiated the conversation, stating, "I extend my gratitude for your intervention in safeguarding the young master today." "It was of no consequence," Ms. Tang demurred. "What is it that you desire?" Mr. Bo inquired. "I desire nothing," she asserted. "Given your benevolent actions toward the young master, you are at liberty to articulate any aspiration, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it, mister. Bo declared. There is no need for that. You look down on me, and I equally disdain you. The notion of repaying great kindness with my body is something I cannot accept. Prior to my visit to the hospital today, Heir Jincheng suddenly called her. He first expressed his gratitude for her saving Shen Bao, and then mentioned that Bo Yancheng wished to offer himself in gratitude, albeit feeling too bashful to do so. He suggested that if her heart inclined towards him, she could take the initiative to express it. She was certain she would never be with him. Thus, she stated her position clearly to avoid any future awkwardness. However, Bo Yancheng had not considered this possibility at all, nor was he aware that Heir Jincheng had contacted Tang Nuanning. Consequently, upon hearing this, he narrowed his eyes, gazing at her with an inscrutable expression, as if to inquire, "Are you hinting that I should offer myself in gratitude?" "I'm not," she replied. "I was merely reminding you." Bo Yancheng scrutinized her for a moment before candidly stating, "There is no need for your reminders. My heart belongs solely to Shen Bao's mother. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never be with another woman. I have never contemplated offering myself, nor should you dwell on such notions." Tang Nuanning, reassured by his earnest tone, felt at ease. This was for the best. Bo Yancheng continued, "However, since you saved Shen Bao, I can't fulfill any conditions of yours, aside from offering myself." Tang Nuanning pouted slightly. Her singular desire was to divorce Bo Yancheng, yet he had previously claimed not to know him, leaving her with little hope. Currently, she was in dire need of money, but he had gone bankrupt and was now destitute. Still responsible for Shen Bao's medical expenses, she could not bring herself to voice her demands. Moreover, rescuing Shen Bao was entirely her own volition. She never anticipated any form of recompense. Rescuing Shen Bao was a choice I made willingly, and I seek no repayment from you. Then I owe you a favor. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have no need for your favor, yet I hope that if conflicts arise between us in the future, you might grant me leniency." Tang Nuanning considered the three little ones, wishing that if a time came when children were at risk, he would allow her to retain custody. Bo Yancheng, puzzled, inquired, "What conflict?" Tang Nuanning murmured softly,